Chapter 71. The ship stayed here for 10 days. After 10 days directly set sail. Those who are not willing to get on the ship, Sumumu will not force them. For Sumumu want to recruit tenants. More people. After all, this is an inland area. Not many boats, but enough people. This is 2 months' time past. The water level directly has grown to the top of the mountain. In addition to Sumumu, this boat in addition. There are other kinds of large and small strange boat. There are planks put together. There is a temporary cut of bamboo rafts. But also with the family's wooden pots to put together. After all, people's intelligence is infinite. When life is threatened, they will come up with a variety of ways to survive. In the process of traveling to the next destination, there were many more people on board. But because the ship was large enough, these people only took up 1/10 of the space. Those young and strong laborers were not enough to maintain the normal operation of the ship. The ship is powered by burning coal. The bigger the ship is, the more coal and power source it needs every day. Just those charcoal burners. They already need hundreds of people. Just the charcoal burners alone required hundreds of people. They needed to keep adding coal to the furnace. And some of them had to be able to pull the sails of the ship, to control the wind direction and the direction of traveling. In addition to the cleaning work of the ship. More importantly, a group of people must be trained to know how to use the ship's weapons. In this way, they would be able to defend themselves in case of danger. Such a big ship is a very big target, and will be targeted sooner or later. In the inland area, there may not be many people who can make any impact on such a big ship. But when they go to the coastal area, it will be different. The coastal area is full of people who know how to build ships. By that time those people recognized that this was a ship. They wouldn't be in awe of her anymore. Not to mention the fact that there were all sorts of pirates on the ocean. And Sumumu also do not know the other countries and regions of this world in the end developed into what kind of not good. People have more powerful than him sea weapons. More importantly, so far there has not been an infected. Those infected people used to live in the world is very likely to be more developed than Sumumu or the native world. The most important thing is that there have already been several traveling worlds. No matter whether it is the infected or the evolved. The abilities they possess as well as all kinds of golden fingers will be stronger. No one knew how powerful those people really were. At that time just rely on their own a person. Is absolutely no way to deal with those people. Not to mention that now is at sea. Once the rumors of what problem sink to the bottom of the sea, it is very likely that there is no way to survive. Sumumu didn't know how to swim at all. Although she was already thinking of ways to learn properly. But even if a person could swim, it was impossible to swim indefinitely in the sea. Otherwise for so many years. How could humans have been living on land without going to live in the sea? So now that we have entered the water, it is necessary to keep the ship and keep it running properly. This ship would already be equal to everyone's life. Preserving this ship is the only way to preserve everyone's life. Without the ship, they might as well lose their lives. And this is definitely not something Sumumu can do alone. This is different from all the experiences in the previous world. Now she is not alone. The good thing was that since they were on the ship, these people didn't have to physically fight with their own bodies anymore. Many of the tools on the ship as well as its functions were still very advanced. And it was only necessary to learn to operate them. Of course, in order to cope with various emergencies, some of the mechanical controllers on the ship could be replaced with manpower. The training of these manpower was only to cope with these unexpected situations. But Sumumu didn't expect that the unexpected situations would come so quickly. It was a calm day. Sumumu was on the deck directing people to make roast pork teeth. This is a celebration day that will be on the ship every month. Sumumu stepped in and took out all kinds of food that no one has ever seen before. To cook it with all kinds of practices that they haven't seen before. And then distributed it to all people, who might be able to share so many mouthfuls, and 2 mouthfuls of it. It was unlikely that they would have enough to eat. But for these people to have such a bite or 2 was already a gift from heaven. After all, they have never relied on their own hands to earn food and drink. Like this kind of other people to give things for free is really never. Especially the things given are still particularly good. Is they have never eaten the delicious such things. It is equivalent to the sky falling pie. This kind of thing only a kind God would be willing to treat them like this. Right? Su Mingming, as the leader of distributing food to the people here, became the object of many little girls' pursuit. And quite a few of them followed Su Mingming's lead, asking her about the matter concerning that female deity. But Su Mingming, this little girl, although bold and careful, personality is still similar to her mother. More silent. Also will not freely talk too much with people. So there are not many people from her here to inquire about Su Mumu things. But they will be Su Mingming as a person of worship to look at. After all, only Su Mingming dared to talk to the goddess in a calm manner. And Su Mingming was the only one who was helping the goddess. Not even Su Mingming's mother. The goddess seemed to be particularly reliant on Su Mingming, which meant that Su Mingming was so powerful that even the goddesses had to look up to her. One day, Su Mingming fell into the water. Things happened too suddenly. The people on the boat didn't react. She was rolled by a wave and disappeared without a trace. When Su Mumu learned about this matter, the people on board sent down to salvage the boat had no way to find Su Mingming's traces. Even if Su Mumu used the tracker redeemed in the system, she also didn't find any traces. Su Mingmu no longer exists in this world. The system's voice, however, suddenly sounded at this moment. What does that mean? Why would she disappear from this world? Su Mumu expressed her disbelief. Listening to the system's meaning, Su Mingmu's disappearance wasn't an accident. It seemed that there was a force of some kind that deliberately took Su Mingmu away from this world. Did you give her something yesterday that doesn't belong to this world? The system sighed and prompted. Something that doesn't belong to this world? Su Mumu thought about it. It was an e-reader. Su Mingming loved to read. Before the disaster, Su vigorously sent Su Mingming to read. Only this world is still prejudiced against women's reading. Even if Su Mingming reads well, she is only able to learn some things in the private school. Even the husband won't teach them the real learning of these girls. Su Mingming also just enlightenment on the home. For the world's other insights are all from the books. But this does not prevent Su Mingming from having intelligence. After all the equipment manuals on this ship were handed over to Su Mingming, she was almost able to learn how to operate them after reading them once. And was also able to recite those contents backwards and forwards. This is simply the existence of a genius in general. Such a talented person is so buried. Su Mingmu is very uncomfortable when she thinks about it. After knowing that Su Mingming loved reading, Su Mumu gave her an e-reader. There were many previously downloaded books on it. Not only all kinds of novels, but also all kinds of tools. In all kinds of languages. After Su Mingmu got that kind of thing. Like a treasure. For her, is like opening the door to a new world. At that time she was in love with it. And never stopped looking at reading. As a result, she didn't expect that it was such a thing that got her killed. Impossible. That thing is just ordinary e-books. What ability can it have to take a person away from a world? This is also too fake. Su Mumu didn't believe it. You think it's an ordinary e-book. But the game system doesn't think so. For it there have already been several bugs. It can't allow you to continue to create more bugs. Su Mumu immediately felt speechless. This system is really too chaotic. Just because she gave a book to a girl, so that she could learn something that she couldn't learn in this world. The system decided that the other party would probably become a bug in the game, and directly took action to take the person out of this world. Thinking back to when he had just entered the game world, he had been grateful to that game system. Thinking that if it wasn't for the game system, he might not have had the chance to lift the crisis of his native world and let people have a normal life. But now when I think about it, I was too uninformed at that time. This so-called game system was nothing but a bandit who forcefully dragged people into his so-called game world regardless of their wishes. This kind of game that arbitrarily destroys other people's lives and deaths as well as their lives, and then forcibly makes other people follow its rules to survive. What's so good about it? The most important thing was that when this thing first started out it was at least able to follow the so-called rules a little bit and wouldn't be so shameless. But now it had stopped even following the rules and started messing around. Surprisingly, just because there was a chance that someone else would become a bug for it, possibly hindering the course of its game, it would directly pull people away from this world. Even if the chance was small and insignificant. This simply didn't treat them, the living, as human beings at all. It was nothing more than a sacrifice that the system would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one person go. Why on earth did that game system pull us people into a strange world to be players? And why did it divide all the players into two camps to kill each other? Su Mumu couldn't help but ask the landlord. And the system hoped that the landlord system would be able to give him an answer. I'm sorry, Miss Landlord. This question is beyond the scope of people's knowledge. This time the landlord system replied with the same standard general discourse of not being able to answer this question. But this time the tone of the landlord system was a lot more serious. Obviously, This question was also very serious for the landlord system. Su Mumu did not continue to ask. She knew that the landlord system must also have its own difficulties. After all, it was just a system that survived in other game systems. And in many places, it was subject to the limitations of the game system. And in a way, the landlord system and herself were also considered to be in the same boat. Now to pursue the game system in the end, why to do so? The landlord system in the end, why, and their own binding such questions are meaningless. After all, these are already the facts. It is better to think of ideas to figure out the mystery, and then go to change something. Just like what the landlord system had always done. Whoa! Thank you, Landlord Sama, for understanding. The landlord system's timely voice made Su Mumu understand that she was right. Although the landlord system wasn't able to tell herself outright exactly why. But something like this, rubbing it in the wrong way, was definitely still possible. Then let's cheer together. Ever since changing her opinion on the game system, Su Mumu became obsessed with how to make the landlord system upgrade and become stronger. Once upon a time, completing the various tasks issued by the landlord system was just in passing. At that time, Su Mumu largely held the mentality of playing the game to do the tasks, and didn't really study the various functions of the landlord system, and wasn't particularly anxious about the matter of making the landlord system stronger and upgrading its various functions. Especially in the beginning, when he found out that upgrading the landlord system would make the game system stare at himself and treat himself as a bug. Su Mumu even deliberately suppressed a lot of things in the landlord system because he didn't want the game system to treat himself as a big bug to be cleaned up. After all, Su Mumu only wanted to be an ordinary player in the middle of the game system and survive well. As for whether or not she had stirred up a storm in this game or not, whether or not she had been a super powerful player didn't matter. Her biggest need was to live well and return to her original world safely. There was no other ambition. But now it was different. The game system was just too disgusting. And such a system stimulated Su Mumu's rebellious heart. The first thing Su Mumu did was to open up an entire field on the ship. The ship originally had a lot of space, not to mention quite a few entertainment venues and facilities. But now all of these entertainment venues and facilities were put away, and then all of them were turned into fields. This ship was originally modeled on a modern super luxury cruise ship, and it was also 10 times larger. Super luxury cruise ships usually have some floors that are specially used for entertainment, and Su Mumu chose all of them to be top of the line when they were built. So not only is the dance hall, concert hall, banquet hall, film screening hall, and even indoor swimming pool, badminton court, basketball court have. There is a large piece of space especially used for parent-child entertainment. Not only that, there are many classrooms on board is used for teaching. This is Su Mumu's own separate added. She was thinking that since she has to live on the ship for such a long time, then the local people will have educational needs. Su Mumu was very hopeful that all the people would be able to receive a good education, especially those girls who wish to learn, like Su Mingming. In addition to the basic teaching facilities, there were also a variety of interest classes on board, such as piano, painting, pottery, calligraphy, and so on. Now all of these places had been converted into planting grounds. After all, when you only need certain things, these extra things are reduced when they can be reduced. And if you want to teach, a classroom is actually enough. Only that it will be a little bit troublesome for the children to change the learning materials. And I believe that such difficulties can still be overcome. So the people who were not able to learn how to use the various mechanical control devices on the ship because of their clumsy hands were given work to do. After all, in this era, farming is their basic skill. Even children of a few years old had grown up in the fields. Not to mention the fact that the land here now was simply unheard of. Everyone here had never seen such fertile land. Almost as soon as the seeds were sown. Almost as soon as the seeds are sown, the seedlings will grow overnight. Needless to say, those who already have rich experience in planting crops is that children know how to grow the food they need on this land. These lands are all those neutralized radioactive black lands that Su Mumu got in the last world. And those black lands that have been developed have been completely copied into the landlord system, becoming Su Mumu's private property. After all, she had been busy in that world for so long. And this was the reward given to her by the landlord system. A whole planet of black land. Even if that planet was smaller and not as good as the planet in the original world, there was still enough land for hundreds of millions of people. It was still enough to use on this tiny ship. Su Mumu even took out only a small half of the land and let it cover the empty places on the ship. These black lands are amazing. And I don't know if it's because the landlord system replicates well, or because it's taken out of the landlord system. In any case, these lands on the ship, it's just like real land in general. It is not the kind of effect of adding soil on the deck of the ship. In this kind of land, no matter how deep it is dug, he is still land, and will not say that there is only how much deep soil. When you finish digging, you will see the floor of the ship. Su Mumu took out the seeds, and again the system mall had to exchange. So she again began, and the last world the same road of planting. Only this time she became a landlord, and contracted all the land to the commoners on the ship. And she was responsible for collecting rent, and also responsible for recycling food. All the outputs from the land could be brought to her for exchange. And it was fine if you wanted to stay for food and drink yourself. But more than that could be given to her, and she would collect them against the rent. And this world, because all the land is flooded, so food and all kinds of, as long as the land in the head can produce things, are very high value. When Su Mumu hoarded these things into the system mall and sold them, and exchanged them for enough gold coins, she began to frantically use gold coins to open the various functions of the landlord system. Once upon a time, she was very stingy. All the gold coins she earned were all exchanged for the supplies she needed, and she never took it as an extra to open up any functions for the landlord system. Because the landlord system can originally open various functions after its assets have accumulated to a certain degree, and will also open some functions at any time because of its level and experience enough. For Su Mumu, it's a free gift. So why spend money to open it? That is not a waste. Because of this, for such a long time, the landlord system's various functions open is very slow. Almost all just maintain a basic function. Other than that, Su Mumu has experienced 4 worlds. Assets have accumulated more than 1 billion. Stay in each world's safe house range is also very large. The first world is a building. The second world is a megacell. The third world is simply a whole planet's underground range. Still, the landlord system remained empty of anything. Apart from the land reward she got from the last world, everything else was empty. Even the mall system, the exchange system and such, were all opened by the landlord system itself on its own initiative. But right now, it still only had the warehouse, exchange system, mall system, and land system. Not only that, the items that could be exchanged in the mall were only some basic items, still stuck on the first page, because from the second page, you have to spend 10 gold coins to open a page. The petty Su Mumu has never opened. For her, playing games kryptonite is okay, but kryptonite must be kryptonite on the knife edge. Some unnecessary kryptonite point they are absolutely not going to touch. In the previous several game world, Su Mumu's own early hoarding of those supplies have not been able to spend, where there is still a need to go from the mall to exchange. What's more, each world is able to hoard another amount of supplies, or rely on their own planet out a lot of things. If it is not because she likes to spend the proceeds of the world to the world, I'm afraid that all of them will be used to find the landlord system to exchange for gold coins and a variety of building materials and food supplies. With this, she had also hoarded quite a lot of gold coins and supplies. Of course, with the previous 3 worlds as a base, she was able to receive enough rental income just by sitting here every day. It was also because of this that the various functions within the landlord system gradually began to become ribald to her. Need to eat their own species, need to buy their own clothes, need to build their own weapons. The mall those need to spend money to exchange. And obviously the price is outrageous things. She is not willing to go to buy it. The main thing is that the price of many goods in the mall are constantly changing, which is equivalent to every time you look at the same thing on the e-commerce site, you will find that it has a variety of discounts. And this discount activity also requires you to use a variety of factors to calculate the need to go here to fish a bit of red packets, there to find a bit of help, and then only to be able to get the best discounts, when you are not easy to make up your mind to buy such a thing back. After a few days, he actually directly dropped 200. People directly order can get cheaper than you. And you go to find customer service. Customer service will tell you that such a price is not in the price of the scope of the warranty, because of a variety of reasons for the bullshit. Anyway, is either to return the money back, or you will be subjected to it. And you take the label has been removed, has not been used once the goods. The heart is like eating a fly general hard. Su Mumu in the native world is not like to participate in those messy e-commerce activities. Stocking up is stocking up. But stocking up and stocking up, you will find that all the things you stock up, not only the price will be in the event of a price reduction after. Chapter 72. Because you hoard things in too much, it is easy to expire. Waste of those things all the average calculation. In fact, did not cheap how much money, and even loss of money, then buy anything only by half a year. More than half a year will need to consider. The frequency of use of this thing in the end is not high. How long is the shelf life? In short, it will not be like before. Every time to hoard goods on the hoarding of several years. And now the landlord system is so. Every time to a new world. Prices will be adjusted according to the situation in that world. If the world prices rise, they bought things very cheap. The psychological may still have some comfort, but if said just large quantities of hoarding some goods to the new world immediately on the price reduction. And such prices or waste cut that kind. Let her heart is very uncomfortable. In this regard, Su Mumu is still a little stingy mentality. The risk is greater the gain of the gambler behavior. She is still not too fond of. They are down to earth to earn. And then down to earth to save this thing. Is the most reliable. So has not been to open the mall's various permissions. And no idea to upgrade the mall's page. So that it can come out more convertible things. But now, Su Mumu direct breath down the mall to the highest level. Turn over the mall interface. Su Mumu for the mall to increase out of the thousands of goods is very satisfied. Not only that, the various categories of the mall also more out a lot. Not only has a variety of brands of clothing, daily necessities, and a variety of finished food. No longer like the previous kind of only ingredients and common materials, as well as the most basic type of clothing, shoes, and weapons. She flipped a bit, and even found a variety of luxury bags, skincare products. To know the earliest time, the mall in the head of the weapon is only some ordinary cold weapons, and a variety of simple hot weapons, such as hand wooden warehouse. Well, only the hand wooden warehouse. But now there are all kinds of weapons in the mall. And even some of them have already exceeded Su Mumu's cognitive range. What interested her the most was that there was an additional option in the mall that said cultivation products. Open a look. Good guy. Even have what the vigor pill. Foundation building Dan. Forbidden speech. Exorcism charm. And so on beyond the modern cognition of things. The products in this option weren't too many. But every single one of them was worth a fortune. Of course, the gold coins needed to exchange these things were quite a lot. However, all of the things here were considered fine products. Especially those immortality pills and medicines. If these things were taken in modern life, they would definitely be good things that would make everyone grab their heads. But in this world, these things didn't require much gold. At least not as much as those hot weapons. System. Is it possible that there really are immortal cultivators in this world? The prices of the things in the system mall. A large portion of them were priced according to the rarity of this world. This was a little bit of a pattern that Su Mumu had worked out over this period of time. Sometimes it is not because of this to price. But this factor is more or less a little influence. At least when this world does not have such a thing. The pricing of this thing will definitely exceed Su Mumu's psychological expectations. Su Mumu would never buy this thing in this world. But this thing in this world actually can't be used. After all, it's the ancient world. The development of all kinds of weapons here is also quite backward. Just those artillery on the ship is already enough to let them rampage in this world. Of course also because now they did not see more people. For the understanding of this world. Most of them just because of Su vigorously popularized the science and Su Mumu's own exploration. But the price of these things in the system mall gave her confidence. The thermal weapons in this world just hadn't developed very much. Otherwise the pricing wouldn't be so high. But for something like ordinary artillery and the kind of weapons on a ship, the prices were lower. Showing that the ships in this world were still developed okay. Although they hadn't seen a single ship yet. But when they officially entered the ocean, there should be that kind of large ships. But what is more interesting to Su Mumu now is whether there are any immortal cultivators in this world or not. If this world can cultivate immortality, then is it possible for her to try it too? After all, who hasn't had a dream of cultivating immortality? From childhood to big heard the mythological stories in the head of the gods and immortals are omnipotent. Perhaps in this world head cultivation can greatly improve their own ability. Not only that, but also able to find out can deal with the game system method. After all, right now, he was just an ordinary person. If he wanted to fight against the game system, that was beyond his knowledge. He still needed to find some special methods. And cultivating immortality was one of those methods. There is a saying that using magic to defeat magic. This so-called game system does not know which world's magic. If you use cultivation of immortality to defeat it, it is not impossible. After all, cultivation of immortality is the ancient oriental magic. Hearing the system's familiar cute voice, Sumumu not only did not get disappointed, but instead became more certain of her suspicions. This world does indeed have immortal cultivators. The landlord's system was an amazing fellow. She was every time. Although there were some things it was not able to reveal. But the tone of the answer was different every time. Sumumu was now able to be very skillful in distinguishing what was okay, and what was not okay from the same sentence that she had long since grown tired of hearing. So Sumumu began to frantically hoard gold coins. She had a new target that she needed to buy. What was the point of just hoarding goods to ensure the most basic need to survive in the post-apocalyptic world? She wanted to defeat this fucked up egg game system, so that all people would no longer need to be controlled by him and enter other worlds against their will to play some kind of traveling game. At the time she managed to redeem the first Foundation establishment pill. This ship of theirs had also finally entered the confines of the sea. Although it was said that for the past few days, when they looked around, all they could see was an azure blue water. But because there were quite a number of ordinary people who originally survived in this region, who were rescued on board the ship along the way, they were able to know from their mouths where they were traveling towards, and where the region they were in was located. In these 3 days, they did not meet any other living people, but only saw an endless sea. The scenery around them didn't have the occasional spikes of mountains, but instead, the sea was filled with more and more creatures. It was obvious that they had entered the confines of the ocean. They also finally encountered the first ship they had seen in months. This ship was in the shape of a dragon's head, and those who first boarded the ship didn't recognize what kind of people were sitting inside such a ship. But the last group of people who boarded the ship started kowtowing in that direction when they saw such a ship. Seeing the other people still look confused, and also in the mouth of the small voice shouting them, want them to also kneel and kowtow with them. Sumumu did not kneel, but also clear that this ship is afraid that the royal relatives sit. In the end, this era is still the imperial power system. No matter in which world or era, the powerful people are always able to fight for more chances to escape. And many common people simply do not know what the boat is. Also do not know where to escape. These royal relatives have already begun to prepare the boat, and very early already boarded the boat to take refuge. Right. Although it is said that the common people along the coastal strip also built boats, they probably did not have enough food and fresh water to support their survival until now. But the royal relatives were different. They originally occupied the most resources in this world. Even in the process of fleeing, they were able to use their status to pressurize the other commoners into handing over their food stocks. What's more, the weapons on this one leading ship looked very advanced as well. And it was obvious that they had also considered the fact that if they didn't have enough resources in the process of fleeing, they would have to rely on their efforts to plunder this matter. What's more, compared to the common people who only thought of honestly surviving at home in their acres and acres of land, those in power were absolutely clear about whether there were pirates on this sea or not. These weapons and equipment is also to prevent those pirates. But now these weapons and equipment used in the body of these ordinary people, when Sumumu did not kneel down to kowtow, will be able to very clearly see the opposite deck of the people. In the sight of them, this big ship panicked. After all, even if one's status is honorable, it is useless under absolute force. If the ship on Sumumu's side wanted to do something to them, the moment the artillery opened up, it would be able to directly blast that one leading ship to smithereens, turning it into slag. At the beginning, Sumumu didn't hide these weapons on the ship. These weapons were always on, only that they hadn't been filled with ammo yet. Just that he majestically set up on the ship. Any ship and people were able to clearly see these weapons. In this way, those who are not strong enough ships or people do not dare to casually do anything to them. To play a deterrent role is to avoid some unnecessary trouble. Otherwise some casual cats and dogs see them so big ships up some bad intentions, want to come over to rob. Then they deal with one by one. It's too much trouble. I didn't think that the cats and dogs hadn't seen. But the people in this world who sat on the leading ship were scared. I don't know if they were really in awe of these weapons, or they were scared because the size of their ship was too huge. Anyway, after some panic, a white flag was struck on the leading ship. This was a sign of weakness to them. Sumumu didn't let them stay there for too long, and put down a small kayak from the boat. This kayak also had an engine on it, The moment Sumumu turned the engine on, the people on the leading boat over there were simply terrified. If it wasn't for the fact that they were too afraid that the artillery on this side would attack them. At this moment, they were definitely directly directing the helmsman on the boat to turn the boat around and hurriedly run away. This ship and the things that come out of the ship are like monsters. All of them are unheard of and unseen things. If not for the people on the ship wearing their familiar clothes, they can see that they are a dynasty with them. They absolutely do not dare to stay here at this moment. Even if they will be attacked by artillery, they should at least think of a way to struggle a little bit. Escape is also considered to have a chance of survival. But Sumumu's kayak was just too fast, and reached them before they could even hesitate to discuss it. The person on top was also very uptight, and without waiting for Sumumu to say anything, he lowered the rope ladder. Sumumu just climbed up alone. The people on the top just watched her at the moment she saw the princesses and queens on the ship. Her clothes changed from the beginning of the same coarse cloth and linen clothes as those common people, into the present, and these princesses and queens are as gorgeous as the silk brocade. And it is not a 1:1 copy of the kind. It is made according to their appearance out of a particularly good-looking clothes. This person in front of him was definitely not some ordinary citizen. This was the first reaction in everyone's mind. Is this a fairy or a demon? This was the second thought. This clothing would originally change its outer skin according to what it saw, but it had to be at the owner's behest to do so. Otherwise it would have remained in its original state. Sumumu's purpose was to shock all the people here, so that they would think she was a god in the sky like those commoners on the ship did when they first saw her in the ship. After all, these royal relatives were all knowledgeable, and did not suffer from the loss of not being able to read like those commoners. Just a ship of a relatively huge size couldn't really shock them. One had to show a little something in front of them that they had never seen before to be able to barely let their hearts truly possess an emotion called fear. Immortal? A large round-faced old man with a white beard, looking very much like the Maitreya Buddha, stepped forward and spoke tentatively. I am a dweller on Cheonlai Immortal Island. The sky has fallen into disaster. My heart is compassionate to the people. That's why I came down to earth. Sumumu pretended to learn the bridge lines from the TV series. At the same time, she took out her mobile phone and broadcasted a piece of immortal music. Of course, the mobile phone was hidden in her sleeve beforehand, so when she pressed the play button, those people merely thought that she waved her sleeve, and a piece of music they had never heard before sounded. Where could an ordinary person do such a thing? Even their emperor couldn't do it. It could only be an immortal in the sky. Moreover, all the music in this era was made up of a variety of musical instruments mixed together to be able to demonstrate it. And for an immortal to be able to resound such wonderful music just by waving his sleeve was simply a heavenly maiden descending from the heavens. At that moment, everyone present no longer doubted anything. All of them knelt down, about to kowtow to Sumumu. Sumumu naturally stopped them. She just wanted to shock these people, and didn't want them to kowtow to herself. The immortal Tao I cultivate is the equality of all beings. Do not feel free to kneel. Pretending to be a fairy divine magician, Mumu began to put on airs. But it had to be said that this series of maneuvers down the line was very useful. The people present were almost obedient to her. Not a single person dared to contradict her. It was almost as if these people would do whatever she said. Not a single person hesitated. This made Sumumu very satisfied. Who can be the master of your house here? As soon as these words came out, that old man who was smiling before stepped forward, reporting back to Immortal. I can be the master. There didn't seem to be any other talkers on this ship, other than this old man. It was those of the nymphets and princesses, and there wasn't any emperor or princes or such characters in sight. After inquiring about the current situation, Sumumu then learnt that the original emperor of this country was already very old, and when this disaster struck, his body simply wasn't strong enough to support him in escaping. In the end, the old emperor simply directly in the palace head drank poison, before he died to pass the throne to his youngest son. The youngest son's age is not big, only 11 years old. And then, there are all kinds of ministers to protect the youngest son. Want a piece aboard the dragon boat. Only this little son's life is not great. In the halfway when his contracted the wind and cold directly died. As for the other princes and emperors, before the old emperor died, they simply didn't have time to rush to the capital. Naturally did not get any news. The old emperor's hand is to prevent those people to rob his favorite youngest son's throne. But did not expect the youngest son's life is too short. Before he could reach his youngest son's preparation of the dragon boat directly died. And the other princes and emperors did not get the news, but also their own fleeing for their lives. These people do not even know the existence of the dragon boat, much less likely to come here to inherit any throne. So this country is now belongs to the no emperor. The emperor is not the emperor, but also the emperor's life is too short. So this country now belongs to the state of no emperor. This smiling old man is the current prime minister. He is discussing with a group of ministers whether to support the new king or directly let the princess inherit the throne. Now that Sumumu, a deity, had appeared, he asked Sumumu for her opinion. After all, in the eyes of these people, the immortals are omniscient and omnipotent. No matter what the matter is, as long as you ask the immortals, you will be able to get the best answer. So just after explaining the situation of this country, the old man was very anxious to ask whether this decision of theirs was right or wrong. Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. I will not interfere in matters between mortals. As a result, Sumumu just put on a lofty look and said a nonsense that didn't have any answers. To be honest, she felt that these people's ideas were ridiculous. This country was all gone, and their so-called rulers and ministers were only 100 or so people on this ship. With just a few mouths to feed, they still have to talk about governing the country. Isn't that a joke? What kind of country is there to govern? It's just a ship. So it's more or less the same to choose a captain. What's more, all is this old man is talking to her. The real situation no one knows. She is also not clear whether it is better to directly let the princess succeed the throne, or use another capable person. How these people want. Sumumu will not interfere. What the immortal said is true. The old man immediately had a face of admiration. Looking at Sumumu's expression changed. Sure enough, an immortal is an immortal. It was about the position of a country's crown prince. And the other party actually did not have a half-hearted look. Instead of the average person has long been on this matter. Cannot wait to be able to decide the future of the country. Like their ministers. Hard work for a lifetime. To please a lifetime. But also prudent lifetime. In the end is not to be able to sway the rise and fall of a country? Like him. To do this high position to become a country prime minister. People say he is a person under 10,000 people. Power is great. But even he also just dared to secretly to affect the results. Even if the heart of the more. But also do not dare to do it blatantly. If there can be such an opportunity to send him in front of the white. Although he will refuse. But also will be logical directly on the boat. So that things go in the direction he wants to develop. Where could he be like this immortal? Who really looked indifferent and unmoved. He was too narrow-minded. The chancellor suddenly had an interest in the place where this immortal was cultivating. It was said that immortals could live forever by cultivating. And they were also able to possess supreme magical power, which was incomparable to mortals. The immortal in front of him looked immortal and very young. Just like a teenage princess. But to be able to transform such a large ship and still be able to save so many people. The magic power was definitely very powerful. He wanted to pursue supreme power all his life. But the pursuit of the present is just an empty. Even if he became the prime minister, there is no way to do resistance with the natural disaster. Now is not just able to be alone. The family members of the family dead. Scattered. Have been the country broken. But is barely holding the last bottom. Even if a new puppet emperor is elected. So what? He would only be able to continue to manage such a small number of people on this ship. Worrying every day about what to eat. What to wear. And where he could go. But it would be different if he became a god. Learning from this god and practicing magic. He would be able to make such a big and powerful ship with so many powerful weapons on board. And then, he would be able to practice the art of immortality. There is a limit to what people can do in this life. Because their lifespan is limited. And when the day comes that you have to die, it doesn't matter if you are in a high position of power and authority, or if you are a family man. You have to die. Time is fair for everyone. Even as a prime minister of a country. It wasn't as if he hadn't asked himself what the point of competing for power was. Only a few months of reign. His life of decades of hard work is so lost. This prime minister to do what is the meaning of it? It would be better to go with this fairy, as well to cultivate immortality. Beyond the world. Then these ordinary mortals. Simply do not need to put in the eyes. What emperor? Princess? Prince? He no longer need to kneel down to these people. At that time, these people would still have to kneel with him and beg him to seek those methods of immortality. May I ask if immortal still accepts disciples? This turn of topic was something Sumumu didn't expect. This old man from the very beginning was a very good at fighting for power, and just now introduced himself to the situation of this country. Also all from the aspect of power struggle. How is it suddenly like a ghost is obsessed? Want to cultivate immortality to worship the master? Chapter 73. A look is a lustful old man who has been fighting for power all his life. How suddenly all of a sudden want to cultivate immortality? This is not in line with the old man's previous performance. In addition to their own is not a real immortal. Of course, it is impossible to teach him how to cultivate immortality. But then a thought. Su Mumu instantly understood the old man's idea. Do mortals can only kneel and worship other people all their lives? Or that kind of subordinate to the status of the vassal? This old man, even if he did the prime minister, power again is absolutely impossible to become the administrator of the country. Not to mention that he is so old. Of course, it is impossible to usurp the throne. Rather, the cultivation of immortality is more attractive to him. If he can successfully enter the door of cultivation of immortality, the ability to obtain immortality, it is possible to continue to think of pinching a greater power. At that time, not to mention just prime minister, even the emperor of this country have to kneel to him. Do not accept people who do not have the wisdom root. Su Mumu made it up. Also is deliberately mentioned this old man. The age is so big. Don't always think of those messy power. Might as well do a good job of enjoying life of the old man. Wisdom root? The prime minister's heart was shocked. It is hard to believe that the immortals have already seen through his thoughts. That's why they said so. As a matter of fact, the immortals are the immortals. Just a glance can see through people's mind. They are still there calculating. I'm afraid that his small plans have been seen through by the immortals. That's why the immortals said that they won't accept him. For the immortals, people like him are not considered to have wisdom roots. Because there are too many distractions. He had heard that the immortals had very high requirements if they wanted to take on a student. It's my stupidity. I'm still looking forward to the immortals' guidance. If not for the fact that there are still a lot of people watching behind him. I'm afraid that the prime minister has already admired Su Mumu kneeling down and admitting his mistake. But Su Mumu did not answer. Just began to ask their intentions. To be honest, the food on this ship has long been insufficient. Starvation is a small matter. But no water to drink is a big matter. Mentioning this, the chancellor felt a huge headache. Why did he move to cultivate immortality? It wasn't just because being an immortal would allow him to have supreme magical power, allowing those he once knelt before to be stepped on by him effortlessly, but also because he just couldn't stand this mess anymore. Those royal relatives were really hard to serve. Once upon a time, in the palace, there were specialized people to serve them to the point that they were fine. And there was money and food in the treasury that should have been there. And those things shouldn't have been for him to worry about as a chancellor. But here, he even have to start for these nobles to eat and drink. These pampered princesses do not understand the current situation, but also want to be the same as before. Brocade clothes and jade food. Brocade clothing is there. When the ship is prepared on a lot of a day or 2 days also were not rotten. But food that is to eat a little bit less. Bias they are still the same as in the past. Eat 1 or 2 bites, do not like to be thrown. Don't eat it. Anyway, the hungry is not him. But the ship has long been no fresh water. The sea water they dare not drink. Can only be used to boil water for the nobles to freshen up. Noble people also want to drink the tea all day long. This tea simply worried bad him. Almost he was so anxious to jump off the boat. Luckily, the heavens had eyes, and sent the immortals to save them. There is water. Hearing this prime minister's words, Su Mumu didn't make a big deal to ask them to just follow her directly. Anyway, they themselves have such a luxurious boat. In this boat can be much more comfortable than going back with her. Although her boat also has a luxury cabin. But with the facilities of this boat is still completely incomparable. The focus of the two sides was different when they were built. Their own ship was focused on practicality. So there were more rooms, and all kinds of facilities were complete. But this one leading ship was to protect the enjoyment of these royal relatives. So there were a few larger luxury type rooms. And then the rest of the place was very poor. But all the facilities on this ship were all prepared according to the preferences of these nobles. And really leaving these, they would definitely not be used to it. Su Mumu's ship didn't need these idlers. Her ship had to be full of people who could work. There was simply no extra manpower to serve these nobles. So, in the beginning, she just hit on coming over to inquire about the news. And then just replenish supplies for them. Other than that, she didn't think about it. And these royal relatives didn't think about leaving their ship either. If they left here to go to that big ship, it would mean that they would have to be crammed in with so many commoners and paupers. They do not want to go, and those poor people to squeeze that a small broken boat. Just from the shape of the boat know that the top will never be as luxurious as they are here. Moreover, their own boat is self-built. There is no cost. To go to the big boat, may have to give rent. Then spend a large sum of money cannot be enjoyed like now. That is the figure of what is it. Their own home is no longer good or their own home. As for the supply of supplies, such things, these royal relatives have not even considered. That is the chancellor only to consider things. They only need to stay well in this ship. As little as possible to give the chancellor to mention some once upon a time, they seem to be very common. But now belongs to the luxury of the requirements on the good. Although for them such a situation was very sad. In the end, they were people who had been used to enjoying themselves since they were young. Suddenly they needed to become so understanding. They were still a bit unaccustomed to it. But even if this was the case, it was still better than going to that big ship that was rich in supplies, but constrained in every way. No matter what. They were the biggest on this ship. And everyone had to respect them and obey them. But once they went to that big ship, they would have to be inferior in every way. Especially if the other party was an immortal. A person like a divine immortal was not something they could casually manage. It was almost as if they could tell what was in their hearts just by looking at them. And with such a person, they would feel like they were being stripped naked and standing there. It was just too uncomfortable. It wasn't like these people of theirs had any desire to cultivate immortality. Both sides held the idea that they didn't want to change the status quo. So the two sides kind of clicked. Only the chancellor wasn't too happy. According to the current situation, as long as the rain didn't stop and the water level continued to rise, their ship wouldn't last long even if they got supplies from the immortals and filled the ship completely. Wearing this kind of thing wasn't like a granary or a warehouse, where another one was built if it couldn't be filled. It was impossible to store it indefinitely. If you put too much stuff in, it would be hard to travel when the boat's draft was too deep. Although they didn't have a goal of going anywhere right now. Just staying here and living was fine. But if they didn't go looking for someone else, there was always someone else looking for them. Like pirates, for example. This time is their luck. Met the gods of the ship. Not only will not lose things, but also from the gods here to get a lot of supplies. But if the next encounter is a pirate, or those who are waiting for them to relief of the people pirates, needless to say, meet the pirate ship. They are afraid that the ship simply cannot beat them. When the ship was built, this leading ship is something flashy. To put it bluntly, is a vase. There is no way to cope with that kind of crisis. Not to mention that when the supply is loaded with a lot of words will be very difficult to travel to that time. I'm afraid that does not need to struggle for anything. Directly surrender is. And those hungry people is a very horrible existence. Once they see the ship, will try to climb up to find food. At that time, no matter if you are the emperor or the princess, it is not as precious as a mouthful of food. Taking a 10,000 steps back. Even if they won't encounter these external factors. Just having to feed and drink them. All the food and water that this ship can hold won't be able to supply for long. When that time comes, are they going to die or what? And all this the ship's nobles will not worry about. They simply do not understand what is called firewood, rice, oil and salt. And himself, this chancellor, will have to think of coordinating all this. Otherwise, when the time comes, the wrong is him. It's not that I haven't thought of fishing fish from the sea to eat. But I don't know if it's because the seawater here rises because of the rain. They've been here for so long. Not to mention the fish that can be eaten. Not even a fish shadow can't be seen. Where were they going to fish for fish? The main thing was that they, the handless civil ministers, had already had a grudge against those military officials long ago. Not to mention the princesses, who had always relied on their guards for protection. Once the military officials had other ideas one day, they would be lambs to the slaughter. As long as they continue to stay on the ship. When the supplies are abundant, it's okay to say that. At the last minute when there is nothing to eat, the first to die will be them. These civil ministers. This period of time when the ship's fresh water is not enough. They have already felt the hostility from those military officials. Now they still have some scruples. Afraid that when the time comes for the water level to drop, the royal family will settle the scores. So even if they were dissatisfied, they still maintain the previous order. But if the water level never dropped, and all the people couldn't see hope, then a new order would arise. That order would be to win or lose by force. And he, an old man, would not have any chance of survival. Besides, having seen the magic power of this divine immortal, the Chancellor had long since grown tired of continuing to grovel on this leading ship. He wanted to go with the divine immortal. Have you thought about it? If you go with me, I won't take you on as a disciple. And you'll still have to plow like those commoners. And you'll have to earn all the food and drink for yourself. When the Chancellor offered to go with himself, Su Mumu was quite surprised. Originally thought that he refused his request to worship the Master, the Prime Minister, even if it is not face down, but also unlikely to continue to give birth to want to go with her mind. The result of this Prime Minister's idea is really too able to jump out of the box. One by one, Su Mumu cannot keep up. To know, she just gave this ship over to the supplies. At least enough for all of them to be well fed for 3 months. If you save some food, half a year is not a problem. Half a year later, the status quo will certainly still change. Only whether it would become worse or better by then, no one knew. But what was the Chancellor doing on that ship of hers? Laboring like the common folk. Instead of staying by the side of the royal family he needed to defend. As a Chancellor? Could he stand that hardship? There is no problem with that. Speaking of which, the Chancellor actually came from a poor background as well, relying on his own learning when he was young before he made it all the way to the capital, became an official, and then climbed up bit by bit. When he was young, he had also worked the land. After all, both of his parents were ordinary farmers, relying on Tian Li's output to provide for him and his younger siblings. Speaking of which, the happiest time of his life was also that time. At that time, he didn't need to think about what to do, and didn't need to fight, and didn't need to be on guard against anyone or anything. He just needed to work at sunrise every day, and go to bed at sunset. Fill up the stomach, then honestly study. The only trouble is whether the weather is good or not, and whether the harvest is good or not. But in addition to studying, they could also go to the mountains to dig wild vegetables, go down to the river to touch fish. In short, there are many ways to fill their stomachs. At that time, everything I encountered seemed to be no big deal, and even the biggest problems always had a solution. Sleeping at night was also solid, and people's spirits were much better. Will not be like now, so even sleep cannot sleep soundly. Always have nightmares day after day, afraid that someone will be in his sleep against him. When he was young, he was also ambitious. At that time, he also thought to do things for the people, thought to establish some great achievements, thought to do a good official, will not compete for power and profit, and will not be greedy only for their own enjoyment of glory and wealth and do things. But when he really entered the officialdom, everything his body cannot help. Everything he does, every step is not his own control. The only thing he can do is to continue to climb up the ladder. The bloodshed within the officialdom is unimaginable to ordinary people. Everyone has to find ways to climb up to the high position. If you can't climb up, you will be eliminated by the one in the high position. What the eliminated man faced was not losing his official position and returning to his place of origin, but the lives of his entire clan. He was carrying too much. He had to fight for it by all means, and his hands were stained with the blood of many of his opponents. And it wasn't as if he wouldn't dream of those people demanding their lives from him when he dreamed at midnight. But at least, he saved his family's lives. But he did not expect that he did so much, sacrificed so much. In the end, everything is still a blank. Those he tried his best to protect the loved ones, those even because of this and broke with his loved ones, or in such a natural disaster lost their lives. He didn't even know what the hell he was doing all these things for? Perhaps it was the heavens punishing him, now that there was finally such a chance to redeem himself and bring him back to his original peace. He wanted to grab it. Then you guys will come with me. Su Mumu glanced at the several young men behind the Chancellor. Some were dressed as warriors' clothes. Some were dressed in Confucian robes. They all treated the Chancellor with great respect. They seemed to be the Chancellor's guards and students. Obviously, they also made up their mind to follow the Chancellor. Su Mumu didn't say anything more. If they are willing to follow, then follow. At least these young men look strong and sturdy. They should be able to do something. Firstly, I'll tell you that if you are lazy and not willing to work on the ship, or if you use your status as well as the advantage of being a scholar to bully the other common people, I will drive you off the ship. The ugly words were said up front. These rules were originally Su Dali's responsibility to tell those who were boarding the ship for the first time. But the one in front of her was the Chancellor, who had given him quite a bit of information. So Su Mumu took it upon herself to talk to them about it. However, the tone of her speech was not much softer than the honest and steady Sue Dolly, and was even more intimidating. Is it directly thrown into the sea? Sure enough, someone behind him was frightened and couldn't help but ask out loud. Sue Mumu turned her head to look. It was one of the military officials, who was following the chancellor. At the moment, this military official's face was pondering, seemingly contemplating what his chances of surviving were if he was to be said to be thrown into the sea. Apart from him, several other people also revealed fearful, thirsty expressions. Obviously, they all wanted to know what would happen to them if said would be thrown off the ship. No, I will give you a small boat, and you will have to live on the sea by yourselves. But I don't recommend going that far, because there isn't any food or drinkable water in the sea right now. And if you are really thrown out into the sea, it would be almost like a dead end. What Sue Mumu said was considered very pertinent, neither concealing the true situation nor deliberately scaring them. Just put the facts in front of them. How to choose is their business. As a matter of fact, the people on the big ship have not been driven down so far, because Sue Mumu gave them a very easy task, compared to when they were originally responsible for planting their own fields and paying taxes. It was even easier. Those old people who were used to suffering even felt that the current days were like being in paradise. They couldn't wait to work harder. And sometimes they even got up quietly when Su Dali and Shindan Yang didn't know and secretly planted more things. Or they didn't sleep every night to catch all kinds of bugs in the fields. That vigor was something they had never had since they were born. After living for so many years, they have never seen such a good thing. All the things they planted are their own. They only need to pay the rent according to the number of days they rented. There is no extra tax. And these lands are too fertile. No matter what they planted, the output is very high. They feel embarrassed to pay just a little bit of rent. So it was the best thing to try to grow things better, and then pay more rent. So that the gods who gave them such good fields to grow, and also gave them some delicacies that they had never eaten before could live better. The people plowed hard every day, and lived a very happy life. And the rent they paid was very much. And the granaries on the ship were all filled up by them. And the grain they could keep for themselves, and put it in the head of the room they lived in. And if they could not put it in, they could spend some money to rent a storehouse in the head of the ship's cabin. They could not even finish what they grew. So it was even less likely that they would default on their rent and be thrown off the ship. But this is the situation of those who have long been used to hard work. Hard work farming people. The Prime Minister and these seem to be just readers, as well as people who practice martial arts. Military officials and scholars are not the same as they are not the same. They do not look like they will do farming people. Military officials may be okay. After all, have the strength, as long as in accordance with those who teach the method of planting on the good. But they are accustomed to being an official, accustomed to commanding others to do things, not necessarily listen to those who are the people's words. So there were some things that had to be made clear beforehand. Otherwise it would not be good for these people to think that they would be unlimited and keep them on board to raise them. Don't worry, Divine Immortal. Before I became an official, I was also a farmer. I know all the work in that land. The Prime Minister, however, suddenly opened his mouth at this time, saying things that these students and guards who followed him never knew. Su Mumu didn't say much and just led them off the boat. But his students and guards couldn't help but start asking questions. For them, the Chancellor had been in existence that they had to look up to all their lives. But they never thought that one day the Chancellor could actually be so grounded that he actually used to farm. In this way, it made sense that the Chancellor would choose to follow this immortal and live the life of an ordinary citizen. After all, people long for the release of their armor and return to the fields when they get old. Not to mention that the Chancellor's family was afraid that they were also very sad about what had happened before. So it was only normal that he didn't want to continue to pay attention to the matters in the imperial court. The people who had previously done well with the fact that they would not be able to farm and would have to suffer for some time were surprisingly hopeful again this time. They all loved to follow the Prime Minister to learn in their whole life. Originally thought that after so many things, the Prime Minister may already have no heart to teach them anything. To go to that big ship, they have already done the preparation of the future, cut off the career path. Because of this disaster, cannot see what hope. They have long been, the country is broken. Why continue to deceive themselves and others here? So in the process of returning to the big ship, Su Mumu learnt a lot of this era's people for the concept of farming as well as experience. The Prime Minister was worthy of being someone who had seen the world. Even if it was just something like farming. He was able to lay out a whole lot of reasoning. But all of these reasons were very useful, not only based on the farmer's experience, but also based on various kinds of weather, as well as situations to analyze and explain. Not only did those scholars as well as the guards listen to it, Su Mumu was also quite benefited. People with talent are different. For this reason, Su Mumu arranged a separate large room for the Prime Minister and his party. Talented people deserve better. But to Su Mumu's surprise, the Chancellor's group of people directly filled the vacancies of her ship's chief steward, martial arts master, and pedagogue. This decision was made by her on the spur of the moment. When she saw the scribes moving their books to the ship one box at a time, she saw that the children on the ship, who were originally not very obedient, stood in awe when they saw these scholars. Not at all like the teachers who had previously been assigned to them to teach the books were so mischievous. After all, these children of the common people are still young. When the disaster is far away from them, they will return to their former lively and mischievous. Some of the children were even glad that they didn't have to continue their studies, and that those gentlemen on the ship were all halfway decent. After all, they were already in such a mess, and it was not possible to designate that those who were rescued were all teachers or other designated professions. Chapter 74. Anyway, in the final count, it was found that there was no one who had actually been a pedagogue before. It was only possible to pick out some people who had read books to teach, but the teaching level of these people was not good. Will only read from the books, and most can only teach these children to recognize a word only. Su Mumu prepared those classrooms simply cannot be used. The system can hire professional teachers, but Su Mumu did not do so. Not only because the gold coin to hire a teacher is too high, but also because out of nowhere such a group of people will be these people scared. What's more, now most people's food and clothing is only just satisfied. Many parents did not think of letting their children continue to study. Now the court is gone. The country is also dead. Reading for what? In this era, reading is to get a title, promotion and wealth, is a way to make a living. And not many people have any great awareness. Think you read and learn skills, is to serve the country. Most people can do a clean official. The clear conscience, do not feel free to harm the people. And the people have the need to help when appropriate. It has been very good. Now there is no such way. It would be better to honestly farm and save food to feed the family. Their demands are always simple and clear. This time is also an opportunity. Most people already have food in hand. They will naturally consider other things. Now the gods in their eyes want them to let their children go to study. And the emergence of the former have not even seen the big official. Well-read readers can come to teach their children, which for them is a great blessing. Especially those children. Heard the identity of these people. One by one, the atmosphere do not dare to come out. Let to the east do not dare to go to the west. But also take the initiative to help people carry boxes. Good boy, Su Mumu thought. Let these people to planting. That is really a waste. It can be like the Prime Minister. They learn those things to teach these people. That is considered to learn to use it. But she had just sprouted the idea out, when the leading ship over there was not willing to release the people. It turned out that the Chancellor's departure from that ship was agreed upon by the princess. But these guards and scribes wanted to leave without being reported. And one of the scribes was a distant relative of a certain matron. This matron was not willing to let her only remaining relative leave her. Nor was she willing to go over to the big ship. In her opinion, the leading ship was the safest. With her matronly status, this distant relative of hers could also enjoy privileges on the leading ship. But it was different when they went to the big ship. That big ship was all filled with some pariahs. What kind of a good way out could there be with those pariahs? So the scholar simply said that he would go over to the big ship, and the maiden wouldn't have to go. But this maiden disagreed even more. If her only relative is gone, she will have no one to turn to on the ship. And if she meets any danger in the future, who will be able to help her? So the Empress would never allow the scholar to leave. But this scholar is not willing to stay. He sees very clearly, stay on the ship is not able to enjoy this life for a long time. The ship's supplies, no matter how large and privileged they were all limited. And if they were not able to find other methods of production, sooner or later the supplies would be exhausted. And then, they would not have a good end here. He persuaded the lady to follow him to go to the big ship. Although the present life can be a little hard, but at least they can live a long and peaceful life, and do not have to continue to be afraid on the ship, waiting for one day, when the supplies run out, they will have to die. But where can this lady listen to his words? For her to be able to be a maiden in her life is the peak of her life. It's not easy for the old emperor to die. The natural disaster happened again. She doesn't have to follow the old emperor to martyrdom. This was simply God helping him. She was definitely the chosen daughter of heaven. She didn't need to worry about anything at all like everyone else. Otherwise, when they were on the dragon-head ship with no food and no drink, how did the big ship of the gods suddenly appear? It must be because of her, the chosen daughter, that this big ship could give them so many supplies and save them. If this one big ship could appear now, other reliefs would appear in the future as well. There was no way the gods would watch her die. All the supplies on the leading ship now were enough for them to live for a long time. She just couldn't believe that within such a long period of time, there wouldn't be other immortals to save them. There were not a few people who thought this way. After all, a fairy had already appeared to save them. And it wasn't certain that such a fluke wouldn't continue to happen afterwards. After all, they were royal relatives. So many rich and powerful people existed here. How could the gods let them die for no reason? An entire country would be left with just these people of theirs. The scholar and their ideas are completely different. If they are really the most fortunate, the richest group of people in this country, is the god how will not let them die people. Then the big boat of those old people how to say. So many old people are also the chosen people? The number of people on the big boat is more than the number of people on the leading boat. To really count the lucky, God will definitely go to save the people on the big boat will not just be fond of them as the leading boat. Not to mention, there are immortals on the big boat. Even if God wants to save, there is definitely a sequence. That the immortal is definitely the first to be saved. But some people you reason with him does not make sense. So the scholar does not intend to continue to talk more with this relative of their own, while the chancellor is going to go directly move things to leave. As a result, this matter was discovered by the chancellor's people, and they chased after him. And the scholar was stopped halfway through moving his boxes. These books are our matron's private collection. How can you sneak them away? That maid justifiably accused the crowd. And as she said that, she was about to arrange for the boys behind her to leave all these books behind. Chuanchi, how can you believe what you say? This book is clearly something that the empress personally told us to take away. The scholar was very puzzled and loudly questioned that servant girl. Previously, when the chancellor brought them people to leave, the empress excused herself by saying that there were too many boxes on the ship. And since they were leaving, let's just take all these useless things away, so as not to take up space. As a result, now that they had moved these books out and asked the gods to fill up all the places vacated by these bookcases with grain, the Nyang started to say that they had stolen them again. Of course, this scholar didn't know what the Nyang had in mind. And asking them to take the chests away was also meant to make things difficult for them. Even if that ship was big, space was still limited. And it was already good enough that the goddess was willing to take them in. So how could she possibly allow them to bring so many cumbersome things on board, taking up weight and space on the ship? As a result, it didn't occur to me that the deity didn't care about this matter at all, and didn't make things difficult for them. The empress originally thought that said deity would get angry at this and directly kick these people out, not allowing them to get on the ship. And her purpose would have been achieved. Unexpectedly, one plan did not work. Then only another plan. Directly wrongly accuse this scholar is a person who steals, so that it can be logical to stay the scholar. After all, the gods will not like a person who steals. Right. The scholar never thought that his distant cousin, in order to let himself stay, can do such a thing. They are the most important thing in the life of the scholar is the reputation. If there is no reputation, how can he live? That maid was originally prepared, immediately called out several witnesses, and the scholar did not have anyone who could testify to him. In the end, the scholar was unable to defend himself, and could only watch as the maid carried all the books he brought back to the dragon boat. In that case, the old man will compensate him with 1,000 taels of silver, and this matter will be settled. That maid was about to have someone come over and take the scholar away, but the chancellor suddenly stopped in front and spoke. Lord Chancellor, I'm afraid this matter is not proper. The maid did not expect the chancellor to actually come out to block this matter. Although it is said that this old man is not the chancellor now, but his prestige is still there. One can't disrespect him, although his heart is annoyed and feels that this old man is meddling in the affairs of the people. But he still patiently and kindly persuaded him. This person steals, must be arrested back to be properly interrogated. The law of this dynasty. If the stolen object is returned and a certain amount of silver is compensated, It is possible to atone for the offense with money. The chancellor patted the scholar, who wanted to go up and argue with the maid, calming him down, and then opened his mouth righteously at the maid. When these words came out, the maid was surprised. After all, for them, the scholar, reputation was in existence more important than death. Originally, the empress used this to threaten them in order to get this scholar to stay and distinguish. It was absolutely impossible for that god to stop the boat here and then wait for them all the time. As long as first this scholar to stay. The big ship sailed away. The scholar has no place to go. Will only be able to stay on this ship. By then the empress will be clear about the matter. Return this scholar an innocent. Then all will be well. But now the chancellor of this posture is, even if you admit this offense, but also to take away the meaning of the people. And the prime minister money has been taken out. Things also returned to them. And based on the law of the dynasty. Justified. Their own little culture of the harem made where can say over the prime minister. Moreover, now is not at all whether there is no culture thing. But people have already don't want money. Don't want face. Just simply want to leave at all costs. She will have nothing to do. But, the maid looked towards that scholar, wanting to persuade with the friendship between him and the Nyang all these years of supporting each other. After all, coming to the hard can't work, can only come to the soft. Where to know that the prime minister directly blocked in front of her, completely prevented her from looking at that scholar. The maid was only able to see the scholar, full of red face, neck veins exposed, seems to be very angry look. Girl, or please go back. Our intention to go has been decided. No matter what means you have made today. People are going to leave. Can't stay. Why do we have to become enemies? The chancellor patiently drove people away. If not for him blocking the front, I'm afraid that those few guards behind him would have to strike out and beat people. This maiden is also bullying people too much. How can you do this kind of thing that destroys people's reputation? These readers have the strongest poor gas. They love their own face the most. This is not forcing people to die? Now the prime minister has already helped to take the money and also confessed to the crime. They are actually still not willing to let people leave. This is a what reason? In the end, the maid was only able to watch them leave. Because the person who was sent to report to the empress returned, saying that since he wanted to roll, let him roll. But nothing was allowed to be taken with him. Because he could have today. All because of her. And he didn't repay her as his sister. So don't take anything. The scholar was so angry that he was almost about to jump into the water. But it was Su Mumu who reached out her hand and pulled the scholar back. Nothing is more important than living. The scholar's face suddenly became even redder. And I don't know whether it was because he was even more angry, or because he was agitated by the goddess pulling his hand and actively admonishing him. Anyway, this storm passed like this. That Nyang so messy. The prime minister's side of the luggage is a lot less. There are no books to move. They only have some carry-on items to bring. Su Mumu also because that box after box of books too much space. To the dragon head of the ship supplies less than half of it. For this reason, they people have not even disembarked from the ship and left yet. The princess behind them has already messed up with her majesty. What's the use of keeping these broken books? Can you eat them or drink them? It's not easy for the gods to be willing to give us relief. But just for your own selfishness, are you going to disregard the lives and deaths of a boatload of people? The princess pointed at the door of the maiden's cabin and cursed. That matriarch also don't know whether it is weak or lazy. In any case did not reply. Su Mumu this side also didn't care whether they are quarreling or how. In any case is to bring people to leave. That scholar is some think about the appearance. All the way to not say a word. Just a person sitting on the side of the sulking. It is said that the scholar is the most important temperament. In fact, temperament is worth a few money. The prime minister, however, opened his mouth to enlighten him. Today if you go back with them, you will only be able to stay on the ship. Perhaps you can be cleared of the charge of stealing. But it's just letting them have their way. But why should I admit to something I didn't do? And give them 1,000 taels of silver? The scholar was wrongly accused. And now, he couldn't care less about anything. Just being aggrieved like a small child. Silver is worthless now. The one who spoke was Su Mumu. The half shipload of grain I gave them was worth more than 1,000 taels. So guess why the princess would be cursing at the empress. Upon hearing this, the scholar seemed to have figured out that much. And the look of exasperation on his face began to ease that much. Indeed, what is the light now? Silver is not worth anything at all. Even if one takes 1,000 taels of gold to buy. That half a shipload of grain and water cannot be bought. That Nyang Yang seems to have left behind 1,000 tales of silver, and so many ancient books. It seems that she has made a profit. But in reality, she has made the gods give them so much less food and water. And when they leave the people on the boat, they will also have a problem with that Nyang Yang because of this half boatload of food and water that was given less. I'm afraid her next days won't be easy. In that case, this bit of offense I've suffered is nothing. After all, he was a student taught by the Chancellor. Just that moment when he was wronged by such a design, by someone he trusted. It might have been because of anger. And he couldn't think straight for a moment. But after turning the corner at this moment, he wouldn't be able to dwell on that little bit of small unpleasantness. As the teacher said, nowadays, the world, temperament is worth a cake. The country is broken. The court has long been gone. Left the dragon boat, no one knows him. On the boat everything happened, and how many people know it? Why should he stick to this kind of delusion? As long as he was able to leave after his teacher and follow the gods to that big ship to cultivate, everything else was nothing anymore. It was enough that he hadn't let those people have their way. And the divine immortal had also stepped in to help him teach that person who had wronged him a lesson. And a maiden who had no one to appease her, who had lost her prestige on the ship, and had also become the culprit who had made all the people on the ship lose half of their ship's supplies. Definitely wouldn't have a good time. Instead, he could go to the big ship and have a bright future. The ancient books could be taken away. The knowledge in his head could not be taken away. Teacher, don't worry. I've already read all of those ancient books. All of the contents are in my head. When I take the time to write it all down silently, then I'll be able to let those children look through it again. The god is right. As long as he can live, there is still hope for everything. If he dies, then there is nothing left. Those ancient books they take away, so be it. At least he is still here now. Those ancient books will still be able to write out another copy. It's best if you can figure it out. The Chancellor was very pleased. When he used to teach his students, he didn't teach them in the direction of pedantry. Now that he was able to see everything so clearly, so quickly, naturally it was the best. People live a lifetime, sometimes the process of things is not important. Have to look at the results. How the results are the basis for you to really be able to define this thing. If another scene, he is absolutely will those who dare to wrong his students to dispose of some good. But now the most important thing is not with others how to theory. Get a what kind of result. To be able to leave as soon as possible is their ultimate goal. And those people's purpose is to let them stay. As long as they can achieve their own purpose. So that the other side's calculations fall through. They are not considered to be lost. There are so many things that people have to go through in this life. And so many difficult problems that they encounter. Birth, old age, sickness and death are the major events in life. Just the face of the matter is nothing at all. Don't ever go all the way to your heart because of the face. If you can't think about it because of a tiny bit of small things, then it will be really very sad in this life. The Prime Minister sighed a rare sigh, seemingly thinking of something, and lamented. Su Mumu couldn't understand exactly what was going on. But those scholars and guards did. The Chancellor's family was leaving one by one because of these things. In the next few days, the Chancellor and his students, the ones who taught books and the ones who taught martial arts, surprisingly all became the leaders of the ship. After the book-stealing thing happened that day, this group of them seemed to be all fired up to do something. They didn't need Su Mumu to ask for anything at all. They spontaneously did things. And that dragon boat is still stay in place. Su Mumu, their boat stayed here for 3 days. In addition to the dragon boat. But also a small part of the relief of the people. These people seem to be the local fishermen. Very proficient in water. Even in the sea drifting for such a long time. There is no boat or other floating objects can be used. But still with their own skills to survive. After these people got on the boat, they talked a lot about the local situation and taught them a lot about this place. It turned out that when the sea level rose, there were still some fish here originally. And at first people were quite happy, thinking that it was God's intention to send food to them. Although it was said that the sea level had risen quite a lot. But every day there were many fish pushed up to the sandy beaches by the seawater. And they didn't need to go out to the sea to fish at all. They only needed to pick up fish on the beach. It was enough just to pick up fish on the beach. As a result, after a period of time, when all the seawater poured into the houses where they lived, the fish also disappeared. And gradually there were even some big guys that had never been seen before. As time went by, those large fish were all carried inland by the seawater, and there was not a single fish left in their place. So originally still hiding in the high place of the people began to go down to the water, hoping to find a way out. After all, for these people who live in the sea all year round, the food is from the seawater pools. Hunting on the mountain, this kind of thing, they are absolutely not. Not to mention the mountain is not much to eat. The result did not expect in addition to the water is water. No matter which side they swim, the naked eye visible place is all the azure sea water. They know the end. But at this time, even if it is regret, there is no way. Only to be able to float in the sea without direction. Fortunately, they also found a small island made up of reefs, living on it for a period of time. But in the past few days, that small island was also submerged. So they could only float in the sea and wait for death. I know of a place where the ground is so high that even a storm at sea can't submerge it. A fisherman pointed them in a direction. The ancestors say that it is a high mountain on the sea. High. So high that even a shipwreck could not submerge it. And that I was once washed there in a shipwreck, and was later saved by a passing fishing boat. And that I had memorized the route to get there, which was not far from here. And that I could take you there. Are you sure you know the direction? Sue vigorously disbelieved. This person has been soaking in the sea for many days. According to them, these days they are aimless, being carried by the seawater and drifting randomly, without any direction at all. How could they know where the direction of travel is after getting on the boat? What's more, that sea island was unknown to the others until now. And this man had only gone over there by luck. Now how could we listen to his side of the story, and let everyone follow him, and risk their lives together? It doesn't matter. We don't know where to go now anyway, and don't have any direction. Su Mumu organized Sue vigorously to continue asking towards the bottom. In fact, without this fisherman saying it, Su Mumu also knew that there was such a place in this vicinity. It's just that she didn't plan to go there before. Now since there was this fisherman pointing out the way, then it would be good to go over and take a look. Their boat was just drifting on the sea water. There is no specific destination. After all, where they are all seawater, where to go is not the same. Their current ship was self-sufficient, so it didn't matter if they stayed somewhere. As for the location of this piece of land, it was the landlord system that reminded them of it. Chapter 75. If someone with a mind to pay attention, they were actually able to notice that this huge ship was traveling around a circle. This circle was based on what that fisherman called a high, the mountain island that towered over the clouds came. And when the ship was taken out, Su Mumu had already received a new task, traveling towards the destination island. Arriving at the destination island will complete the mission. Since coming to this world, Su Mumu has not seen a single infected person. But if you want to complete the mission and leave this world, you have to find the infected people and complete the mission released by the game system. The game system every time the release of the task is exactly the same. Will always be so few. Stop the spread of the virus. Destroy all the infected. So you have to find the infected to destroy them. But I don't know why in this world, Su Mumu has always felt little sense of security. I don't know, because in this world, she has always been a person. And there is no real partner. Or because just came to this world. See that strange life pod? Or because this world is really too strange. From beginning to end did not see an evolved. Also did not see an infected. Or maybe it's because this world is just too strange. Anyway, she decided to be careful. This period of time, she has been using all the resources of the ship in the development. She had made all the preparation she could. And she wanted to go back to the mountain island when she was well prepared. Now that everything on the ship had entered a stable virtuous cycle, it was time to set off towards that place. However, just as they set sail, someone on the deck exclaimed, "Water!" Su Mumu at first did not react, until a lot of people began to run away. And she also saw the thick black smoke drifting up from the leading ship over there. But she did not open her mouth. No one dared to move. Help! Of course, Su Mumu would not hesitate at this time. Some of the people in power on that ship were indeed a mess. But not everyone was not worth saving. At least to see why the fire had started in the first place. Only, from the big ship to the leading ship was only 10 minutes. When Su Mumu and the Chancellor's group boarded the leading ship, a whole boat full of people were all dead. And these people's deaths are not by smoke or fire. Most of them are actually killed by all kinds of swords and sharp weapons. Even when Su Mumu got on the boat, they heard the sound of blades fighting. Going over to take a look, it was actually the people on the boat killing each other. The crowd was speechless for a while. What is this? Obviously there was already enough food and water on the boat. But it was only a few days. Why were they fighting? At Su Mumu's gesture, the Chancellor's guards went out. And the Chancellor also went over under their protection to try to regulate it. But as a result, those two parties didn't listen to him at all. And in the end, they could only settle it by force. And in the process, many of those two waves of people who had been fighting before also died. In the end, a whole boat of people were only left with less than 20. Fortunately found early, the ship's fire did not spread much faster. And so the fire was extinguished. The Chancellor on the ship to interrogate those who are left, which asked to know the day they left, the princess and the empress and the heated argument, and even a small conflict. The princess slapped the empress. The empress is not willing to show weakness. Commanded the guards around the princess injured the personal maid. That night, I don't know what happened to the princess and Nyang Nyang, but they died of poisoning one after another in a room. This ship was originally divided into two waves of forces, the princess faction and the empress faction. The princess is the emperor's eldest princess, and the empress is actually just a princess consort, although her son also has royal blood, but in the end is not the old emperor's child. There are two factions of forces to support their two parties. These two parties have been in the fight before because there is a prime minister in, so it maintains the surface of the balance. But once the Chancellor left, these two factions were originally going to fight. Not to mention the fact that it was also because of Her Majesty's selfishness that caused the ship to be missing half of its food and water. The princess took the opportunity to make trouble. At that time, there were most people began to choose to support the princess. After all, the ruler of a country must think about the big picture. Like this Nyang Nyang, such a heart, is absolutely not able to support a bright ruler to the throne. She only has her own selfishness. It was impossible for such a selfish person to lead their country into the light. As a result, it was not expected that both the princess and the empress died together. And before they could find out who the poisoner was, the entire ship fought. In the middle of the fight, the young prince was also killed. The people who originally had scruples no longer have any scruples. Killed each other. The hatred of the past days have become the reason for them to vent today. Perhaps they were not because of the hatred that no longer counted for anything, but because of the few remaining food and water on this ship. There were quite a few people with the same idea as the Chancellor. And they were not stupid. What kind of gods and goddesses? Where were there so many? If the gods really had mercy on the world, how could they still allow such a natural disaster to befall the world? It was only that they still had expectations for the court, waiting for the day when these waters receded to become the founding fathers. Coupled with the fact that once the Chancellor was gone, those people had even more to contend for. But before that, they had to find a way to get enough food and water to ensure that they could survive at sea until the day the sea receded. There was only so much food and water on the ship. The more people there were, the less each of them would get. And the less people there were, the longer they could survive. The crowds of people who killed red-eyed even began to attack indiscriminately at the end of the day. Then someone could not stand it anymore. Set a fire on the boat. Since everyone has gone crazy, then don't live. Of course, the person who set the fire originally did not have the possibility to live. He was cut by the wounds of the black. Surprisingly, it is someone in their own knife dipped in the poison. The man thought that since he could not live, then those people also do not live. Unexpectedly, he had attracted Su Mumu's group and saved the rest of those people. Heh. After figuring out what happened, the Chancellor let out a cold snort and looked at these remaining living people with an expressionless face. In his opinion, all of these people deserved to die. And those who had already died deserved it as well. Obviously they could have hugged and lived together, but they ended their lives early because of their own selfishness. Even if there wouldn't be any more gods to rescue them from behind, couldn't they think of ways to survive on their own? So much food and water were enough for them to live for several months. Were they just going to eat and wait for death? The chance to live is created by one's own ideas, not by sacrificing others. These people were not worth saving for him at all. The Chancellor's people got up and were about to leave when those 20 or so people knelt down at the Chancellor's group. Chancellor, please take us away. We don't want to continue staying here anymore. We want to follow the gods and immortals to cultivate together. And we will listen well. They had thought it through very clearly. Following the divine immortals was the only way to secure a long-lasting life. That big ship was rich in supplies at a glance. So what was the use of staying here? Now that all the nobles had all died cleanly, the court could no longer exist. The most urgent thing was to guarantee that they could live. There was nothing more secure than following a god. All your purposes have been accomplished. Why do you need to follow us? That one small temple of ours can't accommodate you great Buddhas. That food on the ship is enough for you to live for several years. The original food and water for more than 100 people. Now only supplying these people individually. Isn't it able to make them live for several years? No. We don't want all that food and water. We'll trade with you. In exchange for a chance to board the ship. Someone had a bright idea and spoke up in a hurry. They knew that with the way things had turned out, the Chancellor and his party would definitely not easily agree to board the ship. The only way to buy it was to take supplies. If I remember correctly, those things were given to you guys by me a few days ago. Right. Now you guys take the things I gave you and exchange them with me. For what? Sumumu let out a light laugh and complimented them with a sneer on her face. This deal is really good. No. 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 Lord Fairy. We don't mean this. What we mean is that all the things on this ship can be given to you. Didn't you want those books before? We moved all of them for you. The incident that happened a few days ago. Those of them who didn't know the circumstances of it thought that those ancient books were some kind of treasure, thinking that it was Lord Divine Immortal who had taken a liking to those ancient books. But Nyang Nyang, for the sake of her own self-interest, wasn't willing to hand over the ancient books just like that. And that's why she clashed with the Divine Immortal side. No need. Sumumu was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, and directly got off the boat. And the Prime Minister and his group didn't even have one more word of nonsense, and directly got on the boat under the protection of the guards. Such a group of people. They absolutely could not let them get on the big ship. At that time when that matron wronged the scholar, not a single person stood out to help the scholar speak. Now they actually had the nerve to take the matter of the ancient books to exchange. As expected, the brain circuits of those selfish and self-interested people were not something normal people could have. Especially when their group left in the boat. Those people changed from begging at the beginning to cursing. As if those people who just saved their lives were some kind of evil villains. Sumumu hadn't felt anything. After all, she had seen many people like this. And their series of reactions were all within her expectations. However, the Prime Minister and his party were made to turn red by them. They were really too shy. This party was actually in the same group as them before. They were all living together on the Dragon Head ship before. The gods saved them. But now these people were so kind that they actually cursed at them. Cursing at them was nothing. But cursing at the gods, they found it quite hard to bear. They were ashamed of the fact that they had actually spent so much time with such a group of people before. People don't need to be responsible for other people's behavior. Especially those who like to repay kindness with kindness and have nothing to do with you. Sumumu read the silence of the Chancellor's group of people. But she did not know that it was because of her sentence that she was embraced by all of them. And they all secretly made a decision in their hearts. A month's time passed. Sumumu's this big ship finally reached that mountain island. In fact, according to the landlord system's guidance, Sumumu only needed to spend less than 7 days to be able to reach there. But she just let the people to listen to the fisherman's command march. Along the way, they also encountered quite a few ships. And even once encountered a wave of pirates. Sumumu, without saying a word, directly commanded the people on board to open fire on the other side. The group of pirates originally thought they met a fat sheep. The results did not expect from beginning to end of their boat just fired a gun. Or an empty ring. And did not hit anything. Just a warning to the other side. Want to let the other side obediently surrender only. They have been on the sea has been rampant for many years. Robbery this way they are familiar with. Like this super large ship. Although it looks very bluff. But because the flexibility is too poor. Meet them these pirates. In fact, in the end only honestly rob life. After all, when the opposite side of the gun, they will be able to with skilled boat skills to dodge away. But the opposite side can only be so big target by them randomly hit. And they know very well where the weakness of this kind of big ship is. Just need to attack each other's control room. Can directly dry sink the opposite side. For them pirates, being able to effortlessly get the supplies they wanted from these big ships was the best. And if the opposite side didn't cooperate, then directly sinking the ship was fine. In any case, what didn't belong to them, then it could only be destroyed. But did not expect that so huge ship not only firepower is strong, and even very flexible. When they want to go to attack the ship's control room, that ship even to very fast speed to turn the direction. has been to maintain the momentum of the attack on them. But it is 5 minutes' time, chasing them to attack the end of the battle. Death before this gang of pirates did not want to understand. In the end, what kind of ship to be able to have that fast speed? Can there be that kind of powerful manpower in this world? Is not everyone on the boat with oars on the rowing? However, no one answered this question. This battle also silenced those who originally had some chaotic thoughts. A ferry ship was a ferry ship. Just casually pressing a few buttons, it was able to sink such a powerful pirate ship. After successfully harvesting everyone's reverence for their ship's combat prowess, Sumumu drove the ship straight up the shore of the mountain island. Ferry Lord, a ship as big as ours cannot drive straight onto the beach. It can only stop at deep water, and then use a small boat to transport people ashore. At first the people on the boat were shocked when they saw that the mountainous island was actually not submerged and there was still a long beach. How high up the ground this one island had to be, that such deep water hadn't even submerged it. Especially that one fisherman who had come here before. When he first came here, this beach was just like this. As a result, now when the seawater elsewhere had already submerged most of the area, this place was still exactly the same as it was in the beginning. It was hard to believe that this island was mobile. And that when the seawater rises, it also rises along with the rise in the sea level. It was similar to a ship that was buoyant. Shocked, he then saw Sumumu directly commanding people to drive the boat towards that island. Does this godly immortal know how to drive a boat or not? Such a big boat had to be in a place with a deep draft to stay. Otherwise, if it drove directly to the beach, it would only be directly sunk by those reefs hidden under the seawater before it even reached the coastline. That was simply asking for death. However, Sumumu didn't pay any attention to him, and just activated another button. And then, everyone started to notice that the whole ship was rising. And while rising, the whole ship was very smooth, with no bumps at all. If it wasn't for the fact that there was that one mountain on the opposite side as a comparison object, they wouldn't even be able to feel this change. All of a sudden, everyone started to shout in their mouths again. The gods have manifested themselves, and kneeled down. Sumumu didn't stop them or explain anything to them. This was a backhanded move that she didn't teach anyone, in order to shock everyone on the ship at this time, so that they would completely die to her as a divine immortal. Nowadays, there were already more than 10,000 people on the ship. Where there are many people, there will be all sorts of things. The people who were rescued later on didn't see those divine powers that Sumumu used to have, and quite a few of them weren't very obedient. But those people also do not dare to just make a mistake. Who is not afraid of being thrown off the boat? But the surface of the submissive does not mean that it is really convinced. Until this moment, these people are the real see the so-called ability of the gods and goddesses. This is Sumumu's final preparation before going to the island. She didn't want any more accidents to occur after going to the island. According to that fisherman's description, this mountain island had already existed before, and the beach of this mountain island was rising with the water level, and the landlord system had released a quest for her to come towards this place. So the odds were that this place was related to the quest released by the game system. Those infected and evolved people that she hadn't seen before. It wasn't good to say that they had been surviving here. She didn't know how many of those people there were. Nor did she know what kind of development all of those people had developed into by now. She just didn't want to have internal worries while she was dealing with external troubles. Miss Sue, is there anything wrong with this island? The Chancellor sensed Sumumu's nervousness. The Chancellor was a Chancellor in the end, as an old man who had eaten more salt than Sumumu had ever eaten, and had gone through 2 generations of emperors changing. He was already able to capture Sumumu's various changes and moods very keenly. If you follow me piece by piece to the island, it might be dangerous. Are you sure you want to stick to your choice? When the large ship flew into midair under the flapping of the temporarily extended wings, Sumumu opened her mouth to once again ask everyone on the ship, also answering the Chancellor's concerns. Before arriving at this island, Sumumu had already opened her mouth to ask all of them about their wishes. If they were not willing to follow a piece of the island, they could choose to directly stay where they were. Sumumu would give them the boat and enough food and water to survive for 3 months, allowing them to leave on their own. As for the matter that this island might be dangerous, all of them were also informed. But not a single person chose to stay. All of them, for whatever purpose, chose to just stay on the boat and follow this divine lord of theirs. And now all of them were certain of their choice in their hearts. The divine fairy lord's divine powers were vast, and there was absolutely no way to go wrong by following her. Even if there were dangers on that island, the Divine Fairy Lord would definitely be able to solve them by herself. What's more, Lord Divine Fairy had saved them, so they should go through fire and water for Lord Divine Fairy. Of course, there were some people who didn't think so, but for them, it was just 3 months of food and water, and if they drifted on top of the seawater, it was very likely that they would run out of food and die directly after 3 months. But if they followed Lord Divine Fairy, they would be able to stay clothed and fed until the sea water subsided. What's more, there was an island right in front of them, and they would be able to touch land soon. So why would they still want to drift on the sea? As humans, it was still necessary to live on land, whether it was to repay Lord Divine or for the sake of their own survival. Going to the island was the best choice. So after everyone had once again expressed that they wouldn't regret their choice, the large ship, which had now turned into an airship, firmly stayed on the beach of the island, while waiting for the first batch of people to disembark. Su Mumu received a notification that the mission was completed, and at the same time received a third mission: ensure 10,000 residents survive in this world. This was the first time Su Mumu received the fourth mission issued by the landlord system in the same world. And this mission was different from all the past. It wasn't just related to houses anymore. Rather, it was related to the survival of the fire in this world. Su Mumu had even begun to suspect that the rest of this world had long since been devoid of living beings, and that their ship should be the only human being left. After all, there wasn't a single live fish in the entire sea that could be supplied for them to eat. This seawater had already spread throughout the entire world for a full 5 months. Such a long period of time. Even if those remaining humans were able to have a boat that they could carry, there was no way that they could be supplied with enough food and fresh water. It is really the technology of this world is not developed. The boats encountered along the way are all the most primitive wooden boats, but also rely on people below the oars to be able to travel. In such a world, it is absolutely impossible to have the technology to convert seawater into fresh water. 5 months. Even the lucky ones, who can survive on the boat, will die of starvation directly because of the lack of food and water. During this period of time, Su Mumu had already expanded her voyage as much as possible, hoping to meet as many as possible people so that they could board her ship. It could be said that her own ship was the only Noah's Ark left in this world. Before, she didn't dare to be sure of this. She had always felt that the other evolvers had most likely also rescued a lot of local residents, and were even still living in places she didn't know about. But now that she had received this mission released by the system, she no longer had such illusions. The infected and evolved people that were dropped in this world were most likely surviving on this island. Although every time she received a mission in the mission world, the mission was only to destroy the virus and take out the infected. But the natural disasters encountered in the past worlds were not enough to make all the human beings extinct. So as long as the infected could be wiped out, the number of human beings surviving would be preserved to the greatest extent possible. But this world is different. Chapter 76. Even if all the infected were wiped out, there was absolutely no way that humans would be able to adapt to living on the sea in the short term. Once upon a time, she could leave that world after completing her mission, and didn't need to think about how the remaining humans should survive, because the natural disasters in that world often disappeared before all the infected were wiped out. No, it couldn't be said that they disappeared. It could only be said that they had stopped spreading. But this world's natural disaster, after its formation, has completely caused an impact that could be enough to wipe out all humans. Even if it stopped here now, there was no way for humans to continue to survive. If she completed her mission and left this world, it was highly likely that those remaining humans would also die outright, because they had no way of adapting to this world's disaster. If I can't complete the mission, then will the humans in this world become extinct just like that? And will this world collapse then? This was a question that had never been considered before. In the previous world, even if the evolvers failed in their mission and the infected took over the world, it was only if the infected were still able to continue infecting humans. After they exterminated all the evolvers, they could continue to complete their mission of spreading the virus. But if all the humans disappeared, and they lost the carriers that could spread the virus, could they still complete their mission? Or maybe, even if the infected became infected, there was no way for them to live in the water. This point, Su Mumu has already confirmed in the previous world. Infected or evolutionary, their essence is human, as humans have a basic limitation. That is, they must be on land, in the place where there is air to live. The sea is absolutely no way to survive. No way to survive the situation. Even if the infected all the humans, Those humans in the infection after the death of the infected task is also a failure. The task of the evolver is even simpler. In essence, the purpose of controlling the spread of the virus and eliminating the infected is to protect the human race. All the evolvers and the infected want to complete the mission. The premise is to ensure that there are human beings. The basis of their mission is based on the basis of the survival of human beings. The previous natural disasters will not directly lead to the extinction of all human beings, because whether it is drought or fog or radiation, although it will cause great inconvenience to human life and disaster, but these disasters more or less give people the opportunity to survive. Human beings still have the means to survive under the influence of these natural disasters. But the oceans are different. After global oceanization, there is no room for everyone to survive. And food and fresh water are the two most basic necessities for human survival. Global oceanization not only squeezes the living space of human beings, but also extinguishes all the food and fresh water on which human beings depend for their survival. If that game system was targeting himself, wanting to eliminate himself as a bug, so that he, as a bug, had no way to complete his mission, then he would definitely leave a margin for the infected to be able to complete his mission. He himself had a boat because of the landlord system. Then the game system created a small island that would never be submerged by the ocean. When Sumumu rescued these old people before, she didn't think about whether the mission could be completed or not if she didn't rescue them. She was just rescuing these people by instinct. Now herself and these people can be regarded as mutual cooperation and mutual benefit relationship. So she will preserve the survival of these people. However, it was not expected that the unintentional willows would turn into shade, and that these people would become the key to whether or not she could complete her mission. The system didn't answer her question, but with a tacit understanding between the two, Sumumu had already determined that her guess was correct. If she wanted to complete the mission and leave this world, she had to ensure the survival of these humans and exterminate the infected on this island. And with the current known ratio, it was very likely that there was only one infected on this island. Sumumu guessed right. There is no other people on this island. They have searched all the places that can be searched on the whole island. Even that one towering mountain was also searched and examined by Sumumu with her own special props. If there are other human beings surviving on this island, it is absolutely impossible to find them. The only possibility was that there was only one infected person on this island. And that one infected person was very good at hiding himself. That infected person was in the dark, silently waiting for the right moment. They had been on the island for more than 2 months. These old people had gradually begun to let their guard down from their cautiousness at the beginning. A portion of them had already begun to build houses and cultivate fields on the island, making a show of wanting to survive on this island. After all, the ship's conditions are no longer good. It is also a ship. These people have been used to living on land for generations. Suddenly gave them the opportunity to contact the land. Naturally, they are not willing to go back to the ship. And this island and other land is not quite the same. It will rise with the rise of the sea level. Came to the island for such a long time. The island's land area has not shrunk a tiny bit. Even the coastline has not retreated a step. Everyone was certain that this island was the last piece of pure land that the heavens had dedicated to them. The humans. After all, the heavens couldn't possibly watch all of them die out. So if the entire world was already devoid of a single human being, was there any point in the existence of this world? It must be because those people had done so much evil that the heavens wanted to take them in. And the only 10,000 or so of them left were the greatest good-hearted people who had done so much good in their past lives that they could only have such a blessing now. As long as they were able to reclaim this island and survive on it, they would be able to wait until the day when the sea receded. And then they, the people, would be able to continue to flourish and preserve the last of mankind's embers. And Lord Divine Fairy was the one who led them to find this immortal island to lead the way. They were especially grateful to Lord Divine Fairy. If it wasn't for her, it would have been impossible for them to have survived until now, and to be able to stand and live on land again. Therefore, all of them regarded Sumumu as the person they respected the most. But this kind of respect gradually began to fade under the consumption of time. At first, all of them still followed what Sumumu said, to be careful and cautious in their activities, and not to exceed the range of activity she stipulated, so as to avoid encountering any dangers. Just so long time has passed. There are also many people secretly in the provisions of the range outside the reclamation of the field, thinking with their first reclamation of the qualification, this wasteland, this field can belong to him. To put it bluntly, these people are now in the seizing of resources. Want to complete the primitive accumulation. In the beginning their hearts might still feel afraid, but more and more people did so without encountering any danger. Slowly, everyone began to relax their guard. In their opinion, Lord Divine Immortal was just being too careful. There wasn't a single person here, nor any other animals. Just some plants. And those plants were all dead. How could they possibly pose any danger to them? Besides, Lord Divine Immortal is so powerful. He even knows how to fly and can still bring so many of them to fly up. If there was any danger, Lord Divine Fairy would definitely save them. Whenever they saw that one big ship that stayed above the beach, their hearts would feel very secure. There were so many ways for them to retreat. There was nothing to be afraid of. It would be better to quickly cultivate the fields and build up this island. When the time came, they would let Lord Divine Immortal cultivate well on this island as a way to repay her. It was at this time that the accident happened. Firstly, 1 or 2 children of 7 or 8 years old disappeared. This size of children is the naughty time. Usually even their parents cannot control them. After several days of searching, no trace of these 2 children could be found. And eventually everyone guessed that these 2 children might have been swimming in the sea, and then washed away by the sea and died. After all, the whole island is so big, can look for all the places I've looked for. In addition to the sea there is no other possibility. The 2 families who lost their children, after crying and fussing for a while, gradually accepted the reality. But the other people on the island began to watch their own children, urging them not to swim in the seawater because of a moment of greed. But Su Mumu didn't think so. These children were all very well behaved when they were on the big boat. Compared to those smarmy adults, the children were actually more obedient. What's more, the big ship also has a swimming pool. The children prefer to swim in that kind of swimming pool that has toys and is particularly clear. How could they possibly run into the sea to swim? Only that she did not say this out loud. Because even if she said it out loud, these people would not believe it. Moreover, after this incident, there were no more missing children for a long time. So those people who were still skeptical now believed that the children had disappeared in the sea. Immediately after that, 2 more children disappeared, which exploded the pot. Because they watched the 2 children working in the field one moment. The next moment disappeared. This time everyone blew up. After all, it was watched in front of their eyes disappeared. This time everyone has no way to deceive themselves anymore. They were finally sure that what the Divine Lord had warned was right. There was a real danger here. But there was no use talking about this now. They could only hurry to protect the remaining children, and then go to Lord Divine Fairy and the Chancellor to see if they had any solutions. Because the first missing children were from the sea. So this time everyone was just focusing on the sea, and didn't pay attention to those children who were working in the fields. No matter how to plant the field is not a person can plant. Most are a family to go. At the same time, there are other families a piece of the field over there. So many people are in it. Naturally there will not be any great danger. But did not expect today is in the presence of all the witnesses. The child just disappeared. They didn't even realize how the child had disappeared. This kind of in these people's eyes belongs to the paranormal event thing. Is simply horrible can't. They are absolutely no way can do anything. Can only be the fairy lord so. Also belongs to the gods and devils and monsters of a kind of talent can be solved. Just their eyes of the fairy adult Su Mumu did not like they expected like. Just wave his hand will be able to change the disappeared child back. Or with what magic to view the child's location. She just let everyone board the big boat to ensure the safety of these remaining people. And then handed over the big boat controller in her hand to the Chancellor and his group. And then was about to get off the boat. Divine Lord, what are you planning to do? The Chancellor and his party naturally couldn't just let her go alone. No matter what. They had to discuss a solution together. As the saying goes, all hands on deck. 3 cobblers add up to a genius. There were so many of them. If they all cheered together, it was always much better than Lord Fairy alone. Right? Besides, they had received such a great favor from Lord Divine Fairy before. They couldn't just watch Lord Divine Fairy pay for them all the time while they didn't do anything. Go out and scout around. You guys wait on the ship for now. I'll use this to contact you if I need to. Intuition told her that the infected man had appeared. Now it was too late to explain more to the Prime Minister and them. She had to get off the boat earlier to find that person. Otherwise when some time passed, it was not good to say that that person was once again hidden. Therefore Su Mumu almost opened her mouth as she ran. This time, she used her full strength to run. As an evolved person who had already experienced several worlds, Su Mumu's physical quality nowadays was no longer comparable to that of ordinary people. Therefore, when she ran, that speed was simply like the wind flashing past. All of the commoners on the big ship didn't even manage to see clearly how she actually moved, and only watched as a black shadow just passed through. The common people once again kneeled down and worshipped. Lord Divine Fairy has manifested his spirit. On the contrary, it was one of the guards beside the Chancellor who saw clearly what was going on. He was also a martial arts expert, someone who was rescued by the Chancellor in his early years when he was traveling in the Jianhu. His martial arts were very strong. He could be said to be one of the top people in the world. Therefore his aim was also a lot more powerful than the normal people. That's why he was able to see through Su Mumu's movements with a single glance. She was really using her own two legs to run. It wasn't like what these commoners thought of as some kind of manifestation with a god or something like that. It was only that the speed was very fast. So fast that the human naked eye couldn't even see it clearly. He just quietly told the Prime Minister about this matter, and didn't explain anything to those common people. Su Mumu in fact has not been hidden from them. What has also been stressed many times. He is not what fairy is, just these people think of things. In fact, this is also quite good. A girl has so many things. There is such a layer of identity protection is naturally the best. Otherwise, there will always be some intentional people to play some bad ideas. This is also why the guards and the Chancellor see through it and don't say anything. You'd better follow up and take a look. After thinking about it, the Chancellor ordered. This guard's kung fu was very strong, so he might be able to help some by following over. Over this period of time, the Chancellor also roughly guessed something. Perhaps the enemy here was related to Su Mumu. Otherwise she wouldn't have been so tense when she hadn't even arrived here yet. For such a long time, she was constantly warning everyone. Only that everyone had changed from being tense in the beginning to being relaxed now. And these people didn't take her warning seriously, which was why this thing had happened now. Perhaps there were some things that they didn't know about. Something to do with a natural disaster and this inexplicably appearing island. Originally this island was already strange in that it hadn't changed in any way no matter how much the sea level had risen. And Lord Divine Immortal's magical airship was also something that belonged outside of their world. Now that the Divine Immortal Lord had brought them here, but had been tense. What did that mean? It meant that she had a natural enemy here. But for some unknown reason, she had to come here. For such a long period of time. That enemy was obviously also very scrupulous. So it had been hiding in. It was not easy to suddenly appear now. Of course she had to go over to see what was going on. But since it was an enemy that could make her so nervous, this matter must be very dangerous. With the guards following her, she could at least help out that little bit. The guard had originally intended to do just that. So when the Chancellor had just given the order, he had already flown out like a catapulted arrow. The people could see the guard's movements clearly this time. But the guard's lightness of being was also out of the realm of the gods. At first the people only saw him flying out. But after that they could no longer see his movements clearly. And even began to look like the Immortal Lord. Only leaving a shadow. But the people didn't face Su Mumu like that. Desperately saying that the gods and goddesses manifested themselves. But only lamented. This person's martial arts is strong. This side of Su Mumu left the walkie-talkie to the Prime Minister and them. Not thinking that they can help. Just intend to let them drive the boat to leave here first if there is any danger. Those residents of the ship are ordinary people. They can't help much at all. Letting them stay instead would still easily lead to the failure of her mission. After all, her mission is to ensure that 10,000 people survive. As for herself, she had other ways to leave, and didn't need to board the ship in order to do so. She had guessed correctly that the infected had finally relented in making their move. Just like herself, who had realized that something was wrong after arriving here. That infected person was afraid that he had also discovered his existence long ago, and also knew that he was different from the other ordinary people. So for some time now, that infected person had been hibernating, hoping to use this to confuse them, the outsiders, so that they would let their guard down. It was only after everyone had let their guard down that the infected man finally started to make his move. And after doing so, he was also very smart to wait for a period of time, in order to see how they reacted, and whether or not they had any real skills. As a result, he didn't realize that the people on their side were just blindly continuing to reclaim the island, treating the incident that happened before as an accident. Then this infected man wasn't afraid anymore, and started to do it blatantly. But he didn't know that he would confuse them, and make them let their guard down. Wouldn't his own side confuse him, and make him let his guard down as well? Now that the two children had just disappeared in front of everyone, I believe that the rest of those old people wouldn't be in the same place as before. And the infected man had left his breath behind. It wasn't an easy thing to make two big living people just disappear out of thin air. And that infected person left a long trail of footprints on the ground. Although he didn't know what exactly the infected was capable of. But by the looks of it now, it should have something to do with stealth or something like that. And it wasn't just himself who could be stealthy. He was also able to take others with him just as well. But his biggest problem was that this island was all sand. And traces on the sand could easily be taken away by seawater. But it was just as easy to leave imprints. Following that string of footprints, Sumumu finally found a very hidden cave entrance. Walked in and saw that the 4 missing children were all inside. Only those 4 children were unconscious and lost consciousness. Sumumu did not insist on waking up these 4 children. Not even close to the 4 children. Just called out their names across the distance. Saw that they did not respond. And did not focus on them again. Just measured up the surrounding environment. This out cave was dark and damp. There wasn't even a fire. And the slightest hint of human life didn't exist. I don't know what kind of state that infected person is in right now. When some infected people are deeply infected, they will lose the habits of living as a human and turn into a completely different species from humans. So the fact that there are no traces of human life here does not mean that that infected person is not here. Sumumu threw out a few self-igniting fireworks, illuminating the entire cave exceptionally brightly. Yet there was still not a single trace of other people's presence. She picked up the walkie-talkie and explained the situation to the Chancellor's side, asking the Chancellor to send a few people with good reach over to take these 4 children away. However, she also explained to the Prime Minister that these children could not be put together with other people, and that they had to stay in the isolation room on the big ship. A point that had been made clear to everyone when they were on the island earlier. The reason why let the Chancellor send people with good hands to come is afraid that these children's parents see the child is too excited to forget this matter, with those few skilled guards doing the job. I believe that there is no way for those few old people to be able to fight against them. And these few guards came over before also put on Sumumu before gave them protective clothing. Protective clothing is in the mall of the last page of the appearance. Can be 100% protection of infected people emitted by the virus. Of course, the price is not cheap. But this money Sumumu willing to spend. They have already experienced several worlds. Those viruses may not only be able to be transmitted through direct contact with the infected. It is not good to say that in the air where the infected exist can also be transmitted. Sumumu out before also wore a protective clothing. This protective clothing is very intimate. When you wear it, and will not be like her native world in the head of the kind of protective clothing. Not breathable stuffy also will be wrapped up in the head of the whole person walking difficult. Instead of directly wearing the time on your body. A little feeling is not there. As if the air like the existence of your surroundings. To protect you. But also to be able to be very comfortable. The several guards took those transparent protective clothing. Wear body when still in doubt. So a thin layer can protect them what all. It would be better if they did not wear anything. At least they would not be hindered by these thin things. The result did not expect something on the body directly into a transparent. Nothing can be seen. Immediately on the body. As if nothing to wear the same. These few guards were instantly surprised. This Lord Immortal was indeed an immortal. The things he took out simply didn't look like something a normal person could have. But surprise was surprise. Since the things were already worn on their bodies. They naturally had to go about their business. After getting the reply from the other end, knowing that these few children would be properly placed, Sumumu went out and surveyed all of his surroundings. But didn't find any traces of that infected person. Which was very strange. From the time those 2 children disappeared until now when she came here. It didn't take more than an hour. In which more than half an hour was spent on the road. That is to say, from the time the incident happened until now. In fact, there is only 10 minutes at most for that infected person to conceal himself. But Sumumu couldn't find anything. Is it hard to believe that things are going to end up like this? After today's incident, that infected person will definitely become cautious again. Not daring to venture out at will. He wants to dig this person out again. It will be really very difficult. Thinking of this, Sumumu was very angry, and stuck the sword in her hand with a strong thrust on the ground. Then she felt a slight tremor of the entire island. Is really very, very slight tremor. Slight too. General people simply cannot feel out. If not because of their own senses or very sensitive words. I'm afraid also cannot capture so a tiny bit of slight tremor. Su Mumu seemed to have thought of something. She pulled up her sword, left the scabbard on the ground without moving, and then once again used 50% of her strength to ruthlessly insert this very sharp weapon into the entire sandy ground, until the sword body did not enter into the hilt. There was another tremor. This time, the tremor was a little more pronounced than before. On top of that, when Su Mumu pulled both the sword and the scabbard up from the ground, some black liquid emerged from the two holes that were originally stuck in. Since coming to this island, Su Mumu had more than once organized everyone to search this island several times. It could be said to be so meticulous that even the mosquitoes on this island had not been spared. But no matter whether it was the cave that just hid those few children or the figure of that infected person, it had never been discovered. But now looking at this one hole that was bubbling with black liquid, and that inexplicable tremor just now, Su Mumu suddenly had that slightest guess. At that moment, she put away that not-so-long sword, and then once again took out a spiked lance that was a full 4 meters long from the system storage. Holding up that lance, Su Mumu made an assisted run, then ruthlessly stuck that 4-meter-long sheer-head lance into that soft sand. The entire island trembled once again, this time very noticeably, lasting for a few seconds, and when Su Mumu pulled the lance out, more black blood flowed out. It was like a person bleeding when they were injured. Now, Su Mumu understood everything. No wonder. These kids had disappeared inexplicably, and they couldn't find that one infected person no matter what. When the common people cultivated the fields on this island, occasionally when they dug deep, they would find some black liquid flowing out. At that time, she thought it was oil or something like that. After all, the flavor of that liquid didn't smell good. Good thing is that the common people only planted a tiny bit of fruit trees. All other crops are not needed to dig too deep, so many places didn't flow out any liquid. At that moment, Su Mumu didn't wait any longer. She took out dug a few big pits, and when she saw a stream of black liquid coming out from the bottom of those pits, she threw them accurately. Right at the moment when they exploded, Su Mumu seemed to hear someone shouting at her, "Stop!" However, the still exploded. Immediately after, a large amount of black liquid gushed out from the deep pit that was blown out. And at the same time, the entire island began to tremble. This time the trembling wasn't like before. It was just gentle and faint, and then quickly ended. This time the whole sea island was like an earthquake. Those few guards had just carried those few children onto the ship. Then the Chancellor quickly started the whole ship to fly. This is just what Su Mumu said to him through the intercom. After all, if the bombing goes down, it is very likely to turn the whole island upside down. So many people are on the boat. It is better to let them leave first. The Prime Minister is not an indecisive person. After hearing Su Mumu's words, he made a decision. Especially when the whole island started to shake. The Prime Minister did not have any hesitation. The airship quickly left the island. The scholar who was wrongly accused of stealing the book in the first place couldn't help but stop it. "Teacher, the Divine Lord is still on the island. She has a method to be able to leave. Those of us who stay here will only be a drag on her." The Chancellor, however, was very firm, and did not waver in any way. The scholar's face was still unwilling, but he understood that he was unarmed. If he stayed, he would indeed only be a drag on the gods. At this moment he hated himself. Why only dead book? Not like those guards' big brother to practice a skill. Otherwise now he can go down to help. At least do not need to be like now. Just lying here impotent anger, but cannot do anything. When the airship finally left the coastline, only then did all the people on the ship finally realize that the island down below was no longer floating peacefully on the surface of the sea like before. That one originally high, the mountain that had originally towered into the clouds had actually bent down at this moment. That's right. Is bent. It is no longer like before. Straight stand there. But like a melted indescribable thing. The original green plants on the island, at this moment also all began to become black ashes, and then gradually dissipated. After all the green vegetation on the island disappeared, everyone in midair finally saw clearly. Where is what island? Simply as a human face saw. The mountain that towered into the clouds before was a human's braid in the sky. And those fields that they had cultivated were actually a human's cheeks. Their divine immortal lord had blown out 2 or 3 deep pits in that human face. and the place that was supposed to be the nose had already collapsed in deeply. On top of that, the divine immortal Lord continued to dig and blow up the pits. The eyes of that human face opened with a look of anger. The calm sea in the distance suddenly stretched out two huge arms, seemingly wanting to pinch the little ant on his face that was making trouble. It turned out that this island was the face of a monster, and he had always buried his body in the deep sea, only revealing his face to breathe on the surface of the sea. It was no wonder that no matter what happened, no matter how much the surface of the sea rose, this island just floated on top of the surface of the sea, with not the slightest hint of it. Doesn't even look like it's sinking. In the end, what kind of monster is this? Can the gods deal with it? Everyone's heart had such a question. All of them began to shout to the lower Sumumu. They are afraid that the fairy adults do not know this matter. Want to let her hurry to leave there. Stay there. Is really too dangerous. It wasn't that Sumumu didn't hear their shouts, but she didn't pay any attention to them. She just kept on digging holes and throwing mines. It was so hard to dig out that infected person. How could she let go of such a wonderful opportunity? Then a scene that shocked everyone appeared, only to see the figure of that monster, which originally looked still very huge, began to suddenly shrink. Originally, Lord Divine Immortal was below that monster's nose. Gradually, as that monster's figure shrunk, the place where Lord Divine Immortal could stand also began to shrink, and those waters that were still outside the island began to gradually roam up the coastline. Sumumu soon realized that what she was stepping on under her feet was a human face. This infected person is interesting. Stop! The infected person did not expect that he had already revealed his true body. As a result, this abominable of all person even dug a hole and buried a mine in his face. Is it hard to believe that he is not afraid that he will throw her out in a fit of anger? You finally appeared. How is it? It's not nice to be a shrinking turtle all the time. Is it? Sumumu mouth mocking. Hand but also has been non-stop in the work. Since digging a pit and burying mines to bomb this guy is useful. Then why should she stop? The strength of this infected person is not clear to himself. But with such a huge body, he can't compare with others. He can directly turn himself into an island, floating on the sea level. So long time without eating or drinking. Obviously also has the ability. If she couldn't take advantage of the fact that she could still do something and think of ways to hurt the other party a little bit, the battle in a while would be even more unfavorable for her. Damn it. I told you to stop. Can't you hear me? Do you think I'm blind? That infected person wasn't diverted by Sumumu's provocation. Obviously this kind of digging and burying mine damage was really painful for him. So painful that he had already ignored the other party calling him a shrunken head turtle, and this kind of words. You say I have to listen? Who do you think you are? Sumumu, however, laughed coldly, not at all bluffed by the other party. Joke. We are all players. And opposing camps? The task is still a conflict. A moment to fight. Either you die or I die. Why listen to you? Do not listen to your stop will not die. You hateful and despicable evolutionary. The infected person was obviously angry and fainted, directly exposing himself. This was right in Sumumu's mind. The other party's infected identity was nothing more than a guess. In reality, what the other party actually was, Sumumu wasn't sure. After all, it is the game world. Anything is very likely to appear. It is not good to say that it is the game system in order to eliminate her as a bug. Intentionally get out of the monster is also possible. But now since the other party already knew that she was an evolved person, and still scolded her like this, and combined with those black liquids coming out of the ground, Sumumu was very sure that the identity of the other party was an infected person. That infected person never made another sound after cursing. And then Sumumu felt the seawater in this vicinity start to toss and turn. The area of the island also began to desperately shrink, shrinking to the end directly into a piece of ordinary reef. Sumumu stood on that piece of reef. No longer have the hands to dig a pit, because this reef is really too hard. Not she casually takes some tools can dig open. Since it has been digging cannot be. She did not continue to do it, just waiting for the other party to make a move. After all, now do not know the depth of the other side of the case. And then continue to do it. Also do not know where to start. It would be better to be quiet, waiting for the other side first move, and then be able to figure out the other side in the end what is the road. The infected person did not let Sumumu wait for too long. Soon, Sumumu saw a shark's fin swimming over the sea in the distance. This infected person turned out to be a shark? The shark fin swam to the front of Sumumu, and then showed his head from the sea. See clearly the face of the other side of the moment. Sumumu almost did not hold back. A mouthful of sprayed out. This in the end what is a thing is not like a normal human infected at all. Rather like a big hole. Don't use a big hole to describe the other party. Not accurate. Because the other party's face full of holes is not a whole problem. His face is simply like the surface of the moon, so many holes. As for this infected person's body, it was also different from that of an ordinary human. He was half human and half fish. Could it be that this guy was actually a mermaid? But then again, it wasn't just a fish, as it also had a shark fin on its back. What kind of monster are you? How come it looks so ugly? Sumumu didn't hide her dislike for the other party. Her original purpose was to provoke the other party to make the first move. So now she didn't trim her description of the other party's appearance at all. You're the ugly one. If it wasn't for your hand being cheap and digging so many holes in my face, would I have to become like this now? Old me was also a beautiful man in the beginning. Okay? That infected person seemed to be very concerned about his appearance. Hearing Sumumu say that, he immediately started to talk back. How do I know that's your face? That's just the island of the sea, making you hide and not willing to show your true face. Sumumu let out a light laugh, not looking angry at all because of the other party's retort. Instead, she pushed the problem onto the other party's body. You? The infected person was obviously a bit tongue-tied, and even stuttered a bit in anger at Sumumu's words. Since he couldn't say it, he simply used his own actions to prove it. So the guy puffed out his chest, showed off his abs, and swam several more times in the sea. That look, not like come to fight, but like come to beauty pageant. Chapter 77. You don't shake there. Shake, my eyes are spent. You, even if the face looks okay, but your strange body. TSK. How in this cost mermaids? People mermaids will not be in the back of the back to grow you such an ugly thing. Right? Sharks are also not like. I said you would not be a new species. That what, C4 unlike. Sumumu but sustained output. Besides, the two of us seem to be opposites. You swim around here. Do not know also think you are interesting to me. Ask for even it. In fact, Sumumu also quite impatient. This guy ran here with their theory of half a day. Is not hands. Is a what way all. And then provoke a few sentences. If the other party does not do their own hands. She is too lazy to talk to others here. She likes the way to fight is direct action. No nonsense. You? You think you are? The infected person was half dead angry, but only popped out this sentence, and then stayed far away from the water, not daring to make a move. I say, you wouldn't be a flowery person with no ability, right? Sumumu coldly glanced at that guy. Coldly took out his upgraded bow and arrow from the warehouse. At this time the bow and arrow has become pure gold. The bow body is more slender. Sumumu almost effortlessly able to pull it open. But its power is many times stronger than before. It even came with a tracking skill. As long as the arrow was shot out, it would automatically track the target until it hit, without any limitations due to distance. What are you doing? With a face of horror, the infected wanted to back up and escape. You dug so many holes in people's faces, and not only didn't pay for it, but now you actually want to shoot me with a bow and arrow? It's simply too despicable. Or do you want me to just raise my hands and surrender? Sumumu didn't talk nonsense to him and made her move. And when that infected person saw this, he let out a yell and sank his body into the sea. It seemed that this infected person was able to survive in the middle of the sea. Unfortunately, his various conditions were able to be strengthened by the seawater. And so was Sumumu. Although it was said that movement on the surface of the sea would be limited. But with all the seawater around her, her body's various physical abilities were strengthened. And along with that, the power of the bow and arrow in her hand was also strengthened by a lot. Thus, not long after that infected person fled into the deep sea, Sumumu's arrow hit its target. And then in the midst of her summoning, the arrow brought that infected person back. Let go of me. Let go of me. You despicable and shameless evolver. I didn't offend you. I just merely stayed here. I didn't hurt anyone. That infected person screamed and wailed in a pitiful manner. Sumumu tied him up before she started interrogating him. With this questioning, she was speechless throughout. Unexpectedly, This guy was actually an infected person without any skills. Yet he had already met through 10 worlds. To have an infected who had already experienced 10 worlds come to PK one-on-one with herself. This game system could be said to be really ill-intentioned. Even if she was stronger, it was impossible for her to be stronger than someone who had experienced so many worlds. After all, infected or evolved, the more worlds they experienced, the stronger they would be. Moreover, this infected person's ability was already possessed when he entered the game, belonging to the kind of player who had already awakened special abilities when he entered the game. It could be said that this guy belonged to the kind of infected that had a double layer of buffs stacked on top of it. So it could be seen that the game system really hated Sumumu to the bone. Or else, it wouldn't have been possible to get an infected like this to come over, in order to prevent the occurrence of any variables, and even put only the two of them into this world, in order to want to let this infected person directly kill Sumumu. After all, if there are only two of them, either Sumumu will die or the infected will die. Even if the infected doesn't want to kill Sumumu, it won't work. It can be said that the game system has calculated all the possibilities before making such a foolproof bureau. Just waiting for Sumumu finished it. The result? If you don't want to say that when people's luck is coming, no matter how you want to block it, you can't block it. This infected person with special psychic ability was actually a chameleon. Chameleon, no matter what kind of situation you are in, you can change with the environment and make the most perfect disguise. It's simply a necessary skill for traveling at home. With this skill, you can be invincible in the apocalyptic game, and stay unharmed until the end. In fact, this infected person did rely on this skill to survive for so long. The main reason was because of this skill. As long as he entered the game world, the infected would definitely win. After all, because of his skill, the evangelists were unable to find the last infected person. And if they couldn't find him, the evangelists would only be able to watch the mission fail. Moreover, because every world mission was carried by this guy, so this guy's points and mission completion evaluation was also very high. It was because of this that the game system selected him to come to this world and fight Sumumu one-on-one. But it didn't anticipate that the natural disaster in this world had forced all the people all into one piece, directly exposing this guy's location. There was no way, when there was only such a place left in the world that was suitable for human survival. This guy's disguise was of no use. Even if he was well disguised, these humans, and the only natural enemy, the evolutionary, would still appear here. This was originally the game system's script. After all, if you want two people to fight, you can't let them spend too long on this matter of looking for each other. The game system was deliberately forcing the two of them to meet, and then wanted to let this infected person to finish off Sumumu earlier. As a result, he didn't expect that this infected person was a Philistine. Although he had experienced so many worlds, he didn't have any means of attack at all, because the first 10 worlds were all mixed up by Go. This world, he was also playing the same idea. Where could he have thought that those hateful humans were reclaiming and planting on his body? In order not to expose himself, he had always endured the pain. But unexpectedly, he once again received a mission request from the game system, making it necessary for him to infect 10,000 humans. This, he could actually understand. In the previous world, he was waiting for the other infected to infect the humans, and then let the virus spread throughout the world. Now that this world only had him as an infected, then this kind of task of spreading the virus was definitely going to fall on his head. Although he was reluctant, he knew that the world had deliberately made things difficult for him, because he had done too much before. He also wanted to live well. Well, that gang of humans looked very stupid. Look. He casually handed away 2 humans. But no one perceived anything. He then boldly directly that person away. After listening to this guy's description, Sumumu felt lucky, and at the same time a little speechless. In fact, this guy had countless opportunities to finish himself off. For example, to complete the task of infecting 10,000 people. This thing. All of the human beings are already in his body. He really wants to infect them. Might as well just release the virus at once. Will be able to directly complete this task. But his guts are really too small. Only dare to get away 2 people at a time. Do not dare to do it on a large scale. But also play what test? First test once, followed by a second test. Simply giving other people a chance. Waiting for them to discover him, and then strike to finish him off. Thinking about it was funny. The game system thought that it had played an ace. absolutely able to finish her off as a game bug. But in the end, it sent over a coward with a flowery fist. So the game system, this kind of just only read the data of the rigid system, is really not work. This guy's ability, say strong, is also indeed considered strong. As long as the game world there are other infected and evolved. His ability is a life-saving magic skill. But when it comes to one-on-one, his ability is a waste. Coupled with his innate timidity, even when he encountered such a situation, he would not be able to improvise. And it directly became a crushing victory for Sumumu. Whoa! I've lived in the game world for such a long time. I haven't harmed anyone. Don't you kill me! The infected man cried with a snotty nose and tears. With his face that was pitted with holes. There was an inexplicable comedic effect. Sumumu didn't say anything. She and him were natural opposites. But they were in the same boat. Both victims who were pulled into this world by the game system. She didn't do anything for the time being. She just controlled the man first. And the way to control him was to make him change back into his previous island appearance again. This way, their ship was able to land. And with all of them on top of the sea island, they would be able to feel any movement from this man at first. The reason why this infected man was allowed to do this. Sumumu also had a purpose. This world is now completely surrounded by the ocean. Which means that even if humans are still able to remain on top of the airships, it is absolutely impossible to have any more land to survive on. If it wasn't for the fact that this infected person had wrapped that piece of reef in his body, and then utilized his body's skill to manifest such an island, it would have been impossible for humans to come into contact with land. But even with this current airship, once he left this world, there was no way for this ship to last for too long. Because all the kinetic energy on the ship wasn't something that could be produced by the hands of these commoners. One must find a way to get a piece of land, and then slowly wait for the seawater here to recede, before these old people can return to their former normal lives. And this infected person in front of them was that opportunity, since it was proved that the infected person could manifest such a large island through a piece of reef. Then as his skills improved and he came into contact with more soil, he would be able to slowly retrieve the land that should have existed in the first place. Sumumu had fields in her hands, but all of these fields had to be attached to real solid ground in order to materialize. Just like the deck of her ship. In the sea, there was no way for her fields to materialize, and they would only be drowned if they were put into the water. But now with this one infected person, it was different. The infected's powers just happened to combine with hers to be able to figure out land. The island that the infected had created before was made up of reefs as well as sand. And because the piece of reef he had wrapped around before still had a small amount of sand on it, he could only construct a set that high, towering mountains as well as a beach made of sand. But after he had once again visualized the island, Sumumu put a whole field on the beach. Immediately after that, the infected used the black soil from this field to directly create a solid piece of land that was 1/2 the size of the previous sea island. When those old people saw this, they were all overjoyed. Now they no longer need to spend their own efforts to reclaim any fields. To know that before the beach is all sand, even if they are working hard to reclaim the fields. But also most of the sand. Sandy soil can be planted and the plant is really too little. And there is not much nutrition. But now it was different. There were large fields of black soil directly on top of the beach. Such plots were exactly the same as the ones they had planted on the ship. And such land was also very nutritious. So if they used it properly for planting, they would surely be able to grow a large green field very quickly. The Divine Fairy Lord is the Divine Fairy Lord. It's really too powerful. She was able to do anything magical. That battle between Sumumu and the infected had directly turned into a mythological story in the eyes of these commoners. When Lord Divine Fairy met a harmful demon, that demon would transform into an island and hibernate in the middle of the ocean, waiting for the naive and innocent commoners to go up and live there, and then devour them one by one. Thanks to Lord Divine Fairy's foresight, she knew long ago that there was an evil-doing demon here, so he brought them over to get rid of the demon. And before they could discover the true face of this demon, Lord Divine Immortal had already discovered this demon's plotting and scheming, and found this demon's true body, and blew this demon's face off. It was a real face explosion, just staring at someone's face. After the demon couldn't help but reveal its true body, Lord Divine Immortal had already subdued the other party with just a few words and a move, and even made the other party obediently become Lord Divine Immortal's domesticated mount. Now these people have nowhere else to go. The Divine Feminine Lord gave up her own mount, so that her mount has become the island that carries them now. so that they can peacefully cultivate and recuperate on this island. It also manifested so much land on the mount, absorbing all of the seawater that had previously been messed up by this monster that had destroyed their living environment bit by bit. That's right. Now these commoners had already attributed all of these seawater that had risen bit by bit to the fault of this demon. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to explain all these messy, magical and weird things. And they wouldn't understand why this demon would suddenly clean up its act and be right here for them honestly. Only the fact that all those previous mistakes were made by this demon could justify it all. There were also those who said that this demon had been secretly waiting here all along, wanting to persecute them, and that Lord Divine hadn't known that there was such a demon here before. Or else, he wouldn't have been able to bring so many of them here. When those two children disappeared, the fairy lord discovered that something was wrong here, and then made a spell to catch this demon, and then punished him by turning this place into an island land, and then stayed here for 500 years, until all the human beings were able to go back to their former lives again. Regardless of how outrageous mythological stories these commoners had privately concocted, Su Mumu didn't bother to explain them. She is now busy with the land in her hands to reclaim the land. That infected person's supernatural ability has experienced the evolution of 10 worlds. Indeed, also very powerful. Otherwise, it is not possible to just a piece of reef can create a sea island. And the land she took out, he was also able to copy at 1:1. But just taking out land, and then letting the infected replicate, it wasn't enough to solve the need to make land on the ocean. In order for the land to properly take root on top of the ocean, it would have to be a combination of rocks as well as dirt. It was a good thing that when the ocean flooded the entire world, it had stopped continuing to raise the sea level up. And those mountains and lands that had been drowned out before were still underneath the ocean. Through the ability of this infected person, it was able to connect the land that Su Mumu took out with those high mountains and lands that existed under the ocean. In this way, it will be able to create a solid piece of land above the sea level. Only when such a piece of land is completed. The time has already come to 6 months later. And in this interval, the people also followed the emergence of these land in the continuous reclamation and cultivation. Now this whole continent has begun to have a dispersed people living. After all, the area of this whole continent could be as big as a whole continent in the world where Su Mumu lives. Their only remaining humans are only 10,000 so many. At first they may be living in one piece, but time after time naturally also gradually dispersed. After all, after slowly leaving the large group, it meant that they had more possibilities to create. The Divine Lord had said that the land they owned now was all reclaimed by themselves, and they didn't need any money to buy it. So what did that mean? It shows that if they use their own hands they can create as much wealth as possible. Of course, they have to take advantage of this opportunity to think of ways to accumulate more wealth. This was their only chance to turn themselves from poor peasants into rich landowners. And since they were the ancestors of all human beings by now, their eyes certainly had to be widened. In this way, Su Mumu and the infected worked together piece by piece to create land, while the humans flourished on top of this whole piece of earth. In 3 years' time, the population of this world had grown several times. It was also at this time that the original seawater gradually faded. Away. But they didn't feel anything. In their eyes, the seawater couldn't be considered to have faded away. Rather, it was because of the existence of the land. It was just because of the existence of the land, slowly consuming away that water. It was also at this time that Su Mumu asked that infected person to slowly retract the land that his body had manifested little by little. And then he himself could withdraw. This way he could change back into an adult again, and did not need to continue to maintain the form of the land with his supernatural ability. No, I don't want to do that. Unexpectedly, the infected man didn't want to do that. Don't worry. Even if you turn into a human, I won't kill you. The big deal was that she could always find a way to spend time with that game system. She didn't believe that if she didn't follow the game system's wishes to kill each other with this infected person, that game system would keep turning a blind eye. It's not that I'm afraid of you killing me, but I've found the meaning of my existence here. In fact, in my original world is a useless person, no matter whether it is reading or not, school or not, and then work or not, all is not much sense of existence. After entering the game world, I awakened such a supernormal ability. In fact, at that time, my heart is quite not at taste. I originally thought that there are some strange encounters. More or less I can change some, but did not think that because of this ability, I once again turned into a turtle. and even became a person than before there is no existence. I also want to try to change the status quo. But I'm very afraid. I don't dare. I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid to die in the game world. I'm also afraid not be able to go back to my original world. But now think about it. Even if I go all the way to the end of the back, and what can be done is not still like the same as now to do a shrinking turtle. Even if I can live a long life, I don't seem to have any meaning to live. But now it's different. I finally found the use of this power. I can truly feel how those old people felt when they plowed on my body. They were all very happy. They all felt very happy. And this happiness was because I brought it. My existence started to become valuable. I was no longer an optional existence for them. I was an existence that had to exist for them. And finally one day I could be needed. As the infected man said these words, his very distinct nasal voice could be heard. And it was clear that he was crying as he said these words. I'm going to stay in this world for a long time. I'm going to expand the land mass in this world, so that people can live in peace and happiness forever. But in that case you will most likely die. Sumumu was also a little moved. She knew that modern society's technology was developing at a high speed. And the internet was also developing at a high speed. Many people had lost their basic social skills. But their desire to be noticed, and not wanting to continue to live in loneliness, had not disappeared. So gradually there existed people like the infected, who are afraid of socializing but long for socializing. Afraid of being noticed but long for being noticed. Such a contradictory mentality causes them great pain. But they are powerless to change anything. Now that this infected person had the chance to change all this with great difficulty, I'm afraid he would rather die than leave. What's so terrible about dying? A lifetime of silence doing things I don't want to do, without anyone remembering me, is the real death. Now even if I die, there are so many people who can remember me. And they've already changed me into a mythological story yet. The infected man's voice sounded very optimistic. It was obvious that right now, he was truly happy. But the you in those mythological stories are not good. Sumumu was a little helpless. This guy. So what? As long as they can remember me, and know that I've reformed. It's fine. In the head of those old people's mythological stories. Although he was a monster, he was also a monster that had been subdued by the gods, and was still under the command of the gods, creating a chance for the humans to survive. So that was enough. You don't need to persuade me anymore. This entire continent right now is supported by the medium of my body. If I leave, you don't know what will eventually happen. Right? It shouldn't be a big problem. The infected was right. She wasn't 100% sure. Although it was true that for so long she had been planning and arranging the routes for the commoners to stay and live on the real land as long as possible, in order to prepare for the infected to leave this world today. But if the infected really left this piece of land, what exactly this piece of land would become? They were not sure. Although it was said that after these few years of changes, the power of nature was also very magical, gradually tamping down the foundation of this piece of land quite a bit. But the infected was in the end the medium of this. And if he left in this way, it was highly likely that the entire continent would collapse in this way. But I wasn't willing to leave in the first place. So why bother taking that risk? The infected man laughed lightly, sincerely thanking Sumumu. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might never have found the meaning of my existence. Don't worry. I will outline the map of this world into the one I originally existed in, and create enough space for the common people to live in. But I may die. I have no other wishes. I only hope you can remember me. Good. After considering for a while, Sumumu finally opened her mouth to respond. This was indeed the best outcome. But she didn't expect that this infected person would be willing to sacrifice himself for the lives of so many people. Clearly, he seemed to be the kind of person who was most afraid of death before all. It was thought that he originally just wanted to live in this world in a land form. But it turned out that she didn't realize that he wanted to directly use his own life to change the entire world away. How can there be such a stupid person in this world? But he was so real in front of her. She did not continue to dwell on this issue. Just cooperate with that infected person. Pulling out more land. The two people, after a total of 10 years of time, finally outlined the map of the entire world. Only then did Sumumu realize that the map of the original world was so similar to her own original world. And she didn't think that this infected person was even from the same world as her. At the moment, the entire world map was completed. Sumumu also heard the mission completion beep. She knew that the infected person had finally burned out his life force completely. Instead of choosing to leave this world immediately, she found that student of the Chancellor, the scholar who was wrongly accused of stealing the book in the first place, Lord Divine Fairy. With the passage of time, many people had already forgotten what Su Mumu did back then. And now she didn't have a big ship that could fly, or the ability to call the wind and rain in the eyes of the common people. She was just an ordinary person living in this ordinary world. No one thought she was some kind of fairy lord anymore. Except for those who were there in the beginning. Do you have a moment? I want you to help me with something. The scholar was now a respected and highly respected teacher with many peaches and plums. And almost all of the learned group of people in this world had come from his teachings. This matter couldn't be better entrusted to the scholar. You say. The scholar looked at Su Mumu with a firm and elegant expression. No longer the impulsive young man, who was red in the face when he was wrongly accused. By the time Su Mumu left this world, it was already a year later. There was a unified mythological story circulating in this world. The ancient divine beast Chin. In the time when the sky fell in a disaster and the whole world was drowned by the ocean, sacrificed himself, used his limbs as pillars, transformed his body into the earth, lifted up the only remaining human beings. He taught the people to plow on his body, nourished the fruits that human beings had planted with his own flesh and blood, and let it transform into edible food and water. Eventually, mankind could flourish on this land in peace. Although Chin's body had died, his soul remained forever, blessing all mankind. Every year on the 3rd day of the 6th month, people will hold a large-scale festival to commemorate this ancient beast who sacrificed himself to save all mankind. And stories about him will be passed down from generation to generation among the human beings. And all the people will remember him forever. Chin is the infected person's surname. He did not tell Su Mumu what his full name is. Su Mumu can only use this to call him. But I believe he will not mind such a small flaw. When she finally woke up in her own world, Su Mumu opened her eyes and saw Joey-ran looking at her with a worried face. Like her, Joey-ran also entered the game world. After all, he and Long Ao Tian are the same. Are bound employees. Only they can only exist in the landlord system. Cannot say. Cannot do anything. Only can watch. But when Su Mumu returned to the primordial world, he followed back just the same. There is also the existence of the first world. The two looked at each other. And there was no embrace or crying that Joey-ran had imagined appeared. He thought that, after not seeing him for so long, Su Mumu would at least miss him. Or tell of the fear of being alone in that world alone. But Su Mumu in the end is Su Mumu. This is the girl he likes all. Joey-ran let out a light laugh, collected his philandering mindset, and asked her seriously, what is the first world? All along, they had actually inwardly defined entering the game world as the second world. Although it was unknown whether the game world was a parallel world or another world independent of theirs. The two worlds were fundamentally different. After experiencing so many worlds, they hadn't discovered the existence of other worlds. So for the sake of convenience, they had directly defined those worlds as the second world. And in their hearts, the world they existed in was the first world. But now, Su Mumu suddenly proposed such a definition. First world? What was that? It must be a third world that was different from their world and the game world. Right. The world we live in actually belongs to the third world. The game world belongs to the second world. And the world that is independent of these two worlds is called the first world. Su Mumu stood up and took out a pen and paper and started writing and drawing on it. These messages were all told to her by that infected person before he died. Players who had experienced 10 worlds would be transported to the first world as a reward at the end of the 10th world to experience something. It was a very different world there. All of their abilities would be retained, as would all of the wealth they had gained in the game world. If you want to get a citizen's identity in the first world and stay and live well, you have to complete a special mission issued by the game system. This special mission, if failed, would not erase the player's identity, but there would be a certain punishment. If it was completed, it would be an early and direct reward for ending the game world, and one could get a chance to enter the first world. In the beginning, Su Mumu's dad should have been given such a chance. But because he chose to return to his original world, he forgot all the information about the first world. But what that infected person was performing in the last world was exactly the special mission. Kill Su Mumu. He was also someone who had entered the first world to experience it. And he felt that this should be useful information for players, like them, who traveled right in the middle of the game world. So he told Su Mumu all about it. It turned out that these worlds of theirs that hadn't yet had an outbreak of the virus belonged to the third world. And all the game players were selected from amongst the third world. Then they were sent into the second world. And all the second worlds were worlds that had already had virus outbreaks, or were in the process of having virus outbreaks and natural disasters. Only those who had been baptized in the second world could have the qualifications to survive in the first world. And those worlds that had been completely taken over by the infected would be destroyed directly after the infected left. And this was done in order to reduce the management burden of the first world. The population of the third world was also controlled to a number that could be completely benign. And whether it was the people of the second world or the third world, they were all just paupers and burdens to the first world. The deaths and lives of these people had nothing to do with them. And they only cared about whether or not they could sift through these dregs to find the best people to fill the vacancies in the first world. The most disgusting thing is that the third world and the second world will be selected players into the first world. Or because the population of the first world has become less and less. They do not have the means to continue to support the first world's various construction undertakings. That is to say, after these people who have fought hard to get out of the first world, the citizenship that can be obtained is only to serve the original residents of the first world. That is to say, in the first world, birth determines everything, no matter how strong the strength of these people in the end. As long as it is not born in the first world at the beginning. Then after entering the first world, you can only be a slave. And these people simply did not give the third world and the second world players any choice. They need when they will select people into the second world to screening out the strongest, the most promising part of the people to serve them. When they didn't need to, they wouldn't care about the deaths of the humans in these worlds at all. Nor would they try to stop the natural disasters and viruses in these two worlds. Although they still ruled these two worlds. These two worlds seemed to have absolutely nothing to do with them. After all, whether these two worlds collapsed or not did not have any effect on the first world. As for the game system, it was nothing more than those man-made machines in the first world. All of these were the conclusions summed up by that infected person. Thanks to that one skill of his, even in the first world, he was able to be invisible anywhere. So it was very convenient for him to probe for information. When he told Sumumu, he didn't cover this up either. Some things he heard, some things he guessed. He told Sumumu all of them, and let Sumumu judge the rest on her own. But in fact, there was no need for him to remind anything at all. These judgments were merely made when the infected told Sumumu about the classification of these three worlds. She already had a guess, combined with those things that her father had experienced in the first place. These things were exactly the kind of things that those people of the first world could do. After all, the game system was at their beck and call. He was nothing more than a machine that didn't have any thoughts of its own. So why would he look not happy, but instead still a little angry after the players of the game world had completed their quests and wanted to go back to their original worlds? It can be seen that this game system is not like it doesn't allow any emotional disputes to happen between people in the third world and the second world. Or else, he would have done something about it when his dad and mom became emotionally involved. But he didn't stay until he was born. And that game system didn't really do anything to stop this thing from happening. And really got angry, and did it when Dad chose to go back to his original world. Dad chose to return to his native world. It is equivalent to that game system is a waste of work. They choose people into the first world is to make the first world population become more abundant. And these carefully selected outstanding talents unexpectedly do not want to go to the first world. Only want to return to his native world. Bumbling around. How can this not make the game system angry? As those rulers of the first world were inactive. They only cared about their own lives and deaths. The first world was the world they survived in. That's why they tried to build it up. While the second and third worlds, which were independent of the first world, were nothing more than a place to supply them with resources for them. They absorbed power from the second world as well as the third world. Whether it was people or resources. Those who went through the game world and finally managed to go to the first world after a lot of hard work would more or less bring some resources with them. And these resources were the resources in the first world. Chapter 78. That infected person once said, citizens who enter the first world must turn in all the materials they are carrying to buy a citizen's ID card. This ID card will be based on the amount of resources you hand over to give you a citizen-level certificate. And this certificate is directly related to how you live in the first world in the end. Whether it is good or bad. No one knows where these resources go. But this ID card is a very important existence. Once you determine the level of this identity, then it will be very difficult to change. To put it bluntly, it is to spend money to buy identity. And how much resources you can turn in when you enter the first world directly determines your status in the first world. Su Mumu made a bold guess. Those so-called first world people actually rely on the second world and the third world's provision to be able to live on. This is but the second world, and the third world people do not know this truth. In a confused time was the game system captured, and then confused by the control into the game world adventure. Also confused into the first world. Do the so-called citizens. The first world is relying on their powerful technology to be able to persist until now. Miss Landlady, those huge life pods you saw in the last world are the things that the first world controls you with. Just at this time, the landlord system suddenly spoke. What did you say? Su Mumu froze. She had always thought that those huge life pods belonged to that world's former technology. After all, in the last world, the memories she received were also the same. That world had once entered a high level of civilization, and then declined for unknown reasons. The world can also undergo evolution. What is the so-called world hierarchy defined by? Has Landlady ever thought about that? The landlord system pointed to so far, and did not continue to say anything more. But Su Mumu has understood what it means. If the world can also evolve, then the so-called third world and the second world is not always the second and third world. It is very likely that they can also evolve into the first world. But how could the first world, as the ruler, allow such a thing to happen? Once other worlds evolved into the first world and learn about what they had done, would they still be able to continue their position as rulers unharmed? Will they be able to continue to enjoy the benefits of the worlds that they oppressed unharmed? In those third worlds, the second world did not affect the position of the first world. The first world may not even pay attention to him. After all, the higher-ups wouldn't care about how the life of a backward and poor household in a deep forest was. But if that poor household suddenly developed and became more capable, and even if its status and wealth had threatened the ruler would of course want to suppress him. In terms of the level of civilization of those in that world, it was not good to say that it was really possible to be able to evolve into the first world. After all, the technology in the first world described by that infected person wasn't particularly advanced. And their only advantage was in control-based technology like game systems. In the last ocean world, Su Mumu received the memory that the civilization of that world has long been developed especially ahead of its time. All the skills are very powerful, not only able to create a game system, so that they can control the technology of other worlds. They are even able to create the kind of technology that can retain the last seeds of human beings in the case of a devastating blow. Perhaps they have already discovered something. And that kind of life pods that preserved human life. The first world might not have them. Of course, it was highly possible that they did. But not the ones that were touched by that infected. In the end, he was not yet a citizen of the first world. And what he was able to inquire about was also limited. But just from the description of the infected as well as his own memories in comparison. The last world before the devastating blow was not suffered. Is also the opportunity can evolve into the first world. But he did not. And then became the second world of the natural disaster fell. Perhaps the second world is the awakening of the third world. But the first world does not want to let the second world continue to evolve. And thus become the first world threatens the status of his existence. So he will descend in the second world. A variety of natural disasters. So that the second world does not have the means to evolve into the first world. Joey Ran nailed the point in one sentence. This was a point that Su Mumu felt was wrong. But did not think of. Right. The game worlds that they had been entering all along. There were actually ones that were, in one way or another, a bit more developed than the third world they were in. But these worlds always needed a long period of recovery after experiencing a natural disaster. When they had recovered more or less, they would once again experience the baptism of a natural disaster. Like the world they had entered for the first time. The civilization of any world needs a stable and peaceful space for development. If he keeps experiencing all kinds of disasters, there is absolutely no time to continue to develop these civilizations and technologies. He can only keep fighting against natural disasters. Then recover. Then let people recuperate. What's more, the viruses brought by the infected people in the third world are very likely to destroy the entire world. Of course, the destruction is not of this world, but the human beings that exist in this world. But if there are no more human beings, it's equivalent to the absence of science and technology and civilization. Without technology and civilization, it would be even more impossible for any development or evolution to occur in the world. Since the first world was able to capture humans from various worlds and drop them into other worlds to become players, it was highly likely that he would also be able to randomly drop natural disasters in various second worlds. After all, these things could also be decided through the game system's procedures. After all, having already done such things as extracting all the people of that world into other worlds to die in order to suppress them, it wasn't uncommon to directly put natural disasters into second worlds that had already begun to evolve. You're right. In the first world we entered, the crisis awareness of those rulers was very high. And those rulers among the second world had a very high degree of acceptance. And when they acted with me piece by piece, I found that their science and technology was more advanced than my world. And the third world was even more so. It had already evolved into the interstellar age. It's just that that interstellar age is very strange. It's not good to say that it's also those people from the first world who are messing around. As for the last world, with the things I saw in my memories, I'm afraid that he was just one breath away from evolving directly into the first world. But these worlds were devastated by natural disasters, and the people in these worlds were living in dire straits. And from time to time, the first world would have to drop all kinds of infected and evolved people to fight in their worlds. Both the third world and the second world are played with by those in the first world, with the second world being a battleground for third world players, and the third world being a captive ring for the first world to select slaves. As she said these words, Sumumu was filled with anger. Joey-ran patted her back to appease her, telling her not to get too angry over it. It's a good thing that this time you met that infected person and told us these things. So in the future, we can be prepared when we enter the middle of the game world. Joey-ran already had a hidden plan in his mind. Just came back from that world. You take a rest first. I'll go out to do something. In this world, Joey-ran didn't have the means to come out. But the whole time he saw what Sumumu did, and got this message. He naturally couldn't continue to stand by and do nothing. He had to do something about it. Since their world is the third world, then their world is also the world can evolve. And the possibility of evolving the world is very big, as long as they players do something. Not to mention that each third world will not only have 1 or 2 gamers. He can have a lot of players. And these players, if they can unite, their energy is huge. Since they have special powers and resources that the first world covets, then why can't they apply these things to their own primordial world? When they were able to apply these things to their primordial world, would their primordial world be able to develop at a high speed in a short period of time? At that time, it wouldn't be impossible for them to surpass the first world. Landlord system. Are you a technology that belongs to the first world? When he was alone, Sumumu combed through all the messages, then suddenly opened his mouth to ask the landlord system. In fact, all along he had such a feeling that the landlord system seemed to exist to deal with the game system. And the two systems were very targeted. And the landlord system seems to be more averse to the game system some. And the landlord system's many functions even restrain the game system. Just from the landlord system knows the existence of the game system. And the game system does not realize the existence of the landlord system this point. Then the game system is not as powerful as the landlord system. The game system has always been just their own, and Joey-ran 2 people as a bug to deal with. Seems to have never found that all this is the landlord system in the ghost. Only the landlord system may have been restricted by something. So it must always have to hide the game system to run. But just from the point that when the game system found out the slightest clue, the landlord system could rely on fooling around to dodge it. That game system was definitely inferior to the landlord system. At least not in terms of intelligence at this point. Yes. This time, the landlord system did not hide and honestly answered the question head on. Then why did you pick me? Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Landlord. This question is beyond someone's cognitive range. However, the landlord system didn't answer this question, but chose to muddle through as before. Sumumu also didn't follow up to ask anything. Some questions the landlord system would answer. Some questions he wouldn't answer. But it does not mean to say that he does not answer the question is wrong. Many times it is in order to protect them, not to be found by the game system. After all, no matter whether it is the second world or the third world, it will be monitored by the game system. Only the monitoring of the second world and the monitoring of the third world to be more stringent. This is also very consistent with the logic of their guess that the first world wants to suppress the other worlds. The second world was a much more scrupulous existence for the first world. And the third world still needed specific conditions and a certain amount of time to evolve into the second world. So the game system would focus more attention on the second world. In the third world there are not as many restrictions. But it does not mean that there are no restrictions. So every time he returned to his original world, the landlord system would speak slightly more leniently than in the game world. But when it came to certain issues, the landlord system would also continue to play dumb. This already belongs to the tacit understanding between them. Su Mumu will play with herself. Anyway, the landlord system has always existed in their side. If it is said that she did not do the right place, the landlord system will help her to correct. What's more, now that they already know that the landlord system is in existence higher than that game system, then what else is there to worry about? All that was needed was for them to use their brains and accumulate some more resources amongst the game system to be able to take out the game system in one fell swoop. Now it seems that those first world guys aren't that smart either. They captured the players from the third world to the second world, and then put these gamers who had experienced the second world into the first world, letting them experience the beauty of the first world, and then letting them go back to the second world to continue to do the game tasks. So wasn't that giving them a chance to communicate? These players were actually more capable in every aspect than those first world citizens, who hadn't experienced anything. Although it was said that those citizens of the first world had already possessed the status of first world citizens from birth, and were better off in every aspect than the humans of the second and third worlds. However, this was similar to the competition between the second generation of the rich and the school children from poor families. The second generation of rich people are born with most of the resources of this society. They can get the best education and more connections. But it doesn't mean that all the second generation of rich people will be more powerful than the students from poor families. There are accidents in everything. And this is something that depends on the percentage. The poor family head of those students, although set up from the birth of the beginning of the congenital conditions, are not particularly powerful. But they, through their own efforts, and after entering the community of opportunity, it is very likely that they will exceed those rich second generation. Of course, it is not that all poor students must be stronger than the band. There are dudes among the second generation of the rich. And there are a lot of rubbish dregs of society among the poor families. But once the base of a particular group is large enough, then the variables are greater. What the first world is doing is just increasing the chances of variability for them. The humans in the second and third worlds. Perhaps they were overconfident, thinking that they were already the people of the first world, and that these third world players, who knew nothing and understood nothing, could never escape from them, even if they had been refined in the second world, and had become very strong in all their abilities. Or perhaps they had some kind of killer weapon in their hands, able to hold everyone in the second world and the third world in the palm of their hands. But as long as there were variables, it was worth doing. She didn't want to pretend that she knew nothing after knowing all of this, bumbling along to live a so-called happy life in the middle of her own little world. She is not the kind of person who will deceive themselves and others. All this she has known, will certainly think to change. She is not willing to let their whole life are controlled by others. In this point, Joey-ran and she is very similar. This time, she and Joey-ran split up. Each went to make preparations. But Su Mumu didn't expect that the night before she was about to enter the game world, Zhao Fuqiong even paid a visit to her door. Did you and Joey-ran enter a game? Zhao Fuqiong went straight to the point without any nonsense. The purpose of her coming over today is to find Su Mumu. Joey-ran, and she is not familiar with. Rush to find over. Probably people will not even open the door for her. She can not even enter the house. Fortunately, these days, she can see Su Mumu in and out of here. Other people she didn't know. But Su Mumu she knew all. Su Mumu didn't say anything. Just looked at Zhao Fuqiong, not answering her question or asking questions. Zhao Fuqiong wasn't a fool. Seeing this, she understood the other party's meaning. This was for her to give up her own first. 10 days ago, I was added to a strange world by an inexplicable game system. In that world, there were zombie viruses and all sorts of natural disasters. Zhao Fuqiong had actually entered 3 worlds already, and she blurred the time she entered the game, as well as the number of game worlds she had entered. For the Su Mumu in front of her, her heart was still diabolical, and she always felt that the two of them sitting down and chatting face to face so inexplicably was a very strange picture. But after observing for so long, she was only able to determine that Su Mumu was also a person who had entered the game world. Otherwise, how to explain that a so-called great writer who hid at home every day and stayed at home to code words, suddenly no longer carried out any literary creation. But instead, she was keen on hoarding supplies everywhere. And those hoarded supplies also did not see the trace. It is obvious that Su Mumu, this woman, has some kind of strange encounter. Will be those supplies are hidden. In this modern, fast-moving society, probably no one cares about other people's business. Nor do they care about what other people actually buy. But if you want to pay attention to a person's movements, it's not that hard to do so. Everywhere are traces. Everywhere can be found. In the beginning, Zhao Fuqiong did not think that way. Only as a result of this woman has a big money. Want to take advantage of this big money now, still like her. So find ways to get more money. It is said that a woman's mood will change drastically after she meets a scumbag. She was like that. Maybe Su Mumu was like that too. She worked hard for several years to be able to earn a few million. Chen Feixing can easily get a house by cheating. It is not good to say that she followed Chen Feixing to learn it. Zhou Ran is very rich. This point everyone knows. It is not easy to be so a man like. Naturally. Can think of fishing on fishing point. No matter what. Zhao Fuqiong do not like Su Mumu. Naturally. It is impossible to think of her in a favorable light. But it wasn't until she entered the game world and saw everything that happened in the game that she suddenly understood Su Mumu's various behaviors. Now, she does not want to continue to hold any frame. Can find an ally is the most important. She does not want to die. Her parents on her so a daughter. But also for him to pay. So much before she for a scum. But broke the heart of mom and dad. It is now not easy to wake up. How can it be in the game to die in the head? Even if the other party is Su Mumu. She also want to think of ways to hold on to this thick big. According to her observation, Su Mumu entered the game earlier than she did. And her experience in this area is definitely more than enough. Even if the other side into the game time is not as long as their own. Then at least exchange a bit can also get a bit of heart. Nowadays, she no longer had the arrogance of a young lady. And only had one goal left to live well. What do you want? Even if Zhao Fuqiong took the initiative to expose herself. Su Mumu didn't answer. Before figuring out what the other party came over to find her for. Su Mumu didn't intend to reveal any of her bottom cards. I want to communicate with you. I know you don't believe me now. The relationship between the two of us is not a person who can sit down and calmly communicate as teammates. But we are not good at finding this kind of identity. And who will not casually expose their identity to the other side. And in my experience, that world is randomly entered. Even if we know each other in this world, it will not necessarily be in the next world. Even if we met in this world, we won't necessarily meet in the next world. But I always think that since there are people who can enter the game world, and there are more than one player, it would be helpful to share our experiences together. Other than that, we both have a common goal, which is to survive in that game. And I believe you don't want to die either. Zhao Fuqiong was still considered a relatively straightforward nature. Knowing that Su Mumu didn't believe her, she didn't force herself. Instead, she revealed all her cards. After all, it is their own initiative to come to the door. This sincerity still must be expressed. Otherwise rashly run to others to ask others to give her something. That is not shameless. In the end, the merchant family came out. This kind of transaction. Zhao Fuqiong is still very familiar with the way. The help I can provide you is to let you in our world is very hidden. Perhaps all kinds of supplies you want. You also know that my family is doing department stores. Inbound and outbound and whatnot. Will not cause others to pay attention. Otherwise, you like now for a long time, so collect goods hoarding sooner or later will cause others to notice. At least I noticed. Of course, I can notice. Because my family's business reasons. So on this aspect is still very keen. But even if other people are not that sharp, they can always find out that something is wrong after a long time. You don't want to be a living target. Right? Since there are evolvers in this world, there must be infected. So what if the infected find out your identity? Chapter 79. If one day those infected people don't want to solve the evolved people in the game world. Instead, they have a strange idea. Directly kill the evolved people directly in our native worlds. To reduce the difficulty of the game. Do you think that the first one to take action is a stupid white sweet like me who hides very deeply? Or a prominent person like you who doesn't do anything to hide? My experience in the game world is already 3. These 3 worlds are insect plague, mudslide, acid rain. I don't know if you have experienced these worlds. If say you haven't experienced it, I can teach you the situation of these worlds as experience. Of course, to be fair, you have to name 3 worlds of experience as well. That was the purpose of Zhao Fuqiong's visit to the door today. Her idea is very simple. Try to collect the information of the worlds that she hasn't entered, so that in the future, she will be able to enter those worlds that she hasn't entered to have a preparation. Just like playing a game. You enter the copy before searching for some tips on the internet. Zhao Fuqiong grew up as to eat, drink and play the game naturally, not less play. This is very skilled. I see. I heard Zhao Fuqiong's real purpose. Su Mumu thought that this girl is still smart, knowing that the relationship between the two of them could not become friends. They just hold the purpose of coming over to the transaction, and did not inquire about their own details, and did not think to say that they want to cooperate with their own and so on, and did not ask for more. And other things are just a simple exchange. She should be after 3 worlds already have experience. Know each world in the head of the evolutionary identity are constantly changing. Each world in the head of the player will not be in the next world in the head of the easy to run into. Accordingly, the players in each world have experienced different worlds. Then you only need to find as many evolvers as possible in your home world, and then exchange the tips from the worlds you experience with them, so you can get as many game tips as possible. The more you exchange, the more information you can get about the world. So there are always a few that you can meet in the world afterwards. This also wouldn't determine too much about the identities and various abilities of those evolvers, and wouldn't cause those people to be resentful. And it wasn't just her. The other evolved beings must have the same needs. There must be a market for such a transaction. Except that the only thing wrong with her was that she wasn't like Su Mumu, who had a landlord forum where she could directly send out all sorts of transaction posts to get information. One must have to personally go to find someone else face to face to talk about the deal. This way there is some danger. But this is also what she had to do. After all, she was only by herself. And this step, sooner or later, had to be taken. But in this matter, she was brave. Is also smart. She did not rush to find. Choose those who she does not know. And even Joeyran she is defensive, choosing to go to the door in the absence of Joeyran. Of course, is her deliberate. This is her cleverness. No matter what. Herself, a person who had once had a few encounters with her, was also more reliable than the neighbor who had never said any hello. What's more, in the matter of Chunfei Xian, the relationship between the two people is very awkward. Although it is not so much as to hate each other to the bone. But it is also absolutely impossible to have any sympathetic emotions like that. In the end, the two people's previous position is very bad. Although that was caused by the scum Chunfei Xian, but has already experienced that kind of thing. Normal people are not likely to suddenly put down the mustache. Do what, good sister. But it is also because of Chunfei Xian's relationship. The two for each other's character is also more or less a little bit of understanding, compared to strangers who do not know each other to be slightly better. At the very least, the two in the previous 3 million transactions, or very trustworthy. Although this trustworthy and the traditional sense of trustworthy is not the same. However, Su Mumu was certain that Zhao Fuqiong had come to her door because she had returned the 3 million to her family, and then had gone to Chunfei Xian to collect the debt. Although the relationship between the two of us is very awkward, but I think you, this person in the transaction in this regard, is still very honest. When that 3 million you did not charge me, I feel that you, this person, if you do business, should be a good partner. Although it is unlikely that between the two of us in our lifetime to do what partners, but to be a trading partner, it should still be possible. When Zhao Fuqiong said such words, her eyes couldn't stop measuring Su Mumu's expression. Obviously, she said these words just to test Su Mumu's meaning. It was also a way to express her sincerity. Having said this, if Su Mumu was unwilling, there was nothing she could do. Yes, 3 of the worlds I experienced are different from yours, respectively radiation, drought, and ocean. Su Mumu wasn't the type of person to be abrasive. Since Zhao Fuqiong's sincerity was so sufficient, it would be better to just agree to this cooperation. But she didn't hide it either. The two successfully exchanged their respective experiences. Su Mumu thought for a moment and suddenly opened her mouth. I have a forum here. I don't know if you can go in. If you can go in, you can trade on there. A forum? There's this stuff? Zhao Fuqiong's eyes lit up. To be honest, she hadn't experienced anything much exciting since she was a child, as she was really too well protected by her parents. It wasn't known if it was because of this reason that she became very rebellious after she grew up. She was too well behaved as a child, and in front of her parents. And after that, whether it was playing games or falling in love, she was always running in the direction of misbehavior. As a result, Chen Feixin, the object of this rebellion, let her eat all the pain. She became a lot more honest in real life. But it doesn't matter if she is rebellious in the game. So after entering that game world, other than being afraid that she would die, Zhao Fuqiong would instead feel quite excited. Such an exciting game was just too much for her. In a way, she was only looking at this game as a survival game. And such a thought not only made her much bolder in the middle of the game world, but also allowed her to feel better mentally. Otherwise the fear of being too real would have swallowed her up. And now that she had heard that there were forums with exactly the same configuration as other games, her heart was more than capable of treating those experiences as a game. However, Su Mumu tried several times, but it all showed that the user did not have permission. There's no way. You can't enter. Su Mumu spread her hands and said helplessly. It seemed that one really had to be one of those players who had entered the same second world as herself to have the authority to open the Landlord Forum. Zhao Fuqiong had never entered the same world as her. So naturally, there was no way to see the Landlord Forum. This was also why Su Mumu's post on the Landlord Forum implicitly searching for players from this world didn't get any response. There were too few people who could be in the same native world and still be able to enter the same game world and survive. She and Joey Ran were just an accident. Zhao Fuqiong and the two of them were also only in the same primordial world. But I'm afraid that the chances of them being able to enter the same game world was low to none. And the possibility of entering the same game world at the same time was even more impossible. Forget it. If there's no way, there's no way. But you can take those experiences of mine and sell them. I didn't say a single false word. Zhao Fuqiong was frank and generous. In exchange, for every one of those experiences of yours that you sell, I'll help you collect one experience of a world that you haven't been to. This way it's not taking advantage of you. And you can achieve your own goal. Although Su Mumu had seen those experience exchange postings before, most of those people were trading privately. Like that kind of selfless directly share their experience without asking for returns. Almost nothing. They were all like Zhao Fuqiong, mainly exchanging with each other. Because she had the landlord system in her hands. Her experience in passing through copies wasn't really the same as everyone else's. So she didn't take it and exchange it with anyone. But now that Zhao Fuqiong had come to her door, Su Mumu didn't hide anything, and told Zhao Fuqiong everything she knew. She couldn't share her experience with Zhao Fuqiong from the perspective of an ordinary person going through a copy like Zhao Fuqiong. But she was able to tell her this important message about the first world and the second and third worlds. Afterwards, she used Zhao Fuqiong's experience in the form of a medium to help her exchange messages on the forums, which in turn would allow her to achieve her purpose. Thanks then. But I can also see that those experiences of going through the duplicates in the middle of the quest worlds you experience don't seem to be the same as ordinary players like me. You should be the type of player who possesses some sort of miraculous encounter. Right? Zhao Fuqiong's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. In the end, she was also a person who had experienced the baptism of several worlds. And after her qualities in all aspects had improved, her intelligence had also risen. Surprisingly, she had already guessed the difference between Su Mumu and her. In that case, would it be too high for you to take my experience to trade and sit here to get a two-party deal as an intermediary fee? Why don't you hitch me some more situations of things you've experienced as compensation? At this moment, Zhao Fuqiong was as cunning as the family of foxes that Su Mumu had rescued in the previous world. But the request she made was also considered to be very measured and wasn't obnoxious. No problem. This request was reasonable. And she didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. Originally, if Zhao Fuqiong didn't mention it, she also had the intention of compensating her for a portion of the supplies. But when she thought about it, the Zhao family didn't seem like they would be short of supplies. Instead, the messages from each world were a bit more useful. After Zhao Fuqiong left, Su Mumu was also inspired, and simply released an official post in the landlord system, which exhaustively described the three worlds clearly, and called on all players, no matter whether they were evolved or infected, to unite as much as possible, learn to communicate with each other, and develop their own original world. Otherwise, even if they were able to temporarily preserve the safety of their original worlds by completing the adventure quests in the second world, it would only be for a moment. The third world would always be the third world. If they weren't able to change the first world's control over the second and third worlds, Then sooner or later, the third world would turn into the second world as well. But it was just a matter of the length of time. Unless the third world would never evolve or develop. It would only stagnate. Or maybe it was because those of them who failed to complete their mission were simply ravaged by the virus at the time and simply perished. No matter what they did, they could only merely stall for time. And those people in the second world would not even have the chance to change their world. Only able to passively take on the natural disaster as well as the invasion of them, the foreign players, and become their battlefield. If Miss Landlord does this, she'll easily become a target of the game system. Oh. When the post was released, the landlord system suddenly opened its mouth. Are you afraid? The landlord system didn't say anything. But Su Mumu understood that the landlord system was in favor of her doing so. Otherwise it wouldn't have suddenly opened its mouth only after she had finished publishing the post. And the landlord system would have jumped out to stop it when she was composing the post. Being a target is a target. Anyway, no matter if it's a target or not. In the middle of the game world, that thing won't let us go. Su Mumu asked herself. The landlord system remained silent. For a long time, a new skill was suddenly opened in Su Mumu's game mall. Congratulations to Miss Landlord for opening the recruiting function. In this function, Miss Landlord can use gold coins to recruit mercenaries from various worlds to serve herself. Su Mumu was very satisfied with this. This landlord system of hers is just on the road. A lot of words, although he will not answer you positively, but can directly give you the best affordable help. It is the kind of straight man who will only do it directly, and will not use flowery language. I hate it. I'm a girl. But Miss Landlord praised me for my strong action and all that. I received it. The landlord system, after hearing Su Mumu's heart, suddenly began to shy away, making Su Mumu somewhat speechless. This guy don't casually own sudden shyness. Did not continue to ignore it. Su Mumu studied the new recruitment function. Then she found out. In the recruitment function, there is also an employee authority. That is to say, she can give employees to open the same recruitment authority. After thinking about it, she opened this permission for Joiran. As for Longoutians, she would wait until they met in the next world. In the recruitment function, the most conspicuous are the various types of employees. For example, cooks, security guards, gardeners, cleaners, repairmen, property service staff, sales staff, warehousemen, salesmen. All of them are related to the landlord system. Can appear in the community and around the house, all kinds of work-related personnel. Su Mumu checked it out, and she found out that all of these job positions are also graded. These people's wages are all settled on a daily basis, just like her rental house. But all of these people's contracts have to be signed 3 months at a time. There are no long-term rentals or short-term rentals. All of them are signed 3 months at a time. All staff are freelance. They have the power to choose their boss. The landlord system explained. Su Mumu instantly understood. This want to recruit staff and her the same. Have the right to choose. However, this recruitment, as long as the money is in place, generally speaking, it is possible to relax the requirements a little. Comparing all aspects of the situation, Su Mumu decided to recruit 1 mid-level worker plus 2 low-level workers for each workstation. But for the position of security guard, she directly chose all the high-level employees, and also recruited as many as 10 employees. So, when she entered the next world, with her and Joiran Longoutian appeared at the same time, is a dozen fully dressed employees. Among them, those 10 full-body black security uniforms. Tall, short, fat and thin is almost like the same. All the body is muscle. At first glance is the well-trained fighter security most conspicuous. Not only that, these security guard little brothers are young and strong. Face value is also very high. Just look at a glance. Can make people blush heartbeat kind. Su Mumu was very satisfied. Wow. Boss. You can a world has not seen. You old man actually play so flowery. This bunch of face value and strength and coexist in the small brother to hear neatly one stop. Not to mention the girls look at the blushing heartbeat. Even Longoutian, so a big man see cannot help but drooling Look at that abs have to practice for how many years to practice out The biggest wish of his life is to be able to become a handsome man like these little brothers. But unfortunately, the strength does not allow. He can only look and drool. But the thought of so many handsome and tall little brothers in the future are his subordinates. This heart is very comfortable. You follow Willow Peas to tidy up the gardening. Other things don't need to be managed by you. This security team, Su Mumu intended to hand over to Zhou to manage. She did not forget Zhou identity as the Zombie King. Since this person can manage zombies, then just manage the security team. It is nothing. And now she has given Zhou open the recruitment privileges. She is very curious. Zhou can recruit an army of zombies too. Zhou also did not let her disappointment. Su Mumu just a look over. Zhou has understood her meaning. With that a security team to leave. Training to go. Even a more words do not have to say. Long Aotion for gardeners, this occupation is also not the slightest bit exclusion. After all, this is a house safe and can exercise muscle work all. This time, the world Su Mumu entered was a normal world. Her identity was a university student, while Zhou became the security chief, and Long Aotion was a horticulturist hired by the university campus system. This time, how come you can suddenly arrange an official identity for the employees as well? In the previous world, Long Aotian and Zhou because they signed an employee agreement with the landlord system, although they could bind with Su Mumu and enter the same game world. But because of this, they didn't have their own identities in each game world. In the beginning, they were only able to honestly stay around the house. But this time, they surprisingly also had an identity, or the kind of identity that could be designated by Su Mumu. Because in the last world, Miss Landlord upgraded me and unlocked so many functions at the same time. My ability in all aspects also increased a lot. Not to mention that in the last world, because of the game system messing around, he seemed to be punished in some way, and I was able to feel that his ability had also weakened a lot. The landlord system seemed to be very excited. This master it had chosen was very good, being able to help it achieve its purpose, not to mention being able to inflict heavy damage on the game system just by going through a few worlds as a novice. Although it was said that there was a large component of luck in the last world that caused that kind of result. But how is luck not a component of one's strength? How come other people didn't have this what kind of luck? I see. Should we experiment in this world? All along, Su Mumu had deliberately left behind the industries made by the landlord system in every world she had experienced, taking nothing away herself, in order to let those worlds be contacted by the landlord system. As a matter of fact, every world that was left behind with the industries made by the landlord system, the landlord system was now able to probe them. Those worlds had all made different leaps in time after Su Mumu, and the others left as evolvers completing their mission, which meant that those worlds had been tampered with by the game system, accelerating the passage of time in their worlds, so that they would be able to be eroded by the natural disaster once again. However, after this world experience, the landlord system probed that the time of those worlds seemed to have slowed down a lot. And it wasn't like before, where years had passed in the blink of an eye. That is to say, as long as the game system's control over each world became weaker, then the passage of time as well as the free development of that world could be controlled by their own original trajectory. And those places that had been visited by the landlord system could be influenced by the landlord system. Just like now, as soon as the landlord system had detected that the game system's control over those worlds had weakened, it had started to find ways to channel the technology that it was able to take out of its hands and not be detected into those worlds. The faster these small worlds develop, the more developed the landlord system can become. And at the same time, the faster the small worlds develop, the easier it is to evolve into the first world. And by the time the game system reacts, those worlds will no longer be under its control. The landlord system was very proud. All these things were done by itself when Su Mumu was doing preparations in her native world. It didn't even bother Su Mumu with these things, but waited until there were certain results before telling Su Mumu. That is, it intended to give Su Mumu a surprise. According to my judgment, 2 of those worlds will most likely be able to evolve into the first world in a short period of time. But whether or not they can successfully enter the echelon of the first world, we must also wait until they are able to carry the natural disasters that the game system has deliberately put in place. The previous ocean world had failed to withstand the various strikes from the game system after it had inadvertently evolved into the first world, which was why it had been directly destroyed, and everything had only been able to start over. The various natural disasters that the game system had deliberately put in place were not as simple as the single natural disasters that they had experienced in the second world. Those natural disasters would occur in cycles, and then continuously destroy those worlds until that world could no longer withstand the erosion of those natural disasters. Chapter 80. Not being able to evolve into the first world. They also have to go through the various natural disasters that the game system puts on them over and over again. The difference is that one is a one-time put on the various natural disasters, and the other is to come slowly every 10 years or so. The difference is that one is a one-time event, and the other is a decade or so of slow progress. A long pain is better than a short pain. And if you don't succeed, you'll die. Not to mention that the people in those worlds were originally unwilling to be controlled by the game system anymore. Those worlds have landlord forum access. Just after Su Mumu published the secrets of the first world in the forum, caused an uproar. All the people who can see this message are angry. They are human beings, and not someone else's laboratory in the head of the mouse. And the first world of those people simply did not take them as a human being. Just will be treated as they can suck blood of the mouse just. In the end, all the people in those worlds declared that they would fight against the first world to the end, and would try to develop their own worlds and get out of the control of the first world. For them, to resist or not to resist is to die. It is only a death of a faster, a slightly slower death. It would be better to think of resistance. If successful, then they do not have to continue to back, so treated if not successful. Then it is just the same as before. The result is just cannot be worse. Even the ocean world that has just experienced a natural disaster, those who have just learned to use the forum, is also the same. Their world was even worse, because they had just experienced the ocean infestation and failed to fulfill the game system's wish to remove the game bugs directly in that world. So the game system dropped a punishment on that world, directly advancing his time by a few hundred years. In these hundreds of years, those people development is very painful, because in this period of time, there are constantly natural disasters and game players were put into. If not because the landlord system quietly helped, that world has long been destroyed. But thanks to the help of those things left behind by their ancestors, the landlord system opened up that cave, allowing the people sleeping there to awaken. In the past few hundred years, those people who had awakened from their slumber had used the knowledge in their memories to develop the entire world very quickly. And the several hundred years that the game system had deliberately pushed the time of that world forward had in turn become a help to that world, because that world's current level of technological development had already reached a level similar to that of the other second worlds. The inhabitants of this world went from not knowing what a landlord forum was in the beginning to being the most active group of people on the landlord forums, because they had experienced the most and suffered the most. So they wanted to help the others with their umbrellas. They freely shared all the experiences of natural disasters that their world had experienced on the forum. Not only that, the power of technology and knowledge that those awakened people held in their hands was something that had once reached a level close to that of the first world. And they shared those things with other worlds, so that they could also learn from it, and in turn, enhance the level of development of their own worlds. Nowadays, the landlord forum had already departed from its original function and turned into an academic exchange forum. But this was quite good. The more second worlds there were united, the greater the load on the game system would be. The higher the development of the second worlds, the less control the game system would have. Not to mention that before the game system was controlling the number by exterminating the second and third worlds. But because of the appearance of Su Mumu, the game bug, the number of second and third worlds began to skyrocket, and the number of worlds exterminated by the infected couldn't catch up with the number of game worlds preserved by the evolvers, and the burden on the game system naturally increased. After all, because of the existence of the landlord system, those players were quite experienced through the exchange of information, and went to other worlds they hadn't experienced yet, and had a higher success rate in completing their quests. And those players who had become infected, there were even those who actively sacrificed themselves. More than completing the mission, they expected to find a way to preserve that world. After all, every infected had their own loved ones. They had already become infected. Even if they were able to survive by completing the quest, they were still inhuman and ghostly. Why would they not want to think of a way to preserve their loved ones, so that they could live a normal and good life? Becoming infected or evolved was not something they could choose for themselves, but their loved ones could still choose what kind of life to live. They had to work hard to create such a condition for their loved ones. This condition caused the essence to complete more and more missions, and the infected to fail more and more. There were also more and more third worlds that were preserved and fewer second worlds that were destroyed. And it was believed that the game system had become much heavier just by monitoring the missions, not to mention the rest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so frantic in wanting to resolve Su Mumu as the source in one go. But unfortunately things were beyond its control now. The time to enter this world happened to be lunchtime. Su Mumu walked into the cafeteria not far away alone. The game system of this world only released a task. That is to stop the virus from spreading. Any other hints are gone. Now it's the substitute game system that's in control. I can detect it. The landlord system suddenly spoke. For a while just now, this guy had disappeared into thin air. And now that he suddenly appeared and said such a strange sentence, Su Mumu felt that this guy must have just gone to do something unseemly. Otherwise it is also impossible to come back as soon as he said such a headless words. The substitute system's authority is not big, and it can't do much. So it's merely able to issue only basic tasks. And now that we don't know what this world's natural disaster is, it's better to act carefully. On this point, Su Mumu naturally agreed. This university she was at was a comprehensive university that covered an area of thousands of acres, making it one of the largest universities in the country. Because the area is so large, students still have to take a car to class every morning. But the on-campus car can be taken for free by brushing the student card, and outsiders can take a one-way ride for 2 yuan, which is not expensive. Su Mumu just got down from the car when she came. The result was not expected. She just finished buying food and sat down. There was a tall and thin boy panting and running to her. "Classmate, you dropped your reading card." That boy was able to find the person he was looking for was very happy. But the girl in front of him was looking at him. The whole person froze. This person actually looks exactly the same as Joey Ran. "Thank you." After the initial dismay, Su Mumu quickly gathered herself and took the reading card handed over by the other party and said thank you. "Classmate, in order to find you, I have run through several canteens. If you thank me, then treat me to a meal?" The boy pointed to the upper and lower 3 floors of the canteen, indicating that he had searched his floor from top to bottom. "Fine. Just go buy whatever you want to eat yourself." Su Mumu handed over her meal card without any hesitation at all. The boy also didn't be polite with her. Took the meal card and went to get his meal. "Mumu. You silly ah. This kid's family is poor. Every day he tries to find someone to rub rice. Maybe your reading card is not dropped by yourself." But the boy just left. The side of the classmate Tan Jingjing came over and whispered a reminder. "Don't talk nonsense without evidence." Su Mumu's usual relationship with this girl wasn't really close. And the other party suddenly ran over to say these words to herself, which was obviously not very appropriate. Whether that boy really picked up his reading card or not, there was no problem with what he did. On the contrary, this girl in front of her had no evidence whatsoever. So she suddenly smeared people, which in turn looked very wrong. "Alright. I can't do anything if you don't believe me." That Tan Jingjing made a fool of herself, turned around and angrily left with her own dinner tray. And that boy politely came over and returned a meal card in his hand to Su Mumu. "Thank you." Su Mumu, however, saw that he was only carrying 2 white steamed buns in his hand. The student canteen in the head of the thing is not expensive. And this university in the head of what kind of students have. The school, in order to take care of those poor students, set up a love window. As long as a penny, you can buy 2 boys enough to fill the stomach of the white bread. In front of the boys holding. It is this kind of steamed bread. Evidently, it was not like what Tan Jingjing had said, that he had deliberately stolen her reading card and ran here to dilly-dally. "How come you only bought 2 white steamed buns?" Su Mumu couldn't help but call out to him. "Don't you know that the white steamed buns in our school canteen are delicious? That's all I'm good for." The boy smiled sincerely, waved his hand at Su Mumu and left. Su Mumu also didn't stop him to ask anything more. After eating, Su Mumu also from the canteen had probed quite a lot of the school situation. There is no unusual things. It seems that in the school canteen head is no way to deduce this world's natural disaster, in the end is what it is. Just as he wanted to go out to buy some supplies to stock up, he was pulled back by the girls in the dormitory. "Mumu. Our dormitory group activity this afternoon. You didn't forget, did you?" The person holding her arm was the 3rd oldest in the dormitory, named Xiaochang. She has a head of brownish-red curly hair, gently draped over her shoulders, white skin and beautiful appearance. Externally she is a high-cold imperial lady, but back in the dormitory is the one who loves to be pampered the most. She had a good relationship with Su Mumu on weekdays, and at this moment, she also took the initiative to remind Su Mumu. Collective activities? Su Mumu froze. She hadn't heard of this. "You guys see? I told you she would forget. Come, come, come. 100 for each person. Xiao Chang's court lady stretched out her hand and asked for money towards the other two. Che. Moo Moo's memory. Other than what the teacher said. What else can she remember? I didn't promise to gamble with you. Liao Meihua, the smallest in the dormitory, reneged on the debt. Oops, boss. Look at Meihua. Xiao Chang's court lady turned around and complained to Zhang Jing, the dormitory's boss and also their housemaster. Alright. Our dormitory doesn't promote gambling. But then again, we did have an argument about this just now. So let's do it this way. The two of us will help you do the laundry at night. That's more like it. Xiao Qiangqing accepted what she saw as good. Anyway, there was a washing machine in the dormitory. The two of them would at most air it out. There was nothing that couldn't be done. We made an appointment last week to go out shopping and strolling together today. So when we get up from our lunch break, we'll go out. Zhang Jing's words were directed at Su Mumu, obviously reminding her of what exactly she had forgotten. Good. Anyway, it's all shopping. There's no difference between going alone and the whole dormitory going together. It's better for everyone to go out together and buy more things to come back instead. And the memory of the whole dormitory relationship is still quite good. Usually we all take care of each other. Since we know that this world is destined to have a natural disaster, it would be better to let them buy some useful things. When the time comes also good to deal with. However, Su Mumu thought of quite good. Actually shopping up. The few girls chatter. No one is genuinely shopping to stock up. Most of the attention is in those beautiful accessories and fancy clothes. Food with is simply not buy two. That is, the food Meihua also bought 2 big bags of snacks. But most of those snacks are snacks. Simply cannot satiate the stomach. But also not good to carry and save. All are puff food. Su Mumu was speechless. It seems that it is still necessary for her to get on with it. When she entered the supermarket, she insisted that everyone push a trolley. The reason is that she wants to buy too many things today. A car cannot be loaded. So that they also help a piece of loading. When the time to carry back together, her goal was clear. Compressed biscuits, old bread, chocolate, mineral water, toilet paper, feminine hygiene products, shampoo, soap, kitchenware and so on. All of which were practical and easy to carry. Moo Moo. Are you crazy? We came to the supermarket and you bought these? Xiao Changwang speechless. Su Mumu in fact is also very much like to eat snacks. Every time you shop in the supermarket we'll always have to buy some crisps. Chili fries. Peanuts and melon seeds are those messy. Never go to buy compressed biscuits. The old bread, which is not tasty at all, will only be full of things. Especially recently the entire dormitory is on a diet. No one touches the chocolate, this kind of high-calorie things. The result of the trolley is now almost loaded with chocolate. If they were to eat it, they wouldn't be fattened to death. And what's this? Choppers. Rolling pins. Watermelon cutters. What are you doing? We can't cook in the dormitory. University dormitories are prohibited to use high-power electrical appliances. Plus the school has a canteen. The average student at most in the dormitory to prepare a fruit knife. Who will not prepare this kind of cooking guy? Especially the rolling pin that look. Is to have to wrap dumplings with dumplings. Which one of them will cook off? Not to mention engage in this high-end things. It can always be used. Su Mumu ignored their objections and directly swiped her card to pay. As a student, especially a poor orphan living on a scholarship with no parents, Su Mumu didn't have much money on her card. And this swipe cleaned out the money. Mumu, are you irritated by something? Xiao Chang court lady looked at those several big bags of things. The whole person was a bit speechless. Just as these words came out, Mei Hua next to her bumped her with her arm. Xiao Chang immediately looked like she understood something. But she didn't stop speaking like Mei Hua and Zhang Jing did. Instead, she spoke again right after. The sky is the limit. Why are you hanging yourself from a crooked-neck tree? That Shenfeixing originally is not a good thing. Phoenix man. Before is to see you have a scholarship. So deliberately close to you. And now see you are not willing to share the scholarship to him to spend. Ran to cheat the rich to go. If I say you can see his true colors now before it's too late. It's better than graduating and working for several years to be cheated out of your salary. And today you are doing very right. Scholarships to that rubbish man to spend. It is better to spend it ourselves. Go, go, go. Today we do not lose weight. Accompany you to eat what you want to eat. Want to play what to play. Once these words came out, Zhang Jing and Liao Meihua also took out their mobile phones, opened the app and ordered all kinds of yogurt, fruit juice, milk tea, drinks and herbal tea. But also all of them are the kind of box by box, posing the air of laying down their lives to accompany their sisters. Really? Su Mumu then remembered. This original owner before there is a boyfriend. Said boyfriend, in fact, is also ambiguous. Obscure object. The man has been teasing the original owner. Make the original owner thought that the two have already established a relationship. But the other party is only admitted that the two are good friends, and is not willing to admit that the two real relationship. The original owner is not the kind of stalker. Originally in college, she did not intend to fall in love. But that Chen Feixin played a hero to save the beauty, and lay in the hospital for a period of time. The original owner will go along with his intention. But since the other party is not willing to admit, she looked for Chen Feixin to make it clear. But the result is that the person backtracked, and went around telling people that the original owner failed to pursue him and stalked him. The original owner did not expect this person is actually such a shameless person. Is very a little depressed. The dormitory of several people also because of this matter want to pull her out of the distraction. Su Mumu didn't care about this kind of dog-blooded male-female relationship. But now since these few people were willing to go along with her, it was just the right time to let them take advantage of the opportunity to stock up on some more supplies. Really? What do you want to do today? We'll all accompany you. Xiao Chong's court lady patted her chest. Breast. Big sister's naive look came out. Then I want to eat hanging noodles. The kind that comes in 5 caddy packs. Come to 10 buckets. And flour. The kind that comes in 5 caddy packs. Also come to 10 bags. And instant noodles. Also come to 10 boxes. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiao Chong opened the app. Before she could react, Su Mumu snapped. Snap. Snap to place the order, and then let Xiao Chong pay with her fingerprints. As for Zhang Jing and Liao Meihua, they didn't escape Su Mumu's poisonous hand either. The app of the two of them was ordered some kind of assault vest, mountaineering shoes, life jacket, an escape gift bag, first aid kit, which is outrageous enough. And as a result, in the end, they were also purchased by Su Mumu to buy 4 big tires. What's all this with what all? The three of them looked at each other, but none of them dared to say anything. They were really stimulated. But the good sister is like this. They cannot say anything all. As long as she is happy. This money spent also spent. Anyway, they have their own way to money. Xiao Chong Court because of the dance is good. Often invited to a variety of activities. But also in the school next to a dance school part-time job. Not to mention the cost of living. Her savings have several tens of thousands of. Meihua is a rich second generation. Since childhood pocket money is too much to spend. Zhang Jing is working as a part-time teacher. And Xiao Chong is the same educational institution. Xiao Chong's job is still her introduction. That is, Su Mumu is considered the poorest among them. She in order to earn that one scholarship. Day and night study. After all, she is not a gifted player. So there is no extra energy to work to earn money after studying. But the good thing is that those scholarships were kept by him frugally. And also saved a lot. Plus because of her diligence. From time to time, she was also left by the teacher to work part-time in the school. There are also some extra money can earn. Several roommates have a very good relationship with each other. So how much money we all have in hand? More or less in mind. This money for the three of them is basically just rain. Not worth mentioning. But it is something that can save their lives in the situation afterwards. Just Su Mumu's heart in the silent curse themselves. Obviously cannot order. Why go to the supermarket to buy? She is fine. Strength is very big. A person even if all the things are carried back is no big deal. But the other 3 people are afraid that she can't carry a person. She is afraid of revealing. So only able to 4 people carry things back in small packages. Along the way to Su Mumu guilt. Finally she decided to personally cook at night. To cook a hot pot to eat. Of course. This hot pot or to go to the hostess aunt that borrowed electricity. Boiled and served up. Although said poor so a little bit of meaning. But things are good. The hostess Ani is usually very distressed by this diligent and hard-working, strong and independent orphan girl. And in this school for so many years, she has never opened her mouth to ask the hostess Ani to do anything. Just to borrow an electricity. The Ani of course is willing to. And even took the initiative to lend their own self-heating pot to them. It's only cool to eat hot pot with this. After all, hot pot is something that has no flavor if you can't cook it. Auntie was very knowledgeable about food. When Su Mumu returned to the dormitory with a big pot of delicious food, she attracted a lot of people out along the way. There is no way. The hostile auntie is a fierce person, even if you don't use electricity and cook a self-heating hot pot in the dormitory, you will be reprimanded by the auntie looking for the flavor. But when they saw that the person holding the hot pot was Su Mumu, they shut up. People, Su Mumu has not violated the dormitory rules once in several years. And now that she is so miserable, she has indulged once. And the hostile ants are surely willing to let go of the water, so they don't have to take it into account. There were even people who came out to comfort Su Mumu. Moo. It's not easy to find a three-legged in this world. There are many two-legged men. You mustn't put the rubbish man in your heart. Don't worry. What that rubbish did, we will help you to spread the word, so that from now on he will be infamous in our school, and no longer have a way to catch up with the rich white beauty that he has been dreaming of. Su Mumu didn't know the girl who spoke in front of her. The original owner is usually silent. Except for studying is studying. The classmates can't recognize all of them. I didn't think that there is a strange girl who doesn't know her to come over to comfort her at this kind of time. Oh, you don't know me? I haven't spoken to you before. I'm from class 2. My name is Chinanchi. The girl is also a bright nature. Seeing Su Mumu's blank face, took the initiative to introduce herself. Not at all angry because Su Mumu didn't know her. On the contrary, the smile on her face became even bigger. Chapter 81. Hello. Now the supermarket to do activities. Buy more things can be discounted. Our dormitory in the afternoon to sweep the goods it. If you have the need can also go to stock up Su Mumu this out. There are a lot of people are moved. After all, our students can save a little is a little. And everyone in this dormitory building is living for several years. Some things bought always use. Chinanchi was the same. Really? Then I'll go too. Bye. Su Mumu, who had reminded the entire girls' dormitory, was finally able to return to her own dormitory unharmed. And the other three had already cut up the fruits, set out the melons, and even took out 2 playing cards. Come on. We can't sleep until we lose everything tonight. Double up. Muumu's favorite game. Liao Meihua shuffled the cards. 1 foot on the stool support. A casino boss look. That posture is almost a bare bladder with a cigarette. First eat and drink enough to say. Such a big pot of hot potted. Not eat while hot. Then a moment on the cold. Su Mumu smilingly put the hot pot on the table. Greeted a few people to take the dishes. I go. That old hag really gave you the whole thing? My mobile phone was out of battery last time. And I didn't bring my key. And you guys were still in class. So I couldn't even find her for 5 minutes. Xiao Chong and the hostess aunt is absolutely wrong. Every time they meet, they have to stare at each other. Is really staring at dozens of seconds of that kind. She is also quite good. Su Mumu put the pot. Also took out his own dishes. Began to make the sauce. I know. She's just old-fashioned. Last time I hurt my leg. She even carried me to the infirmary. But she doesn't speak well. Xiao Chong female court lady smiled. Hostel manager in the ground floor opened a kiosk. She also patronized the most. Ai. Housemaster. You're unethical. You actually ate the radish almost clean while we were talking. Don't you know that this hot pot boiled radish is the best? Liao Meihua spat at Zhang Jing, while her hand went to grab 2 pieces of radish. What radish is delicious? It's clearly the meat that's the most delicious. You guys eat the radish and I'll eat the meat. Let's cooperate with each other, and not interfere with each other. Su Mumu also opened her mouth. As soon as these words were uttered, several people looked at each other, and then pretended that nothing had happened, snickered a little, and then continued to start showing off their food. Su Mumu used to be very fond of eating meat, but ever since she was harassed by that scummy guy, she started a weight loss program. Obviously she was already very thin. She didn't need to lose weight at all. She should be replenishing her body. That scum witches want her to lose weight. In fact, simply want to let her save more money. Save for him to spend only. Even eat meat in the eyes of that scum is a waste. But now Mumu finally came to his senses. Will not be that scum Pu again. Also began to eat meat like crazy. This is right. They are young. Or in the long body time. Eat meat is nothing. But also eat a lot of fruit. A lot of vegetables it. After dinner a few people began to play cards. A whole night. This dormitory is full of laughter. Su Mumu has never felt such a good atmosphere of roommates. At this moment, she forgot that she is in the game world, only as if she is a common college student, enjoying the moment of happiness. Because last night stayed up late, so the whole dormitory people slept until the sunrise. Good thing today is the weekend, do not need to get up early for classes. So the 4 people are sleeping peacefully. It wasn't until the movement of Zhang Jing getting up and packing woke Su Mumu up, and the 2 of them cleaned up the entire dormitory, that those other 2 finally sat up from the bed in a daze. Boss, Mumu, you guys got up so early. Don't you sleep more? Xiao Chong's court lady was in a daze. Glanced at the sky outside. It was still dark. The time was still early. She could still sleep a little more. It's still early. It's 12:30 now. If you don't get up, the canteen will be closed. Although it is said that on weekends the canteen is open all day. But certain delicious windows only work at the real meal times. Other times are not open. If they go late, they will only be able to eat some not so delicious things. Su Mumu was still very picky about food. And when she had the chance to eat something delicious, she would never compromise herself. 12:30? Shouldn't be I see the weather forecast said today is a sunny day. How come it's still so cloudy outside? Is it going to rain heavily? The weather in this city is like this. One moment it's a big sun. The next moment it might be a torrential downpour. But after the torrential downpour it'll be sunny again. It's the kind of weather that changes when it says it's going to change. But it's summer now. And a rainstorm would be nice to cool things down. It's possible. When I got up I saw that the sky outside was still quite nice. Zhang Jing agreed. Su Mumu, however, glanced at the weather outside with some concern and picked up her rice bucket. This was a large bucket that was specially prepared for the purpose of bringing rice in their dormitory. And one bucket could be filled with food for 4 people. Occasionally, if anyone was free to go down to get food, and the others didn't want to go down, they would carry this bucket to get enough food for 4 people at once, saving them the trouble of having to carry big bags and small bags. I'll go to the canteen to get food first. You guys just stay in the dormitory. In this current situation, wanting to wait for everyone to go out in one piece was impossible without half an hour. In order to prevent the color of the sky from continuing to change again in a while, it was better to go down and fetch the meal up first. Most importantly, Su Mumu had to go out to see if there was anything unusual. These few worlds down, Su Mumu has been a little bit like a scared bird. Once the weather has any kind of wind, she will be a little nervous. Good, today is just an ordinary heavy rainstorm. Su Mumu into the canteen to play a good meal. Outside the pouring rain. Out of the Macintosh with an umbrella. She returned to the dormitory building unharmed. Just walked to the dormitory floor when, wearing a security uniform of Zhou Yiran, stopped her. Be careful these days. Last night time, I saw them doing some experiments in the head of this school's experimental building. On top of that, at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, there were some heavily armed armored cars entering this school's experimental building, down to the -3 floor. As for what they went down to do, I don't have the authority. I haven't found out yet. I will continue to check it tonight. You stock up on some more supplies these days if you have the chance. Then see if that safe house of yours can be made ahead of time first. Although I know that Su Mumu's physical quality today is already much stronger than ordinary people. Encountering some ordinary emergencies is also enough to cope with. But he is already used to 2 people acting at the same time. Suddenly have to split up with Su Mumu action. His heart is still not assured. At this moment. Although he said that he came over to exchange information. But in reality, it was for the sake of wanting to take a look at Su Mumu. Wanting to see if she was okay. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. If there's anything, we can still make a direct call. There's still an intercom. You said the situation, I know. Long Aot on side also sent a message. Said he felt that this school in the head of the abandoned garden some wrong. You had the opportunity at night. You can also go over there to see. Su Mumu glanced to see through Zhou Yiran in the thought of what? Since and Zhou Yiran signed an employee contract. The 2 are almost never separated. Even in the last world. Zhou Yiran is also stay in her system. Equivalent to the relationship of the carry-on. This world, 2 people suddenly so separate. Although only one night. Su Mumu has been able to see from Zhou Yiran's eyes sticky reluctance to give up emotions. A sweet feeling spread in her heart. The tone of speech was also unconsciously much gentler. Good. Joey Ran also felt Su Mumu's difference towards him. And while his heart was happy, he was also a little indisputably shy. And his originally gray skin blossomed a little pink. In order to hide his wrongness, he raised his hand and touched the back of his head, pretending to be correcting his hat. Then I'll leave first. Wait. Su Mumu pulled out an umbrella from her bag and handed it to Joey Ran. But both of them were clear that the action of her pulling out the umbrella from her bag was nothing more than a cover, and was actually taken out from the landlord's system. Take the umbrella. Even if you have a hat. If you get wet in the rain too much, you will catch a cold. Good. Joey Ran just slightly froze, and then happily results in the umbrella. Honestly and obediently propped up. Just that walking action. How to look at it all, a bit of a leap. 1 meter 8 or so of the big black cool handsome security suddenly changed into a lovely love primary school chicken. This transformation let Su Mumu cannot help but laugh. Stood in place to look at his back. A while before drilling into the dormitory building, the two have overlooked the fact that Joey Ran is a zombie and the king. A little rain will catch a cold. This kind of thing is absolutely not related to him. Back to the dormitory. Su Mumu has not yet waited. Handing the hand of the lunch box to the boss. Was interrogated by several people. Quickly and honestly. What is the relationship between that handsome man in black and you? Liao Meihua's body reveals the breath of gossip. Looking at Su Mumu's eyes ambiguous. The eyes of Su Mumu were ambiguous and dripping. What black handsome? Look at his dress. Obviously is our school security. I warn you all. Those security guards are not necessarily all good people. Last time I also heard them discussing that they want to pick up a female college student to show off it. Xiao Chong's beautiful and good family. Chasing her people are very much. So from childhood, she has developed a pair of fiery eyes. The power to identify slag can be said to be the first person in the whole dormitory. Ah? So down to the head ah? Liao Meihua was so said by her. Instantly not gossip. Also not ambiguous. Obscene anymore. And her expression when looking at Su Mumu also turned into a look of worry. But not everyone is like this anymore. I'm just reminding you to be careful. If you have any ideas, you must examine them clearly beforehand. Or else we will be the ones to suffer at the time. Seeing this, Xiao Chong's attitude softened. As long as they won't easily give people a cheat. And meet a good man. No matter what the other party's profession is. They don't need to be too formal. He and I have known each other since we were kids. He came over to apply for the job because he knew I went to this school. Su Mumu also didn't hide her relationship with Joey Ran. Instead, she frankly introduced. Wow. This is the childhood sweethearts too small. But also campus romance. Running for love. Xiao Chong immediately turned starry-eyed. Although she discerned Sly countless. Sensible and elegant. But really high on CP. Compared to Liao Meihua ever. I say you too. Can you not be so extreme ah? A moment of this and a moment of that. Listen to Mumu finish the sentence okay? Zhang Jing was speechless to these two crazy unreliable guys. Do they both want to remind people? Or do they want to kowtow to CP themselves? No. He just recently came to the city. Want to find a job. Know that our school in the recruitment of security guards came over to apply for the job. Su Mumu weaved a similar identity for Joey Ran. So that's how it is. But I see that he is really handsome. Just that temperament. If it wasn't for the security uniform he was wearing. Directly wearing a military uniform. It would be simply handsome. He did stay in the army before. After all, it was someone who had led a zombie troop. Wow. Look at that. My vision was right. Ma yeah. Military brother hey. Xiao Chong and Liao Meihua were both excited. They didn't even need Zhang Jing and Su Mumu to say anything more to them. They were able to brainstorm an entire drama on their own. Mumu. Let's eat. Zhang Jing shook her head, not wanting to interrupt her housemate's pink bubble fantasies. But she also had no intention of continuing to go deeper with them on this topic. Su Mumu and that boy obviously didn't have anything going on. It's nothing to gossip about this kind of topic. But if you talk about it more, how embarrassed would people be? Besides, Su Mumu has just been cheated by that scummy guy. How can she commit to the next relationship so quickly? That boy seems to be interesting to Mumu. But look at Mumu's appearance. Although it is also interesting. But it seems not much. It's better to let the two of them develop naturally. They, the outsiders, shouldn't interfere too much. Boss, do you think our dormitory is still missing something? Su Mumu tried to guide Zhang Jing, to take the initiative to stock up herself. Not short of anything. I usually don't stock up on things. Don't worry. Our school has a disaster drill every other day. We prepared everything we need to prepare. Disaster drills? This was the first time Su Mumu had heard of this matter. There was also no relevant information in the original owner's memory. Yeah. You're in the library every time with headphones to study. So naturally you don't know about this. Zhang Jing was not surprised by Su Mumu's reaction. Our school will have a disaster every 3 months. The drills are based on the dormitory. The school will conduct inspections. Every time I have my stuff ready. The inspections are all perfect scores. We see that you study in the library every time. So we didn't bother you with such small things. Anyway, every time there is a drill, our dormitory has everything. Don't worry. Yesterday, Su Mumu's abnormality. The trio guessed that apart from being because of that scummy guy, it was also because of the disaster drills that were coming soon. She might have heard about something. For so long, she hadn't helped out. Probably because she suddenly knew about it. So she wanted to do something to help out. But now looking at her reaction. Hey, this poor kid. It's still because of that scummy guy. Is the disaster drill thing something that only our school will do? Or all colleges and universities in the country will do it? Su Mumu couldn't help but inquire. The whole country is like this, My parents were like this when they went to school. Zhang Jing only realized that she seemed to have said the wrong thing after she finished speaking, and hurriedly changed the subject. However, Su Mumu was already deep in thought. A world that would always conduct disaster drills in colleges and universities. Is it ever already experienced a natural disaster, and has already started to prevent it? Then this world's natural disaster in the end will be what? Su Mumu thought of the underground laboratory that Zhou Yiren said. It seems that only when viewed in the underground laboratory, in the end what secrets to be able to make a judgment. In the following days, Su Mumu was like a normal college student, attending classes, going back to her dormitory, and buying supplies. As for the location of her safe house, she had already chosen a good place. Right next to the cafeteria in that abandoned school building. The building had been about to be remodeled a few years ago, but she hadn't been able to get a suitable bid. After all, the school head of these projects are particularly demanding. The profit is not high. General people want to make money will not be here to build buildings. But Su Mumu is different. Since she entered this world this time was dropped into this college. The people she knows are also students in this college. Then she naturally wants to start from this school. With a burst of operation from the landlord system, the bid for that abandoned building was taken down very smoothly. The school's requirement is to make a building that is in line with the school's humanistic culture. Preferably the kind that is both residential and scenic. Su Mumu thought about it, and simply pulled out the design drawings of the BNB-style small courtyard that she had previously found a designer to draw. Anyway, the school gave this piece of land is big enough. The required accommodation population is not much. Only 100 or so people only. Build this kind of small courtyard is the most suitable. Su Mumu himself is very like this kind of style house. But once upon a time, there was no such opportunity. This time it is not easy to have such an opportunity. Of course is to try. This is the first time that you can order the building materials and recruit the workers to work here in the open. As for the quality of the building, with the landlord system overseeing it, there was naturally no need for her to worry more. This piece of land of our school has finally been contracted out. It's been deserted here for so many years. And I don't know what it will be built like after it's contracted out. Recently the construction of this piece of land became the hottest topic in the school. Many people were talking about this matter. Su Mumu's dormitory was no exception. I heard that this piece of land will become private property by then. And we can't just go in and visit it. What it's built into has nothing to do with us. Zhang Jing shook her head with a look of pity. Before this place fell into disrepair, I've always wanted to go in and explore. I heard that our school was a battlefield a few hundred years ago. And a lot of people died. And in the middle of the night, there were always people who heard all kinds of female ghosts coming out of the walls. It's a shame now. I wonder where those homeless female ghosts are going to go then. Xiao Chong and Liao Meihua glanced at their own boss with horror on their faces. There was no way around it. Their boss usually looked like a pretty normal person. But she was unusually interested in things like metaphysics. In private, she would always engage in some godly things. Not at all like what others thought. Was a dignified and virtuous lady. That piece of abandoned land. Since the boss has been staring for a long time. Idle. will always read want to go to explore adventure. If not they prevent it in time. I am afraid that would have been punished by the school. Like that kind of place is forbidden to enter the school. Not because there are any demons and monsters, but because the head of the old and dilapidated is prone to problems. But the boss always felt that there was some kind of hidden secret there, and wanted to go in and find out what was going on. Now it's not easy to build something on that piece of land. In the future, they no longer need to be missed by their own boss. And they don't need to keep an eye on their own boss in the middle of the night every day, for fear that their own boss will run there to explore if they don't pay attention to him. As a result, look at what the self-boss said. Instead of worrying about the construction workers being scared by the female ghosts, she was worried about the female ghosts being homeless. In the past, if we fought in the war, it seems that women were not allowed to go to the battlefield. Right? Even if there are ghosts, they should be male ghosts. They won't be female ghosts. Right? Sumumu raised a soul-torturing question, hitting Zhang Jing's young little mind directly. What do you know? Have you heard of Ming Jiangnu crying at the Great Wall? Those female ghosts must have run to the battlefield to collect the bodies for their husbands after their husbands died, and then stayed on the battlefield when they were heartbroken. Zhang Jing was stunned, and then sophisticatedly said, she actually didn't know whether it was a male or female ghost. But all of those ghost stories circulating on the forum posts at school had female ghosts as the protagonists. She was a firm believer in those stories. And now that they were being questioned, she, as a fan, of course had to defend them. Packing is to bring the body back home to bury it. Right. Left on the battlefield for what all? There is still a family at home that needs to be taken care of. I remember that in ancient times, collecting corpses was also the responsibility of the army to transport the bodies directly back to each soldier's home, and did not need the relatives to personally go to clean up. Saying that, Sumumu gave a strange look at Zhang Jing. Okay. I remember that you seem to be from the history department. Right. This kind of thing you should know better than me all. The subtext was, how could you, a history reader, have such outrageous ideas? Alas, history is history, and metaphysics is metaphysics. Zhang Jing made excuses for herself. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that it's just circled over there, and we haven't started building anything yet, and go over to take a look first? Zhang Jing tried to urge her roommates to join her in the adventure. No way. It's illegal. The trio unanimously dismissed it. Well, I'm just thinking about it. Zhang Jing sighed again. Maybe we'll be able to go in and see it when his side is built. After all, it's our school's internal territory. We students should have some privileges. Seeing how disappointed Zhang Jing was, Sumumu suddenly spoke up. Really? I'm curious. What will become of there in the end? Xiao Chong came to be interested. Me too. I heard that it's going to be made into a B&B style. But by then, there will be no female ghosts to look at. Zhang Jing couldn't raise her interest half-heartedly. The crowd was speechless. The topic was skipped. But that night, Sumumu received a message from Zhou Yiran that someone had broken into their construction site. Zhou Yiran hadn't caught the person yet. This news spread in the school forum the next day. It's really a female ghost. Chapter 82. When this news spread, I'm afraid Zhang Jingyi was the only one in the whole school who wasn't scared at all, but was excited instead. She even wanted to pull someone along to squat. Let's go and take a look together. I see that many people on the forum have already organized themselves to go exploring tonight. How about it? Do you guys want to go with me? That person acted very stiffly. Sneakily just circled around, not knowing what the exact purpose was. When I found him, he suddenly disappeared. Sumumu didn't say anything. She remembered Zhou Yiran sent that one message. It's hard not really a female ghost is not? Action stiff like a zombie. But zombies do not have the ability to suddenly disappear. Unless it is an infected person. But also has to be the kind of infected people with special abilities. And if it is a zombie, then he is in front of Zhou Yiran is certainly not easy to escape. After all, Zhou Yiran is the king of the zombies. All the zombies will be affected by his influence. It is absolutely impossible to easily escape from the front of him, but not to be found by his identity. But last night's thing was so easy to escape from the front of Zhou Yiran. It's not good to say that it's really something like a female ghost or something like that. Let's go together tonight. Boss. Xiao Chong and Liao Meihua reflexively thought that this sentence was spoken by Zhang Jing. But when they reacted to the fact that the person who said this sentence wasn't Zhang Jing but Sumumu, They were already being pulled outside by Zhang Jing. No. Mumu. What are you doing? The boss has been brainwashed by those metaphysical stories. Can it be that you have also been brainwashed by those ghost stories? Besides, even if there really is a female ghost there, aren't we just going to die? I have nothing to do. I go to see female ghosts. See female ghosts, and cannot grow more meat. Ah poo. Less meat. Xiao Chong court lady was so scared that she grabbed the door frame, not willing to go, and hurriedly questioned Su Mumu. This matter is not her support. The boss where can so suddenly take them to the outside. This little traitor. Didn't she say before that she would advise the boss not to be brainwashed by those ghost stories? Why did she suddenly become like this? Is it possible that the two of them have been possessed? Then Meihua and the boss stay in the dormitory. I'll go with the boss. Su Mumu turned her head to look, only to find that Xiao Chong and Liao Meihua, two people, are a little afraid of the appearance. The original two people usually pretend to the ghosts and monsters they completely do not believe in, because of fear. In that case, do not force them to go together. Well, me and Mumu go on it. Zhang Jing looked very excited. For her, as long as her roommate is willing to let her go. It doesn't matter if she has someone to accompany her. No, you guys can't go either. It's too dangerous. If there are no female ghosts there, it's fine. But if there are female ghosts, we don't know how to catch or drive them away. So what if we get into trouble? Xiao Chong was still very worried. Yes, boss. Ghosts. Aren't you scared? Liao Meihua was a bit more timid and couldn't help but remind the two. It's okay. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid either. Then you guys wait for us in the dormitory. After the two finished speaking, they went out of the dormitory together. The two of them, Xiao Chong and Liao Meihua, looked at each other and both saw worry and fear in the other's eyes. Mumu, why are you suddenly interested in ghosts and monsters? In fact, there's no need for you to accompany me to see it. If you're not interested, I can team up with those people on the forums. So don't worry about me too much. And the school has already announced today that they will be sending security guards over to patrol over there. There won't be any danger. Going downstairs, Zhang Jing still decided to confirm her thoughts with Su Mumu first. She couldn't just drag her roommate down with her just because of her own interests. I'm just curious. Anyway, there is a security team patrolling over there. There won't be anything happening. First go over and take a look. Zhou Yiren will indeed bring 10 security guards to patrol the construction site tonight. This is not only the school's arrangement, but also their own decision. Su Mumu and Zhou Yiren both wanted to know what the black shadow that appeared last night was. Whether it was a human, a ghost, or a zombie. Therefore, after the school side revealed the intention to send people over to patrol, Zhou Yiren took the initiative to come forward to apply. In addition to Zhou Yiren, Long Outyan also held up his big gardening scissors and came over. Boss, then you go over first. I'll talk to them. After Su Mumu too met those two, Zhang Jing took the initiative to say that she wanted to go and buy drinks to drink. Su Mumu knew that Zhang Jing was creating an opportunity for her to get along with Zhou Yiren, and didn't reject it, and walked over with a big smile. What's the plan? The specific plan is to arrange for people to squat here. There is no other better way. Today I have no clue for a day. It is really that person is too cunning. A trace is not left. Zhou Yiren moved closer to Su Mumu. Suddenly spoke in a low voice. But I found that something seems to have happened on the lab side of the 3rd floor underground. Something happened? Su Mumu instantly understood what Zhou Yiren meant. Yes. Just before that black shadow appeared yesterday, a glass door over there was broken. And then it seems that something escaped. But the school side is not willing to disclose the specifics. And I don't know exactly what happened anymore. Zhou Yiren is just a security guard. For many things in the school does not understand. He also does not have any authority can go to probe. But this time Long Ao Tian is very arrogant to stand out. Hey. Male god Not to say what roles have their significance of existence. Like the male god Yu, this kind of jade tree. Looks tall and handsome people. Go where are the focus of the crowd. Do some things or really inconvenient. At times like this, it's necessary for someone like me, who can eat well no matter where you are, mix well with anyone, and doesn't draw attention to himself, to make an appearance. Alright, get to the point. Su Mumu was speechless. This guy, no matter what time of the day, he never forgets to brag about himself. The point is that when I was doing flower and plant care, I had heard them discussing about the research project in the head of that underground laboratory, which is said to be working on a key project of the country, called what black matter inheritance. In fact, I didn't understand what exactly they were talking about, but I always felt that this thing was very dangerous looking. Could it be related to that black shadow that appeared last night? Black matter inheritance? Several people were hearing such a word for the first time, and for a moment they didn't know who to ask about this thing. Yes, it's these words. I originally had looked for people to inquire about it, but everyone just passes it on, and no one really knows what's going on. And then someone told me to ask less about it, and to ask more about it, and to say that it's not good to have any dangers. Also said that that thing is not something clean. If you are targeted by that thing, it is highly likely that you will be approached by strange and weird things at night. Long Aotion analyzed. I think with what they said, that thing can't be said to be something alive. Otherwise, how could it come to the door? Forget it. Don't continue guessing here. What exactly is it? Won't we know when we see it tonight? Su Mumu clapped her hands, not intending to continue this topic. Simply walked over to find Zhang Jing, then bought a meal in the canteen with the other party, and handed it to Zhou Yiran and Long Aotion when they came over. Nah, it's my treat. Handed over the meal is the kind of canteen packing box, wrapped in black plastic bag. Cannot see clearly what exactly is inside, but the three people know in their hearts. Here is loaded. Is not the canteen to buy the meal, but Su Mumu warehouse in the stock. The two people love to eat their own meals. In this world cannot eat the kind of food, even if the civilization of each world is almost the same. But the various eating habits are still not the same. For example, the three of them like to eat dishes in this world cannot be found. No one has even heard of. So when they crave, they can only take from Su Mumu here. Fortunately, Su Mumu had quite a lot of stock on hand. They were able to afford these dishes even if they wanted to eat them for the rest of their lives. Mumu, why don't you go over and stay with the two of them first? I'm going to look for a few talkers on my forum. Zhang Jing took her own lunchbox and pointed to the other side, where she stood in a circle. A few young people who were having a heated discussion. If she wanted to go over and find them to have a chat. Good. Su Mumu nodded and didn't continue to ask anything else. But the three of them didn't say anything else either. They just squatted there, and each ate their own boxed lunch. Only Long Aotion from time to time looked at the two people's lunch box in the middle of what he likes to eat meals. And then Fancy and Su Mumu want. He had eaten soft rice out of his mind. There's no way. Brother's life is to rely on such a face to get by. That can't be helped. Since you can add points through your appearance, why do you still have to fight through your own efforts? But is the three people here to eat? So a moment of time. There have been several girls over to find Zhou Yiran to phone number. At first, he was just a polite refusal. And then to the fifth person over, he simply sat down to Su Mumu's side to go. And then his bowl of chicken legs. Shrimp one by one to Su Mumu's bowl clip. Then looked at the girl who came over to ask for her phone number. Got it? The girl didn't expect him to actually do this, and her face instantly turned red. I'm sorry. I didn't know you already had a girlfriend. Su Mumu was speechless, not expecting that she would one day be used as a shield. Pahahaha, male god, you are so absoluto. Long Aotion laughed very exaggeratedly behind the two of them, and also blocked all those people who were originally stupid enough to want to come over and ask for the phone number. They originally thought that the girl has been looking for girls to ask for food soft rice man, and that girl is a pair of children. The results did not expect that person is only a small follower. That looks cool handsome man, and that girl is a pair. What are you looking at? They have been over to find my phone number. Is there nothing you want to say? Zhou Yiran was a little angry. Looking at Su Mumu's expression was not good. What can I say? Su Mumu was a little strange. Say, why did you reject them? Just asking for a phone number. This guy's looks were originally the type that would be asked for a phone number, Not to mention the fact that he was now wearing such a dark and cool uniform, making it even more attractive. Their school security uniform is not like the ordinary security uniform. Just black bulging. Not show the body of the kind. It was more like a Navy uniform. Only black. Anyone who wore it would look very spirited. Not to mention a guy like Zhou Yiran, who was originally very good looking. The girls in the university were originally the age of bravely chasing after love. And it wasn't uncommon that they would come over to ask for a phone number. Do you really want me to give them my phone number? Joey ran with Su Mumu gas almost broke the voice. If not still concerned about Long Aotion in the back. He is now going to catch her to ask in the end is thinking what? Oh! That also did not. In the end, she for Joey ran still like. Especially in the two now relationship, and once upon a time completely different after. Once upon a time for this man's like. Maybe the kind of floating in midair. Indistinct. For a phantom of their own cannot reach the like. But now this man has come into his own life. Real existence in front of their eyes. And also living flesh and blood to show his most real personality. This kind of like then began to change. It was a sensible and real liking. A liking that made him feel proud when those cute girls came up to him and asked for his phone number. It was the kind of liking that saw him get mad at himself for not being jealous. But felt he was very cute because of it. Joey Ren's eyes instantly lit up, turning her face around. Her entire being changed from the resentful little daughter-in-law look she had just had into a happy sunflower. Behind them, Long Aotion couldn't help but cover his eyes. Mama. No eyes. I didn't think that so tall and handsome male god is actually a love brain. My boss just casually popped up a few words. He was actually provoked to dizzy. My boss did not say anything. How can he be so happy? Long Aotion cannot help but carry his own bowl of rice to the distance away. Really cannot see Fortunately the god is only a man. If a beautiful little girl, that is not waiting to be slagged by the dregs of the shero. People are naturally more prone to appreciate beautiful things. This is a very normal thing. Su Mumu was a little embarrassed by his pair of eyes. So she had to harden her heart in praise. So it's a normal thing for them to come over and find you to ask for your phone number. So what I've finished eating. I'll go to the arranged place first to see the situation. But after praising 2 sentences, she could no longer praise. It was really that this guy's eyes were too burning. Looking at her was a little uncomfortable. However, behind her, Joey Ren's gaze has been tightly following her. Have to move away from the meaning or not. Hey. Back to the soul. Long Aotion really can't stand to watch. Reached out and shook Joey Ren's shoulders. Called him back to God. What can he say to be good? This male god everything is good. Is some love brain. Since the boss has been gone for half a day. This guy actually still able to stare at the direction of the boss disappear to see the sound. This is afraid not a fool. Right? And he likes the boss. Everyone can see it well. As a result, several worlds have passed. These two people actually still do not have any progress. The god is actually still for this kind of small matter angry jealous. And honestly as you attracted others over to find you want phone number okay. Should be angry is the boss right? The boss is not angry. You actually because the boss is not angry and angry. This is in the end what is the logic. The boss is also good-tempered. And actually able to explain half a day with the god of man because of such a small matter. And the god of the man because of such a sentence is not small, and not small explanation and happy up. Alas, not because he too long did not fall in love. So cannot figure out nowadays young people are playing a kind of what kind of form of pattern? At this rate of progress of the two of them. I'm afraid they've all died of old age without being together. Right? I say. Like to go after Why to be so twisted? Men should be a bit more active. Cough. Joey Ren only then realized what he had just done. He wanted to pick up all the face that he had just dropped. But looking at this look it was sort of impossible to pick it up. Simply did not go to the hard concave what the persona was. But instead turned his head to ask Long Aotion. What do you think should be how to confess to her to be good? In the beginning he was unwilling to delay Su Mumu. But after experiencing so many worlds, and being used to seeing life and death, he in turn thought about it. Life is short. You will never know what accidents will happen in the next moment. Some words should be said or said out. Some people should seize the time to cherish the time and a piece of time. Should also be good to seize the time. They were originally different from ordinary people. Time for them is not something they can afford to waste. He could clearly feel that Su Mumu was also fond of him. Since both of them liked each other. Why should they waste so much time guessing and testing each other? This I am good at When I Long Aotion like the girl there is no take no. You look at, and so I Long Aotion help you to set up. Must help you to take the boss. Long Aotion to Joey Ren's ear to go. Muttered half a day. The original face is still confused. Joey Ren gradually began to have a clear expression. That night, when Joey Ren found Su Mumu, he was a bit sneaky. What's wrong? In fact, Just now Joey Ran's out-of-place performance. Su Mumu also all felt. Just she did not say break this thing. After all, now is not the time to say such things. Nothing. This little flower for you. Joey Ran saw Su Mumu's attention finally turn to him from the opposite playground. Then took out a red rose. Where did it come from? This flower also with the outer packaging. Obviously from the florist to buy. But their school's florist in another campus. Away from here at least half an hour away. A go to an hour. But this is just past 10 minutes only. This guy from where to get such a rose? Long Ao Tion looking for a girl to buy. Joey Ran was a little embarrassed to scratch his head and told the truth. Although Long Ao Tion had instructed him to say that he had to run for his life to buy it. After all, like his physical quality today, want to use the running to run this distance to finish. Indeed can also do not need 10 minutes of time. After all, they are now faster than the car. But he did not want to deceive Su Mumu. Ah? Su Mumu was a little puzzled. Why bother? It wasn't like she was someone who cared much about things like flowers. At first in the Black Earth Star when Joey Ran also not less planted flowers and grasses to her. That time although her heart is also happy. But also did not feel that flowers such things are necessities. Compared to flowers, she prefers fruits. Can be eaten, can be used. More practical some. But now, Joey Ran suddenly so formally went to buy such a perfectly packaged flower to send to herself. The meaning that this flower represents seems to be different from that time. I want to give it to you. Joey Ran coyly opened his mouth. Something a little more formal. Not the same kind of flower delivery as in Black Earth Star. Obviously. He and Su Mumu were thinking of the same thing. Thanks. Hearing this, Su Mumu borrowed this branch of flowers and put it under her nose and smelled it. As if the flavor of this branch of flowers and those flowers before was not quite the same. A little more fragrant. A little sweeter. Mumu. I like you. Can you give me a chance to be with you? Joey Ran took the opportunity to confess. When he said this, what came to his mind was the 1,000 words of advice that Long Ao Tion had just given him. Girls love romance. You must find a special romantic venue. It's best to give him a very grand ceremony in front of everyone. There must be flowers, candles, and all kinds of balloons. It's best to prepare another beautiful crown for the boss. Let me tell you, girls all think about being a princess. As long as you treat her like a princess, she can just swoon right then and there. And after that, no matter what else you say, they will definitely agree. Long Ao Tion had that expression as if he was the person who knew the most about girls in this world. In addition to that, you have to prepare a beautiful gift. And a cake. I'll choose the venue when the time comes. Just look at the male god, you don't look like you know what is called romantic. Other those flowers candles balloons all by me to arrange it. But the gift must have to you to pick. Girls almost care is this. Long Ao Tion finished. Joey Ran suddenly realized. But just in the 10 minutes that he took the flowers step by step towards Su Mumu, he suddenly felt that Su Mumu doesn't seem to be the kind of person who likes those things. She didn't like everything to be in front of everyone. And she didn't like too many people around her. If you want to be with her, you have to let her make a choice with absolute sobriety and rationality. Not like what Long Ao Tion said. Using flowers, ceremony, all kinds of atmosphere, and the crowd around her to make her faint, and then agree on impulse. That way the beginning of the two of them will definitely be an irrational beginning. Then when the two of them are actually together, will they regret it? Chapter 83. It is because of thinking clearly about this point. So now Joey Ran intends to use his own method to ask Su Mumu. He wants to respect her choice. He does not want to force the way to get the results they want. Feelings of this kind of thing must be you love my willingness. Must also be in the case of absolute sanity. Because the feelings to make however made the decision. You think clearly? Su Mumu heard him say. The expression did not have any change. Just very calm and rational to ask him. Well, I think clearly. No matter what happens. No matter what kind of state we two people are. I want to be with you. This is what I spent years to finally understand. As he said this, his palms were sweating with nervousness. Before he did not say these words, he thought very clearly. Think he did this is to give both sides a rational choice opportunity. But when these words out, he felt that this kind of confession is really too unromantic. Will she dislike him? Good. But Su Mumu didn't let him think for too long. Nor did she make it difficult for him, or anything. just gave an affirmative answer not a few seconds after he finished speaking. Both of them in fact is not the kind of hesitation sticky people determine a thing. They will be brave in that direction to chase and strive to do the best. These years, whether it is on the career or on the feelings, they are so. Only when young. So in the face of feelings of this uncertain thing, chose to retreat. But now they have been sure of each other's hearts. So why should they have to squirm and waste time? His and her heart together. The idea is also the same. Then towards the common goal to go. Ah? Zhou Yiren froze. Did not seem to think that she would so easily give such a definite answer. However, Su Mumu did not let him freeze for too long. A gentle, cool kiss had landed on top of his lips that had become hot because of his nervousness. Before he could react, she had already left, making him almost think that what he had just seen was his own fantasy. Can I be sure again? The first time relatives. Su Mumu also cheeks hot. After all, no matter how many novels have been written, the actual practice is still different. The feeling of shyness came. She just wanted to look away and divert her attention. But then she heard Zhou Yiren's straight male speech from the top of her head. She raised her head, wanting to see exactly what he meant. And then she was gently carried into Zhou Yiren's arms. And a hot but careful kiss fell. For a long time, the two finally separated. But also until this moment, the two loved primary school chickens finally determined the fact that the two have become lovers. It was true that the campus environment was more likely to make people fall in love. I saw everything. Perhaps it was because there were too many people tonight. And there weren't any dark shadows. Everyone waited until the middle of the night. But there was nothing to show up. So in the end, they all went back to their dormitories, leaving only the security team still standing firm there. On the way back, Zhang Jing mysteriously came to Su Mumu's side, suddenly speaking to her. That's really good. Su Mumu was a little shy, not knowing what to say. After all, for her, this was also the first time since this period of time together. The four people in the dormitory relationship is very good. Su Mumu also gradually treat them as friends. This is a completely different feeling for her from before. Once upon a time she was always writing alone at home. That time she was lonely. Even if she had any emotional problems, she always digested them alone and wouldn't talk to anyone else. She just chose to listen to Zhang Jing. He was willing to respect your choice and didn't do anything in public. You don't know that 2 days ago, a girl from the next department was scolded for rejecting the confession of that boy from their department. What happened? Su Mumu hadn't heard of this matter. She only knew that some time ago someone confessed in this small square. Said it was a small square. In fact, it was also as big as a whole football field. Mainly because their school site is really too big. There are several squares. This square is the smallest one. At that time, this matter was quite a big deal. Because when that boy started setting up the decorations from the morning, he opened a live stream and had been uploading dynamics on the school's forum posts as well as on his personal video number. So by the time the girl was tricked into coming in the evening, this matter was already known throughout the school and had even fermented on the internet. But there were quite a few people who felt that this matter was just too romantic. There were also quite a few people who said they envied this girl and even praised this boy to the skies, saying they envied other people's boyfriends. Just how that girl rejected this boy in the end, Su Mumu didn't know. She just knew that there was such a thing. You don't know that the girl told the boy in front of all the people. She has long had a boyfriend. And this boy is known. Only this girl's boyfriend, and she is a long-distance relationship. So this boy has not believed that this girl has a boyfriend. Absolutely, this girl deliberately rejected him. So only took such a nonsensical the boyfriend to perfunctory him only. But that girl on the spot will be their boyfriend pulled to make a video phone call. And then that boyfriend is very polite to tell this confession of the boy. Thank him for his girlfriend's like. But in a few months before they have been, and this boy said clearly, I hope that he will not continue to pester their girlfriend. And then this boy on the spot rage, crying this girl to deceive his feelings. Speaking of this, Zhang Jing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Obviously he himself had to be bent on having his own way. What do you mean that the girl cheated him of his feelings? Ah, people had already made it clear to him. But he had to destroy other people's feelings. This is called digging the wall. Foot digging cannot. Is not at all what pure love boys by green tea girls cheat feelings. That post on the forum is about this matter. Su Mumu naturally also saw this post called Pure Love Boys Being Cheated by Green Tea Girls. I didn't expect that it was actually about this matter. At that time, the click rate of this post was also very high, in addition to other similar posts. In short, there are a lot of voices on the internet now scolding this girl for cheating her feelings. There were even quite a few malicious voices saying that if it wasn't for her deliberately hooking. There are even a lot of malicious voices saying that if she didn't deliberately seduce people, how could this boy be so dead set on liking a woman who already has a boyfriend? They also said that this girl must have usually misbehaved, so this boy would misunderstand that he still had a chance, and stalked her. After all, at that time in the live broadcast, the head of this boy, no matter whether it is clothing or looks or are quite handsome, and to him to set up that scene of the bright price obviously is not a lack of money. But that girl looks although quite beautiful. I heard that the family is not very good. Boyfriend and long-distance relationship. Maybe it is for their own want to find a way in this school head to find a long-term meal ticket before hitching a ride on this boy. The results did not expect this man seriously. After all, many girls nowadays rely on their good looks to keep a bunch of spares to provide themselves with financial help. Once the malicious speculation starts, it will never stop, and all kinds of rumors are flying all over the place. It's not like the girl didn't come out to clarify, posting the chat records of the two as well as evidence of contact. Prove that there is nothing wrong between the two to come and go. The two are just in the same reading group to do a project. And then the boy is stalking each other, and the girl at the beginning of the girl and the other side to show that they have a boyfriend's attitude. The boy and the girl to do any pursuit of behavior. The girl has always been a refusal. Even do not respond to him. And then, there is in the small square confession of this thing. After these evidence came out. Although those malicious speculation this girl's rumors do not break. But there are still some voices continue to denigrate this girl. Said she will not do people. Do not know to give this boy face. After all, this boy in front of so many people's face to express their love. And spent so much financial and material resources. This girl in public to let this boy lose face. Is no emotional intelligence performance. There are even people who say that this girl is too scheming. Actually kept all the evidence. Must have expected the boy will do this. Deliberately hype themselves. Want to be a net red. There are also people who speculate that this series of actions are all segments. Is deliberately posed. The purpose is to this boy or this girl to promote the red. In short, this matter is now not the girl or the boy's problem. Directly into the netizens between the scolding war. There were a bunch of people who said their own words. And there were also people who stirred up the issue of men and women being opposed to each other. In short, the fermentation on the internet was very big. Anyway, this girl's normal life was now shattered. And everywhere she went, people were pointing fingers at her. It was obvious that she hadn't done anything wrong either. But she had to take all kinds of criticism from everyone. In the past, I also thought that this kind of public confession was very romantic. But after this incident happened, I feel that things like this kind of haphazard confession without ascertaining the other party's feelings in advance is actually, to put it bluntly, simply using public opinion to threaten this girl. Right? No. I should say that he had already determined the girl's feelings in advance. And only came up with this method after being rejected. Wanting to force the girl to be with him. Zhang Jing couldn't help but spit madly. This kind of person is really sick and perverted. This kind of behavior from this boy could almost be considered a typical example of how not being able to get it is going to ruin it. Or did he really like this girl? Not necessarily. He just wanted this girl very much. After this girl rejected him again and again, he still tried to do everything he could to try to force this girl to be with him. No matter if this girl was willing or not. Whether she was happy or not. He didn't think about it. He didn't think about it. The only thing he thought about was himself. Even after being rejected. He also just sells misery. Let the public opinion fermentation for just want to let the girl get a lesson. Let this girl understand what will happen if she doesn't stay with him. This kind of person is really too horrible. If I were this girl, I wouldn't dare to be with him. Being liked by him is not a kind of luck, but a kind of bad luck. Zhang Jing felt scared just thinking about it. So I think, Joey Ren, he chose to ask your attitude first. Rather than, and that boy would like to engage in that. Should also be because of this matter. Not everyone is as perverted as that boy. In fact, most people choose to confess in public. It should be after both of them have feelings before doing so. This kind of boy has been rejected. People have also told him very clearly. But still want to be bit on the strange behavior is still very rare. In addition, Our school before is not known after being rejected by the confession of love. Also did not like this matter as a big fuss off. This public opinion fermentation event should be that boy main guide. Su Mumu thought about it, and opened her mouth. Zhang Jing nodded her head repeatedly. You're right. After this matter became big, the school authorities stepped in. And from the forum ID, they found out that most of those posts that threw dirty water on that girl were sent from that boy's dormitory. The boy said at the time that he knew nothing about it, and that his roommates did it. But his roommates told the truth. They said that the boy had been stalking the girl from the beginning. And after the girl had rejected him, he had been badmouthing the girl in his dorm room and telling everyone that the girl was hanging on to him. When the girl posted the evidence of his rejection, the boy also in the dormitory head miserable, said that the girl is obviously not so rejected him, but also forged a chat record to show them. But because he loved the girl too much, he didn't want to make these chat records public. They did it in a moment of anger, wanting to stand up for their roommate. But the boy also forged a bunch of trumpets and spoke as a bystander at the bottom of those posts. Now the result is that the boy has been withdrawn from school, and the girl who has been plagued by the rumors finally does not need to be harassed anymore. But it is unlikely that she can go back to the peaceful life as before. Maybe she'll even have a shadow in her heart when she's pursued in the future. The two of them talked and arrived at the dormitory. Su Mumu didn't hide anything and told everyone about the fact that she had a boyfriend. And the four of them agreed to go to the hot pot restaurant at the south gate of the school the next day to have a hot pot to celebrate. You two just started talking. Don't let your boyfriend come over to break the bank. The four of us celebrate ourselves. You're the first person to get out of our dorm room. Whenever all four of us find a date, let our 4 dates come over to serve us and treat everyone to a good meal. I don't know when, but there was an unwritten rule in the girls' dormitory. That was that no matter who was in love, they had to let their object treat the others in the dormitory to a meal. At first, this way is quite normal. Everyone is just out to eat a meal together to get to know each other. And occasionally the boy will also bring the other people in his dormitory. Is also a normal fellowship. But I don't know when it started. Suddenly this way of treating people rolled up. Some people even began to compare each other's son their own object to invite things in the end how expensive. Those who treat cheaper gradually began to be spit on stingy. And even the same dormitory roommates will try to find ways to break them up. You know, most of the people of their age talk about the object are students. Students and can have a few money? A dormitory plus the object of at least 5 people. Sometimes those girls will also bring their respective objects. The name of the investigation of newcomers. But 7 or 8 of them add up to quite a lot of people. Even if it is lucky. Only 5 people. But 5 people a piece of even if you go to eat food canteen also have to spend at least a couple of hundred. Not to mention out of the restaurant. If a little to go to a little bit of class. That at least have to be on the thousands of dollars. Although the students in this era have thousands of living expenses every month. But this is their monthly living expenses. And this living expenses are taken from their parents' hands. Take their parents to their living expenses to come here to pretend big money. Invite their girlfriend's roommate dinner. Most of the people actually heart are not too willing. After all, that are strangers. Invite them to eat even if. But also to be designated as a high-grade restaurant. And even some of the restaurant they usually do not want to go. So because of this kind of thing are broken several couples. Some confused girls. And even feel that the boy does not love her. Even invite their roommates to eat are not willing. And some people listen to those online chicken soup. Think that the boy is not willing to spend money for their own. That is, do not love themselves. The problem is that spending money for you is not the same as spending money for your roommate. Not to mention that those spending is beyond their ability to afford. Especially next to the dormitory of a girl. Some time ago to find a rich second generation. That rich second generation directly spent 20,000 yuan to invite the girl's roommate ate a per capita consumption of 3,000 yuan buffet. After a long time, this dormitory building in the head of the girls do not dare to bring their boyfriends back. And even some of the girls fell in love with the roommate to hide. For fear of this kind of climbing things fall on their heads. After all, before the hundreds of thousands of is still able to fight. Enough. This directly on the tens of thousands of grades. They are students do not dare to think of it. Some of the boys were originally going to be ready to confess. This time also do not dare to confess. After all, they have to think about whether they have tens of thousands of dollars on hand to invite these girls' roommates to dinner. If they couldn't, would their girlfriends feel disgraced? The students in their school were all pretty good. And most of them could earn some living expenses, or something outside with their tutoring skills. If you want to fall in love, you can work outside part-time and earn $1,000 a month. And the better ones can earn a few thousand. So not only do you not need to ask your family for living expenses, but you can also save up a sum of money. The expenses of the relationship is absolutely enough. Occasionally luxury is not a problem. But like this tens of thousands of yuan a meal thing, most people still cannot do it. After all, earning money is a very hard thing. Especially those who are already working outside to earn money. But also already understand the hardship of this society. Also understand the truth that earning money is very hard. It will not be like before looking for their parents to ask for living expenses as randomly as the splurge. Shaochang court ladies took the initiative to say so. Is to avoid this kind of embarrassment. They don't want their roommates just sprouted love buds. By this kind of bad. They don't want their roommates' budding romance to be strangled in the cradle by such a bad culture. That's right. Let's not pick those silly people and engage in some kind of comparison culture. Liao Meihua also hated it. Ever since this trend started to blow up, there were couples who quarreled and broke up downstairs every day. One didn't know whether those people were too naive or too stupid. How could they influence their relationship choices because of other people's gossip? Zhang Jing is a witness. This way also just thought of this matter of public confession. And did not think of the dinner thing. So think of them now, these college students fall in love is really a lot tougher than before. She remembers her cousin, who is 7 or 8 years older than her. When she was in college, falling in love was very simple and easy. The two of them just plain and simple like each other. And then plain and simple together. And then plain and simple married. Because the cousin does not want to procreate. Think procreation is very horrible. So the cousin's husband went to do a ligation. The two of them are so pure and simple together is also quite good. Maybe because at that time the network is not too developed. There are not so many messy paragraphs. Not to mention so many so-called proof. Well, not today. Someone said that your object does not give you to do so, and so what does not love you? And then you have to go home to ask for proof of this matter. There will not be any poisonous chicken soup that love you have to be so and so. They just need to simply follow their heart's desire to choose. Of course, at that time, there are also gossip, such as 7 ants and 8 ants. But as long as you do not go back to their hometowns, and then live away from their city, there is not so much gossip. If you don't hear the gossip, you won't be influenced by others to make irrational decisions. But nowadays, although it is said that people's relationship with their relatives has thinned out, and many people don't even go back to their hometowns for the New Year's Eve, but the gossip is still everywhere. It exists on the internet, in the mouths of strangers, in the marketing of those businesses, and in all kinds of soft copy short stories. It may seem like people are independent and not controlled by gossip. But really, people's lives are being eroded and kidnapped by the internet. And because of the development of the network, everyone's life seems to have become transparent. People can easily see what other people's lives are like. Although you do not know whether other people's lives are really bright and shiny, or broken teeth and blood swallowing. In short, everyone seems to be better than before too much. When you see more, you think more. Gradually people began to compare. Think why others have I do not have. Others have I have to have. Even some people originally did not compare. But because the network is too developed. The network is too simple to contact. A variety of voices are also easier to reach you in front. Even if you want to turn a blind eye and don't want to be affected by those things, it's still hard to do. For example, the girl in the next dormitory's rich second-generation boyfriend invited their dormitory to eat a meal of several tens of thousands of yuan, which if placed in more than 10 years ago, when the internet is not developed, may be their floor can know. But placed in the present is just a. But now it's just a matter of one night. And the whole school knows about it. People in this era, no matter what they say or do, seem to carry a kind of impatience. A kind of comparison. A kind of voyeurism. They didn't want their dorm room to be like that. Good. This matter Su Mumu was aware of. Because that girl was almost speaking about this matter to everyone within this week. And at the end, she would also ask this sentence. What is your boyfriend going to treat everyone to at that time? So, even for someone like her who doesn't pay much attention to other people's private lives, she knows about this matter. But the four of them didn't get to eat the hot pot this time after all. Because when they arrived outside the hot pot restaurant at the scheduled time, the hot pot restaurant had already been closed. What's going on? The few people couldn't help but ask the surrounding onlookers what was going on. I heard that someone died inside the hot pot restaurant. And when someone was eating hot pot inside, they saw a female ghost-like person floating around. And someone else was served by a female ghost pretending to be a waitress. So everyone is too scared to go back in. What's going on lately? Why are so many people dying? The nail salon next door also had a female ghost with long nails appear 2 days ago. Not only the nail salon, but also the foot washing town in the street in front of us. An old lady who likes to wash people's feet has appeared. This inquirer surprisingly heard so much messy news that they didn't know before. The four of them looked at each other in disbelief. At that moment, they didn't dare to eat the hot pot under, and casually bought some food on the road and returned to the dormitory. Recently, you guys still better not go out of the dormitory. Just stay in the dormitory. Su Mumu's heart seemed to have realized something. All these accidents were spreading out with their school as the center point. On the way back to the dormitory, she had already taken out her mobile phone to search for similar news recently. But all the reports without exception were all centered around the shops around their school. And nothing like this had happened in places a little further away. What are you going to do? Several people couldn't help but ask Su Mumu as they saw the way she was about to go out after giving an explanation to them. I'm going to find my friend to understand the situation. You guys should still place an order on app to buy more things to put in the dormitory. And talk to your parents at home as well. Don't go out if you're not doing anything. And stock up on more supplies at home. After getting along for a while, the temperament and character of these few housemates of theirs had also been understood. Some of the things that I didn't dare to say before, I now also dared to be so straightforward with them. Okay, but won't it be dangerous for you to go out like this? No. I'm just going downstairs and coming back. Su Mumu left after saying that. A few people were going to say something else. But in the blink of an eye, Su Mumu had already disappeared. Did I see it wrong? Zhang Jing had just raised her hand that was ready to pull Su Mumu back before she had received it back. Completely in disbelief of what exactly had just happened. Could a normal speed do that fast? Didn't see it wrong? Lao Er's speed just now was just like the wind. Liao Meihua affirmed her own boss's question. Mumu, her boyfriend, is a powerful soldier. Her body skills might be strong too? Xiao Qiangqing, however, puts on a look of not being surprised. Then she greeted the two people to come in. Since Mumu has said that she told us not to go out and stock up more, let's just do it first. She definitely won't harm us. Said she took her mobile phone and already placed orders on various shopping apps. At the same time also bought a bunch of things for her own home. Her parents she knows. Tell them this, they may not take it seriously at all. It would be better to directly buy and deliver to the door. It's hard to believe that they won't accept it. Zhang Jing is also with him to think of a piece. The two people are busy on the mobile phone to buy. Instead, only Meihua a phone call back home. With their own father explained a few times. And soon there is a driver's phone call over. Said in accordance with the meaning of their own boss. To her delivery came. And because Liao Meihua wanted too many things, her dad simply rented a warehouse at the head of the school. And directly set all the things into the warehouse. And then let the driver give the key to his own daughter. Dad? What are you making such a big deal out of it? After getting the keys to the warehouse, Liao Meihua couldn't help but call and spit on her own dad. She is a student. Make it so exaggerated for what? Then the students are going to think that she likes to engage in what privileges? I, a daughter, You just started to go to school when I said that I am afraid of you in school and eat bitter to be happy restaurants or supermarkets and so on. You just don't want. Now it's not easy for you to take the initiative to talk to your dad. Then of course, Dad to meet your needs. It's just a warehouse thing is nothing, Anyway, those garages in your school are empty, there is a waste. Anyway, those garages in your school are all wasted when they're empty. I'm helping your school to generate income by renting a garage to put things in. Those teachers are very happy. And I've also told them not to give your name away. Liao's father was bitter on the other end. Afraid that his daughter would not accept these things anymore. But you just asked the driver to send me the key after he finished moving the stuff. Now almost the whole building knows that I have a warehouse of stuff in my hands. And you still said you won't divulge me. Dad didn't think of this, Blame it on Dad's stupidity. Dad apologized to you. How about I let someone go and move those things back and start all over again? Liao Dad is also anxious. Forget it. Liao Meihua burst of powerlessness. Their family is a storm. His father was relying on hard work to earn money. Bought a bunch of houses shops. After that, those houses' shops were demolished. His dad took those shops to do business. Will be rented out of the house to earn rent. The result of doing business and very profitable. Do what to earn what? Suddenly a hair. So their family has so much money. But his dad has always been straight to the straight and narrow. Do not like those bends and roundabouts. But also because he is so straight to the nature of the business world are assured with him to do business. So their family business has always been someone to take care of. Just have such a straightforward dad. Liang Meihua often feel powerless. Perhaps this is the happy suffering. That shadow is leaking out of the lab. And all of those ghostly shadows that have appeared in the shops around the periphery recently are also coming out of the lab. Over here, Su Mumu found Zhou Yuran and finally got the exact news. They waited here all night last night. The reason why nothing was found is because those black substances have been run to the outside of the school. The black shadows that Zhou Yuran found on the first night have found their way to the outside of the school. The so-called outside of the school is actually just another campus of the school. That campus belongs to the commercial campus. There is a whole commercial street with all kinds of shops. And the people, there are not as many as in the school. After all, most of the students' activities are still within the school. Those black shadows preferred places with fewer people. There were more people in the school, but fewer people in the shopping street. Especially at night. The shops in the shopping street were all closed. Those guys just lurked in the shops to rest. They each went to their favorite shops. But during the daytime, when the commercial street was open, and the students went over there, and the commercial street became lively, these guys got frightened and ran out. And some of the bold ones followed the behavioral pattern of the human beings, and engaged in some kind of service. So they scared those customers. In fact, no one died in those shops. Nor were there any so-called female ghosts. There were just these dark substances that ran out from the labs. The school had already reported the leakage of the dark matter. So the higher-ups only treated these things as homicide cases. As for those chaotic paranormal events circulating among the people, they also went along with their own guesses. Anyway, if these things are not confirmed, they belong to the rumors, and they will soon be broken. After all, those dark substances were captured as soon as they appeared. And if people only saw them once, and wouldn't continue to see them afterwards, they wouldn't be able to continue to confirm what those things really were. Officials had also come out to dispel the rumor that there was a psychopath who was deliberately pretending to be a ghost in order to take revenge on one of the bosses in the shopping street to scare people. After all, the places where these ghosts appeared all belonged to one owner's property. So the story changed several versions. But no one to think towards this so-called dark matter on the head. After all, no one knows the existence of such things in the world. But Zhou Yuran tracked those people for a whole day. And finally checked the connection. Do you know what those dark substances really are? What exactly is the school trying to do by studying those things? Su Mumu couldn't help but ask. I don't know. The specific things must wait for us to go to the lab to see before we can figure it out. I intend to go down tonight to take a look. Do you want a piece of it? Zhou Yuran issued an invitation. The two of them were now not only a couple, but also combat partners. They are very clear about each other's speciality. And also very clear about this kind of thing. The advantage of two people going out together will be very big. Just one person. Even if something happens, there is no one to take care of. So Zhou Yuran did not twist. Engage in what chauvinism that set. Think he is a man to protect women. This kind of thing let him go alone on the line. Do not need to let Su Mumu follow a piece of risk. Their ultimate goal is to let things come to light, so that their mission in this world can go smoothly. When he did not have absolute certainty that he could complete this mission, of course he would not casually take charge of it. Of course he hoped that the two could go together. As long as they could complete the matter, it would be fine. Of course we have to go. The two of us have a better chance of winning. Now go back and make some preparations. We will meet here at 7 p.m. Su Mumu also understood Zhou Yuran's meaning, and simply made a decision. Then turned around and went back to make preparations. Since the laboratory has already started to leak those dark substances, I believe that it won't take long for those dark substances to be out of control. After all, some things have a second time if there is a first time. They only have to investigate early. What exactly happened? In order to be able to have a way to deal with it. After all, ghosts and monsters of this kind of thing is not touch and feel. They are also the first time to see. Who do not know this dark matter in the end on the human body would harm. Also do not know how to deal with him. Or early into the laboratory to investigate clearly in the end what is going on for the better. As soon as the several people in the dormitory heard that Su Mumu was going to enter the laboratory at night to investigate the matter of those ghosts and shadows, they were all anxious at once. You guys can't go. Those things are things that we normal people can't see or touch. How can we just casually go to investigate? Our school even blocked this news. It means that these things are not something that we ordinary students can touch. Xiaochang Court Lady was the first to object. That is, if there is something, we look for the police to solve it. Don't try to be a hero yourself. Zhang Jing also had a serious face. Even though I can't understand what you guys are talking about, it always feels very lofty. Liao Meihua still seemed to be outside the situation. But he was definitely on the side of the oldest and the third. Oldest too. I don't agree with you guys going. Let me show you guys something. Everyone had already been living together for so long. It was time to tell them some things. If they continued to hide it like this, sooner or later, it would be revealed. Saying that, Su Mumu pinched her water cup in her hand. And in just an instant, that water cup turned into soft mud. So your water cup is made of Play-Doh? Liao Meihua was still outside the situation. Obviously her water cup is made of plastic. I bought it when I came to school earlier. Zhang Jing retorted. I am trying to tell you guys that my ability is far beyond your imagination. I have the ability to protect myself. You don't need to worry too much. And I am only going over to take a look this time. I won't act rashly. Don't worry. Su Mumu spoke directly. Other than that, I have other abilities. Anyway, in the piece of force value, it will definitely not be to the extent of an ordinary person. If I can't do anything else, I can still escape. And according to the events of the past few days, those black substances don't randomly harm humans. Of course, it's only temporary. They probably don't even figure out what the situation is right now. So going to investigate the situation right now is the safest thing to do. And wait for a while, and it might not be okay. Is this, you still the same Lao Er we know? Zhang Jing sent out a soul torture question. Chapter 84. You can say yes or no. But I definitely won't hurt you guys. Su Mumu did not choose to deceive them. What does this mean? Several people were confused by this. At night, the three of them held a small meeting. When exactly do you guys think Lao Er changed from? Zhang Jing opened her mouth and cut into the topic of today's meeting. It seems like a month ago. I'm not sure. Xiaochang Court ladies make hard to recall this period of time since we get along. Really can't find any clues. After all, the old two and the former is not much difference. The only difference may be that she is more like to buy. Once upon a time, the old two have money will be saved, will not be so generous to spend money. At that time, they also thought that the old man was stimulated by the scum. But now it seems that this is not the case. Lao Er has so excellent military brother around to pursue. How could he look at that scum? Unless it is like Lao Er said. She is not the once Lao Er. I also think it was a month ago. Just when she pulled us together to go to the supermarket shopping that time. Actually, I think it's quite good. The current Lao Er is even more adorable than the former Lao Er. Liao Meihua concluded. Whether it's the former or the current Lao Er, she's just as sincere to us. The three of them instantly fell silent just after she said these words. Yes, no matter if it was the current elder or the former elder, she was just as good to them. And she didn't hide the fact that she wasn't the previous elder. But we still need to find out where the previous Lao Er actually went. We can't be so confused. Let's ask her properly when she comes back. In fact, today this meeting they are hesitant to call the police. Around the sudden appearance of a person posing as a roommate. And then how the first reaction has to call the police. Or else there is such a person around the emergence of this person. I do not know what this person in the end to do. And I do not know why this person in the end to replace their roommate. But this person they can be sure that she is the second. Even this person on the body of the birthmark, and the second exactly the same. But her own mouth told them that she is not the old man. They must figure out what is going on. Su Mumu sighed, and Joey ran a piece. Put on a black clothes. And then to the respective body to buy a transparent shield. This is her from the landlord system to spend gold coins to exchange out of the thing. This thing used in the human body will be able to the human body invisible. But also can have a certain role in defense. It only lasted for 5 hours. But it was enough for them now. Even if that lab was researching dark matter, it was still just a lab in a school. The equipment was still much worse than those professional laboratories outside. So they only used such a stealthy shield that was enough to allow them to go in unharmed. The only thing they needed to worry about was the access to the lab. They had to wait for the trucks coming from outside to deliver the stuff to enter the lab, and then follow them in. But today, these trucks that were delivering things didn't seem to enter the lab on time, and they waited for an extra hour before they saw the first truck coming. There were also some thumping noises in the middle of the trucks, which seemed to be loaded with something that was hitting the side walls of the trucks. The two of them looked at each other. Neither of them did anything rash. They just followed the truck piece by piece into the lab. After entering the lab, they realized that this was actually a huge underground air raid shelter, which seemed to have been dug many years ago, and many of the facilities in the shelter looked a bit old. But this air raid shelter was really very large, and seemed to cover the entire school. After the truck entered the air raid shelter, it kept driving forward. The two men were glad that they were picking up the truck. Otherwise, if they just walked on their feet, they were afraid that it would take them a few hours to finish the journey. But as the truck continued to drive forward, the two found that this air raid shelter is actually a different world. Not only just an air raid shelter, but also seems to be a huge underground mausoleum. Because when the truck drove for only 10 minutes, they saw something similar to inscriptions. And there were even some clay-fabricated vehicles, and horses, as well as various soldiers. This was very similar to the terracotta warriors they had seen in their original world. In addition to that, there were also quite a few burial pits, and those pits were filled with all sorts of pottery fragments. Driving a little further, they saw the underground palace, which was very majestic. Just this palace is not their impression of the red walls and golden tiles, but all are made of black paint. The whole palace is a whole black depressing tone. However, the peripheral construction of this palace and ordinary bow and arrow, our small Joe also have running water, and all are made of white jade. On top of that, the entire periphery of the palace was all covered with a floor made of white jade, which looked very gorgeous. Those researchers then all surrounded the periphery of the underground palace, pitching their tents and then getting busy. Before coming in, the two of them had never thought about this place at all, but it would actually be in such a state. This was not an underground laboratory, and what was being researched was not a dark substance. This was a large archaeological site. Those trucks transported over all the tools they needed as well as the people who came and went. At the same time, these trucks would also transport the things they excavated outwards. But there were just too many defenders here, more or less than the number of researchers. Almost nearly 10 times as many. Generally speaking, there shouldn't be this many defense personnel at an archaeological excavation site. And they saw that the clothes those defense personnel were wearing, and the weapons they were holding were not what ordinary defense personnel would wear or hold. The clothes they were wearing were transparent things, and the weapons they were holding were also transparent, similar to something like an insect net. So it was clear that what they were defending against wasn't people invading from the outside, but things that would run out of here. It should be those things that were recognized as ghost-like things outside before. When the truck stopped, the two of them got down from the truck, and then they split their lines, one to investigate what was among those tents, and one to take a look at the palace that had opened its doors. Sumumu was in charge of the outer tents. Some of these tents are transparent tents. The people inside are all wearing protective clothing, and then doing some experiments. There are machines. And then, there are some tents. All black. All black tents are what? Sumumu temporarily do not know. She chose to go first to see those transparent tent had what things. Closer to find those tents there are 7 or 8 people all around the middle of a platform. The platform is bound to something, but in the outside cannot see clearly what is inside, only to be able to see the black ribbons binding the thing. In the thing struggle under the constant fluttering. And what were those people in protective suits taking from that transparent thing? Obviously they couldn't see anything off. How to take it? Sumumu concentrated on what those people were wearing. And then he noticed that all of them were wearing a pair of black sunglasses. No. I should say that they were glasses that could change color. Those glasses would turn black when they looked at that transparent thing on the dais. And then, they were able to smoothly remove things from that thing. Although those things they removed, Sumumu couldn't even see clearly what exactly they were. Then when they left that platform, the glasses would automatically change color. Not into transparent, but into a pink color. Then through these pink-colored glasses, they would stare at those messy instruments of theirs, and do experiments on them. After observing for a while, Sumumu didn't have the means to go and steal a pair of such glasses, and decided to first go to the black tent to have a look. What is in this transparent tent is clear at a glance. But if the equipment is not there, There is no way to see what exactly is on that stage. And there wasn't any place in this entire camp that looked like it could be used by them to store their gear, except for those black tents. But because of the appearance of those black shadows on the ground before, Su Mumu still decided to be careful. After waiting for a while, she saw a person wearing a protective suit, intending to get into the black tents. So she secretly followed behind this person, intending to follow him in. This person seems to have a kind of smell. Su Mumu followed behind him, and smelled that smell felt very wrong. But it was too late to tell what kind of smell this person had. This person had already drilled into the tent. These people in and out of the black tent frequency is not high. If not able to follow this person, and then wait for the next person will not know when. Crossing her heart, Su Mumu followed this man into the black tent. As soon as he went in, he felt an evil wind rushing towards his face. Su Mumu hurriedly dodged. But she found that no matter where she hid, this tent felt like there were many strands of evil winds surrounding her from all sides. But she still couldn't see anything. And that man was wearing protective clothing, also wearing that strange pair of glasses that she had seen before. Su Mumu didn't move and observed what he was doing first. Only saw that man came in, took out a black plastic bag in his hand, and then stood still, waiting for that black bag to slowly bulge up, and then waited for almost 5 minutes before tightening that black pocket. After that man turned to leave, Su Mumu or not moved to follow up, and then saw the man will hand the black plastic bag into the transparent tent. After entering the transparent tent, this man will be this black bag of things poured into the center of the platform, and then the people around him began to swarm. Well, that do not know what kind of things bundled up. After that, this man continued to come out with the black bag, but he didn't enter the black tent again. Instead, he walked to the side of the creek and put that black bag into the creek to clean it. Seeing that no one was around, Su Mumu simply did not do anything. Directly knocked this man out, dragged him into the side under the bridge, and then took the protective clothing as well as the glasses on him. Then put the stealth shield on himself on this man's body. This way, as long as the stealth time of this transparent shield does not pass, this man will not be discovered. And when they leave, the shield on this man will be able to be discovered once the time passes, and he will not have to lie here until he dies. Put on the protective clothing. Put on the glasses. Su Mumu, this is to find that this surrounding scene is completely different from what they saw before they did not put on the glasses. The whole sky is not the kind of light they saw before, such as the scene of daytime, but a dark and heavy piece. The entire midair was filled with black ghostly shadows, floating around. And in that transparent tent, lying on that platform was also a black shadow. The black tent through the glasses is not pure black and become transparent. The tent is also everywhere in the black shadow floating around. Do not know that the black tent is made of what material. In any case, those black shadows in the black tent is not bound by something, but they just did not leave the black tent. As for those black shadows floating in midair, a closer look would reveal that their waists were uniformly tied to a transparent rope, which was connected to the campsite. It seemed that those black shadows were intentionally placed in the sky, allowing them to float like this at will. And those black palace walls they saw before were actually red bricks and gold tiles at this moment, just like those palaces they saw in the TV series. But for some reason, when they looked with their own naked eyes, those black palace walls were all black. Su Mumu took a closer look, and then noticed that there was a black pillar of light in the middle of that palace that soared into the sky. And the black aura was very strong. She hurriedly took out her contact's watch and sent a warning message to Joiran. Okay, I will pay attention. Su Mumu breathed a sigh of relief. Here she was now no longer a transparent person, not able to casually take out her walkie-talkie to talk to Joiran, only able to send a message to the other party through the contact watch. She was afraid that he had already been in for so long, and simply could not receive the message. Unexpectedly, fortunately, he saw the message, and replied. Then she can slightly rest assured, in order not to let other people suspect. Wearing protective clothing, Su Mumu people in accordance with the track of the man before, to go to the black tent to get those black ghosts and shadows. After entering the tent, she opened that black bag. Those black shadows are really as if they were attracted by something, and directly drilled into the bag. Then she just carried this black bag into the transparent tent. After entering the tent, someone greeted him. Today's this hasn't been studied yet. You put this aside first. Su Mumu obediently did as he was told. Then those people commanded him to wait outside. Obviously the things inside these tents This person in her disguise had little authority to know. Su Mumu didn't feel sorry, and directly turned around and went to another tent. That tent seemed to have just finished doing research, and the center stage was empty. What took you so long? There are a bit too many experiments today, so hurry up and go get a few more black substances over. The people in the head of these tents called those ghostly shadows black matter, and did not call them ghosts or monsters. After Su Mumu did as he was told, the people in the head of this tent didn't let him go out. Instead, they let him stay and come to help. Today there is not enough manpower. You can stay in this tent to help, so you don't need to go out again. Do a good job. This is a rare opportunity for you. If you do a good job, you can stay in the tent in the future. Hearing that, Su Mumu honestly followed that circle of people and stood there. Their job was very simple, just helping to hold those black ghosts and shadows down when one of them, who looked like a professor, took out a syringe to remove something from those black ghosts and shadows. In fact, as soon as those black ghostly shadows were placed on this platform, they would be automatically bound by those black ribbons. It was just that they would struggle violently when the substances were taken from their bodies, and if they weren't being held down, they would most likely break free from the black ribbons. These black ribbons didn't know what they were made of, but they were actually able to steadily keep these black ghostly shadows under control. And that professor-like person took out a syringe, and what was taken from this black ghostly shadow was actually something like human blood. And when that black syringe was stuck on the black ghostly shadow's arm, what was directly extracted was something like a black liquid. But these ghostly shadows clearly looked like they were just ghostly shadows without any entity. Do shadows have blood too? And these ghostly shadows couldn't be seen at all before they put on their special glasses. How can you use this black syringe to stab them in the arm and be able to take blood from them? According to common sense, these ghosts and shadows were just indistinct shadows. Even if the black syringe was stuck on their bodies, what could be sucked away should be nothing more than indistinct smoke. But what was sucked out of that syringe was a real black liquid. Something similar to human blood, except that it was black in color and not red like human blood. Sure enough, what was in here was not something that normal people could understand. It was no wonder that there was a secret laboratory here dedicated to studying these strange creatures. After all, humans knew too little about these strange creatures, without really understanding what this thing really was. The first reaction humans made was to study and research what they really were, to study whether they were aggressive towards humans, and to study why they really existed here. The good thing was that these researchers didn't harm these ghostly figures. They just bound them here. That ghostly shadow that was placed on the middle table after the blood was taken was sent straight out, and then tied with a transparent band and placed in midair. The ghost shadows seemed to be very happy with this, and floated in midair for fun. Only after playing for a while, this ghost shadow, like the other ghost shadows, made a pilgrimage towards the black pillar of light in that palace. There were even quite a few ghostly shadows that wanted to break free from the transparent bands on their bodies and fly towards the palace. At the same time, there were a few more people in protective suits who came over with record boards, and then commanded a few people to untie the bags on those ghosts and monsters, seemingly wanting to observe what kind of behavior these ghosts and monsters would have after they were free of their restraints. As a result, they watched as those ghosts and monsters flew directly towards the black pillar of light. But they were blocked after flying outside the palace. Then, that black ghost monster was directly affixed on top of the palace, and soon fused together with the black palace wall. What Su Mumu saw through her glasses was that the color of the red palace wall became a little duller. And when she took off her glasses, she saw that the color of the black palace wall became even darker. It turns out that the original color of this palace wall was covered by all these ghosts and monsters? Then these palaces here, and these ghosts and monsters in the end have a relationship? Not waiting for Su Mumu to find out, the black pillar of light in the palace suddenly flashed a few times, and all the ghosts and monsters suddenly became agitated. The researchers also got nervous. They began to stuff all those ghosts and monsters into the black tent, and then their mouths shouted to their heads, "The light pillar is vibrating again. Move faster." Su Mumu had to follow what they said to collect those ghosts and monsters into the black tents. It seems that these black tents have a binding effect on these ghosts and monsters. As long as they are in the black tents, these ghosts and monsters have no way to leave. And that black pillar of light seems to vibrate often. When it vibrates, the power of these ghosts and monsters will increase. When pulling these ghosts and monsters into the black tent, Su Mumu clearly felt that these ghosts and monsters' abilities were much stronger than before. and she was almost unable to pull them out. But earlier, when she took these ghostly shadows out of the black tent and sent them to the platform in the transparent tent, and then from that platform, she sent these ghostly shadows to the outside of this to be bound with transparent bands. These ghostly shadows all seemed to be at her mercy. But now after that pillar of light shook, the bodies of these ghosts and shadows were obviously out of her control. They were all struggling desperately trying to rush into that black pillar of light. Su Mumu almost couldn't even pull it out. Not to mention those researchers whose bodies seemed to be quite weak originally. So only a small portion of the ghosts and shadows were pulled into the black tent. Most of the ghosts and shadows rushed towards that black pillar of light and flew over. But because of the obstruction of the palace wall, those ghosts and shadows didn't succeed. Most of the ghostly shadows were directly affixed on top of the palace wall. The color of the palace wall became darker and darker, and the ghostly shadows around them disappeared quite a bit. It was hard to wait until this fluctuating chaos passed. A large part of the ghostly shadows disappeared, and those researchers wiped the sweat from their foreheads and started to record. However, looking at their performance is quite calm. Obviously this is not the first time such a thing has happened. One of the researchers asked the doubt in Su Mumu's heart. That light pillar looks like something in the same vein as these ghosts and shadows. Why would those palace walls block these ghosts and shadows from drilling into that light pillar? It's true that the light pillar and these ghostly shadows are indeed one and the same. But these ghostly shadows don't seem to be able to blend in with that light pillar. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many palace walls surrounding that light pillar. After all, the existence of something, there is still its reason. Now here can maintain a stable state. It is not good to say that it is because of these factories suppressed that pillar of light, blocking these ghosts and shadows drilling into that pillar of light. Every time this light column vibrates, there will be some turmoil here. If we really let these ghosts drill into the light column, it will cause a big disaster. Our research time on this place is not long. But right now these palace walls seem to be some kind of formation, which blocks the connection between the pillar of light and these ghosts and shadows. In the absence of everything here before the research is clear, let it remain in its original state is the best. Otherwise, without knowing what exactly is going on here, a sudden venture will definitely cause the originally stable state of this place to be disrupted. And no one can say what will happen then. An old professor, who appeared to be a long-time worker here, opened his mouth to explain. And it was clear that he was saying this to everyone present. It seemed like quite a few of the people working here today had just arrived. These people didn't know much about the working situation here, and most of them were just curious. They had just come and encountered something like this. So naturally they were even more interested in what was going on here. The reason why the old professor explained so much to them was also because he was afraid that they would act rashly out of curiosity when they didn't know the situation here. As the saying goes, curiosity kills the cat. Acting rashly without knowing the condition of a thing is definitely the most dangerous thing to do, especially for those of them who specialize in archaeology. The wisdom of the ancients is not to be underestimated, especially for these things in terms of tombs. Although he was only an archaeologist, he still had more or less some understanding of these metaphysical things. After all, most of the ancient people's culture in terms of tombs were related to metaphysics. This pillar of light here seems to be the source of all evils. And those palace walls look like suppressing that pillar of light in general. These don't know where to come out of the ghosts and shadows. Seems to want to integrate into that pillar of light, to strengthen the energy of the pillar of light of the things. Just don't know that these ghosts and shadows and this pillar of light was originally born as one. By the ancients in what way to separate? Or is it that these ghosts and shadows, because of this pillar of light, only became ghostly shadows? And that light pillar summoned these ghostly shadows over in order to enhance their original power. They had been here for many years, and they hadn't been able to study it. The only thing they could do was to continue researching and waiting. What they were able to determine, however, was that these black substances seemed to be related to that one natural disaster that happened hundreds of years ago. After that natural disaster had been vocalized, the old ancestor had left a message for them, asking them, the descendants, to make sure that they strengthened their sense of precaution against disasters, and also said that there would definitely be a disaster at a later stage, so that they must train all of their people properly, so that they would be able to have a response only when a natural disaster came. Although so many years have passed, natural disasters have never happened. There are many people have begun to not quite believe in the existence of this thing. The original universal training has also become only for college students training. But the discovery of this underground palace a few decades ago just corroborated those messages left behind by the old ancestors. The inscriptions on the periphery of this underground palace recorded the natural disaster that happened back then, clearly from beginning to end. There was an entire inscription that was warning the world that they must pay attention to the arrival of the natural disaster, and that they must also properly strengthen their training in order to deal with the upcoming natural disaster. Although up until now, they hadn't been able to figure out what exactly the connection was between this palace and these strange black ghosts and shadows and the natural disaster of that year. The training about the natural disaster that had originally begun to slack off had once again been picked up by them. 2 days ago, these ghosts and shadows suddenly ran out without knowing what was going on. These ghosts and shadows behaved exactly the same as humans, which in turn allowed them to have a deeper understanding of these ghosts and shadows. Maybe these ghosts and shadows were people before. So in the past 2 days, their research direction for these ghosts and shadows has begun to tend to human experiments. That is, these ghosts and shadows as a human being, and then use the human body to do experiments. The results did not expect. This way of experimentation actually made a big difference. Once upon a time, they only knew these things as shadows, or their hearts actually regarded these guys as ghosts. Ghosts can't have such things as blood like human beings. But the result didn't expect that they actually extracted blood from the bodies of these shadows. If these things possessed the same blood in their bodies as humans, then weren't they ghosts at all? Just people who existed in a different way? No one knew how the truth really was. They could only slowly experiment bit by bit, and use the results to prove it all. But I don't know if that light column sensed something. These 2 days concern vibrate very frequently like something is summoning these ghosts and shadows. Every time the light pillar vibrated, it would lose a large number of ghost shadows. These ghostly shadows were all captured by them around this underground palace. Over the years, these ghostly shadows would not regenerate after being captured. And if they were attached to those palace walls, they would never come down, and seemed to be completely fused with the black substance on those palace walls. The more black shadows they captured, the higher the frequency of the vibration of the light pillar. It seemed like that light pillar was intentionally snatching these ghostly shadows from them. But with the palace wall blocking them, none of these ghostly shadows ever entered the palace, and even less of them could successfully merge into the pillar of light. They were just worried that if this went on there wouldn't be another ghost shadow. So what were they going to study? What are they going to study then? Go into the palace wall to study the pillar of light? To be honest, they didn't dare to go in right now. Although the gate of the palace had been opened by their idea, none of them were able to enter. Once a living person approached the palace gates, the pillar of light would vibrate frequently, and the ghosts and shadows would start to become particularly crazy. So until now, their knowledge of this pillar of light was limited to just watching from afar. Because this was an underground palace, there was no way for those drones to get in. It was hard to research a new type of drone last month. But that drone merely flew within the confines of the palace's outer walls before falling down. Apparently the drone had been interfered with by something after entering the palace, and there was no way to continue inside. They realized that it wasn't just these ghosts and shadows that these palace walls were blocking, but also all living creatures as well as electronics. So now they could only hope for a research project on these ghosts and shadows. If there was a breakthrough in the research of these ghosts and shadows, they might even be able to find a way to enter the palace. But if the research on ghosts and shadows never made any progress, they might not be able to find a way to enter the palace in their lifetime. Especially now that they were concerned about the frequent vibrations. The ghost shadows were disappearing faster and faster, before these ghost shadows completely disappeared. If they couldn't find a way to enter the palace, they might not be able to enter the palace in this lifetime, unless they risked the destruction of the palace to go in as well. No matter what kind of reaction that pillar of light was, they were forced to enter. But then not only would it be a very likely devastating disaster for the palace, even their personal safety wouldn't necessarily be guaranteed. At that time, even if they entered the palace, there was no way to bring out any significant discoveries. After all, those palace walls can even cut off the drone signal. After they enter, there is no way to make any contact with the outside world. If they die inside, then what is the point of them going in and destroying this palace? So the professor now heart is still quite anxious. We'll be here after the situation slightly stabilized. We'll lead the people to continue into the tent head to do experiments. But Su Mumu's heart is set off a shock wave. If everyone has no way to go in, even the drone has no way to go in, why Shoiran can go in? Why can he still send a message to himself after entering? Is he the one who sent the message? Su Mumu couldn't help but approach the palace wall. wanting to go over and try the situation. However, before she could get close, she was spotted by the security personnel and drove her back. After all, the light pillar had just vibrated, and the people here were all fully concentrated and on full alert. It was unlikely that she would want to drill in again like Joey-ran just did, but in fact do not need to try. Just close to the palace wall alone, she has felt an indescribable hidden power will be her outward bullet. That distance was not even close to the gate of the palace wall. If she moved a little closer and walked directly to the gate of the palace wall, I'm afraid that there was no way to get in. At that time, she would not need those who were defending her to drive her away. She herself would be balanced out by the invisible force on the palace wall. It seems that the only person who could enter this palace wall is Joey-ran. Now there was no way to get in by herself, and there was no news coming out from inside. In addition to the beginning of the message back, Sumumu and then sent and how many messages are sinking like a stone. No response. Right now the only thing she can do is to wait. Fortunately, she now has an identity outside. She can take this opportunity to investigate more. She simply renewed the time for the invisibility shield for a few more hours, so that Joey-ran wouldn't take too long to come out from the inside and be discovered before she could come out. But now she is most worried about is not Joey-ran out to be found, but he simply has no way out. Based on the old professor said those things, this light column is definitely not the cognitive scope of their current head will appear things. Good Joey-ran did not let her worry too long. 2 hours later he came out directly from the palace wall. At this time, the stealth effect on his body has not yet passed. So in the first time he came out, Sumumu had already found him. The two of them smoothly followed the original plan and left the underground palace along with the big trucks that drove out. Just pity the guy who was stolen the protective clothing must have to stay under the small bridge for a little while longer. Good thing that the stream of that underground palace is still warm. Even if it is sleeping there will not have any harm to the body. Along the way the two were silent, seemingly digesting what they had seen and heard here. Joey-ran is even in the organization of their own language, thinking about how later to be concise and clear to tell Sumumu what he saw in that palace wall. It is really that the palace walls of what is seen and heard is too unbelievable. The school is still early in the morning. Quiet. When the trucks drove out of the school gate, the two looked for a corner that no one noticed. Stealthy jumped into a dark alley, waiting until those trucks completely left this place. The two of them only finally slowly dressed in ordinary student clothes, pretending to be in the alley head dating hard to part with the small couple out. There were already people out on the street selling breakfast at stalls. The two of them directly found a small stall and bought the breakfast that both of them loved to eat, and then found a small pavilion in the park to sit down, eating and talking at the same time. This small pavilion was independent in the center of the lake, with a wide view. They were able to easily see anyone walking by, and talking here was the safest way to talk without being overheard by others. After I went in that palace, I was shocked. There are actually living people living there. Joey-ran's first words shocked Sumumu. Living people? How is it possible? According to what the professor said, they do research in that underground palace has been many years. So many years that the palace and the head of the people do not eat or drink? Besides, as long as there are people living in the place, there will surely be all kinds of sounds. But just now, he did not hear any sound outside that palace. A little bit of the breath of the living people's life is not there. Yes, at first I thought they were all living people. They were just as real as normal people, and did the kind of behavior that normal people live. It's just that none of them were dressed like modern people. But they didn't look like the kind of ancient people you see in TV shows either. Instead, it's kind of like a combination of those interstellar people's dress and modern people's dress that we saw in Black Earth Star before. And I found out after following them and observing them for a while that those aren't really living people, but an image. Joey-ran told Sumumu about his discovery. And the source of all those images is that one light pillar in the center of the palace. It seems that that light pillar has been constantly radiating a kind of energy towards the outside, attracting those living people in the palace as well as those ghostly shadows outside the palace with that kind of energy. I wandered through the entire palace and found that those people there just eat and sleep and live, and didn't do any other strange things until I found a place that was similar to a book depository. As soon as I walked in, I felt that pillar of light vibrate violently, as if it didn't like anyone intruding into that place. Chapter 85. Waiting for the vibration to pass, I entered that book collection. And from amongst the book collection, I found several books that recorded all the accounts of the construction of this palace. It turns out that this underground palace, when it was built by the people to avoid the disaster on the ground, they did not intend to build such a magnificent palace here. They just wanted to build a bomb shelter here, so that people can hide well here. Because at first the natural disaster that this world experienced was lightning. All the surface of the earth was constantly being attacked by lightning, and there was no way for people to live on the surface of the planet. But after they came down here, they realized that there was a huge palace here. And at that time this palace did not have such a situation as now. People could freely enter and leave this palace. And they also found a lot of food and water in this palace. And there were also comfortable bedding and clothes. There was no pillar of light in the center of the palace, but there was a deep well. At that time, all the water for everyone's life came from this well. And the water coming out of the well was very sweet. And after people drank the water from this well, their skin would become very good, and their bodies would become very comfortable. And the diseases they had originally had would all be gone. Everyone thought that this place was a gift from God. And as long as they stayed here, after the natural disasters on the surface passed, they could return to the surface and then go back to their lives. But did not expect. This palace is not the so-called gift, but the home of the devil. Joey Rand said here, paused for a moment, took a sip of water, and then continued. That book on the record up to here is no longer. I also do not know after what happened in the end. But for now, it seems that those ghostly shadows and pillars of light should have appeared only after these people entered the palace. There are no other books in that bookstore to record what happened after that. Su Mumu was even more curious when she heard this. But a break occurred when she arrived here beforehand. And just by relying on these previous records, she wasn't able to determine exactly how that pillar of light and ghostly shadows appeared. I think there should be. But because the time for stealth is almost up, I just casually tucked in a few books and ran out, intending to read them slowly. Saying that, Joey Rand took out a few books from his arms. Su Mumu took a look. The words on that she recognized, but not many of them. This doesn't look like simplified characters. Nor does it look like traditional characters. What kind of script is it? It's their script. It's called Incan. I once saw it on some old professor's side. What I can read isn't too much, but I can still barely recognize some of it. It was also because these words were not words that he was familiar with. So Joey Rand had stayed there for such a long time before he was only able to read and understand just that one section of the record. Otherwise, he should be able to finish these books faster and come out. Alright. Then this matter can only rely on you. This was a surprise to Su Mumu. She never knew that this guy would still know such a cold text. And to be able to familiarize himself with such a record just by having seen it on some old professor's side. It was also too remarkable. Wasn't it? Her admiration for Joey Rand increased by one more point. Well, leave it to me to do it. A moment we eat and go back to rest first. A night without sleep. Very tired it. The two finished eating. Joey Rand sent Su Mumu back to the dormitory. In the women's dormitory downstairs, the two for the first time gave birth to a feeling of reluctance to part. Only two people did not say this feeling out. After all, for them, this feeling is still the first time. Also did not particularly strong. After all, two people before are in a piece. Now also did not really separate how far how long. Both in a school. Really want to see if. Walk a few steps to see. Two people just shy you send me. I send you. Back and forth 3 or 4 times. Finally, or Joey Rand escorted Su Mumu into the dormitory building. The day has dawned. The two have so continued to send down words. Do not think of rest. But Joey Rand did not expect. He just turned his head intends to go back to the security dormitory building side rest. Was stopped by someone. Joe Kai. I didn't expect you to be so despicable and shameless. On the surface, you told me that you don't have any interest in her. But in reality, actually behind my back, you're secretly together with her. This person, Joey Rand was somewhat familiar, but did not recognize. And it was only after a while that he finally remembered that this person seemed to be called Chen Feixin. It was the person Su Mumu's father had funded, but do not know what kind of identity he is in this world. But right now it seems that it is not a good person is. Speak up. Can you afford our brotherhood? Obviously agreed that we all would not be with her. But you ended up secretly doing it behind my back. Chen Feixin's face was aggrieved, as if he had been betrayed by the heavens. Joey Rand naturally wouldn't say anything. He didn't know what was between this Zhou Kai and Chen Feixin and Su Mumu. But just from the information in the words spoken by this boy in front of him, They didn't have any substantial relationship with Su Mumu. What's more, because of the so-called brotherly love, the two big men didn't go after the girl they liked, and also engaged in some kind of private agreement here, as if as long as any one of the two of them wanted to, the other person, Su Mumu, was willing to be with them. They did not only fail to respect their own emotions, but also failed to respect Su Mumu's wishes. If the once that Su Mumu didn't like the two of them, it was fine. The two of them themselves were making some kind of private agreement here, and it had nothing to do with the other person. But if that girl was interested in one of the two of them, but because of their own private so-called agreement for the sake of brotherly feelings, he lost his chance to be with the person he liked, wouldn't that be a harm to them? I'm not Joe Kai. Please get out of the way. Joe Iran was too lazy to talk more nonsense with this kind of person. He was still anxious to go back and look at those records, wanting to see if he could find out more records about that palace. You're not Joe Kai? How can that be? I can still recognize you wrong with this face? Chen Fei Xian looked at Joe Kai in front of him and muttered in his heart. He was Chen Fei Xian, yes. But he was not the Chen Fei Xian of Su Mumu's native world. He was the Chen Fei Xian native to this world. Originally, he has already hitched a girl with a rich family. Su Mumu, this kind of only rely on their own money orphans naturally do not see. But I didn't expect. This period of time he and Su Mumu, that little thing, has been known by everyone. Everyone knows that he did those things. He was about to get hitched to the rich white beauty, also do not take care of him. He now has no choice but to turn his head and continue to find Su Mumu. After all, Su Mumu, this girl is honest, good at cheating, and also has the ability, is his current best choice. But before he said the words too decisive, must find a way to make up for it. Otherwise, even if he and Su Mumu can ice the former suspicion, will always leave a lump in the heart. What he wants is a wholeheartedly for him to pay for the woman, not in the heart of the head of the pimple, always looking for his trouble of the work of the essence. Men like him are very clear about what they want. Everything he did would not be superfluous. All of them were in the direction of his goal. But he didn't expect that he had just had the idea of wanting to come back to retrieve Su Mumu. When he heard that Su Mumu already had a boyfriend, he also heard that the man is the captain of the security team. He weighed several times, always feel that he is not able to beat the other side. After all, the captain of the security team is not an ordinary person can be. I heard that the other side is also a military origin. So he did not intend to start from the man. Decided to start from Su Mumu's body. The man he cannot beat. But if it is Su Mumu's own willingness, want to break up, that's another matter. Then even if you want to take a beating is also cost effective. Although his heart is not willing to take a beating for the sake of Su Mumu, such a girl. But things have come to this point. There are still 2 years from graduation. Before that he must find himself a stable long-term meal ticket to do. Until after graduation, he can contact more girls in society. That time then change. As a result, he did not expect him to squat here Su Mumu, wanting to make the other side feel that he is the best for her. After all, so early in the morning, waiting here, to give people breakfast. The average boy cannot do it. At this moment the whole school are still sleeping. The food bought is also from the former Su Mumu loved to eat, but has never been able to spare the money to eat breakfast. The result is to see these two people happy, laughing and joking over. But also over there you send me. I send you. Send to send to send. Make half a day. He was looking at the heart of the fire. Especially see each other as not someone else, but his own good brother Joe Kai when it is more angry. Obviously the two people at first is to say yes. Of course. This said good as he made out. At first found Joe Kai also like Su Mumu when he played a careful machine. In fact, at the beginning of the time is not he first noticed this girl. Is Joe Kai first noticed this girl. But he through observation found that this girl is very suitable for him. So he played a careful, and Joe Kai have that kind of ridiculous agreement. But the original intention of that pact was to respect Su Mumu's choice. She could be with whomever she wanted to be with. And the two of them would definitely not take the initiative to harass her. But he hadn't engaged in a lot of small actions in private. And there were even people who started to spread those gossips that he and Su Mumu were already a couple. He didn't deny or admit it. What he wanted was this ambiguous. He did not deny or admit it. He wanted this kind of ambiguous effect. At any time you can withdraw, but you can always enjoy the girl for him to pay. Later he drew back. Joe Kai is willing to be with her together. Anyway, in the future out of society, all people are two people a piece of struggle. This kind of woman will only drag the man's legs, and not be able to give the man what help. In the future, Zhou Kai will also because of this girl drag the legs and pulled away from him. He couldn't wait for Zhou Kai to be inferior to him. The woman he didn't want to be able to have such a role was also quite good. But he didn't think that he would have to come back for this girl one day. And by this time, Zhou Kai had already made his move. That is of course not possible. Only what he does not need can be shared with him. And the one he still needs cannot be snatched away by him. So he decided to come out and use brotherly feelings to kidnap Zhou Kai. And to use the other party first broke the agreement, this reason to pursue Su Mumu openly. My name is Zhou Yiren. Zhou Yiren dropped this sentence and left. This time, Chen Feixin didn't dare to make a move to stop. Because he had heard of this name. Zhou Yiren. The security chief. Su Mumu is really with the security chief? Then how can he get the person back? Thinking about it, he felt a little desperate. The man in front of him is much better than Zhou Kai. Just don't know why the two of them will look so similar. Thinking about this, Chen Feixin suddenly had an idea. After Su Mumu returned to the dormitory and fell asleep. The other 3 people in the dormitory were light-handed and tried not to disturb her. After all, after going out all night has been very tired. This moment must have a good rest. Wait for her to rest enough, and then ask what she really found last night. This sleep to the afternoon. Zhang Jing has brought her meal back. Today is the weekend. She and Xiao Chong Court went out to work part-time. Liao Meihua in the dormitory had to play the game. But for fear of noisy Su Mumu, she wore headphones on mute. So gently lost a few games. And finally simply also fell asleep. When Su Mumu woke up, Liao Meihua was eating fragrantly under her head. Quickly come down. Boss brought us spicy prawns? Liao Meihua's favorite food is the spicy shrimp of the Chongqing restaurant outside the school. Every time Zhang Jing goes out to work part-time on weekends and passes by, she will bring her such a copy back. Okay. Su Mumu also quite liked to eat this spicy shrimp. With the fastest speed out of bed. And then freshen up. Sat at the table to eat. While eating, she told the other 3 people in the dormitory about last night's discovery. Holy shit. There's even a place like this in our school? This is too powerful. I should have known that I would have gone with you guys last night. Don't you know that my favorite thing in this life is this kind of adventure? It's exciting enough. Zhang Jing instantly transformed into a screaming chicken. She was the most excited when it came to this kind of thing. The other 2 were much more calm than her. Especially Liao Meihua. Boss, don't you think this is scary? You don't even know whether those things are people or ghosts. Luckily we didn't go yesterday. If we did, we'd still be dragging Lao Er's leg. And the 4 of us wouldn't necessarily be able to come back all the way. My dad said. He saved me a lot of money. I haven't had a chance to spend it yet. I absolutely can't die before the money is spent. My little life is still very valuable. You can't say this. This is a contribution to scientific research. In case we go in and find something that others can't. Look at Lao Er's trip in yesterday. So many things she found out. Those researchers didn't find out about these things before. Zhang Jing retorted. Hey, I also think that this matter can't be said that way. Those ghosts and monsters have already run out. We went over there, and that's just like giving away food. So many researchers and professionals have not found anything. But we went in and found it. Lao Er yesterday was just lucky. Boss, you can't ignore the dangerous nature of these metaphysical things just because your heart is very keen on them. Xiao Chong put down the chopsticks in her hand and took a sip of water, indicating that she agreed with Liao Meihua's words. We are a few essentially is a common college students. Some things should not we tube. Do not go messy tube. Or when that is to the country to add to the chaos. It is impossible to give the country to do what the contribution. Otherwise you see why those researchers do not put these things public. Call college students to help it. But still quietly Mimi's into the line for so many years. To put it bluntly. But is afraid of us, who do not know anything to go in, and add to the chaos. This thing is this reason. We go in to go in. But absolutely cannot be too many people. After going in that really is to add to the chaos. Su Mumu originally did not want to let others follow her into a piece of risk. And this matter yesterday they have discussed. Only go in so once. After the thing to wait for those books all cracked after that. We must see what happened in the palace in the end. Otherwise, if they ventured in again, they might be able to cause something to happen. Then can your object crack those books? Didn't you say that those words are different from the words we know now? It's hard for him. A soldier. to be able to learn these things. The army plays with real flowers nowadays. Zhang Jing did not quite believe, because she was very interested in these things of metaphysics. So these years did not less to study related things. She knew that some dynasties will appear some non-mainstream text. These words are metaphysics masters in order to encrypt the secrets of their own sex and use. Zhou Ran was just a soldier before. And those things that soldiers learn in the army should not be quite the same as these particularly cold side literature. Those things are not what he learnt in the army. It is what he learnt from an old professor before. Of course he can't learn these things in the army. It's just luck. And you didn't look at that palace. I can't get in. Those fellows can't get in. Only he can go in alone? Maybe that palace has a destiny with him. Don't sit here and guess. Wait for him to study it. Su Mumu was asked by Zhang Jing, and almost revealed herself. These words were learnt by Zhou Ran in their native world. Not in this world. It's not good to say that there is no such words in this world. That's right. I also go to the forum and the library these days to stay more. Check some more information. See if I can help. If there is news, I'll tell you. What do you need to also tell me? I still know a lot of metaphysics, big brother. Fortunately, the boss didn't continue to pursue this matter. Anyway, as long as they can decipher the words on those books. As for where they learnt those words, it doesn't matter. Good. My dad also knows a few archaeologists. I'll go ask him to see if he has any news in this regard. And if he does, I'll let you know. Liao Menghua also raised her hand to help. I don't know anyone in this area. And no one in my family does either. So I'll just do the logistics for you guys. I'll stock up on supplies for the dormitory during this time. And I'll take care of your meals. Send me a message if there's anything you want to eat. I'll go buy it from the canteen. Xiao Chong was very self-conscious. Okay. A few people split up. But before the words recorded in these books could be deciphered, something happened on the side of the underground palace. 1. During the night, the entire school was filled with these strange ghostly shadows. The college students couldn't see them during the day, but they all saw them at night. During the daytime, everyone just felt a cool breeze around them, as if there was something drilling around them. The feeling was like a cool wind blowing around you. It was very hard to bear. Everyone thought it was going to be autumn and change the weather. But at night, those black ghost shadows floated around them, scaring and fainting a lot of people. This time these ghosts and shadows are not like the last ones that have no intention of hurting people, but just mimic human behavior and actions. This time these ghosts and shadows surrounded the environment of human activities and desperately haunted them, seemingly in search of something. Joey ran. Do you see what is written in those books? Su Mumu was in the school. Naturally, she was also harassed by this kind of ghosts and shadows. But these ghosts and shadows were far away from her after they saw her, and they seemed to know that they were afraid of bullying, and that the girl in front of them was not to be messed with, and they didn't dare to get close to her. But Su Mumu was passing through the underground palace on that day, so there should still be some tainted breaths on her body. And those ghosts and shadows, although they didn't dare to get close to her, but they had always been around her body. They circled around, unwilling to disperse. In the end, it became a direct tracking. Where Su Mumu walked to, those ghosts followed to where. Su Mumu was also very annoyed. This kind of feeling is very upsetting. She would rather not want these guys directly come up and fight with themselves, so that whether they are dead or alive will also have a result, rather than like now, this sneaky far away from the followers. Also do not come up. Also do not leave. When she was angry and wanted to turn around and drive them away, they just whooshed and ran far away, as if they had never appeared by Su Mumu's side at all. But when Su Mumu turned around and continued to walk, these guys followed her once again, just like cowhide candy. It was getting annoying. In the end, she could only send a message to ask Shoiran whether he had cracked out those books. Originally she was not going to bother him now. After all, there are still quite a lot of those things. That time she looked through those words. The moment she looked at it herself, she felt that her brain was too big, and she wanted to properly translate the contents of those books properly, which would definitely require some effort. It was only a day and a half's work. How could she translate all the things in the book so quickly? But she really couldn't stand it anymore. Those guys were really a solid exposition of what it meant to be a shadowy soul. This was again in the school, so it was not good to act too much on her own. Otherwise on the second day others would know that there was a girl with a bow and arrow who had cleaned up those ghostly shadows. and she wouldn't be able to stay in this school anymore. After all, the matter of ghosts and shadows has now been on the social news. The whole city, and even the whole country, has been sensational because of these ghosts and shadows. There are constantly reporters coming towards their school. And every day these students are stopped by several different reporters for interviews, asking for their opinions about the ghosts and shadows. Chapter 86. These students who were haunted by the ghosts and monsters, and couldn't get away from them, couldn't sleep well every night, and had to be harassed by these reporters during the day, and were simply about to collapse. In the end, or the school directly does not allow people outside to enter the school, and then gave the students a holiday, requiring them to rest in the dormitory. Then, they sent defenders to guard the students' dormitories. And then, the army was deployed to arrest all those ghosts and shadows. The rest of the school was finally quieter. But the matter of the ghosts and shadows could no longer be covered up. Now not only the school has been discussing this matter, even the outside world also all demanded the school to give a statement. The students can't continue to study peacefully in the school, because every one of them is scared to death when they mention those ghosts. And there are even some timid students who directly ask for leave to go home and don't want to come to the school. And some of them apply for a transfer to another school. Now all people know that this university is a ghost college. Everyone hopes that the school can come out to give a statement, so that they can feel at ease in the school head. But unfortunately the school for this matter is to play dead. Simply do not come out to clarify anything. In fact, their hearts are quite bitter. The above simply does not allow them to make any response to this matter, requiring them to deal with this matter cold, so as not to cause more discussion and heat after they respond. The school has been in a state of limbo since the discovery of such a large air raid shelter underneath them decades ago. Originally there is an air raid shelter is quite good, at least when they can use these underground space to do some things. The results did not expect in the underground air raid shelter actually found in the head of such a large ancient burial mound. According to national law, the land where such a burial mound was found must be nationalized, and any unit or individual is not allowed to do development on top of such a field. But because their school has existed here before, already has a history of several hundred years, and this air raid shelter and the burial complex is only discovered in recent years, so their school can be saved. In fact, the school management is very clear in their hearts. Is because the higher-ups need them to sit here as a school to cover up, to prevent the thing that there is such a strange burial complex here from leaking out. These years they must cooperate with the upper to provide a variety of facilities, so that they can properly research on this burial site. In fact, over the past few decades, they have been worried about this matter leaking out all the time. And they are also afraid that those things there will come out and make trouble here. And then this school of theirs will not be able to continue to open. Didn't realize that some things are useless to worry about. One day he will still happen. Just like now. The good thing is that no matter what happens, the upper head will help to cover. Now the school is a pendulum. Shrink behind the upper head. Let them deal with this matter. No matter what kind of decision they make, the school chooses to support is it good in the upper head. After the shot, those ghosts and monsters did not run out again. But in the unknowingly, the school surroundings began to happen. Some of their own did not realize the changes. Firstly, the air conditioning appliances in the school building always turned themselves on at night. Then the school gardeners suddenly found that they planted those flowers and plants in the evening and the next morning will be moved to other places. And these flowers and plants around and not by the traces of human damage. The soil is not like being dug out. Especially the roots of those flowers and grasses, preserved very intact a little bit, also does not seem to be uprooted by anyone. Rather, it is like these flowers and plants, standing up from the soil themselves, and then ran to the side. The most outrageous thing is that the chef of the canteen reported to the higher-ups that they found that the canteen seemed to have moved its position. The parking place for them was smaller, and the place for placing rubbish bins at the back of the canteen was bigger. All these news were posted by the students to the forum post. A moment in the school once again filled with the atmosphere of horror. Various places began to spread all kinds of rumors. Some rumors are students themselves made up horror stories. There is a nose and eyes. Some rumors are a picture, with some chaotic and borderline text. But all of them were centered around this school. The school leaders could no longer sit still, and kept applying to the higher-ups, hoping that they would make the underground palace public, and stop letting the school take the blame. At this rate, I'm afraid that no one would be willing to apply to their school in the coming year. However, The higher-up shut the school up with a single sentence. Do you think that after this news is made public, there will be people applying to your school who would want to send their children to study on a burial mound? Not to mention that once this burial mound is made public, your entire school will be bulldozed. So the school was only able to keep the whole thing under wraps, and then secretly arranged for the help of a metaphysical master sent from above to find out what was going on with all these strange things that had been happening in the school lately. So the school's teachers mixed into the middle of a number of such metaphysical masters. They disguised as a variety of unimportant fringe teachers, and then in the school head to investigate these paranormal events. Except that these masters of metaphysics, for this kind of strange creatures caused by the impact of not quite understand, because these things are not really real paranormal events. And through their various tools to investigate, the results show that this school does not have any abnormality. There is no ghostly events occurring at all. Even the magnetic field is normal. But through the professional instrument measurement, showed that all kinds of buildings in the school is indeed the position of a movement, including those flowers and plants also seems to have become alive in general. But no one could explain exactly why these things had become like this. And no one could explain exactly what phenomenon these things were. Just at this time, a popular science post suddenly appeared in the school's forum. This popular science post did not have any textual expression. All it had was the pictures that were constantly being uploaded. And these pictures were accompanied by handwritten translations next to them. The pictures were taken from a book. The contents of these books were all handwritten. Only that the words used were not the same as the words they knew now. The handwritten translation on the side told the story of the books. The stories were about the origins of the school's underground palace, as well as the origins of these ghostly shadows, and the reasons for their formation. There are also about those dark matter in the end. What is the content of the post? The whole school is boiling up. The upper arrangements for people to find ways to study these handwritten translations in the end is true or false. But now for the time being did not understand these words of the people. They could only be these translations of the content of Sirius. After all, the translation of the content about the underground palace and the content of those who most of the content is true. And those translations about those ghosts and shadows and the dark matter part. The upper part of the researchers set also hurried to do research according to those things. The result proved that the translation content said are true. Now the people at the top no longer hid the matter of the underground palace from the public. They began to make all the relevant information public, and reminded the people to take precautions. Because if everything was the same as that translation, these ghostly shadows were no ordinary ghostly shadows. And the impact they would bring to the humans of the entire world would definitely not be as simple as just affecting their lives. They would gradually erode away all the buildings they could touch, just like those palace walls of the underground palace. The buildings that had been touched by these ghostly shadows would gradually be eroded into black. The buildings that become black will have the same nature as those ghosts and shadows, and will also become dark matter. One of the characteristics of the dark matter is that it can move, has no entity, and can float around, because they will go looking for the next target, and turn those targets into their own kind. Dark matter. If they don't go looking for targets to turn those targets into their own kind, they will disappear in no time. In other words, those targets they touch are the energy they need to survive. The black pillar of light in the underground palace was the thing that could suppress those ghosts and shadows. And that palace was the place that provided energy to the black pillar of light. All the living people in that palace were the source of energy for that black pillar of light. And it was all the people in that palace who sacrificed themselves and lived in the formation that was able to trap those dark substances there. Those ghosts and shadows were not attracted by the pillar of light and wanted to go and merge with the pillar of light, but wanted to go and destroy that pillar of light. It was only those palace walls that blocked them. But after so many years of depletion, the energy of the palace walls was gradually weakening. After all, those ghosts and shadows pounced on them one after another, and even the most powerful formations would gradually lose their own light. Not to mention the fact that there were no longer any living people in the palace walls that could provide energy to that black pillar of light. That's why that underground palace suddenly revealed itself a few decades ago. Really because it no longer had the energy to supply itself with to hide its tracks. And in the decades after that, the energy of that pillar of light was not stable enough. Gradually no longer able to control those ghostly shadows. Which is why those ghostly shadows recently escaped from the underground palace and ran to the ground to harass the students of the school, affecting the buildings of the school. Wanting to affect the buildings is not something a ghost shadow can do. It has to be a large number of ghost shadows to be able to do it. The ghosts that escaped before were only 2 or 3 little ghosts. So they only made some small movements in those shops, and didn't affect people's lives too much. But this time, the number of ghosts and shadows that escaped was so huge that they attached themselves to the building and directly activated the entire building. On top of that, these ghosts and shadows were able to draw energy from the plants in the school because of their large enough numbers. So over this period of time, these ghosts and shadows had grown in numbers as well as in energy. There were even some students who had started to go missing as well. The school was initially prepared to give these students a holiday, allowing them to return to their homes, so that at least they wouldn't be harassed or attacked by these ghosts and shadows in the school. However, when that post came to light, the school gave up on this decision, because it was clearly stated on that post that once all people and things were touched by these ghostly shadows, there was no way for them to escape. They could only stay where they were and find a solution from the body of that pillar of light. If they left this place and got out of the range of influence of the pillar of light, it was highly likely that they would directly lose control and directly turn into ghostly shadows. At that time, the impact they caused would not just be a matter of their own personal safety, but a matter of the impact on this society. Once these students who had been touched by the ghostly shadows went out, they themselves were ghostly shadow spreaders. And sooner or later, the people who had been touched by them would also turn into ghostly shadows, especially because they were far away from the range of the pillar of light, and they would easily be directly mutated. The speed of this ghost shadow spreading is simply faster than the zombie virus. And still, in the case of people do not know, the ghost unknowingly spread to you, and his incubation period is extremely long, and there is no way to detect. Compared to the zombie virus, this kind of thing is simply more horrible, because it will not distinguish whether you are a person or a plant, or a building. When you enter a building, it is also very likely that you enter those buildings that have been plastered with ghosts and shadows. And then when you enter this building, you will directly turn into ghosts and shadows. And at this time, you don't even know whether you have become a ghostly shadow or not. You will still live normally and have normal contact with people. And at this time you will become a ghostly shadow propagator as well. The horror is not how scary this ghostly shadow is, but because it will make you live in a constant fear of the unknown. And no one knows how life will be affected after becoming a ghostly shadow. Those books don't record these things. It's just that people have been warned non-stop that they should never underestimate this ghostly shadow thing, and that they must think of ways to eliminate him, and that they should never let all humans and the entire world's buildings be affected by these ghostly shadows. After the release of this post, the higher-ups blocked off the entire school, and all those who had previously come into contact with the people in the school were slowly eliminated. And then they were sent to the school to be isolated. Especially those who had previously entered the underground palace were also all sent back. The higher-ups called for the entire community to be active in dealing with these ghosts and shadows, and called for everyone to be quarantined at home for the time being. After all, after moving away from the school grounds, they were also beyond the influence of the light pillars. Those truck drivers from before hadn't come into direct contact with the ghostly shadows when they entered the underground palace. And after they left the underground palace, no abnormal changes had occurred. Judging from this, as long as a person hadn't formally come into contact with the ghostly shadows, or the building that the ghostly shadows had touched, they wouldn't be affected by the ghostly shadows. And the kind of protective suits that they had built before were useful, at least for such a long time now. Those researchers didn't turn into ghostly shadows when they went home. And so now, after exhaustive examination, it was shown that as long as you hadn't come into direct contact with the ghostly shadows and hadn't entered a building they had touched, you wouldn't turn into a ghostly shadow. And even if you entered a building they had touched, as long as you hadn't touched anything inside the building, it was unlikely that you would turn into a ghostly shadow. But of course, that was unproven and was only speculated upon. And once you've entered one of these buildings, it's also very difficult not to touch anything in the building. The first thing one would do when entering a building would definitely be to touch its doors. Those people who might become ghosts were all concentrated in the school and then checked one by one. And after the checking, those who did not have the possibility of becoming ghosts were sent to a place farther away from the school to be isolated. Isolation of the room is also a person a room. And even these single rooms are a small cottage and not next to each other. This is the upper part of a village specially vacated. It is afraid that these people will come into contact with the houses they live in, and then turn these houses into ghostly shadows as well, and then spread them to other people. The good thing is that after so many years of disaster drills, The people of this country actually have some sense of worry in their hearts. And they don't want to add to the chaos of the country and their families. Not a single person lied about their experiences. And none of these rehearsals turned into ghostly shadows. So this ghostly peril was successfully blocked off within the school. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of thing is fine as long as it can be controlled. Within the boundaries of the school, and that pillar of light to protect. Everything is still within control. But the energy of the light pillar is gradually disappearing. The translation post did not say how to ensure the existence of the light pillar. Nor did it say how to fill the energy of the light pillar. The official directly sent someone to ask the spokesperson of that post, appealing to him to please share more information if he had any, and to share any needs and requests. Though its official would definitely try to satisfy him. What do you think? This post was naturally made by Su Mumu. She had the landlord system in her hands. Posting this kind of post could be done without God's knowledge, and without anyone noticing. It was true that those who were able to evolve this world into the second world were not simple. It was great that they were able to do so well with just one post. The fact that the officials would make such an appeal was something they were able to anticipate. Only that there was nothing they could do right now to be able to continue to deal with what came next. If I could enter that palace, I might be able to find more information. Since they had all come to this world. Of course, it was impossible to stay out of it. Having finally waited until the officials were willing to fulfill their conditions. It was only natural to propose what they had wanted before. But then you'll be exposed. Su Mumu had no way to enter that palace. And Joiran was able to go in. Supposedly because of his special physique. He wasn't considered a human or a zombie now. No one knew what he really was. But that palace wall clearly did not exclude him. So only he was able to enter that palace. Previously, after he entered that palace, he found that there were many various recorded texts in that bookstore. And what he took out was only a few of them. If he could enter the palace, he would go through all the recorded texts. And then it was impossible to say that he would be able to find a solution to the problem. It doesn't matter. Exposure is exposure. Since we have already entered this world, we can't just keep not showing up. Sooner or later. Besides, with your stealth shield, I have a way to not expose myself. Looking at Su Mumu looking at him with worry in those eyes. Joiran smiled and tenderly stroked her head. There was no way. This look of hers was really very much like a pitiful little puppy. So that he couldn't help but help her smooth her fur. Then let's go! Suddenly surrounded by tenderness. Su Mumu was shy. She stood up violently. Walked stiffly to the side. Far away from Joiran. Then dropped these words and ran away. She didn't realize that if they wanted to contact the officials, they would have to reply by posting. Looking at the figure of Su Mumu running away, Joiran froze for a moment, and then couldn't help himself from sneaking a smile. Su Mumu, who ran out from the library, subconsciously touched her cheeks, which were already hot. Damn all. She is obviously not what pure love little girl. How can still be casually flirted with blushing hot? Classmate, do you need an umbrella? A reddish long-handled umbrella was handed to Su Mumu's front. She raised her eyes, and found that it was the boy who looked exactly like Joiran. It's you? Su Mumu did not think that he and Joiran looked the same strange. After all, this is the second world. The second world in the middle of the second world, and the third world look the same people is a very normal thing. These game players into the second world. Most of them will be combined with the second world of their own. That is to say that the second world and the third world are actually parallel worlds. And there is another him surviving among these worlds. That's why she would tell her roommates that she was her and she wasn't her. After this matter was explained to them, they all quickly understood. After all, they were all college students. Young and energetic. Easily accepting new things. They were even curious if there was another them in other worlds or not. Yeah. You came to study on the weekend too? Jokai looked at Su Mumu and smiled a harmless smile. Well, you too? No. I didn't come over to study. Jokai raised an umbrella on his hand. I came over to work. And today's job is to provide umbrellas to people who don't have them. Only then did Su Mumu look at the umbrella in his hand. There was a large QR code on the surface of the umbrella. There was also a line of propaganda at the bottom of the QR code. It was obviously a prop printed by a business to do publicity. And it was sent to them while it was raining. No wonder it can be provided free of charge to these people. Now the way of business publicity endless. Such an umbrella is not a disposable thing. No one will ever throw it away. As long as the quality is excellent. Most people are willing to take it every day. which will also play a role in free publicity. Thanks. Su Mumu took the umbrella. Since it was such an umbrella, there was no psychological burden for her to use it. She knew about the so-called bet between Chen-Fei Xian and Zhou Kai. But neither she nor Zhou Yiren fully believed in Chen-Fei Xian's words. This kind of person. Do what things are not strange. What he said, naturally, cannot be fully believed. This Zhou Kai she contacted twice, and does not look like the kind of person who would agree with Chen-Fei in that kind of boring things. But you can't judge a book by its cover. And she didn't have much contact with this person. Some things are not necessary to prove anything. She is not the original Su Mumu. Also will not like last week Kai. Let him be. Classmate, can I invite you for a meal? There are some words that I feel the need to make clear to you. Zhou Kai, however, called out to her. Chapter 87. It's about the matter of the palace underneath. Su Mumu was about to open her mouth to reject him, but she didn't expect that he would actually say such a sentence. Originally she thought he was aware of Chen-Fei Xian ran to Zhou Yiren and said those words in front of the thingit. The result that he actually want to talk to her about the main thing. But she is narrow-minded. That your part-time job went to end? It just so happens that I have time at this time. Since it was about the underground palace, it was natural to have time. 12 o'clock. Go wait for me at the small canteen in the back street. Zhou Kai glanced at the time. There were still 20 minutes left. Okay. The small canteen was not far from here. And the food in there was also very tasty. Students would sometimes treat themselves to some more formal meals there. However, the food there was still a bit expensive compared to the prices in other canteens. This Zhou Kai is quite willing. Su Mumu also did not intend to ask Zhou Kai to treat. She intends to Zhou Kai if the information out of the usefulness of the words. She will treat. After all, in this way, even if he and the other party to buy information fees still have to pay. Zhou Kai watched Su Mumu step by step to leave. The heart of a sigh of relief. The first time he opened his mouth to invite a girl to dinner. His hands are all sweaty. He turned his head to look like the man sitting in the library. The man and he has the same face. But the temperament between the two of them is completely different. Only a glance will be able to distinguish this as two people. Only Chen-Fei and that kind of fools cannot tell they are two people. Even the other will be mistaken for their own. He himself standing here can be very clear feel the gap between the two people. That man is better than him. That kind of excellence is not born, but rely on the precipitation of time and personal cultivation out of things. She chose such a man is very normal. To be able to, and such a man in a piece, is also a kind of happiness. He is not Chen-Fei. Will not be like Chen-Fei. In order to their own selfishness to find ways to destroy the happiness of others. He will guard their happiness, so that they will always be happy and happy together. Determined, Zhou Kai waited until the end of the part-time job. The hands of the umbrellas also happened to be distributed. He rode a bicycle rush to the canteen. When he arrived at the small canteen, Su Mumu had already ordered a meal, and there was still hot air on the meal. Although it was calculated that he came over at the right time, just so he could eat when he arrived, and the food wouldn't get cold. She was always so precise. Precise in preparing everything. Precise in holding it all. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. This kind of scene was something he had fantasized about many times, and also something he had dreamed of many times when he was dreaming. How he wished that he could be with this girl in front of him just like a normal couple, going to class together and eating together every day, and she would be waiting for him while he bought her favorite milk tea and handed it to her. They could work part-time and study together, and when they graduated, they could also work together and build their little family together. However, all of this could only exist in his fantasy. I didn't wait long. It's just as well that you came so you can eat. Su Mumu smiled. Then Zhou Kai handed her a cup of milk tea. I just bought it when I came up. And I don't know what flavor you like to drink. That action was very skillful. As if it had been rehearsed 1,000 times. Su Mumu didn't refuse. Just took the cup of milk tea. She could feel this boy's fondness for himself. Only this fondness wasn't directed at her, but the original Su Mumu. It was her arrival that disrupted this boy's liking. Although it also stopped the original owner's mistake for Chen-Fei Xian. But it also did stop this boy's feelings. Perhaps when they left this world, there could be a possibility between this boy and the original owner. But those were none of her business anymore. The only thing she could do now was not to disrupt it all, and let everything develop as it should. Zhou Kai's demeanor was just right, and there was no need for her to change to stop anything. Thank you. I happen to like this flavor of milk tea. Jokai was indeed very attentive to the original owner. The original owner rarely drank milk tea because of her frugality. But this flavor of milk tea was indeed what she liked. You said you know something about the underground palace. May I ask what is it? Drinking a mouthful of the sweet milk tea, Sumumu cut straight to the chase, and didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. Jokai didn't sell out either, and answered positively. The thing about the underground palace is that the translated content of those books is problematic. He directly dropped a heavy bomb. Problematic? This is very strange. Obviously no one can understand those books. In addition to Joiran, he is only able to understand a little of the content. There are some more complex content he cannot understand. So the translation of the manuscript in the head of some things are not really translated. Just will he know to understand things on the notes. However, the boy in front of him actually told him that he was able to read those translations, and was actually able to identify the problems in them. Actually, I was suddenly able to read the transcript some time ago. Jokai rubbed his palm a little embarrassedly. It was only then that Sumumu realized that he had been wearing a pair of gloves the entire time, and hadn't taken them off. Just now when he was outside he thought that he was afraid of the cold. That's why he was wearing gloves. But now that he had arrived indoors, he was still wearing gloves all the time. And this pair of gloves didn't look like ordinary gloves. The material wasn't quite the same as ordinary gloves. She didn't seem to have seen gloves made of this material before. One night I suddenly had a dream. And when I woke up, I didn't remember the content of that dream. But I was able to read those pictures on that post from that day onwards, translating the kind of parts that didn't have notes in them. And I was able to read all of them as well. There are a few of them that are wrong. And although that error is irrelevant, I feel the need to tell you about it. Saying that, Jokai embarrassedly interlocked his two hands together, seemingly very nervous. Sumumu then realized that today's weather wasn't too cold. But the boy in front of her was wrapped rather tightly from head to toe, except for a head that was exposed outside. He was wearing clothes all over his body, without revealing a bit of skin, and he kept his body taut and straight as he sat down, trying not to touch anything. Are you suspecting that you've already been touched by a ghostly shadow? Sumumu asked him bluntly, finally discovering why this boy's behavior had always seemed strange to herself. She had just reacted in a way that she just felt strange, and didn't know what the strangeness was. Now finally she was able to understand what all the strangeness really was. Well, I've reported it. And these clothes and gloves on me were issued to me by my teacher, who said that I was just suspicious, and that I didn't need to be too stressed out, and that I could go ahead and live a normal life in these clothes, and that I just needed to be a little more careful. But I found out 3 days ago that I myself was able to completely read and understand the things on those transcripts. I think my suspicions should be right. Jokai let out a bitter smile. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have dared to come to Sumumu. Once upon a time, he always felt that he was still young and had more time, so he could fight hard and think of ways to earn more money, and wait until he was finally ready to go to her. And at that time, he could give a better life to the girl he liked, and didn't have to let the other person follow him and suffer. But now it was all too late. He didn't have a chance. It was absolutely impossible to be with the girl he liked if he had already turned into a ghostly shadow. And he didn't want to harm her. Not necessarily. Since Jokai was the Joiran of this world, it was highly likely that he would also get some special abilities because of Zoiran's arrival. It wasn't necessarily because of the ghostly shadow. What did you say? Jokai's eyes had a light in them. The reading ability you possess is not necessarily related to Ghost Shadow. We'll know after we completely crack the secret of the underground palace. Sumumu told them about their plan to go back to the hidden books in the underground palace. No way. That's too dangerous. Jokai wasn't worried about Joiran, although he thought it was a good thing for his girl to be able to find a better match. He wasn't so saintly fatherly that he would worry about his love interest. He just thought that if say Joiran entered the underground palace and was infected by that ghostly building, it would hurt Sumumu only. Don't worry. We have protective measures as well, compared to those protective suits that the people here had come up with. The stealth shields were stronger. Joiran also did not intend to reveal his identity. He planned to first enter the underground palace in a stealthy manner, and then tell those people that he was going to enter the book depository in a stealthy state, or directly enter the book depository, where he would steal all of those books and bring them all out before slowly studying them. And then, the results would be made known to the public, as long as when he entered the book collection pavilion this time. That light pillar would not vibrate like it did last time. After we get those books this time, you can also help a piece to turn over the Lijiao translation. Su Mumu's idea was simple. The two of Zhou Kai and Zhou Yiran added together could better interpret those records. Do you really believe me? In the end, Zhou Kai couldn't help but ask the question he had always wanted to ask. Why don't I believe you? Su Mumu instead felt strange. Didn't he come to tell himself about this matter in the hope that he would believe him? Nothing. Thank you. Zhou Kai even had some tears in his eyes. After he had this ability, it wasn't like he hadn't tried to tell other people. But everyone didn't believe him. Everyone said that they were able to read those books as well. Because of course, they were able to read them against the translated manuscripts. After all, there were translations on all the photos of the books on that post. And everyone was now able to read those books. When he said that he could read those things, the others thought that he was just trying to take advantage of the heat of this matter to pretend to be 13. He didn't have a better way to prove anything. Today, when he made up his mind to tell Su Mumu about this matter, he was prepared for several persuasive ways to prove himself. As a result, he didn't expect that just by saying this matter out, the girl in front of him believed him without a hint of questioning. Sure enough, the person he liked was great. He didn't like the wrong person. What's there to be thankful for? Su Mumu smiled at him. This boy really wasn't with Shenfei Xian all the way. That night, Zhou Yiran entered that underground palace again. And unlike last time, this time he brought quite a few plants. According to the previous books, as long as the living creatures are able to provide energy for the light column, these plants were only brought in for experimentation. If these plants were able to provide energy for the light pillars, then they would be able to find a way to control these ghosts and shadows. Placing these plants around the light pillar, he managed to see all of those plants wither. And then the bright light of the light pillar seemed to become a little brighter. This seemed like it should work. Taking the tools he brought with him, he entered the book depository. This is Su Mumu gave him from the landlord system mall in the exchange out of a transparent protective bag. With this thing can put the book in, and then God unknowingly a piece to bring out. This time because it is directly running to the book collection cabinet. So he did not delay much time. Until he left, the attention also did not happen any abnormality. I do not know because of the relationship of those plants, or because he stayed here not long this time. Originally, he had already made plans to be exposed. But as a result, he didn't expect any abnormalities to happen today. Smoothly with those books to the lodging side. Because of these recent events of ghosts and shadows. Su Mumu, this side of the work period lengthened a little. In fact, she here does not need to lengthen the work period. After all, her workers here and outside the workers are not the same. Are hired from the system. The system employed out of the system, and is not afraid of the ghosts and shadows of the impact of the people. But she is here to start work. There are so many people watching it. If there is no influence so here, as if no one continues to carry out their work period, it also looks too false. So Su Mumu suspended the work for a few days to make a show. And then after a few days, and let these workers started. In the outside world seems to be the boss here. At first also because the ghost shadow thing scared. So suspend the work schedule. At that time, there are people discussing whether they here is not by what unclean thing staring at. Otherwise here before is not able to recruit bids. Now it is not easy to start the work. The result of a few days, and out of this kind of thing. It has to be suspended. They said that the boss was really unlucky. Being cheated by the school, and taking over such a place. Later, the construction of this place started again. Others said that the workers here as well as the boss said that it is not good to have been encountered by the ghosts and shadows. So the broken cans. Simply first to catch up with the schedule. And the other later. After all, ghosts and shadows of this thing on the top have been concerned about. It is not good to be able to have any solution to the way it. But as soon as these rumors came out, no one dared to enter this place anymore. Even those students who were interested in metaphysics before. None of them dared to appear here. The three of them were the safest here. And the building here was absolutely not going to be eroded by ghosts and shadows. They were absolutely safe here. Even those books. Loaded into the system to give out the protective bag. Also from the previous black gas lingering appearance directly into a clean appearance. The future of these books in those bookstores. Although it is said to be concerned about the protection of the back of those messy things erode away. But after so many years of change. In the end, there are still some changes. Didn't expect the system to give out the protection bag actually has the function of renovating books. Sumumu felt that in the future, it is not good to say that you can develop the other functions of this bag. Zhou Yiren and Zhou Kai, two people, get the books directly into the intense translation work. These two people look exactly the same. When working is also exactly the same appearance. Don't look at Zhou Kai as just an ordinary student. But his grades are also very good. And Sumumu, this kind of hard work is not the same. He belongs to the talent type. From childhood to the study is easy to complete. On the university is almost do not need to use the spare time in the study. There is time to go to work to earn money. All the learning process is completed in the classroom. But he is still sitting on the throne of the first place in their department. At this point. And Zhou Yiren is very similar. This guy is also a talented player. No matter what to learn. As long as he is willing to. Are easily able to learn. Sumumu just sat opposite the two of them. Silently watching the two of them work. Not to mention. Just watching the two big handsome men working here. This picture is also very eye-pleasing. She was sleepy just looking at them. And simply laid down on the sofa. Took out a thick blanket to cover herself. And slept comfortably. After she finally fell asleep. She thought that the two men across the table, who had been working diligently, and without any distractions, raised their heads at the same time to look at her. Both men realized something at the same time at this time, and turned their heads to stare at each other. In the end, the two men looked at each other, and smiled as if they were looking in a mirror. But mature men like them wouldn't have extra words to say. Yet they said everything. When Sumumu woke up, the two had already translated most of those books. She walked over and picked up a translated manuscript and asked them, "Any findings? There are methods that can contain those ghosts and monsters. But it has to be at the cost of human life." Zhou Yiren returned without lifting his head. One of their translations recorded the reason for the construction of the palace. The building is really to suppress those ghosts and monsters exist. And the layout of the palace is also a formation. The formation is suppressing those ghosts and shadows. But also to protect the pillar of light. But the energy of the pillar of light is limited. It is necessary to sacrifice a part of the people every once in a while, in order to maintain the stability of this light pillar. As for those who live in the palace walls, they do not know that they have died. Because in that formation, they are like caught in a spirit of ecstasy in general. Will only keep repeating those behaviors of their previous day. And the pillar of light will regularly absorb a group of people to maintain its existence. Until now, hundreds of years later, there is no one alive in that palace. There are only those people who survive to leave the shadow. If one wanted that pillar of light to function, as it did hundreds of years ago again, purifying all the ghostly shadows, as well as buildings around this school, one would have to sacrifice human lives. In fact, originally, by relying on the pillar of light's own ability, it was possible to gradually absorb those ghostly shadows, and then let them steadily exist in the underground palace, not coming out to harm people. But on the contrary, the underground palace was discovered by them. And then those researchers entered the underground palace, and captured those ghostly shadows for research. It destroyed the balance of that formation. Now they had to find a way to patch it up themselves, and enhance that light pillar properly before they could pull the school back from the path of gradually turning into ghostly shadows. But sacrificing human lives was not a method they wanted to use. No one would be willing to sacrifice themselves. In fact, today I brought over those flowers and plants are useful. Just do not know the specific role of how much. Or have to think of ideas to do experiments to do. And so on we have all of these books translated. To see if we can find alternative methods. If you cannot find it, then, you can only think of ideas yourself. Zhou Yiren glanced at Sumumu. And the two of them had an unspoken understanding. Those flowers and plants he brought in were all Sumumu's that existed in the system warehouse. And those were all brought over by her, from the Black Earth planet. The unique soil and planting environment of the Black Earth planet, coupled with the fact that those plants had been stored in the system warehouse for so long, had long been tainted with the atmosphere of the system warehouse. And ordinary plants were completely different. Plus, the seeds of these plants were originally taken from the landlord's system. And the vitality of those seeds was originally stronger than ordinary plants. It wasn't just about the vitality. They had all discussed what kind of place these seeds were produced from. What kind of place they were able to survive in. And the fact that these seeds were also able to improve the soil. It was clear that they weren't ordinary seeds. So it wasn't surprising that these seeds could be absorbed by those pillars of light, and provide them with stable energy. They now needed to study whether these seeds were able to give birth to a plant that could completely and steadily provide energy to the light pillars. It would be great to say that these plants could replace sacrificed human lives. There is no need to experiment. There is no way for these plants to replace human life. This point, Su Mumu had asked the landlord system when she had just fallen asleep. And the landlord system clearly told her that these plants could only temporarily provide weak energy for the light pillar. And at the end of the day, they would only be able to stabilize the light pillar, preventing it from vibrating again like before. It was absolutely impossible to make these plants completely replace human lives for sacrifice. But they could have other ways to make these plants replace human lives. They could rearrange the formation a bit. I have researched that formations can change their layout. And as long as the layout can be changed, the energy it requires can be changed from human lives to plants. It's just that I'm not too sure in what direction this layout has to be changed. It's still up to you guys to figure out the method from amongst these books. System, you even have research on these things like formations? Su Mumu was very surprised. The landlord system, this guy was really surprising her all the time. There are more functions that people know. As long as you keep upgrading them, they will be able to unlock more abilities. Chapter 88. Landlord system once again cute. Su Mumu hit a cold shiver. Chase to ask it the principle of the formation. Every array of things required are different. The reason why this array to use human life to sacrifice should be in order to quickly in a short period of time to play a role. So it will be so set up. But now it is still in the role of the period. So do not need to be so anxious to use human life to sacrifice. As long as you can put the layout of that palace a little bit of change, you can be able to sacrifice the tribute to change. As for how to change the layout of the formation, you have to study those books. In my opinion, books. Since there are those palace construction methods, then there should be the principle of the layout of the formation. From the construction methods of those palaces up to start good. Are we really going to use human lives to fill this pit? Jokai muttered. According to what they knew. Now want to stabilize that pillar of light. The human life needed was definitely not 1 or 2. It had to be a large amount. At least a few hundred human lives to fill it in. And with human life sacrifice this thing. Just their current speculation. Who does not dare to guarantee that so many people sacrifice into the after can really succeed? If by then, there is no way to successfully control those ghosts and shadows. Purify the whole school. Then they will not become a sinner? It is not necessary to use human life to fill the pit. The way is there. But this way needs you to find a good. Su Mumu, this sentence let them breathe a sigh of relief. As long as there is a way to say. Joiran knew Su Mumu will not suddenly say such a sentence. She opened. Is a way. Jokai does not understand her. That's why I just heard that sentence. The whole person is scared silly. Towards the way the palace was built to study. This palace was originally a formation. As long as the way the formation was laid out is studied clearly, then you will be able to know how to adjust this formation. Su Mumu spoke out those words that the landlord system had told her. Yes. I've also heard that this thing called a formation can be adjusted. The sacrifices are different. The effects you get are also different. But if it's said that you want to create the same kind of effect for a formation, it's not impossible to realize it by using different sacrifices. As long as you can make some slight adjustments to change the formation's layout. But this kind of adjustment has to be made by an expert of the formation to be able to do it. Jokai nodded heavily. There are several formation experts in the metaphysics forum of our school. I can go there and ask them. Is that metaphysics forum really reliable? Su Mumu didn't really believe in that metaphysics forum. After all, after her boss had been hanging out in that metaphysics forum for a long time, her whole spirit didn't feel very good anymore. Once upon a time, the boss was a calm and sensible schoolmaster. Since after mixing in that forum, the boss gradually became some godly. Even for some dangerous places. Also just want to go to explore. Simply did not consider the safety issue. Compared to before, the whole person was simply a drastic change in temperament. Su Mumu, several people even suspected that there is something on that forum to brainwash people. Otherwise, how can a person have a drastic change in temperament because of some hobbies? Reliable? Didn't our school invite some metaphysical masters over some time ago? Many of those masters are very interested in this metaphysics forum. And they said that they usually use this metaphysics forum to communicate with each other. Said our college students are very advanced. Know how to use modern social tools to promote the development of traditional things. Those masters of metaphysics usually do not know how to use modern social tools. So the exchange is very little. But because of our forum, they communicate more. The ability to enhance the fast. Our school forum, there is a master has been praised it. Of course, This master is not a real master. Just students call him a master. His various theoretical knowledge and based on a very strong. The school has a lot of people worship him. Metaphysical masters come to see this master by name. Said that he is usually those theories are very good. As long as we can find this master and have him come over to help. And think of ways to properly study these formations in the underground palace. We might be able to properly adjust the layout of the formations in a short period of time. And then we'll be able to replace the sacrificed items with plants. Jokai had an excited look on his face. Don't tell me you're usually a metaphysics forum enthusiast as well. Sumumu looked at Jokai with a strange face. This guy, who looked quite a sensible person before. How did he suddenly become a metaphysics fanatic too? It's hard to believe that metaphysics forum really has some magic power. Able to turn those usually calm and sensible schoolmasters into fanatics. Of course. Jokai nodded his head heavily. It was obvious that Sumumu hadn't guessed wrong. I'm going to look for that master first. You guys first study these books again here. And when I get the master over, we'll have a good discussion about politics and law. Compared to Joiran and Sumumu, the two guys who had seen too many people live and die, Jokai was even more repulsed by this kind of thing of human life sacrifice. Joiran and Sumumu, two people will not go to use human life sacrifice as a last resort. But if it has to come to that kind of time, they may choose to sacrifice a small number of people to save the majority of people. After all, this is a trade-off. Many times people do not have a choice. Some decisions would inevitably have to be made. It wasn't like you could just ignore him if you didn't want to. But it wasn't like they had to sacrifice the living people of this world. Are there still quite a few employees in the system? Joiran asked Sumumu, who had signed up quite a few zombies in her system in the previous world. You mean? The two thought of a piece. Since that palace didn't exclude Joiran, a big zombie, from going in, did that mean that creatures like zombies were different for that pillar of light? In terms of vitality, a zombie's vitality was stronger than both plants and humans. If it came to the kind of time when human life had to be sacrificed, Sumumu could have the landlord system release those signed-up zombie employees. This kind of replica. The landlord system could still do it. Only by releasing this kind of replica out. Those employees must have a period of recuperation. And their life force will be partially lost. But lost didn't mean death. It was much better than directly taking human lives and sacrificing them. That's what I mean. If it really comes to the last resort, we'll have to use this method. This kind of thing. Plant sacrifice. Was always going to be much harder than human life sacrifice. And although they didn't understand metaphysics or formation arrangement, they had watched a lot of similar films. The human being is the spirit of everything. The energy contained in the human body is definitely not something that ordinary plants can replace. Since those people were able to create such a powerful formation in the first place, it meant that their attainments in formations as well as metaphysics were much higher than theirs. But the fact that they were the ones who hadn't been able to choose to use a plant to replace a human being for sacrifice meant that method wasn't necessarily unworkable. But it should be difficult. Otherwise, why would they trap so many living people in that formation? Knowing that those people might contain their own loved ones. After all, quite a few of the things in the cache were written by the people who lived there at that time, who would be willing to sacrifice their own lives and the lives of their own loved ones until it was absolutely necessary. Let's try it first. There's no need to make such a fuss if it's possible. The only advantage they now had over the people of that time was that they now had more time than the people of that time. And now they had formations as well as pillars of light. And were making their hands on top of what had come before them. It was just that Sumumu didn't expect that the metaphysical master that Jokai was talking about was actually the boss of their dormitory. Zhang Jing. Boss, you are the master? Now, not only Sumumu felt unreliable, even Joiran felt that this matter was hanging in the balance. What's wrong? I can't. Zhang Jing, however, was confident in herself. I've read more information about learning over the years than you've ever eaten. I'm still very confident in myself. I can prove this. The boss is definitely a learner. She's very good at reading. And she can't forget all the books she's read. Liao Meihua raised her hand to prove it. But theory is theory, practice is practice. Boss, even if her theoretical knowledge is strong, this practical experience might not be too good. Xiao Chan expressed her skepticism. She had the same attitude as Sumumu. That's true. My practical experience is 0. So I have always wanted to go to practice. But you all stop me. So that I don't have this opportunity. This time is not a very good opportunity to practice. If I can do it, then I'll be a true master of metaphysics. Zhang Jing was very excited and rolled up her sleeves to do it. No. What are you two doing here? We're not going to have fun this time. Su Mumu's head was two big heads. It was fine for one boss to come over. Why did the other two come over as well? What's going on with this Zhou Kai? She looked at Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai helplessly shrugged his shoulders. There is no way. He found the boss. Next to the two big beautiful It should be the boss think a person over to see him some not too safe. So called on the roommate a piece of over. But did not think that after hearing about what happened. The three of them are going to be a piece of over. Now well, they are all Su Mumu's roommates. Then this mattered to Su Mumu to persuade them the best. Mumu. This thing is so dangerous. We can't let you alone here. There is also the boss. She is just reading a lot of books. The real hands-on ability is not good. Without us, how can we do it? The four of us in the dormitory have to work together. We can't just let the two of you contribute to the great responsibility of mankind. We have to contribute together as well. Xiao Chang's face was determined. Me too. I've asked my dad. He said that it's a matter of honor. But it's fine if I don't know. But since I already know about this kind of thing, I have to make a contribution. Or else the heavens won't let me go. Liao Meihua. This daddy's treasure girl is still taking her dad to say something at this time. Su Mumu was helpless, and could only ask Zhang Jing to help with the research piece by piece. Other than that, Zhang Jing's theoretical knowledge is indeed very impressive. And the books she has read are indeed very many. Practice, not practice alone. It would be good to let her help study the theoretical aspects first now. After all of them here did not have any research on formations. Even if it wasn't Zhang Jing, there would have to be one other master in the field of metaphysics to step in and help out. But now that this news couldn't be leaked out freely, Zhang Jing was the most suitable person for the job. It was just a theory anyway. Just don't let them go to the underground palace. In accordance with the formation on this diagram, the sacrifices required for that light pillar must indeed be human lives to make it work, because it only has so many support locations for the sacrifices. And if you want to change the sacrificed items, you must double the number of sacrifice points more than twice, and then place those sacrifices up at the same time, so that those sacrifices will work at the same time. In this way, the power of this pillar of light would increase to its maximum in a short period of time, and it might be able to solve all the problems at once. And then, the entire school would be purified once and for all. But we are not sure that increasing these sacrifice points will be able to increase the power of the light pillar to a large enough level. We can only say that this is an experiment. But if this experiment fails, it will result in consequences that no one will be able to bear. Zhang Jing studied for several hours, and eventually drew a formation diagram on a piece of paper. This was the conclusion she came to by combining her own research on metaphysics over the years, as well as the various contents of these books that had been translated by Zhou Yiren and Zhou Kai, as well as the drawings. If this experiment fails, what will be the consequences? Lightly, all those ghosts and shadows will be released. And heavily, the entire underground palace will be destroyed. And by that time, whether the entire world will be completely haunted by those ghosts and shadows, no one knows. Zhang Jing had a worried look on her face. And at this time, she was no longer as excited as she was before. She was now understanding why Su Mumu would be very distrustful of her appearance. This matter was really too serious. The consequences were not something that an ordinary person would be able to bear. A raw egg without any practical experience, suddenly wanting to run out and take on this kind of responsibility to save all of mankind, naturally is not very reliable. Now even she herself didn't believe she could do it. Then isn't it a case of it's all or nothing? There's only one chance? Xiao Chang and Liao Meihua were speechless. What the hell is this? Not even a single chance for an internship? This kind of thing is not supposed to be a joke. Zhang Jing laughed bitterly. I can't. Weren't those ghostly shadows already attracted up by those palace walls a long time ago? How could they still be released? Zhou Kai was puzzled. In his opinion, those ghostly shadows had already been controlled by the palace walls, and had directly turned into the black paint on top of them. How could they still come out? If their luck was good enough that even if they failed, it would only result in lighter consequences, then this experiment would be worth their while. By then, they would still be able to have a second chance to make adjustments. But the premise is that the lighter consequences of the head will not release more ghosts and shadows out. Just a small number of ghosts and shadows. There are people from the top to follow up piece of capture. Those ghosts and shadows is not a problem. This period of time the upper head sent over to station so many people. Run out of ghosts and shadows are all fully captured back. And are in a short period of time to catch back. Resulting in a very small impact. That formation is only able to suppress those ghostly shadows there. It is not able to kill them. If you want to kill those ghostly shadows, you must also use other ways to do it. The metaphysical formations have never been able to only suppress, and are not able to destroy. Zhang Jing explained. I see. I think this method can be tried. As for the sacrificial items, I will prepare them at that time. You guys don't need to worry about it. The sacrificial items should have more energy than going to the plants. Su Mumu made a decision after a little thought. Since plants couldn't work, then they could only use those replicas in the system. If they could use those replicas as sacrificial items, it should be possible. After the formation made the change, the sacrifice points became more. And the items she used to make the sacrifices had more energy than the plants. So the two cancelled out, and the power obtained was naturally enough. Good. Then I'll go apply with the higher-ups. Joey Ren, as the person who translated these books, naturally could act as an advocate and go communicate with the people at the top about this matter. This matter was not something that a few of them would be able to accomplish. It had to be supported by the officials. If there was official support, it would also be possible to lay down a defense team around the area. And when something unexpected happened, those ghosts and shadows wouldn't be able to spread out in a short period of time and cause too much harm to the people outside. At least all the problems could be contained within the school. If it was controlled well, it might be able to contain all the effects within the air raid shelter and not let those ghostly shadows leak out. I'll go prepare the sacrificial items. Getting a replica out of the landlord's system wasn't a simple matter. And the materials and preparations needed would still take a while. I'll go find those masters of learning from the school to ask for advice, so that they can help me revise and modify this formation drawing to see if it can be made even better. The importance of this matter was already known to Zhang Jing. She no longer treated it as just a plaything like she did before. For something this important, of course, it would be better to have it confirmed by someone with more authority. Then let's go and communicate with the school side. The school side also had to be prepared. Otherwise, when something went wrong, the students in the school would always have to have a countermeasure as well. Otherwise, it would be bad if they gave their lives away in confusion. A few people split up to take action. A week later, the matter has been completely determined. The officials and the school authorities didn't take what these few students of theirs said seriously at first, until they saw the latest formation that Zhang Jing had got a metaphysics master to come up with. And there were still several metaphysics masters behind Zhang Jing to vouch for his authority. Masters, do you guys think it's okay to do this matter this way? The person in charge and the headmaster sent by the higher-ups didn't look for Zhang Jing and Su Mumu to confirm this matter, but only looked to those several metaphysics masters. If one really looks at it with the eyes of a formation, this palace is indeed a formidable formation. And combining it with the records in those books, it is indeed best to do it this way. The several masters of metaphysics opened their mouths honestly. Unlike Zhang Jing's few people who had never been to the underground palace at all, these metaphysics masters of theirs had already been around the underground palace many times in their protective suits. And before that, they hadn't thought about this palace being a huge formation. They were just surprised that the furnishings of this palace were very peculiar. It was this student named Zhang Jing who woke them up. Weren't these peculiar placements the techniques used in formation science? Moreover, those black ghostly shadows were not really fused with the palace walls. They could feel the life force of those ghostly shadows, and they still existed on top of those palace walls. At first, they weren't able to understand this, and thought that it was because the light pillars and the palace walls had a fatal attraction to those ghostly shadows. And after those ghostly shadows were attracted to the palace walls, they would melt away. But now they understood. That was a way of suppression. All the formations were largely for suppression. To suppress those ghosts and spirits under the formation, and not let them go out to do evil. And isn't it the same thing for this palace to attract those sneaks directly on top of the palace walls, not allowing them to go out and harm people? The power of the formation is also true that it will weaken with the passage of time. After all, those ghosts and monsters need to be suppressed for a long period of time. They will not honestly just stay there in the formation, but will try to do everything possible to impact the formation, wanting to rush out. And the formation because of the long-term suppression of these ghosts and monsters, and long-term loss of mana. If there is no source can provide them with a constant source of mana, then the formation will only become weaker and weaker. This was the case with this current formation. The people who lived in that palace hundreds of years ago had provided him with energy. But now that those people were all dead, the formation had no source of energy. So naturally it wouldn't work. How many levels of certainty do you have that you can do it? The official didn't care about any metaphysical formations. He only cared about whether he could solve the problem or not. As for what the method of solving the problem was, he didn't care. 50%. Everyone said honestly. After all, this kind of thing was their first time doing it. No one could guarantee that they would be able to succeed in one go. Plus the things recorded in the books were not detailed. Most of them were still projected by them. No one could guarantee that they would be able to solve the problem 100%. Alright then. You guys go ahead and do it. Just leave the rest to us. The official breathed a sigh of relief. With 50% certainty, he dared to do it. No. It's only 50%? Just dare to do it. Huh? At least make sure you can reach 70%. Right? The school's people, however, were not doing it. They didn't expect the probability of success to be so low. Mind you, this was something that they had gambled their entire lives and the future of the entire school on. And to only give them a 50% chance, that was simply pushing them into the fire pit. By the time the whole school, so many students, if really ruined here, how they and so many parents and the society to explain all. When fighting a war, as long as there are 3 layers of certainty can try, 50% certainty is already enough to show that the probability of success of this matter is very large. It is difficult to guarantee that you want to have a 100% probability? Then what else do you need to do? Just anyone can get on. The official person glared at the headmaster. The news leaked by Ghost Shadow before was suppressed by the school authorities. If not for them suppressing it, would they be so passive now? Chapter 89. If the school authority had reported the news upwards when the Ghost Shadow leaked for the first time, they would have been able to have more time to deal with the matter. Instead of like now, where the entire school had already been blocked off. At least they could have evacuated most of the students at that time, and didn't need to let these students follow them to bear the consequences. Now the school needed to take on such a big responsibility. All because of the selfishness of these people in the school. They are afraid that the school's underground palace things leaked out, affecting their hat. So they will desperately hide this thing. But do not know that some things are not their masters can be hidden down, hide, and not be able to solve the problem, but will expand things, become worse. If in the first ghost leakage, the school will report the news up, all the students are evacuated out of the words. In fact, there is no need to change the formation of the underground palace into a sacrificial formation. They only need to block off the whole school. Treat this school as an abandoned place. Not let anyone close to this place. In fact, we'll be able to control the impact of the minimum range. With so many metaphysical masters here, the problem they needed to solve was how to eliminate those ghosts and shadows. Instead of doing what they're doing now, they have to enhance the energy of the light pillar, so that it can purify the entire school area. One is to eliminate. One is to purify. Think about it, all know which is more difficult. And now can have 50% certainty. Already very good. I also did not say cannot. The headmaster knew that he was in the wrong, and muttered in a low voice, and did as he was told. That official officer didn't give Su Mumu too much pressure on them. You just follow their own ideas to do. The other have us to help you top in. You do not need to have too much pressure. This thing is not your fault. You are just actively think of a solution to deal with the method. Good. Zhang Jing finally had confidence. After all, her first practice was such a big deal. Her heart was under a lot of pressure. And to say that she wasn't nervous was a lie. But she knew that it was useless to be nervous. Only by doing things properly could she solve the problem. Gathering up her mood, she followed the several metaphysics masters to set up the formation. This side of Su Mumu was following behind her, together with Joey Ran, ready to wait for them to set up the formation. Then put the sacrifices in. Joey Ran was present only to control those zombies. The replicas made by the system did not have their own sanity. So if there was no one to control them, they could easily just. After entering the underground palace, they realized that the researchers and the tents stationed here had all been evacuated, and all that was left was a bare and quiet palace. It was only at this time that they were able to truly see this palace and the original appearance of the light pillar, which they hadn't noticed before. turned out to be a light pillar that would emit a sound similar to an ultrasonic wave every few minutes. So small that if it wasn't for the fact that their various senses were very sharp, they probably wouldn't have been able to hear the sound at all. It was also because of this that when they had come here before, they had never found this sound here. It was really because this sound here was too small and too subtle, and they had not been able to hear this sound before simply because of the presence of those researchers. Yes, this sound is very much in line with the characteristics of the formation, and the vibrations of the light pillars should be regular as well. When a master of metaphysics saw the design of this underground palace, and that huge help, his entire body was thrilled, as if he had seen something that he had always dreamed of in his entire life. His reaction to this crowd is also able to understand. After all, for these people of metaphysics, this huge power supply and this pillar of light is equal to be considered their industry in the Tarzan Beidou, and is still a realistic version of what has been realized. After all, for the current society, the metaphysics of these things is no way to achieve. Nowadays, people are not like the old days, and care about this aspect of the things. Once upon a time, people cared a lot about the afterlife and believed in these metaphysical things. Modern technology is developed. People believe in science and technology more, and do not care about these metaphysical knowledge. After all, metaphysics, this kind of thing, as long as the power of science and technology is strong enough, will be able to use science and technology and machines to replace. The so-called people will win the day. Metaphysical things, no matter how powerful, can only go from a very small place to a long time to influence. But the power of science and technology and machines is different. They can see the results in a short period of time. This is something that metaphysics can never do. After all, people nowadays are especially impatient, and can't wait to spend decades, a lifetime, or even hundreds of years doing something like those people did in the past. Not to mention like the people of the past believe in the ancestral tomb buried good. Future generations will be able to be necessary this kind of thing. Nowadays people will not even think about the future generations of things. Only think about their own. This life can do what they want. As for the ancestral tomb buried good thing, who cares about things after death? As long as they live when they can get away with it. After death? Buried where? There is no bones. No one cares about. There is no need for metaphysics such a thing. When you are alive, you do not need the metaphysical people to help choose the site, so that they will be buried in a good place. And even less need after death. The main reason is that after thousands of years of war, the specific knowledge of metaphysics has long been lost. What's more, learning metaphysics also need to examine a person. In the end, there is no talent. The most important thing is to see if the person has enlightenment. This kind of thing is too high. Modern people simply do not have the energy and time to learn these things. His decline is naturally doomed. Modern people want to learn this aspect of knowledge of metaphysics. Can only be from the ancients left behind some of the relics to examine. Like this one in front of such a well-preserved palace, as well as formations. Can be said to be a lot of metaphysics of the people of a lifetime cannot meet on the things. It was normal for them to be excited. This proved that the things they had learnt in their lives were not fake or a lie. To know how many people they learnt these things in their eyes was a sign that they were not doing their job. And there were even quite a few who were considered crazy by their own families. But this palace in front of them proved that what they had learnt was useful, and was truly able to do the job of suppressing evil spirits. While the group of metaphysical masters were surprised, they did not forget what they had come here for today, and they cooperated with Zhang Jing, commanding the soldiers piece by piece to help fiddle with the formation. This formation had to take 2 to 3 hours to complete. During this time, the soldiers sent by the officials began to set up their various weapons around the palace. Their weapons were not ordinary weapons, but rather weapons that had been researched and made specifically for these ghosts and monsters, as well as various types of metaphysical radiation. Just like the protective suits that they had prepared for the researchers before. Those suits were able to defend against the erosion of the ghosts and monsters. So they were able to use this principle to research weapons that could deal with the ghosts and monsters. Only research these things time is only a few decades only. These weapons cannot say how mature. Can only take the first top. Now they belong to what with what? Not pick. As long as they can take out to do battle is enough. Su Mumu looked at those weapons and personnel at glance. Openings to find the landlord system to ask for things. Miss Landlord, we don't take credit. From the beginning of coming to this world, Su Mumu didn't have any incomes. All of them are taking things out. The landlord system don't mention how heartbroken it is. I'd never heard of doing business at a loss into this. Not only do not make money, but also have to be the same as out of pocket. Out of pocket even if once or twice does not matter. After all, they are also cooperated for such a long time partners. It is not so unrighteous unity. As long as the landlady is strong enough to get through the crisis, the money later is not going to be more and more. However, at this moment, the landlady not only wants to make money, but also to pay out this school into a ghost college does not matter. They can move the house to other places to wait for this ghost college after all the erosion. And then in a safe place, so that those who have no home to go into their safe house. A good collection of rent. It's not like they're afraid of a disaster in this world anyway. And if it doesn't happen, how can they properly charge people to move in as a safe house? There's no need to empty the house before a disaster even happens. And then take precautions to help them trap all these ghosts and monsters in this formation. What's more, now they only have a mere 50% certainty that the landlady has emptied her family's fortune. Isn't it a bit uneconomical? In case this matter doesn't work out, then they will just be stealing a chicken and losing their army at the expense of their wife. Might as well save their strength and build up those houses in the landlord system properly. When the time comes that the whole world is infested by those ghosts and monsters, they will be able to pull the safe house together properly, so that they can let people go in to move in and collect rent. To take all the money now to engage in these impossible successes was completely a losing business. And when the time really came for disaster to strike, and their safe house had yet to be constructed, not to mention sitting there and lying down to collect rent, even their own safety would be in question. How come you can't take credit? I didn't take credit before. You just aren't willing to give it, are you? Sumumu wasn't a fool, and instantly guessed all of the landlord system's caution. There has to be a degree of credit, if we invest all our resources here, in case this doesn't work out, are we left with nothing? The landlord system was very depressed. Had I known that I shouldn't have given credit to the landlady before. I didn't realize that I had given her credit with good intentions. But now it had become a handle that I had to continue to shell out things to her. Some disasters can be stopped if they can be stopped. Isn't your main purpose to defeat that game system? How can you learn from that game system and put everyone's life and death at risk? That way you're no different from that game system. As for what you said about credit, have the rents from the other worlds been settled? Last world you said that there was no way to connect to the outside world because the game system was messing with it. So you didn't settle the rent for my several worlds, did you? Now that this world is normal, then you should settle the rent of my worlds properly. That's a lot of money. Not only can I pay off all the bills I collected before, there should be a lot of balance. Sumumu rolled her eyes at the landlord system in her heart. This guy, when she really doesn't know anything? Before see it honestly give herself credit. She also don't bother about the problem of rent settlement of those worlds before. As a result, now she wants to take something so petty that naturally she has to calculate it clearly with a sum of money. But the maintenance of the landlord forums in those worlds also requires costs. Miss Landlord, do you think renting a server doesn't cost anything? Does your system also need to rent a server to be able to run the forum? This is a bit too watery. It's just an analogy. It's just an analogy. Understand? Of course, the landlord system doesn't need to rent a server. But the maintenance cost of the landlord system is also very high. Is it possible that the landlady wants to whore for nothing? Shouldn't you pay the landlady a small amount of money for her work? You become my bound system. You still need wages? Why don't we just break up here? Sumumu didn't eat the landlord system pretending to be pitiful. After he was bound to the landlord system, he didn't give the landlord system a lot of money and resources. And if it wasn't for him, there was no way to open those functions of the landlord system. Before the landlord system has said, he helped him to open the function the more. His ability will be stronger. The game system will be more take him no way. Now with their own calculation what to pay the wages of this account. That is simply funny. Originally the two of them together is a mutually beneficial relationship. There is no one who employs who. And there is no one who takes advantage of who said. Oh, Miss Landlord is bullying people. Credit is credit. Dropping these words, the landlord system agreeably anonymized herself. And Sumumu got what she wanted as she wished. What she took was not something else, but something that could enhance the power of those metaphysical weapons. The name was Tenfold Power Bullet. This thing, no matter which weapon it was placed on, was able to enhance the power of that weapon to more than 10 times in a short period of time. Sumumu had looked at it. The power of those weapons wasn't strong. Probably because the time spent on researching those weapons was only a few decades. Although it was said to be highly targeted, the effect probably wasn't great. But if you add the power bomb that you gave him, it should be enough to deal with those ghosts and monsters. In this way, it would be considered a two-handed preparation. If those metaphysical masters and Zhang Jing's formations were unsuccessful, they would have to rely on the weapons in the hands of these soldiers to subdue those ghosts and monsters. This way their chances of success should be able to be raised upwards by 20% to 70%. 70% is a very high probability of success. Already, just need to wait for the formation to succeed, and then let Zhou Yiren bring the sacrifices in. Those people are all they prepared before, placed in the other end of the air raid shelter. After all, this air raid shelter is very large. Hide on such a group of people. It is not difficult. After all, this shelter is very big. It's not difficult to hide such a group of people. No matter what. They don't want to change a whole bunch of people out of thin air, so that the people here think that they are some kind of monsters. Or like those people in the last world. Think that they know some kind of immortal magic spells or something like that. That kind of sensation they didn't want to cause for the time being. Right now they just wanted to quietly subdue these ghosts and monsters. Anything else, it would be better to try and hide it. Mumu. The formation is almost ready. Zhang Jing was mainly responsible for the preliminary work of the formation. After all, this formation was set up by her, and those metaphysical masters were only making changes on top of the foundation of the formation she had set up. Many of the details were only best known to her, so she and those masters had already coordinated beforehand. She was in charge of the framework part, while those masters were in charge of some details, which just also allowed her to let them slowly check it afterwards after she had built these preliminary frameworks, helping her to check the gaps. In the end, she was only practicing for the first time, and was still not quite sufficient in terms of experience. Those masters were a different story. They had a lot of experience, and such a thing placed on their shoulders would be considered a breeze. So it would be more than appropriate to have them do it after Zhang Jing had set it up. Good. I'll have Zhou Yiren come over. Su Mumu sent a message over to Zhou Yiren, and not long after, he came over with a group of bouncing zombie replicas shrouded in black cloth bags. Mumu. What are those things? It doesn't look like it's quite right. It wasn't known if Zhang Jing was born with a talent for metaphysics or not. As soon as those zombie replicas came over, she immediately sensed that something wasn't right. Those metaphysical masters had said that Zhang Jing's body had an innate spirituality of a person of metaphysics. This kind of spirituality was to have sharp senses for some of the more spiritual things, similar to the kind of yin and yang eyes that were said to be in Su Mumu's original world. And people with this kind of spirituality were more prone to seeing ghosts and such things. Although those things are just zombie replicas, they are no different from zombies from start to finish. After all, the realism of the things produced by the system was nothing to write home about. Otherwise, how could they have been used as sacrifices? So as soon as these things came out, not only Zhang Jing, but even those metaphysics masters frowned tightly and looked over. One of the most famous masters in the metaphysical world was even staring tightly at Zhou Yiren, his gaze not moving away from Zhou Yiren's body. His gaze was captured by Su Mumu, and she was a little nervous. The metaphysical masters of this world could be more powerful than any of the world's feats she had experienced. They weren't the kind of masters who simply only told fortunes and divinations in the middle of the Jianghu. They were people who truly had real talent. If others were not able to discover what these things really were, or see through Zhou Yiren's true physique, then the metaphysical masters of this world were able to do so. The good thing is that the metaphysical master just looked at Zhou Yiren for a while, wanting to speak again and again, finally removed his gaze, did not continue to stare at the side. In the end, the most important thing today is to set up this formation to eliminate these ghosts and monsters. As for the other things, they could be put off until later. There was no need to cause trouble now. They are not stupid. The people who can be brought here to help are not ordinary people. It was normal for that Zhou Yiren to be different from ordinary people. As for what those sacrifices are, they have already started to set up formations to engage in sacrifices. This was originally not a proper way. Sacrifices such things, no matter how to say it, is a bit evil. Although they said that the people of the metaphysics did not stick too much to those secular things. As long as the purpose is good, they will not care about how the process is. After all, at the moment is the only method is the best method. There are some sacrifices is also very normal. They themselves are not on the path of justice. And they will not ask too much of others. As long as people were willing to help. That was enough. You'll go first when the sacrifice ends in a while. Su Mumu sent a message to Zhou Yiran. And that side quickly replied. Obviously. Zhou Yiran also sensed that the metaphysical master's concern for him. And his senses were more sensitive than Su Mumu. He was able to feel the other party's hostility towards him. Since the other party had already moved to kill him. There was no need for him to remain here and wait for death. Of course, this death didn't mean that he couldn't beat the metaphysics master. The one who died wouldn't be him. He just didn't want to start a killing spree here. Didn't want to bring death here. There were some conflicts that could be avoided. It was better to avoid them. The only reason they were here today was because they wanted to deal with those ghosts and monsters. As long as they were able to destroy those ghosts and monsters, the rest didn't matter. Anyway, his only task here today was to introduce those sacrifices into the formation. And he didn't need to worry about anything else. Whether he succeeded or failed after that. There was no need for him to remain here. As for Su Mumu, she still had the ability to escape. I'll take Zhang Jing away in one piece later. Here today. Zhang Jing should be Su Mumu's only worry. As long as Zhang Jing was taken away by him ahead of time. Su Mumu had no more worries. And preserving her own little life was still an easy task. When he himself brought Zhang Jing to a safe place, and then turned back over to help. It would all be easier. Good. Su Mumu was very satisfied. Other than that, the tacit understanding between her and Zhou Yiran on the matter of fighting together was really sufficient. There is absolutely no way that what she thinks in her heart the other party cannot understand. But instead there is still some unnecessary worry here. More unlikely to appear two people here. You let me go, I do not go. I have to go with you. If you do not go, I also do not go. And then the two people stay in place a piece of the phenomenon of death. Both of their hearts are always in one direction. Their purpose is always only one. That is, the two people must do their best to live unharmed. If the situation is so critical that it is not easy to ensure that both of them will survive, then one of them must fight for the chance of surviving in order to have the chance to turn back and save the other. No matter what happens. There is life before there can be later. If both of them died in one piece, then there would be nothing left. The two reached a consensus. And the formation was set up over there. Chapter 90. Zhou Yiran did not say anything. Just stand in place. Those zombie replicas one after another honestly in accordance with what he wanted to go to the sacrificial position of the formation. Just waiting for him to give the order. Jump into the sacrificial circle. Zhou Yiran set up everything. Then looked to the leader of the metaphysics master. The other party is the person who started to kill him. But at this moment, that master of metaphysics' kind eyes. Look at his expression is also very mild. Let a person not feel the slightest before he even to Zhou Yiran killed. The metaphysical master nodded. Zhou Yiran commanded those zombie replicas to jump into the sacrificial circle. And then all the metaphysical masters read a spell. This is also Zhang Jing will not. After all, to start a formation, not only do you need to be able to recite incantations, but you also need to have a certain amount of strength. Although Zhang Jing was able to recite incantations, she did not have any power. So she would not necessarily be able to activate the formation. And it might even be counterproductive. However, those metaphysics masters are different. They have profound power. Not only can quickly start the formation, and even can rely on their power to maximize the effectiveness of the formation. They can maximize the power of the formation and attract the ghosts and monsters into it. Seeing these metaphysical masters' incantations finished, they saw the light pillar in the middle of the palace shining brightly. And suddenly, the whole palace began to vibrate. Then everyone saw that the vibration of the light column drove the walls of the palace above the black material was shocked began to float up a little bit. And the light column finally stopped vibrating when those black material also finally floated up from the walls of the palace above. At the same time, the entire black column of light from the center of the palace directly radiated to the entire palace wall outside. Will be those black matter all enveloped. And those black substances seemed to have sensed the change of concern and began to struggle. A part of the black substances began to rush towards the pillar of light. And a part of them wanted to escape outside the radiant range of the pillar of light. Those black substances that fled outwards were just indistinct bursts of black smoke. And were not able to take shape. While those black substances that darted towards the light column began to gradually condense into black humanoid forms. Like a ghostly figure. The crowd heart tight. But then is a happy. This look. Like that the power of the column of light is big enough. Has trapped all those ghosts in the palace. And this time, the yellow color on the walls of the palace finally emerged. The crowd only then found that those yellow, and not just yellow palace walls. Those yellow colors are all sorts of rune paper. Those drawings also painted a variety of runes. Those masters of the metaphysical simply, as if they had seen what a treasure. No longer willing to leave. One by one are left in place want to take advantage of this opportunity to see more clearly some of those runes. If you can try to remember more clearly that the appearance of the runes would be better. For them, these runes casually one is the heirloom of the treasure. No wonder these ghosts and shadows would be absorbed on top of these palace walls. So it was because of the role of these runes. As the light of the light pillar became brighter and brighter, the crowd realized that the original color of that light pillar was not black, but golden yellow. It was because it had been eroded by those black substances before that it turned black. It turned out that that light pillar had already been eroded a lot by those black substances before. That's why its ability became so weak. Now because the formation had been modified, the energy of the light pillar was greatly enhanced. That's why it showed its original color. When the energy of the light pillar became huge, those golden yellow rune papers also broke away from the cover of those black substances one by one. They enhanced the power of the light pillar. Those escaping outwards of those black smoke that fled outwards were all extinguished in an instant. Those black humanoid substances that dared to rush towards the center of the light pillar were more capable. And these yellow talismans were not able to do anything to them. Only the energy of the pillar of light was also very powerful. These humanoid black substances began to be cut down little by little as they rushed towards the black pillar of light. There were very few black humanoid substances that were able to rush in front of the light pillar. The crowd's hearts rejoiced. Just like this light pillar must be able to wipe out all of these black humanoid substances. If this pillar of light was able to destroy all the ghosts and shadows, and was also able to exist here with such a strong power, it would definitely be able to purify the ghosts and shadows in the entire school, as well as the buildings that had been eroded by the ghosts and shadows. But before they could be happy for long, they watched as the black matter that had rushed in front of the pillar of light suddenly stopped, and then began to gather in one direction. Gradually those black humanoid substances turned into a huge dark black humanoid. And then, that humanoid seemed to have a spirit. No longer continued to rush towards the light column, but began to curl up the body. Turned into a small black orb. Only to see that black ball rushed to the center of the light column smashed over. The black orb seemed to have some kind of protection around its depth. And during the process of impact, it wasn't cut down or wiped out like those black humanoid substances just now. And even during the process of impact, its black color became deeper and deeper, and the point of light became bigger and bigger. Oh no! It's absorbing the energy of the light pillar. Suddenly I don't know who shouted out. Can this ghostly shadow also absorb the energy of a pillar of light? The crowd wondered. Wasn't this pillar of light suppressing the existence of these ghostly shadows? How is it that these ghostly shadows are also able to absorb the energy of the light pillar in turn? These ghosts and shadows have existed here for hundreds of years, and have long since coexisted and symbiotically existed with this light pillar. And it's not good to say that they've already researched ways to restrain the light pillar during these years. Not to mention that they've been on top of the palace walls for so many years, and perhaps have long since assimilated that light pillar. It's not uncommon for evil spirits suppressed by a formation to be able to develop methods on how to destroy the formation. Not to mention that it's not certain whether this pillar of light is suppressing these evil spirits or nourishing them. Everyone remembered that there was a mention in one of the books that this pillar of light was also an evil presence, reminding people that they could not trust this pillar of light too much. But at that time, everyone understood this reminder as just wanting to say that both the palace and the pillar of light required sacrifices to form the formation. And from that perspective, it was certainly evil. But what if that person's reminder didn't mean that? What if the pillar of light had originally been deliberately created by an evil person to nourish these ghostly shadows, allowing them to kill those who existed at the time, and then also allowing these ghostly shadows to nourish here for hundreds of years, with the purpose of allowing these ghostly shadows to be nourished here through thousands of years of changes, and then become strong enough to erode the entire world? This was not impossible. Some formations were not particularly powerful when they were first constructed, but after thousands of years of nourishment and changes, they were able to become very powerful. Perhaps the person who built this formation didn't have enough power at the beginning. That's why he was only able to build such a small formation. These ghosts and shadows were bred here by him in order for the formation to be nourished over a long period of time. so that the ghosts and shadows would become strong enough. And what they were doing now was like they were helping the person who had built the formation. Originally, those ghosts and shadows had to rely on the slow nourishment of the formation in order to become strong. And even because the formation was too long and didn't have enough energy, these ghosts and shadows became weaker and weaker. But now, because of their help, the formation has changed. And because of their sacrifice, the formation's energy has become much stronger. And these ghosts and shadows have gradually become stronger, as if to confirm their suspicions. With an explosion, that black sphere slammed right into the pillar of light. No, that pillar of light isn't there to nourish those ghostly shadows. Su Mumu watched the changes in that sphere and the pillar of light, and made a conclusion. That person's reminder should just be reminding where the dangers of this formation lie. After all, risks and gains go hand in hand in this world. Even metaphysics is no exception. This formation could suppress those ghosts and shadows. The same way his energy could be used by those ghosts and shadows. That person's so-called reminder should be saying this. With such a powerful formation placed here, if it was not handled well, it was highly likely that it would be countered by those ghostly shadows. This possibility existed. These ghostly shadows had been attached to this formation for so long, and had been lying on those talismanic papers all along. And it wasn't surprising that they gradually became resistant to those talismanic papers. The most important thing was that the formation did not have a spirit, while these ghosts and shadows could not only have anthropomorphic behaviors like humans. It was naturally very likely that it would evolve a spirit due to such a long period of growth. Then, it was certainly possible that it would come up with a way to deal with the light pillar. Previously, he might have wanted to work slowly. Recently his energy wasn't strong enough, and he had to spend some time before he was able to work out how to deal with the light pillars. Or maybe he didn't need to work out any methods to deal with the light pillars at all, and just needed to rely on time to slowly wear down the light pillars. But now, because Su Mumu and the others changed the formation and normalized the energy of concern, this ghostly shadow also had to make a final counterattack, or else he might just die here. And now it could be said that it was his last resistance. In the desperate situation, this black shadow also gave birth to the method of absorbing the energy of the light pillar and consuming it. Just like now, it entered the light pillar and greedily absorbed the energy of the light pillar, although its body was also being depleted by the light pillar. But because it had found a way to absorb the energy of the light pillar, so it was not directly wiped out by the light pillar. Instead, it was in the light pillar this and that, gradually becoming smaller and smaller, but brighter and brighter. Gradually, the light of the light pillar became much dimmer. Not good. That light pillar can't control that black dot anymore, the arcane masters exclaimed. Indeed, as the concern and the black sphere consumed each other, the light of the light pillar grew dimmer and wider in scope. But the body of that black sphere turned into a very shiny little black dot even though it was getting smaller and smaller. This was all because of the changes they had made to the formation. They had originally hoped to alter this formation a little, and then have the evolution of the formation expand to be able to purify the entire school. However, they didn't realize that this just gave that black sphere a chance to exploit a loophole. That black sphere was exactly the opposite of the light pillar. It made itself smaller and smaller, but the energy accumulated in that smaller and smaller body was getting bigger and bigger. He belonged to the category of sacrificing a small portion of himself to complete the most refined body. Just like steel, the toughness of steel can only be obtained after 1,000 times of hammering. Now this black sphere will turn itself into a small piece of steel. Let that light column constantly hammering him will be his body, and the impurities all squeeze out. Finally get that little bit, although small, but the energy is huge and very tough, will not be randomly eliminated by the light column. And because the light pillar needs to take into account too large a range, but instead there is no way to focus the energy, so it can focus on the black sphere of energy will become less and less. It could only watch as the black sphere grew stronger and stronger, slowly absorbing its energy. It was only a matter of time before the victory or defeat between these two parties. Hurry! The metaphysical masters began to make a final struggle. They wanted to inject their energy into that light pillar. And there were even metaphysical masters who began to make talismans on the spot, learning from the talisman paper on those palace walls, hoping that it would be able to do some good. However, Su Mumu knew that what they were doing was useless. That black dot has a huge amount of energy. It's not something they can deal with right now. She can feel the huge amount of energy as well as the malice contained in that black dot. Seems to be in response to her thoughts. That black point of light in the collective chanting of incantations by the masters of the metaphysics of the moment suddenly exploded. A huge black energy from the column of light in the black dots burst out. The column of light in an instant directly from the golden yellow into the previous kind of black. And not the previous kind of black and gray, but a very deep dark black. This black color is very rich. It is like to be dripping out of the ink to the color of this black was very rich. Almost like it was going to drip out ink. And those golden yellow talismans that had just recovered their original color with great difficulty also directly burned up in this instant. And in just a split second of time, they all turned into ashes. The black light continued to expand outwards, like a shockwave that directly toppled everyone present. System. Build a safe house, and release an advert for rent. Su Mumu could only order this system before she lost consciousness. Received. This time the landlord system didn't bargain with Su Mumu again, but directly replied with 2 short words, seemingly realizing that the current Su Mumu simply didn't have the extra energy to say more to it. In reality, even if Su Mumu didn't give the order, the landlord system would still set up the safe house and directly transfer Su Mumu into the safe house the moment she was attacked. The current landlord system had long since changed from the landlord system back then, and it also possessed the ability to protect the bound host. Even if Su Mumu was in a coma, the landlord system could rely on its own ability to establish the safe house and move the bound host into the safe house. At the beginning when it was bound to Su Mumu, its various functions were incomplete, and it simply didn't have any ability to build a house on its own. But now its various abilities tended to be perfected, and it could even do things on its own. Away from the host. Boss, you wake up. Long Aotion's enlarged face kept shaking in front of Su Mumu. Su Mumu was shaken by him, and almost vomited. Stop shaking. I'm going to vomit if you shake me again. If you don't want to be vomited all over by me, don't shake me. Su Mumu's eyes hadn't opened yet, and her mouth had already started to spit first. Whoa! Boss, you finally woke up. If you don't wake up, we'll all have to die here. As a bound employee of the landlord system, Long Aotion of course knew how powerful the landlord system was. But as powerful as the landlord system was, it had to have a powerful commander, with his own boss still in a coma. The landlord system naturally had no way to build up a stubborn castle through the boss's orders. The boss had been in a coma for a whole week, and this week was all about relying on the male god to fight outside alone. That is, the male god has a special physique and won't be corrupted by those messy things. If it were someone else, if they step out of this house now, they would immediately turn into the same kind of those ghostly things. But just relying on the male god alone, there was no way to do much at all. And they were only able to guard here. What's the situation outside now? How long have I been unconscious? Su Mumu, even if she had just woken up from her coma, knew exactly what had happened before she passed out. I don't know how the situation outside is. I only know that I was sleeping well in the dormitory. And all of a sudden I was summoned here by the landlord system. And then the landlord system told me that your plan failed, and asked me and my male god not to take a step away from the safe house. Long Aotion was so excited that tears came out. Obviously, Su Mumu could wake up. He finally found his backbone. Even the male god is not as good as his own boss Saul. But during this period those ghosts and shadows kept attacking our safe house. I can clearly hear the landlord system broadcast. The defense value of our safe house is also limited. Once those ghosts and shadows attacked enough times, our safe house will also collapse. In order to protect this place, the male god went out to fight with those ghosts and shadows directly. Within this week we haven't left the confines of the safe house. We don't know what's going on outside, whether those people are still okay or not. The male god said that as long as you wake up, you'll release those zombies that you signed up before, and the male god will lead them in battle. Although Long Aotion was crying while speaking, he didn't forget the main thing, and hurriedly said the words Zhou commanded him. Good. Hearing this, Su Mumu naturally stopped nagging and released those zombie armies that she had contracted earlier. Then she herself went up to the lookout point of the safe house and took out her bow and arrows to try to attack. She didn't know if her bow and arrow had any effect on those ghosts and shadows. Anyway, she tried it first. It wasn't until then that she realized that the world outside had changed. The entire sky was gray. Not only the sky, but even the entire world seemed to have lost its colors. All that was visible to the naked eye was gray. Not the kind of gray that was clouded by fog, But the whole world turned black and white. All the buildings, all the plants and animals, all that was visible to the naked eye was black and white. Just like an old black and white film. How could this happen? Sumumu muttered. I don't know. After being teleported here, when I looked out the window at the outside world, it all turned into a black and white movie. It seems to have been affected by something and lost all its colors. Long Aotion climbed up from downstairs. A bowl of kanji in his hand. Boss, you just woke up. Drinking some kanji is good for your stomach. Well, let Joey-ran come in and rest. Sumumu's hand shot out an arrow. She was surprised to find that her own arrow for those ghosts and shadows are also useful. Only the effect is not as good as before when shooting other objects. It is like the original speed of super high attack power of the weapon back to the furnace to rebuild the power directly into a level of power. But it doesn't matter. The effect is not good a few more times on the line. As long as there is an effect. This is still the function that she looked for the system to exchange after seeing the kind of weapons those soldiers took out in the underground palace before. This function was expensive. But the effect was not ideal. This system is also seeing these creatures for the first time. The relevant function has not been developed in depth. As if it was afraid that Sumumu would dislike it. The landlord system jumped out to explain in a hurry. Sumumu didn't say anything. For her, the way it was now was already very good. Only that these ghosts and shadows were a bit laborious. 3 times before being able to take out one. Which made Sumumu a bit less adaptable. Old mostly practice. This is already very good. You don't know. Once upon a time in other worlds, when people wanted to take out an evolved person, the number of times they needed to shoot could be 7 or 8 times. Long Aotion very sweetly came over to comfort her. It's okay. It's okay. Sumumu turned her head to look at the empty hut. There was no way. She now completely belonged to the category of family. There was no way to live comfortably without working hard. This time she woke up and realized that this safe house was very small. And the safe house in her drawings before was far away. It was like returning to the size of the safe house she had first built. It can't be helped. Miss Landlord has too much credit. And this natural disaster is different from the past. In order to fend off this natural disaster, the system used up a huge amount of energy. And in the end, it can only be like this. As well as those lands. It's good to be able to save them. The landlord system jumped out at the right time to claim credit. Only then did Sumumu notice that although the ground outside the safe house was also dark in color, it wasn't the black and white color of the outside. Miss Landlord can plant on these lands. This whole piece of land has not been affected by those ghostly shadows. It has not been eroded. And the crops that are planted are also edible. The landlord system spoke these words in a very arrogant manner. Awesome. Sumumu calmly quipped. But the landlord system was satisfied and retreated. Joey-ran has been called back by Long Aotion. In fact, when Sumumu shot the first arrow, Joey-ran intended to have a sense. Turned back, and she glanced at each other. Both of them read everything from each other's eyes. And that glance did not need any words. It had already broken 1,000 words. Joey-ran did not immediately come in from the outside to rest. Sumumu woke up to make his heart bottom. Immediately gave birth to a force. Those ghosts and shadows were forced back a few meters before returning. Male God, how do you feel? After Joey-ran entered the house, he was greeted by Long Aotion, who greeted him with a warm welcome. However, after getting Joey-ran's response that he was fine, Long Aotion was very kind, and talked to Joey-ran about Sumumu's situation. Now that his own boss was fighting to kill the enemy, the male god naturally could not go up and disturb. But he could help them convey the mutual situation. Now, the safe house where they are only 100 square feet. The land outside is as big as 4 football fields, which is the building land granted to Sumumu by the school at that time. At that time, Sumumu was planning to build a B&B-style courtyard. At that time Sumumu thought very well. The scope of the school is very large. If there is really a need, will be the school's land all replaced by their own land. By then the entire scope of the school can be sheltered by the landlord system. By then she can directly exchange the shield. Do not need to have so much to live in the place. She only needed to build up this piece of land at the school's head, and build some of her favorite houses according to her ideal B&B style. As for the other ranges of the school, although they were also sheltered by the landlord system, they didn't yield much. But at this point in her life, that little bit of rental income wasn't a very important existence. But now she realized how wrong she was. no matter what. Don't feel that it's enough just because you have more assets on hand. Because the reality does not know when will give you a heavy blow. Just like now. When she entered this world, Su Mumu took stock of her assets. According to the proportion of her native world, the materials in the landlord system plus the gold coins, there were tens of billions. With these assets, in this world it was simply the rhythm of being able to walk horizontally. This world was considered a normal world compared to other worlds. And the fact that this world's disaster didn't happen directly gave her time to hoard goods. And with such a piece of land granted by the school's building requirements for this place also coincided with hers. So she naturally went with the flow and tried this. But she had overlooked one thing. She had been through several worlds already. The more normal looking they were, the more dangerous they were. And although the infected man had told her that the difficulty of the first 10 worlds wouldn't vary too much, that was for normal people. Hers was different. She thought that as long as she built a safe house, it didn't matter no matter how big or small it was. But the ghostly energy in this world was the kind that could penetrate within the building. And it was still a magical attack, not a physical one. This was necessary for the landlord system to come over and directly change the composition of the house, as well as the state of defense. The energy required for this was not just a little bit, especially when she was impacted in the underground palace. The landlord system had spent a huge amount of effort to preserve her. So we're back to being penniless. Miss Landlord must work hard to earn money. Otherwise we'll have to drink the northwest wind. How are Zhang Jing and the others? The roommates were the only people Su Mumu cared about in this world. They are fine. They are just stuck in the dormitory. When Zhou Ran left that day, he took Zhang Jing with him. And when he sent Zhang Jing back to the dormitory and then went back, he was directly summoned into the landlord system. That is, he and Long Ao Tian have signed the staff contract. Otherwise even the landlord system also have no ability to instantly let them over to help. There are Zhou Ran protection. Those ghosts and monsters in the end did not come close to them, which gave them the opportunity to recuperate. Su Mumu, this is able to recuperate properly and unharmed for 7 days. But the safe house that this landlord system had now created could simply be described as shabby. God, this house looks too shabby. Isn't it true that when you're almost rested, we'll go out and get some things that can be used? Because it is just an empty room. Nothing. Before Su Mumu lying place are still the two of them with their own clothes padding. A little warmer can lie down the place. If this is used to sleep is simply unlikely. The rent is even more unlikely to rent. This world's landlord forum. The landlord system was only intermittently maintained, often crashing the server and being trolled many times. However, because of the landlord forum, most people in this world still follow the landlord system's instructions, as far away from the school as possible, and find a safe place to settle down. As for what is considered safe, just distinguish it by color, which is one of the more convenient points in this world. Where there is still color, it is safe, and where there is no color, it is dangerous. It was a lot easier to tell now than before when the students in the school didn't even know if they were being eroded or not. What they can do is to pick up the place where they live first. At least they can live comfortably before they can think about renting again. But what they didn't know was that right now Su Mumu's mind was ringing with beeps one after another. Congratulations to the landlord for killing the first ghostly shadow and obtaining a simple kitchen. Congratulations to the landlord for killing the second ghostly shadow, obtaining a clean toilet. Congratulations to the landlord for killing the third ghostly shadow and obtaining an old-fashioned shower head. Congratulations to the landlord for killing the fourth ghost and getting a laggy computer. Congratulations to the landlord for killing the fifth ghost and getting a hard sofa. Although everything has to start from zero, this system has opened the back door for the landlady. Then Zhou Ran and Long Aotian both watched as the originally empty house began to fill with things bit by bit. Kitchen, sofa, toilet, bed, little by little appeared. Although all these things that appeared at the beginning looked very simple and not very comfortable. But at least these things were considered to be there. Obviously after Su Mumu woke up and did something, she got these things. Su Mumu didn't say anything. She just sped up the movement of shooting on her hands, since she was able to get a reward for every ghostly shadow she killed. Then of course she had to hurry up and take out more ghostly shadows with her hands. As the things in the room became more and more numerous, the ghostly shadows around the house also became less and less. And the three of them noticed that as the number of ghostly shadows became less and less, the land around the house also gradually became green. Obviously, The disappearance of these ghostly shadows caused them to more or less regain some color here. The three of them were also finally able to open the door of the room and walk out for some fresh air. Those ghostly shadows that had previously surrounded this safe house of theirs seemed to have learned of the horror of their place, and didn't dare to continue to come forward. But they also stared at them from afar, as if there was something about their place that attracted them. Maybe it was because they were the only ones in the whole school who still had colors here. Those ghostly shadows were so unconvinced that they had to change the colors of their place. This room of theirs was beautiful, with a red roof, beige walls, and light blue paint on the windows. Once upon a time the colors of the house hadn't been this vibrant, and I wondered if the landlord's system had done it on purpose, just to differentiate this house of theirs from the black and white colors of the surrounding area. That's why they made the whole thing so jumpy. Anyway, after seeing a circle of black and white gestures around them, suddenly seeing this colorful and beautiful little house in front of them, the mood is still very good. Just this and Su Mumu before want-to-be style hut is too far away. Sure enough, the ideal dream house of love is not so easy to build. Congratulations, Miss Landlord, for decorating the first room to the top level. Currently the accumulated kills are enough to open the next room. May I ask Miss Landlord if she needs to open it? Open. Su Mumu's mind already had the goal of recruiting rentals, so naturally she wanted to open the next room as soon as possible. Then, they saw the original small independent house become a double row. The same small houses with red roofs, beige walls, and light blue windows had an extra room. Su Mumu opened the door and walked in. The inside was empty. Nothing. Please, Miss Landlord, keep up the good work, earn more money, and renovate this house to a condition where it can be rented out. Then it can be rented out. The conditions for renting? Su Mumu always felt that the landlord system had said that it was going to open the back door for her, so the conditions for renting should also be able to be relaxed. Right? A bed will do. Isn't this requirement too low? Miss Landlord, the requirements are calculated based on the current world situation. The willingness of those who are willing to move in is so. It's not because of the landlord system's relaxation. The landlord system's voice was smug. Yes, this world has become like this. As long as it's a safe house that won't turn black and white, it's enough. As for what facilities were inside this house, it wasn't the first thing that everyone considered. After all, no one wanted to turn into that kind of ghostly shadow, especially for those people who are not infested by ghostly shadows right now. This kind of constant running away and being immersed in the fear of being about to turn into a ghostly shadow every day is actually very tiring. Su Mumu immediately picked up her bow and arrow, and whooshed out a few arrows towards the outside amongst those watching ghostly shadows. Got a point. Got a bed. And then released the information for rent, which was designated for those people in her dormitory, since this place was already safe. Then of course, the first time was to try to get that Zhang Jing person to come over. It was also at this time that Su Mumu realized that Zhang Jing and the few of them had long been prepared. If the matter of the array succeeded, it would be the best. If it didn't, then they would have to stay with their own families. Therefore, when her rental information reached a few people are still good to stay with their own families. It was only that all of them were crammed in the dormitory, thanks to the protective shield that Su Mumu had used in their dormitory when she left. When the explosion came, their dormitory was the only one that was preserved. Their dormitory was the only colorful dormitory. And it was precisely because their dormitory was still colorful that it became the focus of the ghost's active attacks. Originally, when the people from the other dormitories saw that their dormitories were still normal, they all wanted to squeeze into their dormitories. But because of the attacks of those ghosts and monsters, those people preferred to stay in their own dormitories without any colors, rather than running to their dormitories and enjoying the attacks of those ghosts and monsters. After all, even without any color in their bodies, they didn't seem to be affected in any way. Their lives were still normal. Their people were normal. And they didn't feel any discomfort. There were even people who had begun to preach the beauty of black and white, and said that it was a gift from God to them, and to just enjoy it. After all, no matter when and where, there are always some people who will take a set of theories to brainwash themselves and others. But for people nowadays, this theory is rather a kind of comfort. So there are quite a few people who have started to preach this set of theories. There are also those who suspect that there is something wrong with them. That is to say, it is not that things in the outside world have lost their colors, but that their eyes do not have the ability to discern colors, which is commonly known as color blindness. This part of the population were those whose surroundings had all turned black and white, and they were not willing to leave the place where they lived to go out and have a look, not to mention wanting to run away, because for them, it was the same wherever they fled, and fleeing to wherever they were would be useless. Zhang Jing and a few of their family members had been crammed into the dormitory with them for the past few days, which was very inconvenient. But no one complained about anything. Thanks to the children's blessings, they were able to not turn out to be like that outside. Although it seems to be just a matter of color. But in reality, no one can guarantee that after becoming that color can be changed back. Black and white people are. And what is the difference between those paper people on TV? Outside the fluttering of those ghosts and monsters they have also seen. In case these become black and white color of the people, the next step will become the kind of ghosts and shadows that do not have any consciousness, constantly surrounded by other people to attack. How to do? Death is not scary. The most scary thing is that, after death, are not allowed to rest in peace, but also have to turn into the kind of string puppets, general minions, to do work for unknown forces, harassing their companions before death. Moo Moo! As soon as Zhang Jing and the others landed, they were overjoyed to see Su Mumu. After the explosion that day, they had lost contact with Su Mumu and didn't know how worried they were about her. Although Su Mumu didn't say it explicitly, the few of them were very sure that the fact that they were able to survive in the dormitory intact and unharmed was related to Su Mumu. Just don't know whether Su Mumu is safe or not. They are very worried. As soon as they received the rental information sent by Su Mumu, they chose to confirm it. Then just in the blink of an eye, they were teleported here. Although a few people were excited, they still carefully stepped on the places with colors and walked. This period of time they already knew very well. The point that places without colors are dangerous. Chapter 91. Landlord system is also considered very thoughtful. Get out of the path are pasted with various colors of floor tiles. 7 colored, although said aesthetic is not Su Mumu's dish, but it is very conspicuous. Very reassuring. Great. You're fine. A few girls gathered around. Happy. The parents of the 3 also went up to thank Su Mumu. This kind of time, Long Yao Tian played his ability to can. Quickly settled a few parents. Learned that the fields around their houses were fine and could be planted. A few parents immediately rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Even if the world outside has changed. Even if they know that now can be safe and sound is to rely on the child. But as parents, their bones are engraved with the idea of raising children. Do not let the child worry. So as soon as the conditions, they began to use their own hands to create the conditions. The landlord system was also quite happy, as it had teleported Zhang Jing and the others over. And in the process, it had also carried over all the supplies that had been hoarded in their dormitory. For the landlord system that had used up all of its assets in order to build the safe house. It was simply a windfall. Not only that, but the shield in the dormitory was also used here, strengthening the defense here and expanding the range of activities they could do. Now there is a small piece of land outside the safe house that can be used to grow vegetables. A few parents happily planted on the top. Busy and happy. I believe that in a few days, they will be able to eat their own hand-grown vegetables. As for this piece of security, is by Joey ran with zombie army to maintain. Before the landlord system of energy is not enough. Naturally there is no way to support so many employees out of the work. This moment Su Mumu woke up. Everything runs. Those who hired was also released one by one. Soon, the safe house once again became presentable, with a safe base camp. Only then did Su Mumu finally have the heart to explore outside. During this period of time, they also have a certain understanding of ghosts and shadows. Most of the ghosts and shadows do not have a self, meaning are just constantly repeating the wandering, and then through their own body contact to go, so that other people and buildings become their kind of such behavior. There are a small number of ghosts and shadows with self-consciousness. They are more cunning. They will learn the movement of human beings, but will not take the initiative to attack human beings, because for them, attacking human beings does not have any benefits for them, but may also attract the disaster of killing. So this part of the ghost shadow just wandering around, and then live by themselves, and not willing to start any conflict with humans. Belong to the state of well water, does not offend river water with humans. This part of the ghost shadow is the safest. There is also a part of the ghosts that are very dark in color. Their attack power is very strong, and they are also very smart. This type of ghost shadow can even manipulate other ghost shadows, and can also turn the humans they have assimilated into their own minions. It was only that this type of ghost shadow was very few and far between. So for the time being, they didn't need to take them into consideration. For so long, they had only seen one such ghost shadow. The main thing that needed to be dealt with was the kind of ghosts and shadows that were erratic and didn't have any self-consciousness. This kind of ghostly shadow was everywhere, very numerous, and didn't know fear. As long as they saw a human, they would surround them. Compared to the kind of ghostly shadows that had consciousness and would be afraid, this kind of ghostly shadows were more terrifying because they would always haunt you. Right now, Sumumu was facing such a room of ghostly shadows. When the safe house stabilized, she discussed with Joey-ran to come out. Their first target was the school canteen. Now they do not have enough supplies on hand. Just rely on those things that Sumumu dormitory hoarded before. Cannot eat for long. As for the landlord system, just to maintain the existence and defense of the safe house, it needed to spend at least 1 million gold coins every day. If Sumumu wasn't able to go out and earn money, she definitely couldn't afford to feed the family. Therefore, they didn't just have to come out to collect supplies. They also had to collect enough supplies to do so. In order to enhance efficiency, they were acting separately. Sumumu's goal today is the canteen, while Joey-ran is the commercial street. Joey-ran's side is more people. Sumumu is more accustomed to their own people alone action, because when they entered the underground palace, the students had already been moved to the dormitory buildings on the outskirts of the school. So there weren't many people in this canteen near Sumumu's safe house. When she came out of the safe house wearing her protective suit, she didn't meet anyone along the way. But when she arrived outside the cafeteria, she heard an argument in the middle of the cafeteria. This food is useless even if you take it back, because it has long since turned black and white, and you can't eat it. The voice that spoke was hoarse. Sumumu looked like she had heard it somewhere. What makes you say that we can't eat the black and white food? The reply was a young boy's voice. When Sumumu quietly touched over, she saw that two parties in the house were facing each other. One side was people who had turned black and white, and one side was surprisingly still intact normal people with color. The number of black and white people was a little more than the colored people. At this moment, these black and white people were even more reckless. And when they looked at the colored people, their gazes revealed a sinister look, as if these colored people didn't listen to them, they would eat these colored people alive the next moment. The colored people had weapons in their hands. Although their numbers weren't large, their tone was very firm, and they looked more united. All of them formed a circle, leaving their backs to their companions. And then, they uniformly faced those black and white people with their weapons. Only the colored people, although they looked determined, their bodies were very tense, obviously still scared. After all, compared to these black and white people, the colored people were more fragile and more dangerous. After they had come into contact with the black and white people, they were in danger of turning into black and white people. They did not want to become that. For so long, they had desperately tried to maintain their current condition, not wanting to become that at all. In their hearts, after becoming black and white people, there would be no way to live. Only maintaining their current state would be normal. Although black and white people looked no different from them, only different in color. But since this black and white was caused by that ghostly shadow, it meant that it was an abnormal phenomenon. Now as the upper head has not yet researched results out. What if after some time they will be able to research a result? What if the results of the study at that time show that the lifespan of black and white people as well as all kinds of health problems are different from what they are now? Then what should be done? The best way to keep yourself safe when you're not sure about something is to not change it. And still, their line of work had one advantage over others. They knew how to turn black and white physical objects into color. They weren't ordinary people, but the ones who were previously active on the metaphysical forums. After the world had changed, they had maintained the status quo because of a small formation that they had inadvertently researched based on what was on that post. And then they were surprised to find that the food that entered the formation could also be purified. It was just that the price of this purification was that the food would shrink a lot. But no matter what, they are also considered to have found a way to continue to survive. Otherwise, with those fewer and fewer supplies in their hands, it won't take long for them to starve to death. Then even if they are not willing to do so, they will have to turn into a black and white person. Starve to death and turn into a black and white person. They are still willing to choose to turn into a black and white person. At least after they turn into a black and white person, they will still be able to look like these people, like the current normal, at least after becoming a black and white person. they would still be able to live as normal as these people do now. As long as people can live, no matter what they become, there is always hope. And when the country researches how to purify the black and white people, they can still have a chance to live. As long as they can still keep a life. Until then, if they didn't survive and starved to death, there would be nothing left. So now that they had plucked up the courage to come out in search of food, their first target was this sparsely populated canteen. They had analyzed the whole school. Black and white people were definitely in the majority, while colored people weren't really that many. And even if they were still colored, they weren't necessarily their kind. After all the colored people were in competition with them as well. The living colored people also needed supplies to survive. And those who hadn't turned colored were most likely willing to turn black and white due to starvation. And all of these people were highly likely to attack them. So if they were looking for supplies, they couldn't just head for places with lots of supplies stored. They had to go around the people and look for that kind of sparsely populated place. So they aimed at this small canteen, which was on the fringe of the school. This place was far enough away from the crowds that when the school was fine, there were very few people here. After all, it was too far away, and the food wasn't particularly tasty. So the general public wasn't willing to head to this canteen. But this canteen stored quite a lot of supplies because it was close to the back door of the school, and it was very easy to transport supplies in. The school sometimes even used this canteen as a place to store supplies. But this matter was rarely known. If it wasn't for a certain person amongst them, who happened to be a relative of the canteen's manager, they wouldn't have known about it. But they hadn't expected to run all the way here and lose 3 people on the way. After all, as colored people, if they accidentally came into contact with ghostly shadows or buildings, they would turn black and white. They encountered a wave of ghosts and shadows on the way. 2 of them were caught by the ghosts and shadows, and one of them accidentally cut his gloves while running for his life, and then hid in a building to become a black and white person. The rest of the people spent several hours to finally arrive here. But the result was that they directly met a group of black and white people who also came here to look for food. Those black and white people didn't treat them politely and directly told them that this place had become black and white. So all the food in this building belonged to them. After all, colored people would also become black and white if they took black and white food and ate it. They gave them 3 choices. Either become black and white and share this food with them, or get the hell out of here, or die here. In short, they would not share any of the food here with these colored people. The colored people naturally wouldn't give up. They didn't come all the way here just to return without any success. If there was no food, they wouldn't be able to last for a few days. So they might as well put up a fight here. Eating is edible. But can you guys digest it if you eat it? When the time comes to turn into black and white people, don't say we didn't warn you. We're not the kind of ghostly shadows that have to force others to turn into their own kind. Among the black and white people, a person whose skin was so black that it was dripping ink coldly spoke. These black and white people have a characteristic. That is, their skin is not uniformly black or white, but there are black and white. The hair of the people with white skin turns to be black, while the hair of the people with black skin turns to be white. Sumumu, this is still the first time to see the black and white people positively, and does not know what is the law of formation of these black and white people's skin and hair color. Also do not know what is the ability of their kind of people. Anyway, this wave of black-white people in the head of this black-skinned person should be the leader. Because as soon as he opened his mouth, the others all stood silently behind him. Not a word to refute. And all expressed their approval. And there are even a lot of people who wait for his command at all times. That's out of your hands. Anyway, we have to take this food back. It was all found in one piece. Why should it belong to you? The reply from the colored man's side was weak but firm. In that case, don't blame us for not being polite. As soon as the black-skinned man spoke, those black and white people behind him rushed up. Unlike those colored people who were all holding all sorts of weapons, these black and white people didn't have any weapons in their hands. Their attacks weren't meant to attack these black and white people or anything. They simply used their bodies to get closer to each other. And with just this one action, those colored people were so scared that they kept dodging. After all, for these colored people, the bodies of these black and white people were already considered a heavy bomb. But wherever they came into contact with them, it was highly likely that they would turn into their kind. This was still the case when these colored people had certain protective items on their bodies. Especially one of the leaders, who was wearing a protective suit on his body and protective gloves on his hands. He was the most courageous one as he rushed ahead and kept attacking those black and white people to keep them away from his companions. Occasionally, when some black and white people were about to touch his companions, he would even use his own body to block them. That is, relying on the fact that he had a protective suit on him. But in reality, they weren't sure if these protective suits on their bodies were 100% able to protect against the black and white people or not. They were just going by instinct. It was good that after several contacts, the man did not turn black and white. His guts are getting bigger and bigger, and his hands and feet are getting more and more relaxed. The colored people who were originally still at a disadvantage gradually began to gain the upper hand under this person's leadership. Sumumu didn't continue to hide on the sidelines and watch. A few arrows were shot out, and the two parties immediately stopped fighting. In fact, these two groups of people originally did not have any chance of winning. Whether it was black and white people or colored people, they did not have confidence that they would be able to get out of this fight in one piece. In fact, they were not willing to consume each other in this kind of fight here. Now suddenly there is a third party appeared. Of course they will immediately stop the fight. Otherwise they may directly let other people to reap the benefits. Then they will lose big. As a result, when they saw clearly that the person coming was just an ordinary little girl, they relaxed a lot. Little girl, do you want to intervene as well? The one who spoke was the leader of the black and white people side. Brother sees that you're alone, so I won't let you work hard here to rob things. Nah, those things over there, you can take them as you please. Brother won't bother with you. It must be said that this black and white person is a talent. The reason why he did this is not because he saw that Sumumu looks pretty and got something in his mind. Or like he said Sumumu is a girl. He let people be. Rather, it was because he was in the archery club before. Although his archery skills weren't exactly superb compared to those ordinary people, he was still able to see the way of it. The ordinary people looked at this young sister who just casually shot a few arrows and didn't hit anyone. Those arrows just stuck in the floor in front of them. It looked as if this sister wasn't very good at it and couldn't hit anyone at all. But in reality those who knew this line of work knew just how deep this sister's power was. Although these floors in front of them were only wooden floors, the wooden floors of their school were not thick, and all the underneath of the wooden floors were cement. And this sister shot out the arrow all deep into the floor, which shows that at least these arrows have been deep into the ground at least 10 centimeters. What does this mean? It means that this girl has a lot of strength. With just a few gentle strokes, she was able to nail all the arrows accurately into the floor. Could their bodies not be more powerful and harder than concrete? As long as this sister was willing, everyone present would not be able to dodge her attacks. It would definitely be like chopping vegetables and cutting melons, casually cutting them to pieces. Now that the world outside had become like this, how would ordinary people dare to casually come out alone? Since this sister dared to come out alone to look for supplies, it had already shown that the other party had something to fall back on. Not to mention that now there are a few solid arrows nailed in front of him. It would be better to let this girl get what she wanted earlier, and then let her leave in a hurry. Otherwise all of them present might lose their lives. Luckily, this girl is only one person. Can't take much. Otherwise people may not even appreciate his love. Directly kill all the people, and then all the supplies here for themselves is not good? Where is the need for him to pretend to be generous here and let people pick first off? But I want to count with you. Sumumu gently smiled and said the sentence that made the black-skinned man's heart say something bad. And those black and white people behind him didn't really know what was happening. They just thought Sumumu was bragging. And there were even quite a few who laughed out loud. A single-shot sister only. Can she fight against so many of them here? These people here casually came out and touched this girl. She would directly turn into a black and white person. What's so arrogant about it? You're still talking to them? Why? That is, the boss is good-hearted. Of course, this girl looks really very beautiful. The boss' heart is also very normal. But the boss is never the kind of person will let them because of the woman looks good. Otherwise they will not be elected so personal to be their boss. This is what time. But also only think about the lower body thinking of the person is absolutely not qualified to do the boss. However, her likenesses did deserve the boss to spend a few minutes on her body to persuade her not to be obsessive. Sister, our purpose is all just for supplies. There's no need to have to fight to the death here. The black-skinned man strongly urged Sumumu. He now only hoped that this sister was a schoolgirl in the school. In that case, this sister was not deep into the world and did not understand the sinister hearts of the society. She would not understand how powerful her ability was. And everyone present was not her opponent. As long as one communicates with her properly, she will definitely leave well and obediently. Right? It's true that I came here for the supplies. But my aim is all the supplies. Sister, don't be so greedy. Right. You're just one person. How much can you take with one hand? Even if we give you the chance to transport them back and forth here, you won't be able to finish so many things. Right? By the time these things go bad, it's still a waste. Why don't you share it with everyone together? After all, they're all from the same school. The black-skinned man's kind words and persuasion looked bitter and heartfelt. Not at all as vicious as when he just faced those colored people. The colored people's side was very disdainful of the black-skinned person's reaction. This person was also too colorful. Right? Just now when he was facing them, he was still looking like he was oil and salt. And now he was treating this good-looking sister differently. However, we are all colorful people. If this sister can fight for some supplies, they won't say anything. The food here has indeed all turned black and white. If this sister can get all the supplies, they use their way to help this sister to purify all those supplies into color. Even if it is shrunken. More or less still some credit. Right. By then also be able to get a part of the supplies. They are not greedy. As long as they can have some food enough to get through the immediate crisis on the right. The other, they are not greedy. Just like this black-skinned man said, there is a lot of food here. It is impossible to eat all of it in a moment. It is useless to take more. After a while there is no way to save, the food will go bad. There is no need to fight for something that is bound to rot. Here you are fighting to the death. How do you know that I don't have the ability to preserve this food? Su Mumu let out a cold smile and slowly walked step by step to those black and white people. Be careful. Don't touch them. Touching them will most likely turn you into the same as them. The colored person's side saw that she seemed like she didn't understand the danger of these black and white people, and just walked straight towards the black and white people, and couldn't help but raise her voice to remind her. Su Mumu turned her head to look at the person who reminded her, and smiled kindly at the other side. She remembered this person's kindness. However, out of everyone's expectation, when the black-skinned man saw her walking over, he did not go up to touch her and make her turn into a black and white person. Instead, he still stopped those juniors behind him from backing away, as if this sister in front of him was some kind of flooding beast. Everyone was confused by the black-skinned person's reaction. Only Su Mumu knew that this person was an understanding person. Since you already know what I'm capable of, then why don't you hurry up and leave with the people? Otherwise, if I'm in a bad mood and leave all of you here, never having a life to go out again, wouldn't it be more than worth it? Since the other party already knew his bottom line, there was no need to waste more time with him. It was best if he was willing to leave. If not, then don't blame her for not being polite. Are you really going to be so cruel? The black-skinned man knew that if he didn't listen to this woman in front of him, the other party would definitely let him know how powerful he was. But if he was allowed to leave just like that, he felt very reluctant. After all, it took a long time for them people to find this place. Don't think that there is no danger as a black and white person. Those ghosts and shadows attacked indiscriminately. After becoming a black and white person, that is, when walking outside, one could not need to have so many scruples. After all, having become a black and white person, could it get any worse? Those buildings were not. Black and white people were not. They would no longer be afraid. But those ghosts and shadows would not let them go just because they became black and white people. He had once witnessed a ghostly shadow that sucked a black and white person straight clean. As black and white people, what they need to care about is not those ordinary ghosts and shadows floating in midair without any spirit, but those ghosts and shadows that have spirit. But those ghosts and shadows that have spirit are very cunning. They will disguise themselves as not having spirit, and then they will float around you and wait until you don't pay attention to it. Then they will directly trap you in it and suck you clean. It was also at that time that the black-skinned people realized that these ghostly shadows could also kill people. Sucking the energy from people could make them stronger. The first step for a ghostly shadow to kill someone is to turn them into a black and white person first. And then he won't kill the person right then and there. He will wait until some time after the person has become a black and white person before he makes his move to kill them. The black-skinned man didn't know what principle this was, nor did he understand why these ghosts and shadows did this all of a sudden. And he didn't know which of these ghosts and shadows had a spirit that would kill people, and which didn't have a spirit that wouldn't kill people. Anyway, as long as it is a ghost shadow, Just avoid it. Therefore, it was a long and hard journey for this group of people to come here. It is not easy to get here. Found that there are supplies here. Although the colorful people also met those minions. But they are not afraid of the colorful people. On the contrary, these colorful people need to be afraid of them. And then again, even if the two parties fought a draw. And then how about these supplies can be shared equally? It is not so much as to return to no avail. As a result, I did not expect to kill out halfway so a Chung by Gene. Not only the ability to super strong, but also particularly greedy. Even want to take all the supplies on this. Not a point to them. On what grounds? Seemingly knowing how they thought. Su Mumu suddenly opened her mouth and asked them. If you guys got all the supplies just now, would you share it with them? Su Mumu pointed at the colored people. Of course not. All this food has turned black and white. They can't eat it even if they take it back. Why waste it? How do you know we can't eat it? The colored man was unconvinced. Then we won't give it to you either. We were here first. Since none of you will leave it for anyone else. Who are you to ask me to take a piece of your pie? I'm strong enough to speak. Su Mumu sneered. Fine. You wait. The black-skinned man was speechless. What Su Mumu said was indeed right. They would not share their food to others. Naturally, it was impossible to ask others to have to share it to them when they had an absolute advantage. Whether it was strength or from the reasoning, it was not possible. He was only able to leave with his people in a sorry state. And those behind him were still quite unconvinced as he left. Boss, there are so many of us. Is it possible that we can't beat such a little bitch? She is also a colored person. When have we black and white people ever been afraid of colored people? Why are we so weak? If you're good, you go. I won't stop you. As long as you don't look for trouble from me when you die. The black-skinned man glared at the man, lifted his foot and walked out, and did not greet the others. The meaning of that was very clear. He was going to leave anyway, and would not fight with this man. If the others thought they could beat this woman, they would do it themselves. The people present looked at each other to measure again and again, and finally decided to leave here. Do not with this woman hard just. After all, their boss is very knowledgeable. Said it is not good to see something. The boss is not here. They have what good to fight. And there is more than just this woman present. What if those colored people backstabbed them from behind when they did it? It's just that when they leave they still have to take advantage of their mouths. Humph. Good men do not fight with women, you wait. Our boss is in a bad mood today. Lazy with you. Wait for our boss to be in a good mood one day. And then teach you well. What is called human reasoning. After saying this, he was about to leave with a high hand. But he had just walked out of the door of the canteen when an arrow flew past his hair. When he turned around, he only saw the girl who had just been there, smiling at him with a very oozing smile. Guess if this arrow of mine can hit your head? She was playing with her bow and arrow in her hands, as if it was just some kind of toy. But this man already knew that as long as this girl was willing, it was absolutely possible to blow up his head with a single arrow. After all, people can master that arrow so accurately, rubbing his scalp to fly past. Then as long as people are willing to directly shoot his head, the reason why not shoot is to scare him. The man no longer dared to talk more nonsense. What directly rolled and crawled and ran away, followed by his own boss head without looking back. He finally understood why the boss can be called the boss. All of them did not see this woman so powerful. But the boss of the family saw it. And the boss can also bend and stretch. And did not have a moment of impulse. With this female hands in his place, this woman is so arrogant. Their own is absolutely will directly move. After all, they are so many people. It is hard not to still be afraid of a woman. But if he really made a move, then he was not judging the situation clearly, and directly buried the lives of all of them here. For the strong, a large number of opponents wasn't enough to be feared. All of them were just giveaways. The colored person side naturally also saw clearly how Su Mumu struck. Those black and white people were not afraid in the slightest when they just saw them. But now they were afraid when they saw this girl, who drove the people away with just 3 or 2 words. So they naturally had a plan in their hearts. They were very polite to Su Mumu. This girl, if you need it, we can purify this food and make it change back to what it was before. Although it will shrink to a certain extent. It is edible. We have already tried it. You can feel free to consume it. We only hope that you can give us a tiny bit of food as payment, because we haven't eaten anything for several days. The person who had just reminded Su Mumu stood out. Apparently this person was also the leader of this side. Sumumu glanced at him and just touched her hand on those foods. And everyone saw those foods regaining their original colors bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like magic. And there was no shrinkage of that food. It was just purified that way as it was. No one on the colored people's side said anything. They knew that there was no way they could do what Sumumu did. People didn't even need their help to do it or anything like that. No wonder people could say so confidently that she wanted all the food here. Sorry. It's us being abrupt. In that case, forget it. They didn't haggle with this girl in front of them like the black-skinned man and the others did, saying things like it's a waste if people can't finish eating it and it goes bad. It was clear in their hearts that for these bigwigs, it was people's choice if the food went bad or not. The fact that people had the ability to get so much was their ability. And they couldn't use moral abduction to ask for handouts just because they were weak enough to do so. The food that people got with their own skills is still theirs even if it goes bad. So why should they give it to them? Need to rent a room? But before these people turned to leave, the girl suddenly spoke up, just saying a few words to them briefly. Rent a room? The people present froze. What time was it? Would anyone still spend money to rent an apartment? Besides, even if they were willing to spend money, was money still useful now? However, by the time they turned around, they watched as the food that was still in front of them before had disappeared cleanly. And this woman had somehow managed to collect all the food here in some way. But those of them didn't feel too surprised by this. After all, now that the black and white people had appeared, they didn't find it unusual for any more to appear. There will be no danger of ghosts and monsters attacking. Nor will there be any danger of turning into black and white people. It only requires you to pay labor to support yourselves. Sumumu took out the rental advertisement flyer. End of the world safe house. Complete water and electricity. Comfortable beds and couches. Food ingredients provided. Normal internet. Room money paid daily. Rent while stocks last? What the hell? The crowd all looked at Sumumu as if they were looking at a monster. Come with me if you are willing. If not, I won't force you. The rest of these are yours. When Sumumu left, those colored people saw that the place where she just stood was actually holding dozens of steaming meals. It was exactly the number of them. Some of those who had been starving for a long time. Those who were starving hard just couldn't take it. And without any sense at all on this, they rushed up, picking up a bowl of rice and gulping it down. Other people, even too late to stop what, just saw him eating fragrant, full of mouth oil, originally still able to hold back not to eat these things. See him? This look can no longer endure. Anyway, starved to death is also dead. Might as well die before doing a full dead ghost. So most of the people present opened their lunch boxes and ate heartily, leaving only that leader with a trace of sanity left, chasing after them. Even if they wanted to follow this woman to rent a house, they had to know exactly where this house was. Right. They couldn't just watch the person leave, and then they were here to repent. Sumumu didn't go far. She gave these people 5 minutes to think about it. This person chased out just in time to see Sumumu preparing to get up and leave. Big brother, wait. I am willing to go with you to rent a room together. I can do everything. I also still have money. Just don't know if you accept money. He himself still has some savings. He is already a senior student. These years' work study also earned a lot of money. Not to mention that the family was originally still relatively rich. The money in hand is not quite a lot. Only the situation in front of them. Money, such things should be worthless. This person is willing to rent the house to them. Perhaps they need them to do some other things. But for those of them who had to worry all the time that they would lose their lives for no reason, it was enough to have a full meal and a safe place to sleep. What other things did they have to worry about? I don't charge any money. You only need to work there, be self-reliant, and then pay the rent every day. As long as you are diligent enough and can earn enough money, paying the rent is absolutely enough. Sumumu until self-reliance. Of course, it includes things like them going out on their own to search for supplies. After all, self-reliance is not just limited to farming. Like these colored people of theirs, to be able to go through the entire school campus and then find supplies here, originally already showed their strength. Bringing these people back, they would be able to pay the rent with just their own strength in finding supplies outside. Not to mention the fact that in a safe house, they wouldn't have to be scared and would be able to have a good rest. The dark circles under these people's eyes were already comparable to a panda's. But they were still very sensible and organized when they just dealt with those black and white people. If they were in good enough shape, even if there were fewer people than the opposite side, they wouldn't fall into a disadvantage. Bringing these people back would definitely be a plus for their safe house. In this world, Sumumu didn't intend to randomly recruit tenants. Their safe house couldn't afford so many people who needed their protection. So the tenants in this world had to be finely tuned and well selected. Chapter 92. When Sumumu brought these people back to the safe house, those colorful people who had just eaten their fill almost thought they were dreaming. Is there even such a beautiful, colorful little house now? Not only that, the colorful floor tiles on the ground were also too beautiful. Girls' eyes firmly staring at those 7 colored floor tiles. A long time not willing to remove their eyes. Really, they were black and white world abused for too long. This time to see a little bit of color are feeling surprised. Not to mention that there is a large swath of color here. Sumumu for these people's aesthetics is very doubtful. But it is not impossible to understand them. As a normal human being, actually like color. No one will like that kind of black and white things. Not to mention that those black and white means death and danger. After being abused by those black and white colors for a long enough time, as long as they see the colors, they will be especially happy. And at this time, there is no such thing as aesthetics. They only have the pursuit of colors. As long as there are colors on the line. Regardless of what colors they are. What they are paired with. Whether they are beautiful or not. Whether they are aesthetic or not are unimportant. Wait until they appreciate a long enough time. Long Ao Genius began to arrange their accommodation. The third room is just packed out. Only beds. And only a bed. No extra furniture. But those who see the colorful house on the excitement of the line will not mind that the furniture in the house is too little. The walls of the house were beige. The floor was mahogany. And the bed was covered with an orange 4-piece suit. I'm not dreaming. Right? This bed looks like a good place to sleep. A woman touched the orange comforter and loved it. Even though this is just a hard bed. Not even a mattress. Long Ao Tian didn't laugh at them or anything. But just told them that after paying the rent for 10 days, the facilities in the house will be automatically upgraded. And the furniture will become more. Of course, if they have enough supplies themselves, they can also buy the furniture and facilities in advance. The crowd was, naturally, very surprised by this. Is the furniture we purchased also colored? Where on earth did you get so much furniture from? Do they still have customized furniture factories that make furniture? One after another questions were thrown out. Long Ao Tian all answered them very patiently one by one. As a rental housekeeper, he asked himself that he was still very qualified. Every tenant he received was very satisfied. You guys take a rest for a day first. If there is any problem you can call me. Press this bell and I will appear. You guys have seen the range of activities outside. As long as it's within the colored range. It's all movable. And the rest of the place you know. Long Ao Tian spoke with great humor and fun. And soon mingled with these little kids. Seeing that he seemed to get along well, the crowd began to ask questions. Are you guys metaphysical big shots? Is this some kind of special research base? Who's that awesome girl outside? Do you know her well? Is she the boss here? Do you know how these black and white worlds and colored worlds are formed? If we accidentally become black and white, how can we change back to color? It's like what that very powerful girl showed in front of us today. The moment this question came out, all of them nodded heavily and looked towards Long Ao Tian with expectation in their eyes. They were all particularly curious about this question. It was really because the scene that Sumumu showed to them today was too astonishing for them to know that they had previously tried to purify their food into colors. It had taken them a lot of effort and failed many times. And they had only succeeded that one time only in the end. But in all the failures and successes, there was one thing that had to be present. And that was that there had to be a formation. And without a formation, nothing could be done. But today in the cafeteria, that girl in front of their face just with a finger gently point. Well, all the things are turned into color. Without the use of any external force. And the portion of food she purified was definitely beyond the limits of what their formation could do. I'm not too sure about this. She's my boss. I'm not her boss. And as you all know, which little brother can know everything about his boss? Right? Long Ao Tian actually heard about this for the first time. He knew how outrageous his own boss was. But the amazing things that the boss could do were just too many. And he wasn't sure which things were done by the boss, and which weren't. It was even less clear how many magical things his own boss was capable of that he didn't know about. That's true. The crowd nodded their heads. They didn't dislike Long Aotion for not being able to answer their questions. Instead, they also developed a feeling of being closer to Long Aotion. After all, we are all the same people who are being protected by the Big Brother. After this day, Su Mumu will still go out daily to search for supplies. In addition to her, was brought back by her wave of people will also go out. But they left part of the people here. Compared to Su Mumu and Joey Ren every day fixed time to go out. They are more diligent. They will go out 24 hours a day to search for materials. But it is a shift system. They give their own people all lined up. So that one party rests when the other party can go out to search for supplies. So that their earnings can be maximized. No way. They are now if they are not able to properly scavenge for supplies. There is a high probability that they will not be able to pay the rent here. As for farming, they don't know how to do it. Only a few girls have learned a little bit from the parents. But they don't put all their hopes on the output of the land. After all, they have never planted anything before. And they don't know if something can grow if they plant it. It was more reliable to go out and search for supplies. The saying that there is strength in numbers wasn't true. This time, Su Mumu only spent half the time faster than before to unlock the third room. She then brought back 2 more people from outside. The people brought back this time were 2 couples, both of which looked very lean. The woman held a hammer in her hand, while the man held a light dagger. The 2 of them slept for 2 whole days and 2 nights without coming out after entering the third room. It seemed like they were exhausted from being outside. I'll take Zhang Jing and the girls with me when I go out from now on. That night, Su Mumu announced this matter to Joey Ren Long Aotion. What's wrong? Long Aotion said strangely. In fact, this period of time every time he saw everyone go out to search for supplies. Long Aotion was also very moved. Only that these things in this base still had to be taken care of by him. The boss and the male god have gone out. There is always a need to keep him here. After all, what happens here? Only the 3 of them can contact at the fastest speed. But the boss had always gone out alone to search for supplies. And this was actually the best for them. The boss was different from the others. The others might need numbers to maximize the search for more supplies. But the boss had too many secrets on her body. For example, she was able to collect the supplies in a flash. This kind of thing couldn't be freely shown to the others. Unless the boss deliberately wanted to show her strength. She would only do it. Other times for the boss, it was lighter and easier to act alone than to bring others along. She didn't need to rely on the number of people to stack up and increase her side strength. Too many people were sometimes still a burden for the boss instead. That's why Long Aotion never opened his mouth to say that he wanted her and the male god to bring himself along. If you want to protect them, you have to let them raise their strength properly to be able to stay here for a long time more easily. Su Mumu sighed and said, the 2 couples brought back today had actually brought back some news to her. These 2 people didn't meet each other inside the school, but escaped back from outside the school, since she hadn't gone out since she had sobered up, coupled with the news that the officials had brought back before. So Su Mumu had always thought that the situation of the outside penetration would be much better than the inside of the school, coupled with the fact that they hadn't received any news from the outside world for such a long period of time. So in their eyes it seemed that the outside should be safe, and the news from inside the school didn't get through. You have to know that when that plan was carried out in the underground palace, it was a covert operation. And at that time the situation outside was much better than inside its school. And after all the statistical tests proved that even if there was a problem, this side of the school would be the worst. After all, the radiation of that formation and those ghosts and shadows was from the inside towards the outside. After all, that formation and those ghostly shadows are radiating from the inside out. The situation outside won't be more serious than the inside of the school. Not to mention that the higher-ups have also deployed ahead of time. Even if their plan fails, they will still try their best to compress all the damages within the scope of the school. The most important thing is that the official has released the information at that time, asking everyone to stay away from the school. Do not feel free to approach the school within the scope of the school, and even to the school as the center of the circle of 10 miles. The official have carried out cleanup. Do not allow other people to get close to. Therefore, Su Mumu this period of time are in the school action, and want to find out about the ghost shadow of all the information. To see if you can solve these ghost shadow. I don't know why. All the communication devices here are paralyzed. She wanted to go to the underground palace to see the situation there, But she found out that the entrance of the underground palace is collapsed. It is impossible to go down, and that the surrounding area is the disaster area where the ghosts and shadows exist. It's not easy to walk out of the school on your own legs. Want to rely on their own legs out of the school. That is not a general distance. Sumumu this period of time has not thought to go out this thing. Even if you go out, those people have no way to deal with these ghosts and shadows, but may bring those ghosts and shadows to other places. Ghosts and shadows will not actively leave their own habitat, unless it is to follow the people a piece of action. They like to follow the human. It was really because she had taken it too much for granted. She thought that as long as their people here didn't go out, the ghost shadows wouldn't spread outside. But in reality, the ghost shadows had already leaked out when the underground palace collapsed. And even the ones they had outside were more destructive than the school. But it wasn't the ghost shadows themselves. Rather, it was the behavior of those infected. It turned out that when Sumumu and the others came to this world, there were similarly infected people that were dropped into this world. Only that they hadn't found any traces of each other. Just like them, the evolvers, the infected who were able to enter this world had likewise experienced several worlds. Since they were able to complete their missions in those several worlds, they were definitely not rookies. They were very smart. And after coming to this world, they began to gather all sorts of information that would be beneficial to them, taking the initiative to look for factors that could become a natural disaster. One of them happened to be a researcher from the underground palace. On the first day he came to this world, he saw the ghostly shadows, and right away he was very sure that the ghostly shadows must be the natural disaster of this world. So he took the ghostly shadow out when the others didn't notice. And then somehow, without anyone knowing, he raised the ghostly shadow's strength to the same level as that little black dot. Then, he used his own body to bond with that little black dot. As a senior researcher, his research on these dark substances was much more than Sumumu and the others. Not to mention his special identity. He was able to get all the information on dark substances in this world over the past few decades. And combining these things, he not only transformed the ghostly shadow that he took out, but even transformed his own body. As for Sumumu's plan, of course, he also knew about it. So on the day of that plan, he also transformed the bodies of those infected people he had gathered before. This time, the infected in the dark, Sumumu they in the open. Sumumu and Zhou Yuran's series of actions made him certain that they were evolved identities. Therefore, he chose to spread the virus and ghosts in the outside world. First turning the entire world into black and white, and then coming towards the school. The experience of the mission in several worlds made him understand that if he wanted to complete the mission properly, he first had to complete the mission of spreading the virus first, and then mess with the evolver secondly. Otherwise, if he exposed his identity at the beginning, not to mention spreading the virus, he wouldn't be able to save even his life. Only by spreading the virus as quickly as possible and gaining more and more of his kind could he greatly enhance the success rate of his mission. Apart from him, quite a number of infected people were summoned by him. Combined with those ghostly shadows, their bodies became incomparably strong. And because of the transformation of their bodies by the ghostly shadows, they blended into the crowd and became black and white people. Those evolvers outside the school's boundaries weren't able to distinguish between the infected and the black and white people very well. Ordinary people would also turn into black and white people after being infected by the ghosts and shadows. And those infected people were hidden amongst these black and white people. And it was impossible to tell whether they were ordinary people or black and white people. But the evolvers had a big difference from these infected people. That is, they didn't directly turn into black and white people when they were exposed to the blast radiation. They had a certain degree of lethality against ghosts and shadows than ordinary people. And they were much more powerful in combat. And trying to ensure that they didn't turn into black and white people was easy to do, especially when facing those ordinary ghosts and shadows. Moreover, the evolvers didn't know if they would fail the mission after becoming black and white. And most importantly, even if they wouldn't fail the mission if they became black and white in this world, they weren't able to be sure that they would be able to return to normal after leaving this world. If they were not able to return to normal after leaving this world, they would become black and white forever. And then when they entered the next world, their mission would likewise add more danger. The difference between failing a mission in the next world and failing a mission in this world wasn't really that much different. So they would try to find ways to ensure that they would not become black and white people. Compared to ordinary people, the evolvers' bodies were more resistant to hunger. They would not be like ordinary people who were so hungry that they would directly choose to eat food that had been contaminated when they had no other choice. Directly choosing to become black and white. They would always look for uncontaminated food to ensure that they would not become black and white. So those infected were easily able to tell the evolvers apart. But the evolvers had no way to tell who was infected. The most important thing was that the evolvers wouldn't easily kill the black and white people. They would just try their best to make sure they didn't turn into black and white people. And they would even do their best to protect the ordinary people. The infected were not quite the same. Ordinary people who turned into black and white people were just as susceptible to the virus they were infected with. So their mission doesn't fail because of that. Then to ensure their mission succeeds, they just need to kill those colored people. Regardless of whether those colored people were ordinary people or evolvers. They were all enemies of the infected. And they didn't need to differentiate between the identities of those colored people. As long as they killed them. Under such a premise, the evolvers were directly at a disadvantage. A large number of evolvers and ordinary people were killed. And it wasn't just natural disasters and infected that they faced in this world. Their enemies were also ghosts and shadows. The world outside quickly changed. And the infected led those black and white people to do no harm outside. That couple were actually evolvers. The two of them were very lucky. They were a couple in their own original world. When they entered the game world for the first time, they were very lucky to enter the same world. And after that, the two of them had a strange encounter that bound the two of them together at the same time. So when they entered the game world, they were always able to enter the same world every time. This time they also entered this world piece by piece. But the difficulty of this world was greater than any of the worlds they had experienced in the past. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them were together when they entered this world at the beginning, it was very likely that they would have been directly killed by those infected like the other evolvers. The two of them acted together. At least they didn't need to be suspicious of whether the people around them were infected or not like the other evolvers. And because the two of them were together at the beginning, there was no need for any of them to become black and white. And there was no need for the pain of losing their companions. And they had been focused on searching for a safe place for such a long period of time. But sadly for the two of them, because they were so far away from this school when they entered the game world before, their identities also had no connection to anyone in this school. It was only after the school's ghosting incident made the social news that they realized that this dark substance even existed in this world. However, because the country they were in was too far away from Su Mumu's country, at first when they saw this dark matter, their first reaction was also to stay away from it. Naturally, there was no such thing as them purposely coming in the direction of the school when the traffic was still convenient. Even at that time, they were glad that they were exceptionally far away from this dark matter. So even if something happened, they wouldn't need to be in a crisis in a short period of time. So they had started out just making preparations, stocking up on supplies, and converting their homes into safe houses. It wasn't until the infected brought the ghosts and shadows to the area they were in that they realized that there was no such thing as a so-called safe zone in this world. And that all those preparations of theirs wouldn't work in the middle of this world. Luckily, the two of them were still relatively strong. And only after capturing an infected and torturing him did they realize that the safest place to be right now was the school. Then they went through a lot of trouble to find a way to get here. When they met Su Mumu, the man was actually on the verge of dying. They hadn't closed their eyes for 7 days and 7 nights to rest properly. Even if they were evolvers, their bodies were still the same as ordinary people. They would be born, grow old, get sick and die. And the diseases that ordinary people would get, they would also get the same. Only that because their bodies were much tougher than ordinary people, they wouldn't be easily defeated by ordinary diseases. But when their bodies reached their limits, they would also similarly get the same diseases that ordinary people would get. For example, like this man, who would get the same disease after heart attack after overexertion. When Su Mumu found him, the man was having a hard time. If they weren't lucky and met Su Mumu, and Su Mumu happened to have medicine in her hand, this man was afraid that he would have died right then and there. So after Su Mumu brought them back, they directly slept peacefully in the house for 2 days and 2 nights. It is really too tired. But it was also because of this that Su Mumu gave birth to the idea of taking Zhang Jing and the girls out together. Now they are still safe in the school, while the outside world has already changed. The infected will attack the school sooner or later after completely occupying the outside world. At that time every one of them must take up weapons to protect themselves. Su Mumu's thoughts of waiting for rescue could be directly dispelled. The outside world has long been fallen. There will not be any rescue. They must learn to save themselves. In fact, this game for them, these evolved people, is unfair. Their body is not as strong as those infected people. Has a natural disadvantage. But it couldn't be helped. This world wasn't fair in the first place. Some things had to be accepted since they had already happened. They had to do the best they could within their abilities to ensure that they lived with the greatest possibility. This was the case for all people. Everyone had to have the ability to protect themselves. Even Su Mumu couldn't protect the people she cared about for the rest of her life. Then later I'll pick a few handy weapons for them. Long Ao Tian is now like a Nani figure here. And his relationship with Zhang Jing, and the few of them, is handled very well. Chapter 93. Joey Ran was after Su Mumu finished speaking, walked to her side, and patted her shoulder. This thing has nothing to do with you. People are not omnipotent. You cannot do all aspects or the best. Only he could see that Su Mumu was blaming herself. Because at the beginning of the game world, bound to the landlord system. So Su Mumu has always been in the front of the game system. Many things are as clear as day, and all the crises are controlled within the scope of her own control. Compared to others, Su Mumu was not like an ordinary player in the middle of the game world. Having the landlord system, she had always taken up a great deal of convenience, and did not need to slowly collect supplies and find ways to build herself a safe residence after entering the game world like other ordinary evolvers. Nor did she need to hide in the east. Before entering the game world, she had enough time and money to hoard enough supplies. After entering the game world, she has enough things available. There is no need to be like other people, desperate to survive. And even in many worlds, she plays more like a redeemer identity. But also because of this, Su Mumu gradually took on more pressure. The burden on the body is also more and more heavy. She as a person on the burden is also more and more heavy. She has even begun to take these things for granted as their own responsibility. These few worlds were too smooth. That's why here, she felt double the frustration. Even because of the failure of the formation. Because of the changes in the outside world. She took all the mistakes on herself. Su Mumu didn't say anything. Just hugged Joey Ran tightly. He could understand what she thought in her heart. At this moment, gave her great comfort. This news, they did not hide the other people. All know this thing. Also after the spontaneous exercise up, with a portion of the people going to collect the supplies. Su Mumu didn't continue to go around searching for supplies like before. Her main task shifted to going to purify those eroded buildings. So by the time the infected arrived at the school with their army of black and white infected, the place was already in a tight formation and had once again returned to its previous colorful appearance. Not to mention those ordinary people who had just turned from colorful people into black and white people. Even those infected were surprised, knowing that the entire world had now turned into black and white colors after their operation. To be honest, for them, this world is one of their favorite worlds. In the usual world, because after they become infected, they will be more or less damaged in appearance, and they can no longer look like normal people with full skin and healthy bodies. Every time they went through a natural disaster, they would turn into a very ugly appearance. Sometimes it was the kind of dry skin similar to a dry corpse. Sometimes it was directly on the body of the organs began to decay and fall. In short, it is not a normal person should have the appearance of a very disgusting. But after arriving in this world, they finally found a little bit of comfort. Because all of these people in this world had become abnormal directly because of the ghosts and shadows. At least in terms of appearance. These black and white people were no better than them. Not to mention the fact that they were almost like these normal black and white people themselves because of the absorption of the ghostly shadows and the fusion of the ghostly shadows. Not to mention that all the buildings and plants in the entire world had turned black and white. Who else would care about what kind of appearance they actually had, whether they were good or not? So they were the most comfortable in this world. Because if they were really uglier, these ordinary people weren't any better looking than them. And since everyone was black and white, what right did they have to dislike other people? The infected were so comfortable in this world that there were even those who thought about whether they could bring these ghosts and shadows to the next world. And then in every world, they would turn that world black and white. On the contrary, those colored people who have always kept their original colors and have not become black and white should feel uncomfortable. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. Those colored people are scared every time they see them. Those black and white people. And because their black and white team has grown a lot now, the colored people have become fewer and fewer. And those colored people have instead become the outliers. This world is like that. What is in the majority is the truth. Those who were in the minority would become the outliers. The ones who were disliked. Over time, they, the infected, had even forgotten the difference between themselves and those evolved and ordinary people. They even felt that they were the most normal in this way. But now the colors in front of them had become their deepest irony. So the normal world should be like this. So there are normal buildings, normal plants, normal places in this world. Those colors were really pretty. But looking at these harsh colors made them feel how disgraceful the black and white in them was. Those colors were a constant reminder that they were abnormal. The black and white people could no longer hold back that surging malice in their hearts. They had to extinguish these colors once again. This world had to be black and white. Apart from the black and white colors, all other colors should not exist. Only they were the most righteous colors in this world. The people who had originally just planned to slowly attack here couldn't help but want to go forward and rush in at this moment, destroying all of these things. The leader who originally still needed to make a speech before launching the attack. At this moment, there was no need to make any more inspiring speeches at all. With just an order, countless people screamed and rushed in. However, everything in front of them will be those who have not yet rushed to the money are subdued. All the people stopped their footsteps, because the first batch of those ghosts and shadows rushed in before entering the school gate, as if they were directly cut off by an invisible force in general, and directly shattered into fragments and fell to the ground. Rushed in the back of those who saw the first batch of rush through directly into this ghost. When the season under the years back dare not go forward. But there are still some people, because the rush is too anxious, did not have to break the car, and then crashed in the invisible force into the debris. Good in the first batch of rush through most of those ghosts. Black and white people are running not have those ghosts fast. Did not think that one day slow speed in turn became the key to save their lives. Spare a thought. Their side also still sacrificed a lot. Especially the morale of these people are affected. At the beginning of the batch of people still madly rush forward. At this moment are standing in place shivering. No one dares to continue to go forward to do the sacrifice. What's going on here? The leader was furious. They could simply be said to be going forward in this world very smoothly, and had never encountered anything like today. Because of the Ghost Shadows bonus, they were almost touching whoever died. Spreading the virus in this world was simply not too cool. Almost didn't need them to think about fighting. Just casually touching them was enough. All the people who saw them would just run away. No one would even try to resist them like those worlds before. That feeling of the whole world having nothing but fear when they saw them was just too good to be true. There were also quite a few people who simply didn't resist when they saw them. Just standing still and shivering, waiting to be turned into puppets by them. But today, they also tasted the taste of fear that those people had once had. And this taste was just too unpleasant. Big brother, we don't know all. This school is permeated with an evil energy. After all, it's the last place left in this world. It's not good to say that the previous formation is still useful. The little brother's trembling voice answered his own boss's question. To be honest, he was now in a dazed and confused state himself, completely unaware of what was going on. To say that he knew what was going on right now, it should be his own boss who knew better. After all, his own boss was the first person who had a perfect combination with the ghosts and shadows. Their ghosts and shadows were able to spread information to each other, and all the information about this school was transmitted from the ghosts and shadows to their own boss. What is the situation in this school? No one knows better than the boss. Right? Formation? The leader was also confused. He actually didn't know much about the underground palace. These ghosts and shadows didn't know what was going on, and didn't seem to be willing to tell him all about the underground power supply. So he had only been able to probe the news about the current situation of the school, and wasn't able to know what was going on with that underground palace. Nor did he know how that underground palace came to be before. All the news was all from the news that he saw on the TV. The last news about the underground palace is only to know that there is a group of people in the school want to help seal them these ghosts and shadows. The result is a mistake. Not only failed to seal these ghosts and shadows, but also let these ghosts and shadows of the ability to become stronger. And then to the underground palace to blow up. Since those people made a mistake and blew up the underground palace. And then also made the school a complete mess. Then he was too happy to be happy. So how would he have the time to care about what was going on? Let alone care about what would become of this school. In his perception, this school is just a piece of rubble. Just wait for him to turn the whole world into black and white. Then come back to subdue this school. His mission in this world will be completed. The reason why he left this school until the end was because he knew that there were two very powerful evolvers in this school. But he didn't know anything else. But no matter how powerful the evolvers were, it was impossible for them to come up with this weird metaphysical-like thing. Right? This stuff simply wasn't something normal people could have. There wasn't a single person here. And there weren't any facilities or strange things appearing. It was just the normal gate. Normal air. And as a result, it was able to sharpen everything that was connected to that gate into pieces like a knife. Whether it was black and white people or ghosts and shadows. Then this thing definitely wasn't something that evolvers had come up with. The evolvers are even more powerful. They are also ordinary people. The attacks they can make are only physical attacks. It is absolutely impossible to come up with any magic attacks on them. This is only the end of the world. Not some Western fantasy world. But the scene in front of us really looks like something that only exists in the fantasy world. After the little brother reminded, the leader's heart is more or less a number. That underground palace is those so-called metaphysical big brother to get out of the formation. Like the formation of things like that. Like the TV show. Can be purified what the evil power is. Although it was very unwilling to admit it. But right now, they were that kind of evil power. An existence that would be purified by those so-called justice casually. Yes, Big Brother. I've heard before that that underground palace suppressed these ghosts and shadows for many years. It seems like that underground palace is a formation built by people hundreds of years ago specifically based on metaphysical arts. With quite a lot of talismanic paper pasted on it. All the evil forces as long as they get close to that underground palace will directly turn into fragments. Like now. The little brother shivered and reported. His footsteps had already begun to retreat. There was no way. He didn't want to die yet. Anyway, they are now living quite well outside. Why do they have to take down this school at this time? This school is only so small. And not able to be self-sufficient. The people inside won't be able to live without resources after a long time. Even if the people inside can be self-sufficient and grow their own vegetables to feed themselves. As long as they cut off all the water sources in the school. Without water, they won't be able to survive. Big brother, why don't we go back now and think of other ways? The younger brother tentatively asked his own boss. Rubbish. Just this little thing scares you? The leader was furious. If he just went back now, wouldn't that mean he was afraid of those people? What's more, it wasn't as if he didn't have something to solve this kind of thing. Since he had already run here. Of course, he had come prepared. Here, bury this stuff on both sides of that gate. The leader pulled out two marble-like things and handed them to his men, instructing them to bury them on both sides of the gate in the position he said. These two marbles were obtained by him in the previous worlds and could destroy all barrier-like things. As far as he could observe, the gate in front of him wasn't enchanted with any formations. It should have a shield type of thing. After all, they were facing evolvers. And he as an infected was able to get this kind of magical item. So it was normal for evolvers to get something defensive like a shield. It was possible that this shield was something that was built against their type of evil force. So when they approached, it would be an effect that would directly destroy them in an instant. But as long as they used this special item of theirs to destroy this barrier type thing, they would be able to enter the school without any problems. And there was no need to fear anything at all. He wasn't the type of person who would be scared back at the slightest difficulty he casually encountered. He wanted his men to know that he was definitely not a coward. And that as long as they followed him, all would not be a problem. As a leader, he had always been very clear about one thing. And that was that if you wanted to lead a good team, you absolutely couldn't just back down. Morale was a very important thing. Once you back down, then your morale would collapse. And after the team collapsed, it would be very difficult for you to organize these people to continue to attack a place again. Now that you have gathered these people here, then you have to get some results before you can go back. At the very least, they must also find out the reality of this place clearly before they can do so. Otherwise, the next time they come over, it will still be the same result. You arrange for a few ghost shadows to go over there, already knowing that there was such a shield here. Then, they naturally couldn't use their own people to test it. And at this time, those ghost shadows became the best pawns. Anyway, those ghosts didn't have their own consciousness and weren't afraid of death at all. Directing them to charge directly up to those shields to test whether the shields were still there or not was the best way to do it. Yes, the little brother's heart was happy. As long as he wasn't allowed to go to his death, anything else would be fine. Seeing that these few ghostly shadows passed through the gate's position smoothly, these people present were once again excited. It was true that their boss just had a way. Previously, They were the ones who were too wimpy. In a moment, they must perform well. Otherwise, what if the boss dislikes them and is unwilling to bring them out again in the future? You know, as an infected person, if you want to improve your strength, you have to kill a few more purifiers before you can do it. There is a kind of energy that can be absorbed by them on those evolvers. And if you are lucky, the evolvers you kill also carry some more powerful special items. Being able to get 1 or 2 special items is the best for them. These special items could be carried around with them, and would also exist when they entered the next world. There was no telling when these special items would be able to come in handy, and even save their lives. Like right now, the boss had easily cracked this puzzle with the special items. Boss, they have already entered the school gates. On Su Mumu's side, Long Aotion also reported the progress over there with everyone. Good. Su Mumu's face did not show any panic at all. Instead, there was a sense of relief that the enemy had finally fallen into the trap. With this look on her face, she made all the people's hearts settle down quite a bit. Although they had deliberately let those people in. But they hadn't really been in a head-on conflict with those black and white infected people for such a long time here. And among the people present, only that couple had seen that kind of people. And they were the only ones who knew how powerful those people really were. The other people's understanding of those people were all known from the couple's mouth. It would be a lie to say that they weren't scared. But not a single one of them retreated. They all stood in the position they should be in, staring tightly ahead, waiting for those people to fall into their trap. That's right. It was a trap. Su Mumu's side had been observing the situation outside. And when those people pulled out their special items, Su Mumu directly withdrew the protective shield, letting those people mistakenly think that they had cracked the shield with their special items. But in reality, the shield was still there. Only after waiting for them to enter the shield did Su Mumu open it here. She was doing this on purpose, deliberately inviting the king into the jar, letting these people enter the school, and then finding the right opportunity to catch them all in one go. They had already waited here for too long. Those infected people had been operating in the outside world for too long and in too many numbers. They wouldn't stand much of a chance of winning if they went out. After all, the infected and evolved in this world were easily distinguishable, and it would be difficult to blend into the crowd and hide their tracks. But if they waited here and waited for the infected to come to their door, and if they set up traps here and also had a protective shield, they would have a very good chance of winning. It was not easy for these infected to take the initiative to come to the door. They can't be scared back because of the shield. Really, these infected are too useless. It is only a shield. It is only eliminating dozens of them. They even developed the intention to retreat. Originally, Su Mumu was still planning to properly consume some of their people. After all, the shield was here, and as long as they persisted in trying to break through their defenses, they would consume quite a number of people. But as a result, these guys even took out only such a dangling special item, and thought that they could finish them off. And judging from the looks of these cowards, if this special item didn't work, they would probably retreat back today. That would be too ridiculous. It was hard to wait for these people to come here, so we can't just let them go back. Taking the initiative to remove the shields and confuse these guys, letting them come in unharmed, would naturally allow them to let their guard down. So after all the ghosts and infected people walked into the shield in a serious and proud manner, Su Mumu closed the shield. Since these guys have come in today, Su Mumu will not let them out until they are eliminated. Even if they were to die, they would have to die here together. Big brother, why is it quiet here? Nothing? The infected army walked for almost half an hour, but they didn't even see a single silhouette. There were only green trees and quiet roads. They looked at these lush green trees with displeasure, but they didn't know what was going on. No matter how many times those ghostly shadows and themselves touched those trees, the colors of the place didn't change in any way. It seemed that after their black and white colors entered here, they no longer had any effect. In the end, they could only give up. But walking on such a road made them feel like clowns, going back to the time when they were being looked at by everyone with strange gazes. And they felt out of place with the scenery here. The scope of this school is too big, and the officials have cleared out a wave of students in this school before. There are quite a few who were sent out, and not many who stayed. Plus, when that palace exploded, it seems like quite a few people died. It's normal that there's no one here. The leader answered his little brother's question, also bracing himself. They had entered here for more than half an hour and hadn't seen a single person. It would be a lie to say that they weren't scared in their hearts. After all, when they had just entered the school's gates. There was such a powerful and unknown transparent protective formation. They were very afraid that they were falling into someone else's trap. So they were only able to use these words to embolden themselves, so that they could walk inside with peace of mind. Chapter 94. According to the news they had inquired about, it is unlikely that there are any traps in this school. After all, the people who survived are too few, which still have that ability to dig a pit for them. Not sure about this school. There are only two powerful of all people left here to hide. This is also in line with the colors in this school, which have not been assimilated by the black and white colors until now. If it wasn't for that, how could one explain the fact that this place was still exactly the same as before? But the fact that they couldn't turn everything here into black and white no matter how much they wanted to, made them feel very uneasy in their hearts. They felt that everything here was wrong. However, having entered, it would be even worse not to search the place properly before going out. Spread out? The leader thought about it, and decided to speed up their actions. If all the people are searching here together, it will be very slow. But if they are spread out, the action will be a little faster. And it's only serious to go out earlier after getting a clear picture of the situation here. Big brother, really want to spread out the action? The little brother is a bit panicked. What are you afraid of? Now there is no one here. Is it possible that you want to stay here all the time? The leader of the heart is annoyed very much. Originally his heart is also very afraid. But the strong support of a breath can also pretend to be calm. The little brother here just can't help him to relieve the emotion of fear, but also here constantly nervous about him. Let him very upset. Not see their own boss angry. Of course, the other people do not dare to say anything. In accordance with the boss's instructions, they are divided into 4 teams, and then from different directions to complete their tasks. There is no way. This school is really too big. Even if it is divided into 4 squads, they also need to spend 2 hours to be able to patrol their respective areas. But all of them have made a decision. That is to be sure to quickly stroll through the area they were assigned to. As for careful or not, they simply do not care. The key is to be fast. Quickly go out. Unfortunately, what they thought was really too beautiful. People had already come in. Where was the reason to let them out? Sumumu's side of the trap had already been activated. 2 hours later, the leader stood at the place where he had previously agreed to meet up with his minions. But he did not see a single person come over. Where are the people? He and the group of people in his hand were unharmed and hadn't encountered anything. So right now, his heart was still very calm, thinking that all those fears he had before were just scaring himself. Perhaps the only thing wrong in this school was that barrier at the main gate. It should be caused by that so-called formation when the underground palace was destroyed. Because of this school is still unscathed, maintaining its colorful appearance, not turning black and white. But the only thing left in this school is that barrier. Nothing else. They were also scared by that barrier. That's why they scared themselves, always thinking that there was something wrong in this school. But just now, he spent 2 hours to stroll around the central area thoroughly, and found nothing. Not even a single silhouette. Not to mention evolvers. Not even a ghostly shadow existed. There was already nothing in this school. Color is color. Even if they can't turn black and white, it doesn't matter. They won't live in this school. The big deal is that after going out, we will not let anyone come here to blockade this place. And then go to find out the only 2 evolved people left in this world. Kill them, and leave this world unharmed. Thinking about it, his heart was quite beautiful. But now half an hour has passed since the agreed time, and none of those minions he set out have returned. Can't it be that these grandsons are scared out of their wits? So a little bit of small thing cannot do. Under the helplessness, he ordered his men to find those guys again. However, another hour had passed. Still not a single person back. Finally, there was no way. The leader could only move to find those juniors by himself. Just that he walked one of the routes to the end. Not to mention the juniors. Even the people who had just been sent out to look for those large troops. None of them appeared. Go! Quickly go! The leader finally realized that something was wrong this time. And at that moment, he no longer allowed the people under his hand to search for anything here, and directly reversed the direction, letting them leave this school the way they came. This ghost place was definitely not safe. The people he sent out could never disappear for no reason. There must be someone hiding in the shadows to attack them. You've come and you still want to leave? I didn't expect you guys to be so unintimidated. We haven't even made a move yet, and you're about to run away. Long Aotion's voice descended from the sky. He was guarding here, and was getting bored. The wave of people that came more than an hour ago was really too good. He only hid behind the woods and casually made a sound. And that group of people were scared to death and fled in all directions. It took him a lot of effort to catch and kill them all. The infected in this world are also too wimpy. Not as brave as those ghosts and shadows. At least when he made a sound. The first reaction of the ghosts and shadows was to attack towards him, helping him save a lot of things. Those infected, on the other hand, were hiding behind the ghostly shadows and ordinary people, wanting to escape from here. It was hard to clean up everyone enough. And after waiting here for half a day for someone to come over, he almost fell asleep. As a result, this person came and didn't do anything. Just took one look and wanted to run away. What do you think? Taking the new props given by the boss, Long Aotion felt himself full of power. When he grew up watching cartoons, he loved those big swords used by the heroes in those cartoons. Now he was carrying such a big sword in his hand. It was just one word. Handsome. What satisfied him the most was that with the swinging motion of this big sword, there was also that faint blue sword chi. For a moment, he felt like a protagonist in a TV series. Not to mention the ghosts and shadows. Even those infected were taken out by his 2 or 3 swords. Soon, he finished off all the minions around the leader. The rest were all infected. Tell me, what are you guys trying to do if you don't work as good human beings and come here to turn yourselves into this black and white appearance? Long Aotion is not stupid. His own boss explained that if he meets these infected people turned into black and white people, he must not act rashly. Wait for them to converge here before doing anything. The strength of the infected in this world is not bad. They also fuse the ability of Ghost Shadow. It will be even more will not be as easy to deal with as the ordinary infected. So just now when Long Aotion made his move, he only targeted those ghosts and shadows as well as ordinary black and white people. He didn't make a move against these infected people. In fact, the infected people are very easy to differentiate, even though it is said that they are almost all of the same color as those black and white people. But their appearance is still different compared to those black and white people. Although these infected people had been deceiving themselves that they were the same as everyone else in this world, they actually still had a different appearance from the other black and white people. Their skin was uniformly all black. Their hair was all white. Their skin was dry. And their pupils were exceptionally large. Fingers are also dry and skinny skeleton long. And their body shape is also particularly tall. Just like a noodle. Stretched by something unknown. Standing there, it is a thin and slender noodle. Especially conspicuous. Long Aotion had just found these people had already sent a message to Sumumu and the others. Now he doesn't make a move. He is just here to talk nonsense with these guys. In order to delay the time and wait for the boss and the others to come over. Shut up, bastard. Are you the one who's messing around here? Where did you get my men? Although he already had a rough guess as to where his men had gone, he was still unwilling to die without asking. Even if this kid was more powerful, he couldn't have taken out all 4 squads by himself. It wasn't like he could split up. Even if he added another evolved person, there were only 2 of them. No matter how powerful 2 people were, it was impossible for them to clean up all of those people silently. He was more inclined to the idea that these people had used some means to capture all of his men. The fact that the other party was willing to circle around with him was just what he wanted. Of course, he didn't care about the deaths of his own minions. He cared more about whether he could escape unharmed. And the current nonsense with the other party here was also to buy time for himself. He had a prop in his hand that could teleport himself to the coordinates he had previously set. But this prop start need to spend a full 15 minutes of time. And this props is a one-time props. Not as a last resort, he is not willing to use up his chance to use. After all, this is the best for him to save his life props. If this props will now be used up here, then he can do what in the future? He had to determine the depths of this brat before considering whether or not to use up this prop. What do you say about those unbeatable little shrimps? If I don't finish them off, should I keep them here to chat with me? I'm not interested in those ugly things. Long Aotion's appearance at this moment was really like his name. Arrogant as hell. Is that so? The leader narrowed his eyes and commanded his men. Give me on. This guy in front of him hadn't made a move and was just here to talk nonsense to himself. It wasn't a good idea to say that he was also trying to stall for time. He planned to send a few of his men to probe him first. However, those few people went forward. But in a moment's time, All three fought one and fell. The leader now no longer hesitated and directly activated the props in his hand. Fighting this kind of thing was not a matter of who had more men and who had fewer men. It was a matter of strength. The three henchmen he sent out were not weak. But the fact that these three people couldn't take any advantage even when they surrounded that one person in the fight showed that this kid was very strong. Even if he was able to use the tactic of a sea of men to slowly weaken him, it would definitely be a bitter battle. It was still unknown if there were any other evolvers here. If that person jumped out piece by piece as well, they were bound to die. In the end, this was on someone else's territory, and it was not an advantage at all. Chapter 95. The leader wasn't stupid. He didn't want to fold all of his people here before the other evolver came out. How to wait until the other evolved person appears, understand each other's strength, and then go to fight with them properly. These people are really too despicable. They are in the open, these people in the dark. So quietly one by one will be his men all cleaned up. But also want to surround him here. Yesterday, and those three people fighting is happy. Once upon a time, he did not know his strength actually have so strong. Has always been in his home as a red housekeeper. Never come out. Formal fighting a few times. He has always thought that his strength is not strong enough. There is no way to come out to fight. Even if it is out, will become the boss and the god of the baggage, dragging them down. However, he did not expect. Just holding the boss gave him a weapon. He was able to 1 to 3. So powerful. Now he thinks he can fight 10 people by himself. Even if they are a piece of them on also no problem. Thinking of this, he took the time to look at the people who are not on there, intending to provoke them. But did not expect this look to find that those people do not look right. Seem to run. Goons. You want to run away. Do not know, still think you are the head of the gutter rats. See people to hide it. Long Aotion couldn't help but mock out loud, hoping to be able to delay them a bit more. Boss, they are far away from here. Want to come over, still need a moment of time. Can't let this group of people just run away. But he now lack of body. No way to stop them from leaving. Although these guys are not fight. But he is one person against 3 people. Want to easily get out of it is still very difficult. It was only a matter of being clever. Kid, do you take me for a fool? You're just stalling here because you want to wait for someone to come over. Right? I'm not going to fall for that. When the leader saw him like this, he was even more certain that he was just stalling for time, wanting to wait for another person to come over. His props still need 5 minutes to be able to start. Originally the heart is not much bottom, thinking that 5 minutes of time is also very long. It is not good to say that there will be some changes. Quite anxious. But when he saw that the boy was more anxious than himself, his heart had a little bit of bottom. It seems that this kid's reinforcements didn't arrive that easily. That's why he spoke out sarcastically here, just wanting to stall for time, pulling himself here and not letting himself leave. You goon. Hey, are you guys stupid? Your boss is wimpy and stupid, bringing you here to die. Then he himself runs away when he sees someone. Do you still want to follow such a person? Long Aotion knew that this kid was determined to run away. So he simply didn't talk nonsense with him and started to pick on the others. Even if it is not possible to leave all of these people behind, leaving 1 or 2 is also good. In any case, they can't let them all run away so easily. Kid, do you think I don't know that you're stirring up trouble? How affectionate I am with my men. Is it not for you to understand? It's just for the sake of saving their lives that I won't tangle with you, son of a bitch here. The leader is not a fool. Long Aotion is so obviously stirring up trouble. Of course he can't let him have his way. At least not now. Otherwise won't his own wanting to escape with the help of the prop be exposed? The props can take away more than 1 or 2 people. But also cannot be all the people here all a piece to take away. There must be some people to sacrifice before the prop is completely activated. Absolutely no one can interrupt the activation of the prop. Otherwise it will be a failure, and the prop will disappear. The leader nervously glanced at the time of the prop. It still needed 3 more minutes. He only needed to hold it off for another 3 minutes, and he would be able to leave here unharmed. Yeah. You are now in the very center of the school. I want to know how you can manage to take all these people away unharmed. Or maybe you just want them to sacrifice to stall me, and then buy yourself time to leave. Long Aotion let out a cold smile. This person is really hypocritical. Even at this time, he is still pretending here. Once these words came out, those people on the opposite side really looked at their boss. Yes, they have so many people here. How could the boss take away so many of them by himself? And for such a long time, the boss did nothing and said nothing. Just standing there motionless. As if he was really stalling for time. Is it hard to believe that the boss really wants to sacrifice them to buy time for himself? This was not impossible. Most of them were halfway formed classes. They didn't have any feelings and didn't know much about each other. Even those infected were the same. After all, every single person entering the game world was random. Even if they were the same infected, they would travel with each other. But there wouldn't be much righteousness. Everyone was trying to survive. The so-called bosses and leaders were chosen based on their respective strengths. And they didn't recognize him as the boss just because they had a good bond with him. But as a boss, one had to have the consciousness to protect the others. If he just took advantage of being the boss himself and wanted to push the others out as a shield to fight for his own survival, then that person didn't deserve to be their boss either. Although it was said that they all had the same mission goal and all wanted to complete the mission properly. But the prerequisite for completing the mission was that they had to be alive. If it was said that completing the mission and they died, then wouldn't it be doing a favor for others? No one would be so stupid. You fart. Old man here, how can I sacrifice my brothers to escape by myself? Even if I have to leave, I will take them with me. If they can't live, I won't live alone. We are the infected. The mission of the infected has to be completed by all of us working together. If you all die, there is no way for me to complete this mission alone. These of all people are the most cunning. They themselves are not united. They are also afraid that we will unite together to deal with them. Now that we are many and they are few. Of course, they have to think of some ways to separate us from each other. And this is only beneficial to them. You guys mustn't be caught in their scheme. The leader deserves to be the leader. In a few words, he turned the situation around. Everyone present immediately turned to Long Aotian with an angry face. Yes, this brat is deliberately trying to sow discord, taking advantage of their mutual suspicion to kill them all one by one. He's just not a good person. His strength is stronger than any of us. We can only unite to kill him off piece by piece. Everyone mustn't be compelled by his words. Go on together and finish him off. The leader was speaking grandiose words while looking at the countdown of the props in his hand. Only 20 seconds left. Almost there. In fact, this time, there is no need to let everyone on. But there are only 20 seconds left. He does not want to have any accidents. Let all these people go to stall that guy, in order to ensure that he really can borrow the props to leave. Moreover, he was not sure how many people the props could actually take away. And the fewer people there were, the safer it would definitely be. When his minions swarmed up, Long Aotian was anxious. Can it be that we have to let this person go like this? Well, at this time a red figure descended from the sky. Long Aotian's heart rejoiced. Boss, you finally came. Then he proudly looked towards those little brothers who surrounded him. Just you guys have a boss? As if anyone doesn't have a boss. My boss is much more powerful than your bosses. Before Su Mumu landed on the ground, the arrow in his hand had already shot out. The leader watched that one arrow shoot towards him, but he didn't dare to make any movement. 5 seconds. Only 5 seconds. With their distance, that arrow shouldn't be able to hurt him within 5 seconds. As long as he was calm and didn't move, and waited for the time to pass, he would be able to disappear before that arrow reached him. He desperately brainwashed himself. But he was too scared. The speed of that arrow looked very fast. Was 5 seconds really possible? His eyes widened as he forced himself to stand still. But his body's instincts made him stop trying to escape. Stop trying to dodge. But he knew he couldn't escape. Couldn't escape to where? This person's reinforcements have already come. Just that one guy. They are very hard to deal with. If they add this woman in front of them, who looks even more powerful, they are definitely going to die here. He closed his eyes. Just shoot it. Even if it hits him, he still has to leave this place. Leaving this place will give him a chance to be able to live. He is an infected person. He won't die that easily. As long as this arrow doesn't hit his brain, he will definitely be able to live. However, before that arrow hit him, a beep sounded in his head. Sorry. Prop activation failed. Prop disappeared. Teleportation failed. The leader's heart froze. And it was at this time that the arrow hit him. He could never figure out exactly why his prop had failed to activate, as the arrow shot straight into his head, not giving him an extra chance. Su Mumu didn't even give him an extra look. In fact, Long Aotian didn't even need to worry that much, since these guys had already entered this school's boundaries. It wouldn't be that easy to get out. That barrier was able to shield everything. Even this special prop wouldn't be able to play a role in the school, teleporting this person out unharmed. This was also why this prop would fail to activate here, as his teleportation target was a location outside the barrier. The leader had set the coordinates of the prop before entering this school. He had always been very careful in his nature, and this school just looked very wrong, which was why he had made preparations beforehand. But it turned out that he hadn't expected that this caution of his wouldn't work here at all. After all, he was facing an absolute crushing of strength. Before he lost his life, all he saw was that woman constantly pulling the bow and arrow in her hand. And then an arrow was shot towards those infected guys beside him. Those guys didn't even seem to have a chance to resist. They just fell straight down, a miserable scream accompanying him. Dying under the hands of such an expert didn't seem to be too unjust. This was the last remaining realization he had. Chapter 96. It took 3 hours for this battle to finally end. Sumumu came to realize that the most powerful of these people was not the leader, but one of the minions who was hidden amongst all the infected. His strength is actually stronger than the leader, but he is not the kind of person who is pleased with the results. So when someone wants to be the leader, he will hide behind that person, let that person go to make the head by himself, and he would honestly follow all of them. This was a lesson he had learned after experiencing several worlds. No matter what time of the day, Kikuro will definitely hit the head first. Want to live to the end unharmed. Naturally, it is best to keep a low profile. Just like this leader. He became the boss. But the first to die is also him. Even if he has a special item, so what? Or not directly hang up here. And their own is a little brother. Can be successfully hidden in the little brothers to do things do not need too much effort. Do not need to rush too far ahead. Only need to judge the situation quietly, analyze the current situation. Make the most favorable decision on their own. The most important thing to do is to analyze the current situation and make the most favorable decision for themselves. But this time they faced the evolved people is really too powerful. Even if he used all his efforts to hide behind others, but did not succeed in escaping, and ultimately was killed. But before he died, he also injured a lot of people on the other side. It is also worth it. Sumumu's side also has a lot of people injured. But the good thing is that no one died, and the infected in this world because of the combination of the ghost shadow. So the virus on their bodies also weakened. This is how it is in this world. All things are only the opposite of each other. They have the ability of the ghost shadow. Naturally, they need to give some of their original infectious power. This is convenient. They are ordinary people and evolved people. Even if they are injured by those black and white people, those injuries on their bodies can be healed without having to become infected. Cleaning up the battlefield only used 1 day's time. The rest of the time, they are this world slowly restore the original state. However, this matter did not require Sumumu to do it herself here. Zhang Jing contacted the disciples of those metaphysics masters, and in turn contacted the officials, asking them to cooperate with the officials to create a number of purification weapons. Of course, Sumumu did not less behind the scenes to advise, and also provided some special materials. Combined with these special materials, the officials created a large number of weapons, using these weapons to attack those buildings that had been eroded by ghosts. They were able to turn it back into color. Zhang Jing also continued to study with those metaphysical masters and researched a powerful evolutionary formation. And it took a few years to turn the entire world back into its original form once again. As the entire world slowly functioned normally, this school of theirs also returned to normal once again. As the new semester began, the BNB-style small courtyard that the school had previously requested to start construction also opened. But this time, this BNB-style courtyard wasn't for people to live in, but was completely transformed into a landscape. There was a lot of information on display here, all about that time when the whole world was eroded by black and white colors, and even the origin of that underground palace and what it did. Everything was put here in plain sight for all to see. Officials have never avoided this part of history. Not only that, but also have been using this to give the students of various schools, as well as the people of the world popularization, wanting them to always improve their own ability, ready to deal with all kinds of crises at any time. When Sumumu returned to her original world, Zhao Fuqiong's house next door was blowing gongs and drums, seemingly celebrating something. As she looked through the window, it seemed like the family was entertaining guests. Sumumu didn't bother to pay attention to what exactly they were celebrating over there. She just picked up her own small purse and went to the supermarket to make a big purchase. It was only when she was out of the neighborhood that she heard the amas in the neighborhood discussing that it was that ex-boyfriend of Zhao Fuqiong's family who had died. And Zhao's parents were so happy that they threw such a banquet. Didn't they say it was to celebrate his daughter getting some kind of award? Alas, what do you know all? This thing is just superficial. Others in the end is also dead. It is not good to celebrate. Find a reason just. That's also true. But people's daughters were that kid harmed so bad. Hate him is also very normal. Now that kid is also considered evil. This is the truth. Do people not cannot be too bad. People Zhao's daughter to him so good. He still think a pit people. Divided all divided. He actually still go around between them those things everywhere. Want to make people's daughters cannot marry. He also do not think of these business people which have a good deal of trouble. He harm people's daughters so bad. People where it is possible to put the family's property to he is not thinking about these businessmen who are good at what they do. He has harmed his daughter so badly. Since the matter has already been made public. It's an eternal enemy. He actually still has the delusion of making conditions with the Zhao family saying that as long as the Zhao family gives him all of their property, he'll let Zhao Fuqiong go. This kid is also too vicious, right? Can't get to be destroyed. Two people just talk about a love affair. People do not owe him anything. Why do you have to be so driven to the end of the world? Agu. Can you reason with a crazy person? Anyway, people nowadays don't care about this. He's just too backward in his thinking. Probably because he's not well read. That's why he thinks people will give him all their property just because of this kind of thing. People hold money in their hands. The big deal is to send their daughters out to study and find a place where no one knows them to start over. So what's wrong with that? Now it's good. That kid is gone. And the family is completely free of worries. Auntie's gossip voice more and more far away. Su Mumu also walked into the district outside the supermarket. For Chen Fei Xian's death. She was not surprised. Because this person was the one they killed. After clearing out all the infected again, Su Mumu realized that there was someone who looked very familiar. It was only when she got closer that she realized that the person was an old acquaintance. Chen Fei Xian originally thought that he was just a person in this world. When he first started to enter this world, he also lamented that this guy is really bad to the bone. Changed the world. The character is still so detrimental. As a result, I didn't expect people to follow the original goods that came from the original world. No wonder the character and approach were exactly the same. No wonder after she rejected this kid, he left from the school in the night. And at that time, their counselor even found himself to ask about the situation. At that time, it was said that he left because something happened at home. But now that I think about it, it was because he found out that neither he nor Zhou Yiren were characters in the game world. So he ran away. This kid should be entering the game world for the first time. That's why they know that they are players after the scared to escape. Afraid that they will find him revenge and so on. He does not think he is worthy of it. I didn't expect that this kid is bad by nature. After entering the game, he is also infected. Mixing among those infected people. Wanting to fish in troubled waters. But the result is still giving his life. And when he died, he didn't even have a splash. It is no wonder that when Su Mumu appeared at the beginning, one of those infected people immediately fell down in fear. Unfortunately, Su Mumu didn't clean up this person. He was still killed by the others. In the midst of the game world. What would it be like to die in the real world? Su Mumu is not clear. But vaguely also guessed that it might not be anything good. Now Chen Fei Xian tried it on his own. And gave her a live rendition of what would happen if he died in the game world in the real world as well. Only the cause of death in the real world will arrange a reasonable explanation for him. For example, now this guy's cause of death is a car accident death. For Su Mumu, this person is also considered to have played a certain role for her. Right? Anyway, she didn't have any feelings about this person's death. On the contrary, Zhao Fuqiong's family was very happy about his death. And even in the evening, Zhao Fuqiong sent over a small cake to her, saying that she wanted to celebrate with her. This rubbish man also caused harm to you in the first place. Although it is said that you may not care. After all, the harm he did to you may not be much in your eyes. But this man's death is also a thing worth celebrating for you. Right? After saying that she forced a piece of cake into Su Mumu's hands. A cake delivered to the door was good for nothing. And what Zhao Fuqiong said was also considered reasonable. The several worlds after that went very smoothly. It seemed that because that game system had been caught to receive punishment for the time being, it didn't jump out again and purposely wreak some havoc. As a result, Sumumu could enter the game world normally like any other gamer. And the difficulty of all the games was also normal, and didn't increase the difficulty additionally. He not only set up the previous long for BNB small courtyard, even built a villa group, sky garden and so on house. In short, it is also in the game will be her landlord game addiction. But right now, her biggest problem is not what the game world brings her, but her dad. At the end of the 8th world, Su's father approached Joiran. At that time, Joiran and Sumumu had already been in love for a long time in the game world. After all, the passage of time in the game world and the real world are different. In the real world, they may just be a couple of months together. But in the game world, they have even been married twice. I don't know if the game world is based on people's real relationships for the arrangement. These two people since in the real world also become a couple. Into the game world, the relationship is no longer like before. Just simple classmates instead has begun to enter the community. As a working person in a piece, sometimes two people are colleagues. Sometimes even have been just married newlyweds. Gradually with the experience in the game world, the two people's feelings are more and more stable. But her dad didn't know when he knew about this matter, and found his way to Joiran's front. Hello, uncle. Joiran did intend to propose marriage at the door, after he and Sumumu made a couple for the first time in the game world. But Sumumu said she wanted to wait until she was completely settled. So it was delayed until now. But Joiran for Su's father's preferences have been understood clearly. Chapter 97. Joiran is never the kind of things do not do. Prepare for the people. He is used to saving for a rainy day. As long as he has an idea of a thing, then it must be that thing to the extreme. The emotion of Sumumu is even more so. Since he has made up his mind to spend his life with Sumumu, then everything about Sumumu he will understand clearly until the time is right to do. Su's father's preferences is he has long been investigated clearly. Is to prepare for the day to be able to use. The world's accident is too much. Not everything will wait for you till all the preparations are done before coming to the door. So once there is an opportunity, he will be prepared little by little to do well. I did not expect at this time on the use of it. Su's father looked at the handsome young man, took out his favorite tea leaves. And then to his favorite brewing method will be the cup of tea in front of their own. And opened his favorite pastry box. Suddenly this heart has a few points of satisfaction. Originally also angry mood was soothed a lot. Other than that, this kid's taste is very similar to his. After all, it is his daughter's choice of man, of course not bad. Dad is not the kind of thing to do impulsively, without any preparation to find people to settle scores of people. Before he came to the natural is also this boy to investigate a clear. When he knew that this boy and his daughter used to be in the same high school. When he seemed to remember what to. My daughter from the previous study is not good. This and their own education. From childhood to the age of his daughter. As long as happy. Let her peace of mind to do what they like to do. As for the academic performance, is not the main thing. So my daughter's academic performance is not too bad. But not the best. She has been focusing on writing this thing. And no extra energy in other subjects. So my daughter has always been very parochial. But suddenly one day, she was like a chicken blood general desperate to learn. No matter what subject she is desperate to learn. Even if that subject before she hated very much. At that time, he found something wrong. But look at his daughter seems to be enjoying herself. He did not stop. After all, his daughter has grown up. Have their own pursuit. Is also a very normal thing. But then the daughter went to college. The enthusiasm for learning this thing suddenly faded. But that time the daughter has been quite happy. So he did not put this matter in mind. But now the daughter suddenly, and this man together. And the two are also very good feelings look. Followed by the boy in junior high school and daughter is also the same school. And this boy in junior high school, when the change is very big. Not only in learning, but also appearance. And this boy at first originally should not be, and his daughter read the same high school. But he later not only read the same high school with his daughter, and even found a special relationship to change the class and daughter in the same class. This boy has not had contact with any member of the opposite sex since junior high school. And the only woman he has had contact with is his own daughter. Between the two have not contacted for 5 years. The result of a sudden contact directly and a piece of contact with all the things that have happened. That they have not had anything before the ghost to believe it. But Sue's father, for this kind of boy's trick, completely do not believe that his own daughter is so lovely and kind. It is not good to say that she was cheated by someone. However, this boy looks quite good, and is not the same as those scummy guys who like to cheat on girls. So he planned to come to the door himself to meet him for a while. Originally wanted to hold the frame. After all, the family has raised so many years of watery cabbage. So by this pig to the arch, the heart is more or less still a little unconvinced. But this boy hands and feet between the temperament let him feel very satisfied. He is very good. Joey Ren naturally knows what Sue dad came over for. At the moment do not need Sue father interrogation what will be one by one and Sue moo between everything and disclose. Including his junior high school photos are taken out to Sue father has seen. This matter is not even known to Moo. Can uncle treat it as a secret between us? You want to deceive my daughter? Listening to the boy in front of him recounting those past events that happened between him and his own daughter. Even though Sue's father was an old man in his 50s, he still felt the pink bubbles that filled the air. It was quite romantic. These two children are destined for each other. The heart has already been considered to accept this prospective son-in-law. In the end is his own daughter likes the person, no matter what the other side is like. In fact, he did not intend to do anything. Only want to come to see how the other side of the character. But as soon as he heard that this kid actually want to have a common secret with himself to hide from his own daughter, the head of the heart, although he felt sweet and happy, and son-in-law relationship so good is also quite good, but hide from his daughter and what not. He did not do it. Of course I won't cheat her. I just want to find an opportunity to tell her personally. Joey Ren smiled. No wonder Su Mumu was raised so well. His own future father-in-law could be really precious to her. That's more or less the same. Ahem. You young people's matters are of course left to you young people to resolve on your own. I'm an old man who won't just meddle in matters between you. Father Sue's reply was a bit awkward, but it also showed his clear attitude. I see that you're still at work, so go about your business. I won't bother you. Take this thing. You may be able to use it one day in the future. After saying that, Father Sue handed over a black bead to Joey Ren's hand. Joey Ren took a look at the bead. It was actually a special item for Sue's father's identity. He wasn't clear. He only knew that he was different from the others. He knew that Su Mumu and he were both gamers in their own right. But he didn't expect that Father Sue's hand also had a special item. Could it be that he was once a gamer as well? This special item is a defense type of thing. Only this thing can only be used by the user on other people's body, and can't be used on their own body. That is to say, this thing is a defense item that can be used to protect other people. This thing is also very useful when it is said to be useful. And it's also very chicken ribs when it is said to be chicken ribs. Anyone who had worked hard to obtain a special item in the middle of the game, only to find out that they couldn't use it themselves, would of course feel that it was ribbed. However, if someone like Father Sue had someone he wanted to protect, this item would be very useful. Especially if he was like him, always bound to the same game as Su Mumu. This thing was the best thing. But whenever Su Mumu was in any danger, he could take this thing out and use it. It could properly safeguard Su Mumu's safety. Now, he and Sue's father were considered to truly have a shared secret. With Sue's father's secret, Joey Ren and Su Mumu entered the game world once again. This time, it was the 10th game world that they entered. According to the game system settings, if they finished this world, they could get a chance to enter the first world. They had to get this chance before they could implement the plan that they had thought of before. But they didn't expect that the setting in the world they entered would actually be like this. Is this true? Joey Ren and Su Mumu both stood in the hospital, looking at the gynecologist in front of them with a bewildered expression. And Su Mumu's hand was holding a lab slip, which showed that Su Mumu was already 8 weeks pregnant. Of course it's true. Like you young people. Busy working every day. Do not pay attention to their own body. Physiological period are more than a month late to come over to check. The gynecologist obviously hadn't seen couples reacting like them for the first time. And not only didn't find it strange, but smiled instead. There were quite a few couples who wanted to get pregnant. And it was so hard to get pregnant and check it out. But they couldn't believe it and were so happy and silly. Exactly the same reaction as these two people in front of them. It can't be, actually. Su Mumu lowered his head to look at his flat belly. How to see is not like pregnant, What the hell is going on in this world? How can they set up such a thing out? Obviously the two of them do not have the premise of pregnancy. In the past world, even if it was set up that the two of them were a couple or a husband and wife, they didn't mess up with people's lives. And at that time, they were all very focused on this aspect. Plus, both of them were in the middle of the game world and didn't have the chance to do anything together. So there had been no concerns in this regard. Both of them were very clear that if they couldn't get out of this game world, they shouldn't have children even if they got married. It was because they couldn't give their children a secure future. But it was unanticipated that in this world, at the very beginning, she was already pregnant. You're so happy, aren't you? If I say you were also married for 3 or 4 years. This time pregnant. But also the will of God. Your body has been quite good. It is nothing to give birth to. In a moment I will give you a checklist. Go to do some pregnancy tests. If there is no problem, go back to take care of your body. The doctor was obviously familiar with them, even knowing how many years they had been married. Numbly, they followed the doctor's instructions to do the tests. Then after getting the results, the two of them sat in a cafe next to the hospital. What the hell is going on? Why is this happening? The two had made a lot of preparations before entering this world, but never expected that this world would give them such a big surprise as soon as they came in. Of all the preparations they had made, this thing was not included. I'm not too sure. But what do you think? Joey Ran looked towards Su Mumu's stomach. He had never thought about the fact that Su Mumu would carry his child. It's not that he hasn't thought about it. When he was in high school, he also had fantasies about their future life. Getting married, having children, and living happily ever after. On the night that she confessed. But he never thought that this thing would really come true. Nor did he ever think that it would come true under such circumstances. It was just too dreamy and unreal for him. I think this matter must be a ghost of the game system. In the post-apocalyptic world, a woman who is pregnant would be an absolute fatal blow to her. Not to mention the dangers of giving birth. Just the cycle of pregnancy alone was going to be harder for her to survive than everyone else. Pregnant women needed more nutrients. It would be more difficult for them to move around when facing natural disasters. And there would be a large amount of blood that would attract zombies when giving birth. Even if the cycle of pregnancy all the way to birth is very safe, and she manages to give birth to the child, it doesn't make it safer. It makes it more dangerous. Because a child that could be crying all the time is a siren that is carried with her. This alarm will not be divided into time or place. As long as he wants to cry, he will cry. And his cries will definitely attract more zombies. Most importantly, in a post-apocalyptic environment, the food a child needs is much harder to get. Even if all these problems were all solved. Right. But you would have to spend at least 10 years to protect this weak life, in which he would not give you anything back, but would only need you to keep looking for food for him, and keep taking care of him and protecting him. Most of the women in the post-apocalyptic environment are already having a hard time even protecting themselves, let alone having to protect a child. So this matter must be a deliberate trick by the game system, in order to make her hang up in this world. Thinking about it, Su Mumu felt very angry. This game system is also a little too cheap. A little personnel do not do. Miss Landlord, the game system was not a human being. Please do not measure him by human standards. This guy, he can do anything. So Miss Landlord must be careful to act. The landlord system spoke out at this time. Can you sign an employee contract with the child in my stomach? Su Mumu couldn't help but ask the landlord system. Theoretically it can't, unless Miss Landlord gives birth to this child. Then there is still a possibility that I can sign a contract with him. But this child doesn't have any labor force, and is of no value to me as a system. But since he is Miss Landlord's child, then I can make an exception and sign a pet contract with her as the system's mascot. A pet contract? Isn't there any other way? There is. But this method may not be agreeable to Miss Landlord. Tell me what solution. I can send this child to a safe world like a game system. But since this child exists under special circumstances, he also has to have his own mission to be able to live like any other ordinary person. Even if he's not born, as long as he can grow into a human form in Miss Landlady's womb. But as a professional system, this unity still advises Miss Landlady not to get pregnant and give birth in such a situation. It's a conspiracy of the game system. I know. Su Mumu of course knew that this child shouldn't exist. She actually didn't have any feelings for this child right now. After all, this pregnancy wasn't conceived by her, and the child wasn't something she wanted. If she really had to make that decision, it wasn't like she couldn't do it. It was just that she didn't think that the game system would let her achieve that so easily. What? You're going to abort this baby? When the gynecologist saw the two of them go and come back, he thought they had dropped something here. As a result, I didn't expect them to drop a heavy bomb on the gynecologist as soon as they opened their mouths. Hasn't your couple's relationship always been quite good? And you've been actively preparing for pregnancy. And isn't this child something you've always wanted? How come you don't want it all of a sudden? The gynecologist said there was no way to understand the decision. If those couples who were not in a good relationship, or those young couples who were hiding forbidden, if those couples who were in a bad relationship, or those young couples who were hiding forbidden fruit, came to him to say this, he would be able to understand. However, the couple in front of him had always had a very good relationship, and both of them had always been very excited about their child. Even this morning there was nothing wrong with their behavior. As a result, now they suddenly came to tell him that they didn't want this child anymore. Crazy? Our plans have changed. Su Mumu naturally couldn't possibly tell this doctor something like the end of the world was coming, and it was impossible to have a child under a natural disaster. I know. You guys must be pregnancy phobic. Let's do it this way. I'll give you an order to go and talk to a psychiatrist. And then after a few days you can come back to me. If it was anyone else, he probably wouldn't have minded his own business. After all, this kind of thing was someone's own decision. But the couple in front of him were his friends. So of course, he couldn't possibly watch them make a wrong decision on this, in case they reacted to it in the future and would regret it. Nowadays, there are many people who want to get pregnant so desperately, and then can't believe the facts when they do get pregnant. Then, they develop a kind of avoidance mentality, thinking that it is better not to have this child. This doctor said nothing, and was not willing to agree to their surgery. This reaction of his Su Mumu was also kind of expected. Since the game system had made this setting, it would definitely stop them. But they are not only in this doctor here to do the surgery. Other hospitals are more doctors. Su Mumu and Joey ran a piece from the hospital out. Simply directly hit the car to report the address of another hospital want to go over. However, their car drove to halfway directly broke down. What is this? Su Mumu angry smile. She stretched out her hand and wanted to get another car. But just at this time, a thunderstorm appeared in the sky. That one thunder was unbiased and happened to strike right next to them. Su Mumu was startled, and was angry and wanted to open her mouth to curse that bullshit game system. But the result was that immediately after that, one after another thunderbolt from the sky struck down, and fell on various places throughout the earth, and was not just limited to the range around them. This is? Su Mumu was a bit confused. A heavenly disaster. Joey ran was a bit quicker than her reaction, and immediately led her towards an underground passage, since the game system teleported them here and then gave them a child to begin with. There was absolutely no way that they would give them any chance to be able to get rid of this child unharmed. The point in time when they teleported here must have been a little while before the natural disaster was about to start. Just to tease them, letting them know that they already had a child, and also wanting to watch what decision they would make. When they had finally made up their minds, the system had finally taken action, preventing them from putting this dilemma to rest by sending the natural disaster directly to them. When the natural disaster had already begun, it was absolutely impossible for them to find another hospital willing to do this kind of surgery for them at this kind of time. The hospital would definitely be in chaos at this time. These thunderbolts didn't recognize people. They struck everywhere. The whole earth was now filled with all kinds of lightning, and people were screaming everywhere. There were just too many injured people. Where would the doctors at that time still do that kind of surgery on healthy people like them? Damn it! Su Mumu was furious. Let's find a safe place first. Then we can think about this matter. Joey Rang grabbed her hand and calmed her down. Su Mumu also knew that this was the only way at the moment. The two quickly followed the crowd to find an air raid shelter, and there were already quite a few people hiding inside. And the officials also quickly dispatched the police and the army to arrange for people to take refuge in an orderly manner. The thunder and lightning lasted for 3 hours, and it was only after 3 hours that it finally stopped. When people came out from underground, what they saw was devastation. The entire city had lost power, and all the buildings were more or less damaged. It was because those thunderbolts were too powerful, casually striking down and being able to split a large crack out of the intact concrete floor. There were quite a few people on the street who were struck by lightning. Their bodies became charred and lay there horribly. The big screen on the square was constantly broadcasting news related to this inexplicable lightning. This electronic screen was really too lucky. All the other facilities were struck, and could not be used. Only it was still able to broadcast normally. I don't know whether it was intentional or not. In any case, the images played on this big screen were all very horrifying. Everywhere was miserable. Looking at these things on this big screen, everyone's heart was born with infinite fear. The prediction shows that the next lightning will be delivered in 3 hours. Please be careful, and try to find a safe shelter to take refuge. The anchorwoman on the big screen directly blacked out after saying this sentence. The crowd only then realized that the piece of big screen had already been split from the middle long ago. That a crack was very deep. A normal screen being split out with such a crack was absolutely impossible to continue broadcasting anything. But what the hell was going on in the end with those images just now? Who in this piece of already rotten electronic screen broadcast that paragraph of news? The people in the room developed a fear of lightning, but also a fear of this unknown ability. Aliens! It must be aliens! Someone in the crowd shouted out. In this instant, the crowd seemed to be reminded by him. Yes, only aliens would be able to create such strange lightning that appeared out of nowhere. Right? There wasn't any foreign object above their high altitude. And the clouds were all normal. They knew in their hearts how the lightning was formed. But when the lightning appeared before, the whole sky was still clear. And there was not the slightest sign that thunder and lightning would appear. However, so many lightning bolts appeared in the entire world and even globally. No matter where they were. It is absolutely impossible for this to happen at the same time. The only way for this to happen is for someone to release lightning all over the world on purpose. So who would be able to release so many large lightning bolts all over the world at the same time? Only aliens. People on this planet can never have this kind of ability. Not only did ordinary people make such speculations, but the heads of various countries also began to search for the cause of this lightning. And they all set their sights on outer space. However, there was no such similar creature in outer space that was capable of placing lightning on this planet. Not to mention the aliens. Even the satellites were operating normally in outer space. At 8 o'clock in the evening of that day, the countries of the world unanimously issued a statement saying that the lightning was not created by aliens, and that they had not found any extraterrestrial beings in outer space. Originally, this statement was meant to calm the fears of the people. But after this statement was issued, the people panicked even more. If it is not aliens, then they live on this planet itself to create these lightning? Can they still live? Everyone was scared to death thinking about this. And some even felt that the underground shelters they were in were no longer safe. There were quite a few people who had become insane after this statement was made, running around and screaming. More people were only able to hide in their underground shelters and shiver, not even daring to go back to their homes. No one knowing when the next lightning would appear. The anchorwoman on the big screen said that there would be the next lightning in 3 hours. But after 3 hours there was no lightning. The countries that had been standing by were all a bit confused. It was said that it would appear in 3 hours. But nothing happened. In fact, the original defense based on the preview on the broken screen was already quite ridiculous. But this kind of thing. Although they said they did not want to believe it. But they could not help but believe it. After all, they are now confused about the emergence of these lightning bolts. The only clue was the teaser broadcast on the broken screen. Defending was only because it was better to believe it than not. If they defended and the lightning didn't appear when it was time, it would be fine, and there wouldn't be any loss. However, if they said that they caused more casualties when the lightning came because they didn't defend, it would be a breach of trust on their part. But now that the lightning hadn't appeared, then did they still need to wait as tightly as before? Everyone was at a loss. Luckily, the commander who was in charge of directing these people to do the defense was still in his right mind, stating that all of them would have to wait tightly and remain where they were. Lightning does not appear. They have to keep a good guard to ensure the safety of all the people at the same time, but also divided more energy to start repairing the original damaged areas and go to those collapsed buildings under the rescue. Su Mumu and Joiran were also in one of the shelters. They originally wanted to return to their home in this world. However, when they arrived at their home in this world, but stood outside the door are dumbfounded. Although know that the lightning is very likely to be the game system for them to come up with things, but did not expect that game system so childish. And even against their home in this world bombardment, their home in this world directly to the explosion of a shattered. Is it interesting to engage in this way? Su Mumu was speechless. In the end, they were only able to follow the large force into the underground shelter and hide. The landlord system also lost its voice after this lightning. It seems that game system was studied for a long time before it finally researched out. through this lightning can isolate the landlord system from them. No wonder the game system had honestly not done anything in these few worlds. So it was waiting for them here. Because the landlord system had no way to use it. Long Aotian was not able to cross over to this world with them. Originally, they had actually thought about this possibility. Long Aotian had experienced one less world than them. Without the landlord system, Long Aotian would never be able to teleport to this world with them. After all, the world level is different. Even if there is a landlord system to bring Long Aotian to this world, it's not really a good idea. Now there is no more of this distress. Just hope that Long Aotian can survive well in his own world. What do we do now? Su Mumu was very annoyed. The moment she came, she encountered so many difficulties. And she was still carrying one in her stomach. And she didn't know if it was because of the hormonal changes caused by the little life in her stomach. She felt that it was hard to calm down her emotions. And at this moment, she even wanted to directly destroy this world. Respond to all changes with no change. Follow everyone together first. Joey-ran was very calm. No matter what, he would protect Su Mumu. And for him, right now, as long as the two of them were together, no matter what happened, it was actually not a problem. Even if they die, the two of them can die together. So what is there to be afraid of? If the two of them were to experience these things separately in two worlds, he might still feel uncomfortable in his heart. Still fearful. Still worried. But now that the two of them were together, there was nothing in this world that could make him feel fearful. Don't worry. The two of us are still together. There is nothing that can make it difficult for us. Joey-ran held Su Mumu's hand. Now his hand is not like the beginning of the time that cold. After the evolution of these worlds, with the enhancement of his ability, Joey-ran has gradually started to become like a normal person like that. The temperature of the body also began to gradually restore the temperature of a normal person. Although different from the temperature of a normal person. But the temperature of his hand has also been able to warm the heart. Su Mumu was gradually calmed down under this kind of appeasement. And, yes, the two of them were still together. Any more the two of them could figure it out together. There was no need to be so impatient. Everyone. Right now the official people haven't come over yet. We still need to think of our own ways to save ourselves. The rescue from the official side didn't arrive here that quickly. Someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. He was holding a megaphone in his hand. And the sound traveled out from that megaphone, traveling a long way, and silencing the originally rowdy crowd. His words were very right. And everyone present agreed with him. Every shelter has a certain amount of supplies that are used for emergencies. Our priority right now is to find that batch of emergency supplies first, and then get through this night peacefully. The man was obviously well versed in these aspects of evacuation. And under his command, everyone present began to spontaneously form various squads, mostly in family units. Those who hadn't been able to make it back to their homes when the disaster struck. Most of them having fled here in pieces with their own close associates, who had also begun searching for that batch of emergency supplies on a company-by-company basis. The emergency supplies weren't that hard to find. After all, their purpose when they put them away in the first place wasn't to make it impossible for the people who had fled here to find this batch of emergency supplies. These underground shelters would not be openable during normal times. And there was no way for ordinary people to enter here. So it was safe to put this batch of emergency supplies in a place that wasn't hard to find. The underground shelters have certain sensing devices that will automatically open when a disaster is sensed. Even if there was a problem with the automatic sensing device, there was someone near the shelter who could open it manually. And this man seemed to be one of those staff members. After the emergency supplies were found, this man naturally became the person responsible for distributing this batch of emergency supplies. After all, no one knows how to apply this batch of emergency supplies better than him. Su Mumu and Joey-ran were also given 2 blankets, a portion of bread, and a portion of water. We have too many people coming into this underground shelter. It exceeds the portion of emergency supplies prepared. So you guys will be a little accommodating and deal with the emergency first. Wait until tomorrow when someone will come over. We will have the supplies by then. The man also explained as he distributed the things to the two of them. He then looked at Su Mumu and suddenly opened his mouth to ask, "May I ask if you are unwell or pregnant?" This question was asked rather subtly. In fact, he wanted to ask Su Mumu if she was in her physiological period. The person who prepared this batch of emergency supplies at the beginning was very thorough. And there were also female physiological supplies in this batch of emergency supplies. If there were women in need, he would distribute these supplies to those women. I'm pregnant. When Sumumu said this sentence, there was still a little bit of unnaturalness. But after these few hours, she had already accepted her current situation, and was able to say this sentence very frankly. Then this is an extra portion for you. When he said this, the man also glanced uneasily at Joey-ran, emphasizing this point in particular. Sumumu and Joey-ran did not feel anything strange, because not far away from them, there is a man is taking bread and water to eat, and his side is a pregnant woman whose stomach is high. Just now this husband and wife that also had an argument. The content of the quarrel is because the woman is pregnant, so the man distributes the goods to give them an extra share. Originally the man is also good intentions. After all, as a pregnant woman needs nutrition, and ordinary people naturally cannot be compared. So they took care of this one group of people when they distributed the supplies. And everyone agreed by default. After all, pregnant women and ordinary people are of course different. And at such moments are the hardest. However, that husband snatched his wife's portion of the supplies directly, stating that he was not full from a single portion of bread, and only gave that woman a bottle of water to drink. In fact, the portion of bread in these supplies was very large. Not the kind of one by one small bread, but a whole bag of bread. A whole bag of bread has 6 small bread. Although it is not enough to make 2 people eat. But if the 2 people share the food, they will not be very hungry. Families with pregnant women could share 2 bags, or 12 loaves of bread. Not to mention, at least a pregnant woman can get enough to eat. And 12 loaves of bread would be hard for even a grown man to eat them all. But that man selfishly grabbed all the bread in his own hands, and said that by the time the evening came, he would be hungry, and would have to have a midnight snack. Tonight's snack is just bread. Has been very agreed to him. And also said that this woman is useless. Do not know to bring more food when you come out. The woman didn't say anything, but just glanced at her husband in a very aggrieved manner. The argument was not between them as husband and wife, but between the man distributing the supplies and the husband. The man distributing the supplies said that if this husband didn't give his wife the food, he wouldn't have distributed so many supplies to them. The husband began to bite his wife to see if she had any improper relationship with the man distributing the supplies. Otherwise, why should this man take care of his wife so much? The supplies were given to them, and they were theirs. How they wanted to distribute the supplies within the husband and wife was their own business. His wife didn't think there was any problem. So why should he, an outsider, have anything to do with it? The man who distributed the supplies was furious. His face was red. He was not married. He was a single boy. There is no way to understand this kind of marital relationship. What made her most angry was not the man's attitude, but the woman's attitude. Her husband had already done this to her. Yet that woman still ran out and said when her husband falsely accused her, "Don't bother with him. My husband is only 27 this year. He's too young. He's already scared when he meets something like this. That's why he's like this. If he goes hungry again, it will be even harder on his heart. Let him eat. I'm not hungry." The man who distributed the supplies was a whole big speechless. 27 is still young. He is only 20 years old this year. According to this woman's logic, wouldn't he still be a child? Angry to angry. This kind of thing, he is not good to say anything more. Can only eat this loss. Just after the distribution of supplies in the face of pregnant women, he is a little with emotion. Even don't really want to give those pregnant women another share of the supplies. But he also don't want to let other families that don't have the same as that couple to bear the consequences that shouldn't be there. After all, they weren't the ones who had done anything wrong. But he would give those pregnant women a wary look at the husbands beside them when he gave them supplies, and would make a point of emphasizing that the supplies were for those pregnant women. Don't worry. I'm not hungry. The food and water will be given to my wife. Joey-ran couldn't help but laugh in his heart as he was glared at by this man's hateful gaze and explained. The man distributing the supplies was a college student volunteer. Young and vigorous. And being able to endure and continue to do his work was already considered to be good-tempered on his part. If it was someone else, I am afraid that he would have fought with the husband. Chapter 98. I'm sorry. I'm not targeting you. The man who was distributing the supplies was said so by Joey-ran, and was a little less nice. After all, the person who made that kind of thing before is not a person. But he is targeting these people. Is it not a bit of bullying in the meaning of the soft and fearful in the beginning? But he is really because of the previous anger cannot be digested. So some of the anger to these people. Think about it or is wrong. So he honestly apologized. It's alright. Your temper is already quite good. Can I ask? Now that you've contacted the rescue people? Joey Ren actually do not care about this little episode. What rubbish men in this world. And willing to spoil these rubbish men's women have a lot. People a willingness to fight a willing. In a piece of life is also living quite well. These outsiders do not need to interfere in the family affairs of others. Let them enjoy themselves well. Not yet. Speaking of this, the man distributing the supplies became even more depressed. Although he had just been calming everyone present and telling them that the rescue team would surely come. In reality, he had no idea in his heart. He hadn't been able to contact the rescue team so far. So who knew when the rescue team would come? But these things he cannot tell the people present. Will cause them to panic. The man in front of him looks very sensible. He is willing to tell the truth. Then the supplies here are enough to last us a few days? Joey Ren glanced at the shelter in the black crowd. Here is indeed too many people. After all, this is a busy area. Around the office building is very much. There are shopping malls. When the disaster occurred, most of the crowd has been crowded into this shelter. When this shelter was designed, it probably didn't take into account that it could accommodate such a large number of people. And the supplies here should not be enough. 2 days. The man quietly approached Joey Ren and spoke softly. You do not tell others. Because of Joey Ren's mildness. The man on Joey Ren and Su Mumu, this pair of young couple is very good feeling. Also gave birth to the idea of wanting to pull Joey Ren a piece of help. Which is willing to tell him the truth. After all, there are so many people here. Just relying on him alone is no way. The reason why he distributed supplies one by one is also in order to select a team of people. Can help him to stabilize the situation here. If the rescue team never came, they would still have to organize a crowd to go out and search for supplies on their own accord. After all, they were in a commercial street. Although the crowd density was very high. But there was also a big advantage. That is, there were a lot of large-scale superstores in the vicinity. There was absolutely no shortage of supplies. As long as they were willing to go out on their own and take the risk, they would be able to move back quite a lot of supplies. Originally, the portion of emergency supplies involved was just enough for the crowd that a shelter could hold for 7 days. But because they had too many people here, exceeding the number of people that could be held at that time by a few times, the supplies here weren't enough either. I see. Joey Ren nodded and took the initiative to speak. If there is anything you need help with, you can tell me. My wife and I are able to help. Yes, my month is still young, so I don't need to focus too much on that. Seeing that the man distributing the supplies was worriedly looking towards her stomach, Su Mumu hurriedly opened her mouth. Her physical quality was originally quite a bit stronger than ordinary people. Although every time she entered a new world, her physical quality would be more or less affected because of that world's body. If the other party's physical quality was stronger, she probably wouldn't have any additions. But if the other party's body was weak, she would definitely be affected. But it would only be pulling down her various values. But all things considered, her physical quality was still quite a bit stronger than that of an ordinary person. Moreover, her body in this world wasn't weak. Apparently, what that gynecologist said was true. This young couple of theirs had been trying to temper their bodies for some time in order to prepare for pregnancy. So their bodies were still considered good. Now that the child was properly carried in her stomach, coupled with her original physical quality addition. Not to mention that it was stronger than the body of an ordinary woman who wasn't pregnant. It was even stronger than the body of an average evolved person. Moving around wasn't really difficult. It was just a bit worse than her own original mobility. Alright. I'll make a note of it. My name is Zhang Tao. After I finish distributing the supplies, I'll look for you guys to have a small meeting together. You guys take a rest now. Zhang Tao left after saying that. He still had quite a few more supplies to distribute down. And there were some more panicked people that he still had to calm down a bit. What do you think? Compared to the others, the two of them didn't really need many supplies. Su Mumu being an evolved person who had experienced so many worlds where her body had been strengthened. She was fine even if she didn't eat for 3 days and 3 nights. Joey Ren needed even less. He was a zombie king. Zombies originally did not need to eat. Only that he himself liked to live like a normal person. At this particular time, this unnecessary behavior of his was certainly controllable. Follow them piece by piece. Let's have a good immersion experience in this world. How the real end times are. Although the sentence came out as a punch in the face, Joey Ren's words still managed to make Su Mumu laugh. 2 hours later, Zhang Tao gathered all the people he had selected in one piece. In total, there were 13 members. Originally he just wanted to pick 12 males. But because of the addition of Su Mumu, it was 13 members. But even though Su Mumu herself said that she was able to help and didn't need him to treat her specially, in Zhang Tao's heart, she was a female and a pregnant woman. So of course, it was impossible for her to do the heavy lifting. But the two of them were a couple acting together. So if people were willing to be together, he wouldn't deliberately break it up. I've just told you all about the specific situation. So tomorrow we have to think of ways to go out and find supplies. Zhang Tao was not a person who liked pleasantries. And when the people arrived, he directly stated his purpose for bringing these people here. What I mean is that now that a disaster has just occurred outside, most of the people are still hiding amongst the shelters and observing the situation. To go out and look for supplies now, even though it is said to be more dangerous, the probability of being able to find something is the greatest, and we can get whatever we need ahead of the others. And the main thing is that according to the forecast on the big screen, the lightning will appear again. Although the lightning has not appeared even after the forecast time, no one can say when the next time the lightning appears in bulk. But the longer the interval, the greater the probability of the lightning appearing. With that in mind, it's safest for us to go out and look for supplies as soon as possible. Of course, this thing is completely based on everyone's voluntary principle. If anyone doesn't want to go out, they can also withdraw. As soon as the words fell, someone raised their hand and asked, for those who go out to look for supplies and bring them back, do they have to distribute them all to everyone present? They didn't want to risk their own lives to fight for others. Yes, but those who went out to look for supplies can have first pick of the supplies. And they can also get more as long as they take it themselves. Zhang Tao wasn't the type of person who didn't know how to be flexible. Nor was he the type of person who was overflowing with holy motherly hearts. He was well aware that the people present were all just casual acquaintances, and gathering in such an underground refuge was all a hopeless endeavor. None of them owed anyone anything. And going out to look for supplies was also something that everyone was willing to do. But putting their lives on the line for themselves and putting their lives on the line for other people, especially for people that they didn't even know at all, were two different things. What's the percentage? Will those people agree? In a moment, I will announce this news to everyone. Those who go out to look for supplies can get 50% of the supplies they find back. The remaining 50% will go directly to the collective supplies warehouse. And then the supplies will be distributed according to the number of people. And a certain amount of supplies will be distributed every day. And they can follow us out to look for supplies. After all, there is strength in numbers. And the more supplies we can get, the better it will be for us. The more supplies we can get, the more favorable it will be for us. Those who didn't go out to look for supplies will only be able to reach the minimum configuration, which is the bottle of water and bag of bread that I just distributed to everyone. And that's the amount for one day. The moment Zhang Tao said this, everyone didn't say anything, pondering over the fairness of this ratio. Although it was said to be 50%, in reality, those of them who went out to look for supplies could give more than that, as they could also get their share amongst the collective distribution of supplies. Although it was very uncomfortable in their hearts. If this percentage was raised even more, others might also be uncomfortable. That was how the human heart was. Those who were not willing to go out and risk their lives were just waiting here. But they still wanted others to risk their lives to bring back things to distribute to them, and demanded a fair distribution. It was as if those who were willing to go out and risk their lives and had the ability to be able to retrieve the supplies were born to die. This ratio was also something that Zhang Tao had thought over. This was already the highest ratio he could achieve. Any more, and the others might not agree. After all, there was strength in numbers. And he could already foresee that those who were willing to go out were definitely a minority. And most of them were still willing to nestle here and wait for rescue. It was impossible for them, the few, to do anything to this many. And they still had to live in the shelter. And since they had to live together, they had to get along. As a volunteer managing this underground shelter, he would have to play a coordinating role. Then the supplies we went out and searched for. Is it mandatory to turn them all in? After a few minutes of silence, someone finally spoke up. This depends on the situation. But since we've gone out to search for supplies, unless we encounter a special situation where there's no way to find the supplies we find still have to be taken out and counted when we return. Zhang Tao did not say the words to death. That is to say that those of them who went out to search for supplies and hid them with their own skills did not need to take them out. There are a few trolleys here at the refuge. We can use these trolleys to transport back the supplies we find. And these transported back supplies are public supplies. This was already made very clear. The supplies that were transported back using the trolleys were public supplies. And the supplies that were not transported back using the trolleys, those that they themselves carried on their person, belonged to them. For this point the people present are still very satisfied. After all, they are also in need of supplies. If you wait here to rescue, not to go out. Not to mention the death of the life here will be very difficult. Even if not organized a piece of out. Their own is also willing to go out. Even if they weren't organized, they would still be willing to go out. They would be searching for supplies anyway. And it would be safer to have the public organized to go out. They could also take advantage of this opportunity to bring the supplies they needed on their own. As for the part of the public search, it was something that everyone had contributed to. So it was only natural to take it back and distribute it. Waiting until these people here had no objections, Zhang Tao then went to announce this decision to everyone. After all, the dozen or so people here were an elite squad that he had selected. And these people had to be on the same page with him, so that he could organize things properly here. As for the others, feel free. It was also impossible for him to make everyone listen to him alone. When this news all went out, the people present were in an uproar. And there were also people who started to look for trouble with Zhang Tao. Saying anything. Zhang Tao, who originally thought that he only needed to spend 10 minutes to announce the news and then directly choose the people, faced with this kind of scene. It took 3 to 4 hours to pacify everyone and sort out the people who were willing to go out with them the next day. However, excluding the 13 people he had previously found out, in the end, only 7 people out of this large group of people were willing to follow them out on an adventure. This was greatly unexpected by Zhang Tao. After all, today is the first day of the disaster. These people are willing to wait for rescue, not willing to risk their own bodies. He knows. However, there were several thousand people present, and in the end, only 7 people actually came out, which was a result that surprised him. With so many people, could it be that they wanted to wait here for someone else to feed them? It is that 7 people came out, or because the family is really too much. Need a lot of things. And 6 of them are because the family has an old man is sick. Must need to go out to look for medication to come forward. The other one is because he has 2 children at home. Need powdered milk. He is too embarrassed to let the other people to go to the mother and child shop specifically to find his family children eat that brand. Because the others who didn't come forward were those who felt that they could overcome the difficulties before them. That they just needed a little bit of water and bread to be able to live. To get by. They felt that just eating those basics and not asking those of them who went out to find them the special designated things they needed would have been considered good enough. Those people were going out anyway, just dropping by to bring back a little bit of the food and water they needed. What's not to like? They didn't bother them to go out and get anything else specifically for them either. It never occurred to them that food and water for thousands of people would require quite a few hands just to carry those things. And there was absolutely no way that 20 people could retrieve the supplies that so many people would need. No one wants to come out anymore. It's impossible for 20 people to bring back so many supplies. If you all hold this attitude of waiting for others to serve you for free, then none of the supplies that these 20 of us went out to look for need to be distributed to you. Zhang Tao was furious. He was only a volunteer. And the task he received at the beginning was only to ensure that the underground shelter could be opened normally when danger came. As for the death or life of the people in the underground shelter, it actually had nothing to do with him. And it was only because of his sense of responsibility that he was willing to shoulder these responsibilities. However, looking at the rightful appearance of these people in front of him, he was simply going to explode with anger. What in the world are they relying on? Why aren't they assigned to us? This shelter is everyone's shelter. And the supplies inside are also everyone's. And the supplies you have retrieved need to be stored in the shelter. So they must be distributed to us. The one who spoke was the husband who had just been reluctant to share his food with his pregnant wife. You guys can go out and find the supplies. That's what you can do. Just doing what you can is hard for you guys. My mother said it. Those who can do more must take on more social responsibility. The man spoke with a straight face. And those amongst the crowd who did not make a sound. There were even quite a few nodding their heads. Obviously they all agreed with what the man said. Zhang Tao was furious. But he didn't have any better words to be able to refute these people. Because he knew that these people's crooked reasoning wasn't something he could refute by being reasonable. And it was useless to talk nonsense to them. It would only cause more resistance. They wouldn't listen anyway. Instead, they would in turn brainwash them. At this moment, Zhang Tao even wanted to throw in the towel and just walk away. Mom is wrong about one thing. It's not the capable who can do more in this society. It's the fists that speak. Joey Ran stood out in front of everyone and smashed his fist on the ground. The originally smooth and flat ground was directly hit with a nearly 20-centimeter deep pit. That was concrete. Solid concrete. What scared everyone the most was that after this man had smashed a deep pit out of that hard concrete floor with his own flesh and blood, there were no scars on his fist. Monster, you are a monster. That mumbo-jumbo man was so scared that he hid behind his pregnant wife. And his wife also protected her husband in front of her, with the posture of a mother hen protecting her chicks. And also glared viciously at Joey Ran, as if he was going to eat this man who bullied her husband alive in the next moment. Zhang Tao looked to vomit blood. He felt that he had just stood up for this pregnant woman's behavior. Is really too stupid. Joey Ran is not at all the behavior of this couple on the heart. For him, this couple is just a pair of fools completely confused. With a fool in general. Is not his own grade or pulled down? Anyway, this punch went down. The thousands of people present all fell silent. Tomorrow 20 of us will go out to look for supplies. All the supplies we get will be our own. The emergency supplies here will only be enough for all of you to use for 2 days. After 2 days you will have no water or food. Any of you who want to survive well, go out and find a way on your own. Joey Ran knew that the people present here still regarded the emergency supplies as the last straw, thinking that even if they did not go out, with the emergency supplies left here, it should also be enough for them to live on. The rescue team will arrive in 7 days' time, and by then, they can be rescued out unharmed. You guys are lying. The emergency supplies here must have been hidden by you. Naturally, some people do not believe emergency supplies of the matter before the official has been publicized. Just after these emergency shelters built, the official has issued a notice. But also this thing as the official's performance. A good publicity for many days. Individuals are aware of the emergency shelter and the head of the emergency food is prepared. There is a full 7 days of the amount of your own eyes wide open to take a good look. This shelter written above can accommodate the number of emergency shelter is 500 people. And now the number of people in this place is more than 2,000 people. Originally enough for 500 people to eat 7 days of food and water. And now for more than 2,000 people to use. You think can be enough for you to continue to use for another 7 days? I said that 2 days were all that this chap could do, because of his desperate ideas, and the way he squeezed out the distribution. Words to this point. More I will not say again. You guys think for yourselves. After saying that Joey Ran took Su Mumu back to their original place, they must ensure sufficient sleep, to be able to go out on the second day to search for supplies, to ensure the best state. The good thing is that because of that punch just now none of these people dare to approach them. The scope of the place where they are is big enough. For them, this is quite good. They also have to be crowded with those people. After all, the space of the underground shelter is not big, and now crowded with so many people. The selected 20 people with their respective families also crowded into their periphery. And now these 20 people with their families have more than 40 people. Even if it is a small group. These 40 people were aliens to those thousands of people, and were not willing to come near them. And they were actually not willing to be in the company of those people anymore. Brother Joe, should we pick a few people to come out and patrol at night? If not, Joey Ran was willing to help Zhang Tao. This kid's brain was very good, and also courageous and resourceful, and would not lose his judgment because of the change in the situation. Those people were so talked about by us. I can see that their hatred towards us has already arisen. And no one can guarantee that they won't do anything excessive after we fall asleep. Zhang Tao preferred to take a small man's heart for a gentleman's heart. Just in case. Everyone's little life was only once. He didn't want to lose it here somehow. 2. When we go out tomorrow, we should not all go out together. We should leave a few elite ones to stay here. And when the time comes, when we come back, we can help open the gate for us. After saying that, Joey Ran looked towards Su Mumu. I'll stay tomorrow. You guys go out on the line. Su Mumu nodded at him. She and Joey Ran too. To say who is suitable to go out. That is naturally her. Although her landlord's system could not be contacted. Her system warehouse still existed. Just the size has shrunk a lot. But want to go out to hoard some supplies can still be. should be because the landlord system lost contact. So many functions are limited. But as long as there is the existence of the system warehouse, they will be able to come up with a lot more convenience. Their first choice to go home before was also for this. Thinking of going home to be able to take some things to be stored in the system warehouse. In this way, they at least when they are walking outside, some of the things can still be used. To say who stays here is the most suitable. That is naturally Joey Ran, this one-punch Superman. As long as he stays here alone, those people will not dare to act rashly. If he stays here alone, others simply do not need to stay. After all, these people need to go out to look for supplies. Everyone has their own needs to bring back. Now suddenly, if they had to leave some of them behind because of the conflict with those people, some of them might not be willing in their hearts. But it didn't matter to the two of them. With two people going out for one, this family of theirs could still take care of both sides. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. I will take good care of my sister-in-law. Zhang Tao's face was determined. At this moment, he was determined. Even if he gave up his own little life tomorrow, he must protect his sister-in-law. In his opinion, it was all because he himself had failed to organize these people and get them right, which was why Big Brother Zhou had to step in on his own. In order to assist him, Brother Zhou had let his sister-in-law follow them out to search for supplies, separating husband and wife, which was his way of apologizing to Brother Zhou and his wife. Going out to search for supplies is also very dangerous. Who knows when those lightning bolts outside will land again? Sister-in-law. A pregnant woman followed them out together is also very hard. But the two of them must also have their own needs of things. Must get back. Then he must protect his sister-in-law well. Can't let him a pregnant woman out there have any accidents. However, when he waited until the next day, when Su Mumu was in front of Zhang Tao and kicked a man who wanted to come over and grab the supplies in her hand, he realized how outrageous his thoughts were yesterday. Things just happened so easily in a flash of lightning. So fast that they didn't even see clearly how Su Mumu actually moved her foot. They were fully loaded and ready to go early in the morning. Most of the people who came out were carrying a large bag on their backs, thinking that they would be able to come out and search for enough supplies to bring back. After all, it was impossible for them to run out every day. After all, they can't come out every day. If they can find enough supplies at one time, they can come out again unnecessarily. And just wait until the rescue team arrives. Su Mumu's body is also carrying a small bag. Only this small bag is a very ordinary kind of black computer bag. Is a man's. It is Joey Ran's. Accompanying Su Mumu to the hospital check, Joey Ran is carrying such a men's computer bag, also loaded with his computer. It seems that this time Joey Ran is very busy at work, so it will be busy in his wife's discomfort, accompanied by her to the hospital to see a doctor, but also have to work on the back of a computer bag. That's right. In this world, that psychotic game system even arranged an identity for him. Perhaps it was because he had to have this identity to be able to achieve his purpose. Otherwise, where would the child in Su Mumu's stomach come from? But also because of this identity. So Su Mumu now can have a computer bag to use. This computer bag to take out, more or less, is able to cover a little bit. Only this computer bag is too small compared to those big bags of other people, because the two of them took a taxi halfway here. So the two of them didn't carry anything with them. But those people who were originally shopping here were different. They naturally carried quite a lot of things with them when they shopped. At least will carry a shopping bag or something like that. There are some people who originally lived here. After all, this is the city center. Next to not only office buildings also have high-grade residential areas. These people who originally lived here to enter the shelter to escape, originally carried some things with them. It was still possible to spare a bag or two. Sister-in-law, I brought 2 bags with me. When the time comes, all the things contained in this bag will be yours. And this bag belongs to me. Zhang Tao very righteously shared one of the big bags of the 2 bags he had with him to Su Mumu, and then used the smaller bag himself. I'm just a bachelor. One person eats and the whole family is not hungry. In fact, I can't use anything. What you want in a while can be loaded in here. I'll help you carry it. Good. Thanks. Su Mumu nodded and did not reject Zhang Tao's good intentions. Their target was a large supermarket chain in the commercial center. In fact, after coming out from the underground shelter, they discovered that they were not the only wave of people walking on the road as well. After all, when the disaster happened, apart from those of them who were able to run into the shelter in time, there were quite a few people who didn't have the means to enter the shelter. and they found buildings nearby to cover themselves. And some of them even directly hid in their own homes. Now that it's quiet outside, these people's guts are bigger. Some people have the same idea as them. They feel that they have to hoard more things at home now. Not just wait for the rescue team to come over. But there were only 3 or 4 small groups. These small groups just looked at each other. And as if they hadn't seen each other, each of them moved towards their own destination. No one stopped to talk to each other or exchange information. No one knows when those lightning bolts will appear. The priority is to get what they want first. And then if there is extra time, they will exchange information here. After all, this small square of the commercial center is their necessary route. And if they are lucky enough to meet each other when they come back, then they will ask each other how they are doing. Arriving at the supermarket chain without any danger, the group of them began to spread out to get things. When the disaster happened, the supermarket chain was not closed, and there were still a lot of goods scattered inside, seemingly because they were too panicked at that time. So they threw these things on the ground in a messy manner. However, there were still 2 salespersons at the entrance of the supermarket. They didn't look too good, a bit cloaked in a rather tired demeanor as well, but still insisted on standing in place. "Hello. Do you want to go into the supermarket to shop?" The 2 salesmen steeled themselves and looked at them in greeting. "Yes." Zhang Tao came out to speak. It would be best if there were still salesmen here. Originally, he had thought about the question of how to give the money to that supermarket if they were to collect supplies here. After all, the social order wasn't in chaos right now, so they could be too embarrassed to take something and not pay for it. Now that there was a salesman there, they could let the salesman help them count the money. And after they counted the money, they would just pay directly. His mobile phone still had electricity. Last night when he arrived at the underground shelter, after he found that there was no signal, he directly switched off his mobile phone to save electricity. Now he could open it to pay directly electronically. But right now, all the mobile phones have no signal. There is no way to pay electronically. "Do you have any money on you?" The salesman opened his mouth awkwardly. They actually didn't want to stay here. When the disaster hit, they wanted to lock the supermarket's doors before leaving because they were a step slow. After all, if a disaster happened here, it wouldn't be much of a problem at the time. But when the disaster passed, the supermarket's doors were wide open. And by then, any damages would be looking for them. The ones on duty. It was hard for them to evacuate all the people in the supermarket and then close the door of the supermarket. But as a result, before they had time to run, they were left here by the boss's phone call. It was good that the supermarket hadn't had any problems for some time. And they had spent the night in the supermarket last night. And then in the morning, they had opened the supermarket doors, as the boss had instructed them to do, and waited for the people outside to come over to do their shopping. If it wasn't for the fact that the boss gave them 5 times their salary, they wouldn't be willing to work here. But thinking about it, it's quite easy now. There's no one coming over here to buy anything. They just need to guard the gate. And then when someone comes over and asks, they just drive them away. As for how to drive people away, it's by asking them if they have any cash. They do not mean to do this. In fact, now come over in the supermarket shopping less people. Their work is very free. Directly so take 5 times the salary is also quite embarrassed. But there is no way off. Lightning struck all the communication equipment in this world. All the electronic products at this time simply cannot be used. They remind these people in order to let them do not work for nothing, so that they do not go into the supermarket later to buy things out of no way to pay, but also to find their trouble. It would be better to remind them before they go in. Let them think of cash ready to pay, and then let them go in. This way their workload could also be reduced quite a bit, and also save these people the trouble of going in and picking and choosing. There's no way to pay electronically. The people present were all stunned. This world of theirs was all already popularized with electronic payments, and most people had already gotten used to paying electronically. And even the bank's ATMs rarely had cash to withdraw. Oftentimes when they wanted to withdraw a large amount of cash, they had to go to the bank counter to do so. And because people nowadays were already accustomed to electronic payments, most banks wouldn't stock up on cash for a long period of time. If the amount needed is too large, they also have to go and make an appointment a day in advance and then go back on the second day to withdraw it. As a result, they are now told that this supermarket does not support electronic payment. Now this situation where to get cash off. It's not that our supermarket doesn't support electronic payment, but because your mobile phones have been struck by lightning. There is no way to network. And if you can't network, you can't pay. The supermarket salesman knew what they were thinking as soon as he took a look at their expressions. And of course, they couldn't take the blame for this pot. It's not that they don't allow electronic payment here. As long as you can pay out the money. Of course they are willing to accept electronic payment of money, so that they don't have to fall back on the idea of looking for change. But this is not because the current situation does not allow it. They also have a headache. They pay cash. They still have to think of looking for change. And now thought of a way. If there is no change can be found to these people, then directly with the goods to offset. If it were the past, those customers would say that they were using the opportunity to deliberately promote, to sell things that could not be sold to them. But now is not the same. Now most of the people need supplies more than need money. No one would mind anything if they used something against them for that bit of change. Provided, of course, they had to have cash on hand. Phone broken? These people didn't realize this problem. When the disaster happened yesterday, they ran to the shelter at the first time and waited until they found out that their mobile phones couldn't be used. They thought that they were in the basement. So there was no signal, so they turned off their mobile phones altogether, wanting to save a little bit of electricity. After all, there was no electrical circuit in the shelter either, although there are plugs under the shelter. But those plugs are also out of power. They thought it was the underground shelter facilities were not built well enough, so they could not get electricity. And now I think it should be lightning. All the circuits and communication facilities are broken. I didn't realize that it hadn't even been restored yet. And they didn't even have a way to pay for their purchases. Yes, you should still be able to withdraw money from the ATM over there. If you guys are lucky enough, you can try over there. We only accept cash here now. The supermarket salesman gave them a sympathetic look on his face before showing them a clear path. In fact, the salesman was now rejoicing in his heart that he was lucky that he didn't just run home yesterday when the disaster happened. Yesterday, when the incident just happened, there were dozens of salespersons in the supermarket. And in the end, only the two of them were left to run away. So perhaps this was God's way of rewarding the two of them for having a sense of responsibility. If it wasn't for the fact that they had planned to stay and guard the supermarket yesterday, trying to close the supermarket's doors behind them, it would have been impossible for them to be stranded in the supermarket. Now they also had to think of ways to get some supplies to use at home. After all, there was nothing in the dormitory they were staying in. After all, there is nothing in the dormitory where they live. Moreover, the dormitory is quite far from here, and it is quite difficult to run home when the disaster happened yesterday. So it is better to stay in the supermarket. And now they get 5 times the salary every day, and also have no worries about food, drink and clothing, which is quite good. Moreover, there are toilets and washrooms in the supermarket, so if they stay here for too long, they can go directly to the washroom to wash up, which is better than being stuck outside. Look at all these people. All of them are unkempt. Not only no food and no drink, but also have to think of going out to look for supplies. It is simply too difficult. Chapter 99. They have asked the guests who came before. They are not safe in their own homes. Who cannot guarantee that the lightning will not hit their own homes. So in yesterday's disaster occurred, have run to the underground shelter to go. The lucky ones were able to stay in the underground shelter for the night, while the unlucky ones were killed by lightning in the process of running to the underground shelter. Even if they were able to hide in the underground shelter, it wasn't much better. There was no food, no water, no place to take a shower, not even light, and they had to stay there with a lot of people they didn't know, which wasn't comfortable at all. They stay in the supermarket is much more comfortable. At least the supermarket also has a temporary rest room. You can go in and squint for a while. As long as they will be locked up the supermarket door, they will be able to lie inside for a day. Anyway, the boss does not know what they are doing here. Even if you want to spy on them, that the camera cannot be used. So they are absolutely free here. And the boss also said, this period of time their food and drink can be counted in the supermarket account. As long as they keep the supermarket. Do not put these messy people into the supermarket on the good. Until everything is back to normal. The boss of the supermarket will also give them a bonus. After all, at the time of the disaster, only 2 of them thought to save the property of the supermarket. Not with the other salesmen like to run away. And yesterday, when the chaos up, the supermarket also lost a lot of things. Those items they both have to slowly count out, and then reported to the boss. The loss of those items naturally do not need them to be responsible for. The boss cares about the remaining goods in the supermarket. After all, really count up to say, or those things are more expensive number. Because of this attitude of the boss of the supermarket, the two hearts are more or less comfortable. They are out of town to work in the city and have no home, no relatives. A person in which is not over. Now they too all the loss of all by the supermarket bottom. Compared to their own stay at home, and no wages, and no food and drink to be much better. Originally because here overtime dissatisfaction. But also because of these waves after waves of guests to ease the embarrassment. Compared to them, the two salesmen were still safe here. But they needed to be aware that these people would slowly become dangerous as time went on. Hopefully help would come sooner rather than later. Originally, they were still hoping that the world would just stay like this for a few more days. So at least they could get 5 times their salary for a few more days. However, the fact that so many customers were unable to buy supplies made them feel very scared. Because those people left with eyes like hungry wolves, staring at the food and water in the supermarket. This was still the second day counting well. Most of the people were still able to have food and water. But what about a few more days? By that time, they had nothing on hand. They would have to stare at them here. Let's close the gate of this supermarket in a while. Just leave a small gate. When Su Mumu's group left, the two salesmen couldn't help but discuss it. This supermarket has a very huge roller shutter door. After closing this roller shutter door, there is a small door for employees to enter and exit next to it. The two of them can still guard that small door. But they can't guard such a big roller shutter door. The amount of bodies that come out to collect supplies, and buy supplies is just too big. The two of them definitely can't beat that many people. If they only left a small door and closed the gate, there might still be some chances that they could do it. Thus, by the time Su Mumu and the others came back, the supermarket's main door was already closed, leaving only a small door on the side. At first they thought that the supermarket had closed, and were shocked in their hearts. But fortunately someone with sharp eyes noticed that the side door was open. They were lucky that they could still get money out of that ATM. Although we are now in the era of electronic payment, most people still carried bank cards on them. Several people took out money from the machine. And those who didn't have a bank card and couldn't withdraw money exchanged what they had with them. After all, most people nowadays have 1 or 2 trinkets or watches or something valuable on them. If not, they can just mortgage their mobile phones, which are nothing more than bricks and mortar now anyway, and have no way to use them. But if normal society is restored, these thousands of dollars of mobile phones in their hands to sell $1,000 or $2,000 is still worth. They are just using these things for $1,000 or $2,000, or can be exchanged. Su Mumu didn't withdraw money from the ATM. Her mobile phone could pay. There was another woman in the same situation as her. And after the two of them had tried each other to be able to transfer money to each other, they went outside the supermarket and waited. This situation is not unheard of. After all, the situation of lightning striking down and attacking electronics on people is a random event. And not everyone's mobile phones don't work. The two of them were able to buy large quantities of things when their mobile phones were able to be used, which made the people present envious. But then they thought, the things they can transport back here are also limited. Even if the mobile phone can still pay to buy a large number of things, they are not able to carry all of them back. It is still necessary to find them to help. When the time comes, they think of ideas and these two women to discuss. Help them to carry things. And they exchange a little hard work fee. Let them get them some supplies on the good. So think these people also have the bottom of the air. They strut into the supermarket. And then in the supermarket to steal crazy to buy things. The things they need to stock up. But because the hands of the money is not much, they also just stocked up 7 days of things. In the end, these people are also kind of hard. Even if the two women can be electronic payment, they are now on the body of the money and items are not enough to cover the debt. We are all just a little bit of water. Why should they help others to pay all? Not to mention that they will have to get along with each other for a long time. Especially the young woman. Her husband's fist can smash the whole concrete floor into a pit. So there was still some scorn in everyone's heart. But there are still some people cannot handle. When all the things in the supermarket salesman under the operation of the checkout. After a person reported a large pile of things over. In addition, he also pushed 2 supermarkets that kind of trolley. The head is full of things. He took out 2,000 yuan, which he had just withdrawn from the ATM. Then pointed at the woman next to Su Mumu. Ask her to pay for anything that's not enough. That righteous look. As if that woman had something to do with him. But this action of his made everyone present freeze. Because it was clear to everyone that this woman and this man had no relationship at all. Where in the world did he get his backbone? So justified to ask people to pay him off? The woman was still a little embarrassed and wanted to talk to him clearly. I'm sorry. I don't have much money on hand. I can't pay for you. You just pay for me. Just you two can pay electronically. I'm not giving you money. When I can go back later, or resume communication, I'll return the money to you. The man had a face that was taken for granted. As if it wasn't a big deal. Don't be so petty. We are all from the same shelter. This is fate. If you have any difficulties in the future, I will definitely help you. The woman still wasn't too willing. After all, this man had taken such a large pile of things. It wasn't a small amount. At least it had to be a few $1,000s. One thing leads to another. If she helped this man pay, and others followed suit, then how much would she have to pay? This young girl these people do not dare to find. So they only dare to find themselves. After all, this young girl's husband is really too powerful. Able to punch that concrete floor out of the deep pit. Not ordinary people. To put it bluntly, these people just see that she is good to bully. Otherwise, why not go to find that girl to pay off? Just stare at themselves. That is to see their own incapability. Sorry, you don't buy so many things. Anyway, I see your family is not many people. Just 2,000 yuan of things are already enough for you to eat for a week. A week later there must be rescue. There is no need to buy so many things to go back to waste. Also not good to take. The woman persuaded the man kindly. I can buy as much stuff as I want. What do you care how many people in our family eat, how much stuff we can move? Just say whether you're willing to pay or not. The man glared at the woman with a very slightly impatient look. In his eyes, this woman was not very capable, and liked to chirp. He actually looked down on these women. Their hair was long and their knowledge was short. And they wouldn't even use the money in their hands. What rescue or not rescue? Today they came out to see the coat these scenes. Is not in the heart still a number? Not to mention the rescue. The future of society will be messed up into what kind of? Not necessarily it. While now can buy things to hurry up to buy it. Later if the time of chaos. Even if there is money cannot buy things. Money at that time is paper only. Now dead pinch not give him use. It is hard not to put in the hands of the head rot. But these reasons he will not explain to this woman to listen to. Because women are all nonsense. Do not make sense. With them to say these nonsense useless. The woman was scared by this man's fierce look. She didn't want to pay. But she was afraid of what this man would do to her here. She was just one person with a child and two old people. There was no way to do anything to this man. Even if this man wanted to bully her. She didn't have any power to resist. Hurry up. Old me is still waiting to go back and rest. When the man saw this woman's appearance, he knew that this woman was afraid of him. And immediately became even more impatient in his heart. Reaching out to grab the mobile phone in the other's hand and bring it over to pay. These women were just nagging. Things that could obviously be solved in a minute had to drag on for half a day. However, his hand did not grab the mobile phone in the other hand, but instead felt that his whole body flew out lightly. Chapter 100. Things happened in a split second. Not only this man did not react to what happened. Everyone present did not react to what happened. Just saw that man suddenly flew out. The woman almost cried out. The tears were also so scared to hold back. What happened? What happened? Why did the man suddenly fly out? Is it possible that the lightning came again? After waiting for a while, the crowd finally understood what had happened. It turned out to be Su Mumu kicked the man out. The man was kicked out 4 or 5 meters away, and then took a while, but also stayed in midair for a few seconds before finally landing. As the wailing sound of his landing came over, only then did the people present finally look at the woman who moved her foot. Su Mumu. With a surprised face. You? Mom didn't teach you not to bully women outside? As a man not only did not think to protect the old and weak women and children, but also rely on their own strong body. Want to bully the weak? You this kind of man deserves to be beaten. When she said this, Su Mumu covered her stomach. Seems to be afraid that her action hurt the child in his stomach. In the field of people only Zhang Tao knows she is pregnant. Others are not clear that this woman is still carrying a child in her stomach. They only feel that this woman is too powerful and ruthless. Actually a foot will be an adult man to fly. Before they also because her husband is too powerful. A fist will be able to make a deep pit on the concrete floor and very scrupulous about her. And now they finally understand that they need to be scrupulous and not just this woman's husband. The weight of an adult is more than just a piece of paper. This woman, just a light kick, will be directly kicked away. They did not even see the woman to make what strength. Compared to the man who punched out a deep hole yesterday, this woman's light kick looked even more terrifying. Compared to the shock in these people's hearts, Zhang Tao's mood is more complex. No wonder Brother Zhou is willing to let his pregnant wife follow them out to search for supplies by herself. So his sister-in-law's ability is even more awesome. What kind of concept is it to kick such a grown man off with a single kick? I'm afraid that if all of them swarmed together, it wouldn't be enough for my sister-in-law to stuff her teeth. Luckily, he was with Big Brother Zhou and his sister-in-law. The leg must be hugged well. In the future, to eat good food and drink hot water is just around the corner. Who the hell dares to kick me? When the man got up from the ground, he didn't look at Su Mumu. His gaze was towards the group of men. In his opinion, those two women definitely couldn't kick him and didn't dare to kick him. The ones who dared to make a move on him were definitely the group of men. Only men can kick him. His weight is also here. Not just anyone who comes over can kick him. In fact, when he got up from the ground, he couldn't believe that he was kicked off. He was a normal adult. No matter what, it was impossible for someone to just casually kick him out. This is really too fake. Only in the TV series will act like this. But in reality, he did get kicked out and landed on his back. And now he had to find out who that person was, or else he'd lose all his face. But when he looked at the men, none of them responded to him or stepped forward. Instead, everyone looked at the young woman. What are you all looking at her for? Is she your boss? You admit what you did yourself. Now at this moment you want to push a woman out to admit it? The man was very upset. He thought that these men just dared to do nothing. And after beating him up, they wanted to send a woman out to take the blame, thinking that he didn't dare to beat up a woman. But they thought wrong. He was definitely not the kind of person who was extraordinarily magnanimous when he saw that the other party was a woman. If the other party messed with him, even if it was a woman, he would definitely find the other party to settle the score, and would strike even harder. After all, it was impossible for a woman to fight against him. To settle the score with a woman, he didn't have any psychological burden, because he wasn't afraid that the other party would retaliate at all. He was a man. Where would a man be afraid of a woman's revenge? However, none of the crowd paid any attention to him. All of them just looked at the woman. Some were gloating. Some had fear on their faces. And some were even giving him small glances, trying to remind him of something. He was annoyed. What were these people pretending to be nice at this moment? The one who kicked you is me. What are you looking at them for? If you are unconvinced, you can come over and let me kick you again. See if I can kick you or not. Su Mumu was too lazy to talk nonsense with this man. They had already delayed here for too long. They had to go back quickly. When she was taking things just now, she had already borrowed the cover of her bag and directly put a lot of things into her own space warehouse. And when she paid, she also paid 100,000 in one breath, which was definitely enough to buy twice as much of those things he took away. She didn't have much on hand at this moment. What did you say? The man looked at her incredulously, clearly not being able to understand exactly what the meaning of her words was. Is the meaning of what I said not obvious enough? Su Mumu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and simply lifted her foot forward and directly raised one of her legs again, obviously wanting to once again let the other party experience the feeling of soaring. The man saw the situation and quickly backed up. He is not a fool. Just look at this woman's posture are not good. How can he still stand in place to let the other side kick? But he also felt that he is now this way. Very shameful. A big man was a woman 3 or 2 words to threaten to live. How to mix in the crowd in the future, His face to where to put it? I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for her. She didn't say anything. Why are you meddling? So the strong support of a breath as much as possible to let themselves show a little more fierce. This woman's husband is powerful. But not this woman is powerful. And now this woman alone outside. He did not believe it. She can go back to find her husband to come over to the head of it? Besides, he is now looking for other people. This woman wants to meddle. Even her husband should not support her. Right? I'll be nosy today. What can you do to me? Su Mumu sneered. In the face of this kind of rubbish. Of course she couldn't reason with the other party. You? The man was furious, almost about to raise his hand to hit someone. But at this time, A certain man in the crowd ran over and grabbed his arm, stopping him. This person has a pretty good relationship with him. Obviously can't stand to see it anymore. This guy is also really too stupid. They all already reacted this way, and kept giving him a wink. He actually couldn't even grasp the point, and even had to provoke this woman. Don't think about it. He has just been kicked away by others, and now he still wants to fight. Where can he fight? Don't send your little life here. Anyway, they had bought enough supplies. What the woman said earlier was right. Their family didn't have a lot of people buying so many supplies. They couldn't use them back. Why would they want to offend people here? 2,000 yuan was enough for their family to eat for a long time. Okay. Forget it. This matter is originally your problem. If you don't have money, don't buy it. Anyway, if you buy more than one, you can't eat it. And it's a waste to take it back. Why bother to take the bull by the horns here? The rest of them were all living within their means. Even if they needed something that they didn't have enough money to buy, they were still being nice and taking things to exchange with these two women, who had all agreed to exchange with them before. And their attitude was also very good. This is the man will not speak directly up to ask others to pay for him directly. What people to help him pay all. People's money doesn't come from the wind. It's earned little by little. We're all in the same shelter. We don't know each other. He is obviously trying to renege on his debt and make people pay for nothing. So they will definitely be unwilling to do so. When they didn't want to, he even threatened them, looking like he wanted to settle the score with them and snatch their mobile phones. Now just being kicked is considered good. Just with that woman's violent temper. Said bad woman can directly beat him to death here? No. Is that how this is counted? The man is still unconvinced. That's because he just didn't see clearly how Sumumu actually made a move. So he still looks like he doesn't know the height of the sky. Always thinking that as long as he was fierce and cruel enough, that woman would definitely be afraid of him. Okay. You or honestly, that woman really want to words can be a moment to kill you. Here just now people have been considered merciful. You do not see how light that kick. And I see that woman simply did not use the full force. If she used the full force of words, you have just been if she had used her full strength, you wouldn't have survived. The man who came over to fight quietly said to his partner, although he also wanted to persuade the fight, to save his friend's life, but also do not want to offend that young woman too hard. If the other side think that he and this fool is a game, and then take the anger to himself, that would not be very good. He does not want to be this fool even dragged. Words. Said the man let go of his hand. He can do all do. If this person still want to go up to death, then he also do not care. What? The man for his friend's reminder or believe. But he looked to that tall and thin. Fair complexion. Looks beautiful. It seems to be pampered. At home nothing to do the woman. She can have this ability? But he wasn't about to try the truth with his own life either. Anyway, these things here do not have to buy. If the person is not willing to pay, forget it. He took out enough money to buy a family of supplies. There is no need to be entangled here half a day. Just want to take advantage of it. After all, this woman has a mobile phone, can use electronic payment. Then she will be able to buy a lot of things. Money is also put. Why not use? But since this cheap is not good to take advantage of, then he also forget it. After all, he is a man who knows the time. He is a man who can bend and stretch. Why should he argue with two women with long hair here? The man glared at the woman, and then walked towards the cart. The future days are still long.